X-ray vision? All right, Fang Ning. I promise I won't look around a day later. Fang Ning. I truly haven't been peeking. Chapter 1. What to do with X-ray vision. Awaiting a response. Quite urgent. Is this the family of bed 36? Your payment is insufficient. All right, I understand. I will pay right away. With a sorrowful expression, Fang Ning exited the hospital, uncertain where to procure more funds. Half a month prior, his mother had fallen ill and been hospitalized, and within a mere fortnight, they had depleted all their savings. This is utterly dreadful. Fang Ning struck the wall with a forceful punch, the sharp pain radiating from his knuckles, yet he felt as if he were entirely numb to it. There exists but one affliction in this world, and that is the malady of poverty. Never mind, I shall ponder a solution slowly. First, I need to buy some food for my mother. With a heavy sigh, Fang Ning strolled towards the street. Although he wished to buy food from the hospital, the cafeteria's prices were exorbitant, costing dozens of yuan for a single meal. Suddenly, Fang Ning felt himself propelled forward, and before he could brace himself, he glimpsed a red BMW barreling towards him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally regained consciousness. He attempted to open his eyes, yet they felt burdened, as if weighed down by an immense weight. At last, he managed to pry his eyes open. He beheld a woman standing before him, her expression fraught with concern. It had struck him as peculiar that she was devoid of clothing. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, boasting an exquisite figure. With no excess flesh at her waist, her form was undeniably flawless, and as Fang Ning's gaze traveled upward, he noticed her face was equally enchanting, confirming her status as a striking beauty. Upon seeing him awaken, the woman exhaled in relief. You're awake? I've already called for an ambulance. It will be here shortly. Fang Ning remained silent, his mind reeling. Why was this woman entirely unclothed? No, this won't do. He hastily adjusted his clothing while diverting his gaze to the ground, unwilling to glance at the woman any longer. Her figure was simply too alluring. I assure you, it was my fault. I will take full responsibility for this, the woman continued. Fang Ning remained mute, utterly bewildered by the situation. Noticing his state, the woman anxiously inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Just hang in there, the ambulance is on its way. She was genuinely terrified that he might perish. Having only obtained her driver's license the previous month, was she really destined to cause a fatal accident today? If that were the case, she should never have listened to her friend's insistence to learn driving. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. How had she managed to hurt someone? The captivating sight before him compelled Fang Ning to glance up once more, and a rush of blood surged to his head. The woman exclaimed, You're bleeding? If you can move, they'll take you to the hospital right away. Fang Ning lowered his head, muttering, I'm fine, it's just your headlights, they're too dazzling, making my head spin. Inwardly, he thought, No, your headlights are blindingly bright. They remained in this standoff for what felt like an eternity. The woman continued to gaze intently at Fang Ning, yet he dared not return her stare, fearing he would lose control and disgrace himself. Finally, an ambulance arrived with a blaring siren. The woman turned to the paramedics, pleading, Please help him, I knocked him over. Knocked him over? Surely, your driver's license was obtained from a dubious institution. The paramedic cast a sidelong glance at the woman before addressing Fang Ning. Young man, how are you feeling? Do you feel any sharp pain? If there was sharp pain, it might indicate broken bones, necessitating careful handling of the patient. Fang Ning looked up to find that the paramedic too was unclothed. He was utterly baffled. Was it now the norm to venture out without clothing? At that moment, onlookers had gathered nearby, drawn by the spectacle. Human nature, after all, is to revel in the drama. Fang Ning surveyed the crowd, realizing that everyone was similarly unclad, each person completely exposed. The sacrifice was far too great. Abruptly, Fang Ning felt a sharp pain in his eyes and hastily closed them. Noticing his pained expression, the woman urged, Doctor, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save him. The paramedic replied, Young man, we need to transfer you to a stretcher. Please inform us if you feel any discomfort. With his eyes still closed, Fang Ning felt arms supporting his underarms, lifting his legs as well. Only after he was laid upon the stretcher did he finally manage to reopen his eyes, the process proving arduous. To his astonishment, he observed that the crowd surrounding him was now fully clothed, nothing like the earlier scene. Was it merely an illusion? Fang Ning pondered this, beginning to question whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. The paramedic instructed, Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. The woman reassured him, Rest assured, I will ensure your recovery. I have the means, plenty of it. You have plenty of money. Fang Ning looked once more at the woman, now clothed in a purple dress. It may not have been as vividly striking as before, but it radiated elegance. Put me down, Fang Ning asserted. As he was about to be lifted into the ambulance, he felt perfectly fine, save for some peculiarities with his vision. The paramedic insisted, "Young man, though I am uncertain of your condition, you were struck with considerable force. We must expedite your transport to the hospital." The woman added, "Do not worry, I promise to take full responsibility, and I shall." Fang Ning abruptly leapt from the stretcher, regarding the woman. "I'm fine, just give me some money." His mother lay in the hospital, in dire need of funds. If this woman could assist him, it would be most fortuitous. This was a matter of prioritizing money over life. Desperation breeds such actions. "Give you money?" The woman was taken aback. "But you are currently—" "I told you I'm fine," Fang Ning insisted. "However, I have suffered emotional distress. Please provide me with compensation for that." The woman inquired, "How much would be appropriate?" Fang Ning contemplated and replied, "You decide." He did not seek a large sum. A few thousand would suffice, as he truly had no other means. The paramedic, overhearing their exchange, wore a skeptical expression, questioning whether Fang Ning was attempting to exploit the situation. Chapter 1. What to do with X-ray. Chapter 2. Whose Good Samaritan is this? A generous gesture of 100,000. The doctor turned to the woman and inquired, "Did you truly send him flying?" "Indeed," she replied, nodding emphatically. She had witnessed Fang Ning being launched into the air, accompanied by a resounding crash. Was this not the very definition of being struck forcefully? Furthermore, she distinctly felt the vehicle's resistance, indicating a clear collision. The doctor urged, "Young man, it would be prudent for you to accompany us to the hospital." Fang Ning protested, "But I have stated that I am fine." The doctor countered, "You may feel well now, yet it is entirely possible that injuries remain undetected. By the time they manifest, it may be too late. I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Fang Ning shook his head, resolute. Even if there were injuries, he prioritized money over health, intending to settle his mother's hospital expenses first. Sighing, the doctor realized he could do little more and turned to the woman, saying, "Since he refuses to go to the hospital, we shall take our leave. Please settle the fee." "How much is it?" the woman inquired. 200, replied the doctor. Fang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself, having traveled only a short distance, a mere 3-minute ride for the hospital to this location, and yet the charge was 200 yuan. Was this ambulance constructed of gold? Perceiving his astonishment, the doctor explained, "Young man, our ambulance operates on a per-trip basis." The woman, undeterred, promptly paid the fee, clearly someone of considerable means. She then turned to Fang Ning and asked, "Are you absolutely certain you do not wish to visit the hospital?" "I do not," Fang Ning affirmed resolutely. "Just give me some money." The woman nodded. "Very well. I shall give you 100,000. If you choose to visit the hospital, that is your decision, but please ensure you undergo a thorough examination." Fang Ning was rendered speechless, astonished by the figure she had just uttered. 100,000? If that were the case, he could afford to be hit again. The woman then produced a business card and handed it to Fang Ning, saying, "This is my card, my number is on it. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to call me." What a remarkable Samaritan. How could such a person still exist in this world? Fang Ning felt on the verge of tears, pulling out his phone to request a payment from her. Noticing the shattered state of his screen, the woman apologized. "I truly did not mean to hit you." "Not a problem. Let us see if it still functions," Fang Ning replied nonchalantly, as the screen had long been cracked. He simply had not deemed it necessary to replace it. He successfully generated the payment code, allowing the woman to transfer 100,000 to him. After the transaction, the woman reiterated, "If the funds are insufficient, you must call me." "Certainly," Fang Ning nodded earnestly, contemplating whether he could borrow from this woman if his mother's surgery costs exceeded the amount. He wondered about her naivety. Why would she utter such responsible words? Fang Ning had never encountered anyone like her before. She was truly the first. So innocent. It was as if she had not been tainted by the world. "Well then, I must be off. Farewell," the woman waved, driving away in her crimson BMW. She was indeed a peculiar woman. Fang Ning shook his head, feeling somewhat bewildered by the complexities of the world around him. He fixated on the business card in his hand, which bore several lines of information. Su Wanqing, assistant to the president of the Su Group, followed by a series of phone numbers. Su Wanqing, an associate of the Su Group? As Fang Ning squinted, the realization that she was affiliated with the illustrious Su Group alleviated his confusion. The Su Group was a prominent corporation in Jiangnan City, and given her position as the president's assistant, along with her surname, it was reasonable to assume she belonged to the direct lineage. It was hardly surprising that she would be generous. But why had he previously envisioned people as being entirely unclothed? Fang Ning recalled prior instances, particularly the vivid impression left by Su Wanqing. Her striking figure was undeniably captivating. That was certainly not a figment of his imagination. Fang Ning asserted confidently, for he had never encountered such beauty, even after having amassed a collection of several gigabytes of films. Why had he perceived others as devoid of clothing? The question eluded him, and despite racking his brain, he could not discern the source of the anomaly. He turned his gaze to the passers-by nearby, observing that each individual was dressed normally, dispelling the previous peculiar occurrence. Could it be that he had experienced some form of X-ray vision? Suddenly, the thought struck him. After all, being a young man exposed to a plethora of online literature, his imagination was quite expansive. X-ray vision, indeed. As he contemplated the term, when he looked again at the pedestrians, they appeared unclothed once more. It truly was X-ray vision, Fang Ning exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising above the ambient noise, causing several passers-by to glance his way before quickly averting their eyes, likely thinking him to be insane. Fang Ning, however, was exhilarated. If he truly possessed this gift of vision, the possibilities were boundless, setting aside any notions of prying into the privacy of women. This ability could lead to significant advancements in various arenas. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Treasure appraisal system activated. System? Understanding dawned upon Fang Ning. He had acquired a system, which explained his newfound ability. He could hardly believe that such systems from online narratives were real, and that he was now its recipient. Was he perhaps the chosen one? Dismissing such musings, he was eager to test his X-ray vision, curious to ascertain its true extent. Could it penetrate not only the human form, but also other objects? He cast his eyes toward a parked car nearby, and with a mere thought, he was able to see through the vehicle's exterior, revealing its contents. On the passenger seat lay a box of Okamoto condoms, likely forgotten by the owner. He could genuinely see through things. Fang Ning murmured to himself, recognizing that fortune was on the horizon, laughter bubbling up within him. At that moment, he spotted a lottery shop in the distance and boldly strode toward it. With his newfound ability, he would become a master of scratch-off tickets. By merely activating his X-ray vision, he could discern whether any ticket would yield a prize. As the saying goes, ignorance is gambling, while knowledge is investing. Opportunities for investment have indeed emerged. It merely depends on the magnitude of such prospects. While winning a substantial sum may be a stretch, securing a few thousand should certainly be within reach. Upon entering the lottery shop, Fang Ning casually purchased a scratch-off ticket. With his X-ray vision, he quickly discerned a solitary prize of $50. Overwhelmed with excitement, he scratched the ticket and, to his delight, confirmed his findings without the slightest deviation. He had won. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he let out a triumphant shout. Curious about his elation, the shop owner inquired, "Young man, how much did you win?" Fang Ning handed her the scratch-off ticket, and after a brief glance, she replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just $50. Would you like me to get you 5 more? $50? Was this truly all that could be gleaned from such an endeavor? In Chapter 3, armed with his X-ray vision, Fang Ning became a master of scratch-offs. "How about I take 3 tickets at $20 each?" he proposed. The shop owner pondered for a moment before acquiescing, finding this charming young man rather intriguing, especially given his tendency to haggle at the lottery shop. Fang Ning meticulously selected 3 $20 tickets and began scratching them. As anticipated, the results mirrored what he had foreseen. This time, he won a total of $1,000, $500 from one ticket, $300 from another, and $200 from the last. The shop owner remarked, "Young man, you are quite lucky." She mused that he must have visited a fortuitous place the previous night to warrant such luck. Fang Ning smiled and replied, "Indeed, my fortune is remarkable." However, he understood that it was not mere luck, but rather the advantage of his X-ray vision. Without it, he would struggle to win even a solitary dollar. "Would you like to scratch a few more?" the shop owner inquired tentatively, eager to witness the extent of Fang Ning's fortune. "Certainly," he replied with a grin. "How about I add $100 to make a total of $1,100, purchasing 2 books instead?" He had already assessed the individual scratch-off tickets and noted the absence of significant prizes, leading him to conclude that his best chance lay within the entire books. $1,100 for 2 books? The shop owner hesitated, as they were priced at $600 each, meaning she would forfeit $100 in profit. Fang Ning, sensing her reluctance, offered, "If you're not willing, I can simply purchase 1 book for $400 back." The shop owner's heart sank at the thought of giving away $400, albeit from the lottery center's funds, yet it still pained her. "Add 50 more, and you can take both books," she finally relented. "Very well, I'll assist you," she said. "No, I wish to choose myself. My luck seems to be quite good." Fang Ning activated his X-ray vision and selected 2 books of scratch-offs, ultimately discovering a grand prize among them. Though not exorbitant, it still promised a potential win of several $1,000s. As he prepared to leave, The shop owner asked, "Young man, aren't you going to scratch here?" Although she had no concrete evidence, it was prudent to exercise caution. How frustratingly unfair, Fang Ning muttered, grateful for his financial means. He then made his way to bed number 36, sharing the room with bed number 35. Such was the plight of those with modest means. Everything must be shared, even the most basic necessities. "Mother, it's time to wake for dinner." Fang Ning gently assisted his mother into a seated position. Her frail body was adorned with numerous tubes, delivering essential nutrients to sustain the vitality of her internal tissues. This was a preparatory measure for the impending surgery. For the past fortnight, she had remained under observation. According to the attending physician, barring any complications, the surgery could proceed in a few days. Chun Ping suffered from a heart ailment, necessitating a bypass operation, which would require at least several 100,000 yuan. The prolonged observation period had depleted their savings, leaving them bereft of the means to afford the surgery. She was acutely aware of their financial plight. Her husband had passed away long ago, and she had single-handedly raised her son, a feat that had already proven arduous without any savings to speak of. Her son had just graduated this year and had only recently begun working. Thus he too had little in terms of savings. "Mother, do not fret about the finances," Fang Ning reassured her. "I have devised a plan. I will ensure your recovery." Had it not been for the accident caused by Su Wanqing, he would have been at a loss for solutions. Since his mother's illness, their relatives had avoided them as if they were lepers, rendering the prospect of borrowing money utterly hopeless. Only a few distant relatives had offered a token sum of a few thousand yuan, a rare act of kindness amidst the prevailing indifference. With a sigh, Chun Ping recognized her son as bravado. He was clearly struggling, yet he wished to shield himself from the stigma of perceived unfiliality. After finishing his meal, Fang Ning stood up and declared, "Mother, I will go pay the fees now. You must focus on your recovery." He approached the payment window and submitted the 100,000 yuan provided by Su Wanqing. The clerk was taken aback. She had just reported that bed 36 had insufficient funds, yet here was Fang Ning promptly presenting the required amount. It seemed the family of the patient possessed remarkable fundraising capabilities. Upon completing the payment, Fang Ning sought out the attending physician. "Dr. Zhou, I have just paid 100,000 yuan. When can my mother undergo the surgery?" Dr. Zhou was astonished. He was familiar with Fang Ning's family circumstances and had not expected them to muster such a sum after already covering 2 hospital fees. "Xiao Fang, I have already conveyed your mother's condition to you. This is no ordinary heart disease. A bypass operation must be conducted without delay," Dr. Zhou explained. "As a university student, you are aware that surgeries carry inherent risks. There are various types of bypass surgeries, and naturally, the more sophisticated the equipment, the safer the procedure. What are the options? Sunk Ninging Guidet. The most affordable option costs around 110 to 120,000 yuan, but the success rate is rather low, approximately 60%. The most expensive option is about 200,000 yuan, with a success rate of 75%. Only 75%. Sunk Ning Preset. Dr. Zhou, what is the highest success rate available? The highest success rate is 90%, Dr. Zhou replied, but that comes with a corresponding price. How much? Fang Ning asked resolutely. Having been raised solely by his mother, he felt it imperative to choose the safest surgical option. In the past, he had been powerless. Now, with resources at hand, he was determined to pursue the safest course of action. As for the financial aspect, he refused to believe that he could not earn enough for his mother's surgery. Based on previous experiences, he estimated that at least 400 to 500,000 yuan would be necessary. Dr. Zhou announced a figure, yet after his words, he did not witness fear on Fang Ning's face, but rather a serene expression. Fang Ning nodded firmly at Dr. Zhou and resolutely stated, "All right, Dr. Zhou, I will find a way to gather this money as soon as possible." Chapter 4. Manager Chun calls. A vicious confrontation with Manager Chun. Dr. Zhou was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Xiao Fang, some matters should not be forced. If it proves too difficult, undergoing a surgery costing several 100,000 is also an option." His intention in presenting different plans was not to extract more money from Fang Ning, but rather to fulfill his duty as a physician. Fang Ning shook her head, unwavering as she declared, "I will certainly find a way to earn the 400 to 500,000. Earn it? Dr. Zhou was puzzled by Fang Ning's assertion. Amassing such a sum in a short time was no easy feat, bordering on impossibility, unless one resorted to borrowing, or worse, stealing. Dr. Zhou earnestly cautioned, "Xiao Fang, you're still young. Although your mother urgently requires surgery, do not let this matter ruin your life." Understanding his concern, Fang Ning smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, Dr. Zhou, I will not engage in any unlawful activities. As he departed, his back remained straight, symbolizing his resilience. Sighing heavily, Dr. Zhou felt helpless. He had witnessed this scenario far too many times and had grown somewhat numb to it. Yet, each encounter still stirred his compassion. Chun Ping offered a silent smile. Though she harbored doubts about her son's words, she did not wish to discourage him, recognizing his good intentions. Suddenly, Fang Ning's phone rang, and upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the company manager. Over the past fortnight, he had been balancing work while caring for his mother in the hospital, frequently taking half-days off, leading to an inundation of calls from the manager. Manager Chun, I had taken a morning off, Fang Ning explained. My mother is ill and hospitalized. She truly needs someone to care for her. His words were polite, but a surge of anger simmered within him. The hell with this. Fang Ning exclaimed furiously. Chun Yuan, do you not understand that I need to care for my mother? Is it that your family is immune to illness? Or do you have no family at all? Fang Ning, I quit, he declared defiantly, abruptly hanging up the phone, his finger mercilessly jabbing the screen, nearly shattering it. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ning rubbed his face and donned a cheerful facade, saying, Mom, it's nothing. I'm just a bit frustrated. I've actually been contemplating resigning for a while now, and I've devised a plan regarding the finances, so you need to worry about that. He headed toward the door of the ward. Mom, I'm going to the company to handle my resignation. I refuse to let that scoundrel Chen Yuan benefit at my expense. Chen Ping, sitting on the hospital bed, called out, Xiao Ning, please don't act recklessly. She feared that her son, in his fury, might clash with Manager Chun, and the consequences would be detrimental for both parties involved. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the company building, took a moment to compose himself, and ascended to his office via the elevator. Exhaling deeply, Fang Ning felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to that scoundrel's face. This vile individual was utterly inhumane, perpetually harsh towards them, and leered at female colleagues with an utterly repugnant gaze. Surrounding colleagues averted their eyes, fearful of drawing the ire of Manager Chun. Fang Ning calmly stated, Chen Yuan, I am here to resign. What? Chen Yuan exclaimed, digging into his ears in disbelief. You intend to resign? You have just transitioned from intern to full-time employee, and now you want to quit? Indeed, I wish to resign, Fang Ning replied, his impatience growing. Resigning is one thing, Chen Yuan retorted, but there will be no compensation. Moreover, given your numerous days off, we shall deduct half of your salary. Go ahead and try. Are you threatening me? Sunk Ning Lauket. How could I dare to threaten Manager Chun? You are merely a dog. Who are you to assert authority in this company? Can you bear the consequences of any losses incurred? Chen Yuan seethed with rage, seizing Fang Ning by the collar, his teeth clenched. You dare call me a dog? Unfazed, Fang Ning replied. You wield mere feathers as if they were commands. What else could you be but a dog? Chen Yuan, unable to suppress his desire to retaliate, was abruptly intercepted by a colleague. Manager Chun, let us discuss this calmly. Physical violence is not the answer. Manager Chun, Fang Ning did not mean it that way. Please do not take it to heart. Actually, I meant it, Fang Ning asserted seriously. Do you not all see that Chen Yuan is indeed a dog? Silence engulfed the room. While the colleagues silently agreed with Fang Ning, they dared not voice their support at that moment, opting instead for whispered discussions later. Sunk Ning, you are courting death. Chen Yuan spat, launching a punch at Fang Ning. Anticipating the move, Fang Ning, tall and robust, seized Chen Yuan's wrist, looking down at him. Chen Yuan, do you truly wish to engage in a physical altercation? Gulping in the presence of Fang Ning, who towered over him, Chen Yuan mustered his courage. Fang Ning, am I supposed to fear you? He felt compelled to assert some semblance of authority before those present. Very well, I shall oblige you. Sunk Ning retorted, shoving Chen Yuan back, causing him to stagger before regaining his footing. Now, genuinely enraged, Chen Yuan lunged at Fang Ning once more, and the two became embroiled in a scuffle. However, it was clear that Chen Yuan was no match for Fang Ning's strength. A single Fang Ning could easily overpower 3 Chen Yuans. During their tussle, a scratch-off lottery ticket fell from Fang Ning's pocket. Colleagues rushed in to separate the two. But witnessing Fang Ning delivering a thorough beating to Manager Chun was immensely satisfying for them. They hesitated to intervene initially, only stepping in once Fang Ning had made considerable progress, lest Manager Chun face a more severe fate. Chapter 5. Attention-grabbing, Chen Yuan gasped for breath, his face bruised and battered, clearly having endured a severe beating from Fang Ning. Let go of me. I want to kill him, he shouted vehemently. Come on. Let's see who kills whom. Fang Ning was undeterred, displaying little fear, despite having sustained a minor injury, which paled in comparison to Chen Yuan's wounds. After delivering a thorough thrashing to Chun Yuan, Fang Ning felt considerably lighter in spirit, the previous gloom dissipating. While speaking, he picked up the scratch-off lottery ticket that had fallen to the ground, drawing the attention of onlookers. A scratch-off ticket? Could it be that Fang Ning, in his defiance, had won a grand prize? Curiosity stirred among his colleagues, for they had always perceived Fang Ning as a rather mild-mannered individual, incapable of such volatility. Such fervor hinted at a newfound confidence, likely stemming from a significant windfall. Chun Yuan, noticing the lottery ticket, fixed his gaze on Fang Ning and inquired, "Is your resignation due to winning the lottery? What business is it of yours?" "Fang Ning retorted dismissively. Just settle my wages, otherwise we're not done here." Chun Yuan swallowed hard, genuinely intimidated by Fang Ning, yet unwilling to concede, fearing it would bruise his pride. "Fang Ning, the maximum you can win from scratch-off is 1 million. You couldn't even afford a house in the city. If you admit your mistake, I might allow you to keep your job." "To hell with your job," Fang Ning shot back. "Just pay me what I'm owed." At that moment, a female colleague interjected, "Fang Ning, you should reconsider staying. Lottery winnings are never guaranteed. It's better to focus on stable work." "Li Ting, I appreciate your concern." Fang Ning replied with a smile, "But do you genuinely believe this scoundrel will let me stay? Does he strike you as magnanimous? Besides, I have no desire to endure his nonsense any longer." Li Ting ceased her attempts to persuade him. Having offered her advice due to their shared entry into the company and Fang Ning's assistance to her on several occasions, Chun Yuan indeed harbored such thoughts. As Fang Ning had articulated, even if he were to remain, Chun Yuan would find a pretext to dismiss him, merely seeking to preserve his own facade. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Fang Ning was resolute in his desire to settle his account and depart, not out of concern for the amount, but because that wage represented his hard-earned money, and he refused to let a petty individual like Chun Yuan benefit from it. Conversely, Chun Yuan was equally adamant about not disbursing Fang Ning's wages, fearing for his own standing should he do so. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Boss." Everyone turned to see the manager, a middle-aged man sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of authority despite his genteel appearance, standing at the entrance. "Boss, Fang Ning." Chun Yuan stammered. "Fang Ning has no work ethic, taking half-days off while claiming to work. Does this resemble the conduct of an employee?" "I explained that my mother is ill and hospitalized, and I need to care for her," Fang Ning interjected. The manager then asked, "Fang Ning, are you truly intent on resigning? What will become of your income if you do? You mentioned that your mother is still ill and hospitalized, didn't you?" Chun Yuan remarked sarcastically from his side. "Boss, Fang Ning has hit the jackpot and no longer regards our company." "Hit the jackpot?" The boss raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What jackpot?" Fang Ning quickly interjected, "Boss, don't listen to Chun Yuan's nonsense. I haven't won any jackpot. I merely bought a few scratch cards on a whim and didn't win anything significant." The boss replied, "Fang Ning, if you truly intend to resign, please proceed to the HR department to complete the formalities. I will call finance to ensure your full salary is settled. Let us part on good terms." "Thank you, boss." Fang Ning nodded. Chun Yuan seemed poised to speak further, but the boss raised a hand, signaling for silence. Upon leaving, Fang Ning made his way to HR to finalize his resignation, relieved to escape that dismal place. Although the boss was decent, Chun Yuan was insufferable, and as the boss's brother-in-law, he always received preferential treatment. "Chun Yuan, please come to my office," the boss summoned him. Once they departed, the remaining staff began to murmur. "Fang Ning kakte tekisivedi. Chun Yuan is truly despicable. He bullies us, and on top of that, he constantly ogles Li Ting and the others. It's utterly outrageous. By the way, Fang Ning must have won a substantial prize. How much do you think he won? Perhaps 1 million? At least several 100,000. Otherwise, he would have resigned so abruptly." The consensus was that Fang Ning had undoubtedly struck it rich, though the exact amount remained uncertain. At that moment, having just completed his resignation at HR, Fang Ning received a transfer of 3,000 yuan into his bank account. This sum represented half a month as salary, and the boss had indeed not deducted any amount, proving himself to be one of the rare conscientious employers. Now, Fang Ning was indifferent to the 3,000 yuan, as his primary goal was to seek justice. After leaving the company, he resolved to continue purchasing scratch cards, hoping to win a substantial amount to cover his mother's surgical expenses. He chose not to return to the previous lottery shop, but rather visited several others. However, he only managed to win a few tens of thousands, failing to uncover any jackpots in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, he realized that if he kept winning, it would inevitably raise suspicions among others, indicating that he should refrain from further scratch card purchases, since the maximum prize from a single card was only a few tens of thousands. He found it unnecessary to visit the lottery center and instead redeemed his winnings directly at the shops, limiting himself to 2 cards per location. "Young man, you won again," the shopkeeper exclaimed. "Everyone come and see. This young man won 20,000 yuan from a scratch card purchased here." Every time Fang Ning redeemed his winnings at a different shop, it drew considerable attention, and envious glances were cast his way. He acutely understood that he could no longer indulge in scratch cards. Fortunately, after these purchases, he had nearly accumulated 150,000 yuan, bringing him one step closer to affording his mother surgery. Chapter 6. Proactively borrowing money. However, this time he did not rush to pay, keeping the 150,000 yuan in hand, and decided to wait until he could gather a total of 400,000 yuan before making the payment. That evening, 2 colleagues unexpectedly came to the hospital to visit his mother, Li Ting and another female colleague. Li Ting said, "Fang Ning, I apologize. We were unaware that your mother was ill and hospitalized." The colleague, Sister Zhang, added, "Fang Ning, you should have informed us that your mother was sick." Previously, when Fang Ning requested leave, he only disclosed the reason to Chun Yuan and did not inform others, leaving his colleagues in the dark. "Li Ting, Sister Zhang, thank you for visiting my mother," Fang Ning expressed gratefully, as no one had come to see her since she fell ill. Sister Zhang, curious, asked Fang Ning, "Did you really win the lottery?" "Not at all. I only won a few tens of thousands, which isn't even enough to cover the surgical expenses," Fang Ning replied. Shaking his head, he pulled out his phone to show Zhang Jia and Li Ting a photo of his scratch-off lottery ticket, revealing only a prize of 30,000 yuan, as he had not captured all the winnings. Only 30,000 yuan? Sister Zhang's disappointment was evident, her eyes not as bright as before. She had expected Fang Ning to have won hundreds of thousands or even a million. She had no ulterior motives, merely a desire to witness someone who had won a substantial prize, and she had brought a fruit basket for Fang Ning's mother, which had only cost her a few dozen yuan. 30,000 is already quite impressive, Li Ting remarked, but that is equivalent to several months' salary for us. Li Ting then inquired, "What will happen to your mother's surgical fees?" "I'll think of something," Fang Ning replied, already contemplating a solution. Though he could no longer purchase scratch-off tickets, he could explore antique streets for hidden treasures. With his newfound ability to discern valuable items and a treasure appraisal system, he believed he could find some good deals. "Would you like me to lend you some money?" Li Ting offered, "But I have only saved up 10,000 yuan myself." Fang Ning's eyes widened in surprise. He had never anticipated that Li Ting would willingly offer him money. He had never borrowed from colleagues. Aware that colleagues should remain as such and not be treated as friends, as borrowing money could create discomfort for both parties. "No need," Fang Ning declined. "You still have to pay for your rent, which is a significant expense." Li Ting, not being from Jianghai, needed to pay rent, while Fang Ning, though his living conditions were modest, had a place to stay. "It's all right," Li Ting insisted. "I have set aside enough for rent, and I can lend you 10,000 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ning ultimately agreed, recognizing his current need for funds. Although 10,000 yuan was not a substantial amount, it represented Li Ting's goodwill. Li Ting smiled brightly, saying, "You don't have to rush to repay me. Just return it when you're financially stable." She promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Fang Ning via WeChat, and he accepted it, feeling a sense of gratitude. Although he and Li Ting were not particularly close, her willingness to lend him money was a testament to her trust, and he hoped to live up to that trust. Sister Zhang appeared somewhat awkward beside him, as she had not anticipated Li Ting would lend money to Fang Ning, which made her seem rather ungracious. "Fang Ning, my child is still in school, and I truly cannot lend you any money," she said. "It's quite all right, Sister Zhang. I completely understand," Fang Ning nodded, indicating that there was no issue. In this society, everyone struggles. Who has the means to lend to others? Li Ting and Sister Zhang departed, and Fang Ning began to formulate a plan. He resolved that after visiting his mother the following day, he would venture to the antique street in hopes of stumbling upon some hidden treasures. He dared not sleep on the hospital's accompanying bed, as the cost was exorbitant, tens of dollars for a single night, a rate scarcely distinguishable from extortion. He had known his neighbors for decades, and their relationship was closer than that of many relatives. "Xiao Ning, your mother has it tough, raising you alone. How did she end up with such an illness?" the neighbor lady inquired. Who could say? Fang Ning forced a bitter smile, recalling the adage. The thin rope is the first to break, and misfortune seeks out those who are already suffering. The more one struggles, the more likely calamity is to strike. It seems that the little one possesses is destined to be taken away, while the affluent are continually bestowed with more. This is the stark, cruel reality. The concerned neighbor asked, Xiao Ning, you haven't finished your meal, have you? Come eat with us. No, Aunt Wang, Fang Ning replied, shaking his head. I can manage on my own. A simple bowl of noodles will suffice. Although Aunt Wang was warm-hearted, it did not necessarily mean her family shared the same disposition. They were both amiable and indifferent neighbors, and it was best not to impose. At 10 o'clock that night, Fang Ning lay in bed, contemplating his future. The ability to see through objects and the treasure appraisal system are my greatest assets. I must rely on them to rise and achieve the pinnacle of success. I must succeed. If I fail, I might not even be able to afford a wife. Lost in these thoughts, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself at the antique street, clutching a snakeskin bag brimming with salvaged treasures. He chuckled in his sleep, a sound of pure joy. If he could truly uncover such a bounty, he would no doubt be a billionaire. Chapter 7. Journey to the Antique Street. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang, and Fang Ning rose. After a brief wash, he hurriedly made his way to the hospital. After caring for his mother and finishing breakfast, it was already 8 o'clock. The sunlight streamed in through the window, and Fang Ning walked over to draw the curtains, shielding his mother's bed from the direct rays. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit, he announced as he headed towards the door, resolved to explore the antique street. It was not far from there, just a 10-minute walk. Fang Ning chose not to take a taxi. Every penny counted in these times, and walking to the antique street would also serve as good exercise. Upon arriving at the antique street, I was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of shops, with numerous establishments of varying sizes lining the bustling thoroughfare. Fang Ning had previously visited this locale, but had never stepped inside an antique shop, merely casting a distant glance. He first ventured into a particular antique store, meticulously surveying the surroundings, only to discover that there were no treasures worth unearthing. Naturally, antique shops do not possess an abundance of genuine artifacts. Instead, they are a melange of authenticity and imitation, leaving it to the discerning eye of the customer. Should a customer lack discernment and inadvertently purchase a counterfeit, the fault lies solely with them, not the proprietor. Conversely, if the store owner mistakenly identifies a genuine item as a fake and allows it to be acquired at a bargain, that is a loss borne by the shopkeeper. However, such occurrences are quite rare. Suddenly, Fang Ning's attention was drawn to a vase that sparked a flicker of recognition in his mind. A red glazed vase, originating from the Song dynasty, in pristine condition, valued at 1 million. Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback. No wonder it is said that in the antique trade, 3 years may pass without a sale, yet when it opens, it reaps 3 years' worth of profit. This was indeed true. Merely one vase, and it commanded a value of 1 million. Regaining his composure, he turned to the shop owner and calmly inquired, How much is this vase? Young man, you possess an excellent eye, the proprietor exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This red glazed vase is from the Song dynasty. I acquired it for over 1 million. If you fancy it, I can let it go for 1 million. Is the owner aware that this is genuine? Fang Ning paused, realizing that finding a bargain might not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Those who run antique shops are not fools. They are astutely aware of their wares. And where might one find such opportunities for discovery? Shaking his head, Fang Ning replied, I was merely inquiring. He exited the shop, feeling a sense of frustration. Where could he possibly find a bargain? Hadn't he dreamt of uncovering a treasure last night? Why was it that today he could not find even a single deal to seize? After exploring several more antique stores, he did encounter a few genuine items. But the owners were equally cognizant of their authenticity, thus commanding fair prices. Fang Ning's disappointment deepened. Was the notion of uncovering hidden gems truly unfeasible? Yet in television dramas, characters seemed to unearth treasures effortlessly. Why was it that he could not replicate their success? After an hour of fruitless searching, his stomach began to grumble. Fang Ning decided to step into a noodle shop, resolving to satiate his hunger first. How could one muster the energy to hunt for bargains on an empty stomach? Just as he settled into his seat, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Fang Ning. You must be the one who won 1 million from that scratch-off lottery. A voice on the line belonged to a former colleague. Fang Ning furrowed his brow. What million? I haven't won any million. The news reported it. The caller continued. Someone in Qingfu district won 1 million from scratch-off. Fang Ning, it must be you, right? Don't hide it from us. We've seen the news. Voices of others chimed in, creating a chorus of excitement. Fang Ning, if you won 1 million, you must treat us to a grand feast. Fang Ning, I never anticipated your luck would be so splendid. Pray, tell us where you procured your lottery ticket. We yearn to test our fortune as well. The call was abruptly terminated. Fang Ning unlocked his phone and navigated to the local news section, where he swiftly stumbled upon a headline regarding the $1 million scratch-off lottery prize. According to the report, the winner had revealed they had purchased a scratch-off ticket and won $1 million. The news featured only audio, accompanied by a screenshot of the winning ticket. The misunderstanding among his former colleagues stemmed from the fact that the winner's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Fang Ning's, making it difficult to discern any significant difference. However, Fang Ning was resolute. He had never uttered such words. Indeed, someone had struck a $1 million jackpot. He mused, "It is no wonder I have visited so many lottery shops without discovering a single winning ticket. They must have all been purchased by someone else." He could only lament the capriciousness of fate, acknowledging his lack of such fortune. Ding, ding. Another WeChat message arrived, this time from his former colleagues. "Fang Ning, is that winner truly you? Fang Ning, send me a screenshot. I wish to show off, even if it's not mine. My friend won." Ding. Suddenly, Fang Ning noticed Li Ting's avatar lighting up. "Fang Ning, congratulations." Even she believed Fang Ning had won the $1 million prize, as the voice in the video was indeed strikingly similar. "Li Ting, it is truly not me. If only I possessed such good fortune." "Not you?" Li Ting seemed baffled, and after a moment, she sent another message. "I thought the voice sounded so much like yours. Nevertheless, it matters not. Such windfall is fleeting, and we have no need for it." Fang Ning reflected inwardly. Li Ting remained a kind and considerate girl. He set aside his phone and began to devour his noodles. After finishing his meal, he resolved to visit the antique street, determined to find at least one treasure. How could he let his treasure appraisal system go to waste? After finishing his noodles, he returned to the antique street, entering several shops, and at last, he found something of value. In one antique store, Fang Ning discovered a damaged bracelet, made of jade, adorned with several cracks, rendering it less than perfect. Yellow crystal jade bracelet, originating from the Ming dynasty. In a damaged condition, valued at 100,000 reparable. Upon learning about the bracelet, particularly the last 3 words, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Reparable? How might it be restored?" "Boss, may I examine this bracelet?" Of course, the owner nodded, placing the bracelet on a tray and presenting it to Fang Ning. Fang Ning refrained from touching the bracelet, instead observing it closely within the tray. He noted that it was indeed quite fragmented, appearing as though it might shatter into pieces with the slightest touch, which explained the owner's cautious handling. Chapter 8. The Successful Find. Seeing Fang Ning's interest, the owner began to elaborate. "Young man, this yellow crystal jade bracelet is from the Ming dynasty. Legend has it that it was worn by Empress Ma of that era." Such claims are mere embellishments, Fang Ning thought. The Ming dynasty belongs to its own era, yet could not possibly be the bracelet worn by Empress Ma. Surely, such a bracelet would have been preserved by esteemed collectors and would not have found its way here. Fang Ning gently caressed the bracelet and turned to the shopkeeper, inquiring, "Is this indeed a piece from the Ming dynasty? How much do you ask for it?" 200,000, the shopkeeper replied, holding up 2 fingers. "For such a bracelet, my young friend, you would certainly not regret this purchase." "Regret? Hardly." Fang Ning's lips twitched in disbelief as he shook his head. "Given the condition of this bracelet, do you truly expect to sell it at such a lofty price?" The shopkeeper licked his lips. "Well then, what do you propose as a fair price?" He thought to himself that if Fang Ning offered around 150,000, he would gladly accept, especially since he had acquired the bracelet for 80,000. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ning suggested 70,000. "This bracelet is far too damaged. That is the utmost I can offer." The shopkeeper was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No, 70,000 is far too low. I spent 180,000 on it." Fang Ning, of course, did not believe him. This shopkeeper was far too shrewd to have spent such a sum on this bracelet. "Just give me the actual price. No need for embellishments." 17,000. "I would be losing 1,000 to sell it to you, considering it has indeed been here for quite some time." 80,000. "Fang Ning konteret. 80,000 is impossible. It must be at least 150,000. Fang Ning pondered briefly before stating 90,000. "Any higher, and I shall withdraw my offer." He fixed a serious gaze upon the shopkeeper, as 90,000 was already a substantial offer, merely 1,000 less than the system's valuation, primarily to see if it could be restored. Seeing Fang Ning's earnest demeanor, the shopkeeper grew uncertain. What if he continued to demand a higher price and frighten the customer away? Selling at 90,000 would still yield him a profit of 10,000. Although not as lucrative as other transactions, it was still a profit, was it not? "Since you are sincerely interested, I shall part with it for 95,000. The shopkeeper proposed tentatively, eager to secure an additional 5,000. Fang Ning was inclined to agree. He was confident that, following restoration by the system, the bracelet's value would multiply several times over. He would undoubtedly not incur a loss. 90,000 it is, sell it to me or not, he stated, shifting his weight as if prepared to leave at any moment. Fine. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. You truly drive a hard bargain. Selling it to you will mean a loss of several thousand for me. Fang Ning chose not to engage with that remark, knowing full well that it was absurd for him to incur a loss. He purchased the yellow crystal jade bracelet for 90,000. After securing the bracelet, Fang Ning exited the antique shop and soon noticed an abundance of antique stalls lining the streets. These were set up by those unable to afford storefront, resorting instead to selling antiques from makeshift stands. While such stalls may not yield a fortune, selling even a single valuable item could easily sustain one's livelihood for a month. Might there be a greater chance of finding hidden treasures at these stalls? After all, shops typically had experts, whereas these stalls likely did not. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Ning made his way toward the stalls, only to be met with profound disappointment. There are no experts among the street vendors, nor are there any genuine items. Everything is merely a collection of replicas, likely produced just last week, not even qualifying as counterfeits. Fang Ning shook his head, preparing to depart from the antique street. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye at a nearby stall, a particular bottle that piqued his interest. It was a greenish-blue glass bottle, which, if not scrutinized closely, could easily be mistaken for a beer bottle. This glass bottle, originating from the Yuan dynasty, is in perfect condition and valued at 300,000, he mused. Fang Ning approached the stall, casually glancing at a few items before turning his astonished gaze towards the glass bottle. Boss, why are you selling beer bottles? What beer bottle? This is a glass bottle, the vendor exclaimed, his eyes widening. Let me tell you, this is a glass bottle from the Yuan dynasty, extremely precious, with very few surviving in the world today. I suspect it from last week, Fang Ning jested. The vendor's cheeks twitched, and he earnestly insisted. This is genuinely from the Yuan dynasty. I wouldn't deceive you. Deceiving you would be like tricking a puppy. Sang Ning tuklet. A puppy is inconsequential. A few barks would suffice. He nodded. Whether or not this bottle is from the Yuan dynasty is debatable, but as a decorative piece, it is quite nice. He inquired further, how much is it? 50,000, the vendor boldly declared, stating firmly that he would not sell for less. However, sensing a connection with Fang Ning, he offered a slight discount of a few thousand. 500, Fang Ning countered, shattering the vendor's illusions. This glass bottle, valued at 300,000, was being offered for a mere 50,000, clearly indicating the vendor's lack of knowledge. If Fang Ning wouldn't seize this opportunity, who would? The vendor's lips twitched in disbelief. 1,000. I won't sell for less than that. Deal. Fang Ning readily accepted. The vendor, sensing something amiss, wondered why Fang Ning had acquiesced so readily. Had he set the price too low? No, I won't sell for less than 5,000. Fang Ning frowned. What do you mean, boss? We agreed on 1,000, and I even offered you an additional 500. Do you intend to raise the price on me? He realized he had miscalculated, revealing his eagerness, which the vendor exploited. I don't care. If it's 5,000 less, I won T-sell. The vendor smirked, confident he had Fang Ning cornered. Fang Ning smiled in return. If you won't sell, then I no longer wish to buy. With that, he turned to leave, recognizing his earlier display of impatience had aroused suspicion. Remaining would only exacerbate the situation. Oh, how I regret it. The vendor couldn't recall the price he had acquired the glass bottle for. But it surely could not have exceeded 100. He could have made a few hundred in profit, yet now he would earn nothing. System, how do I rectify this? A yellow crystal jade bracelet, in a damaged condition, can be repaired, requiring an expenditure of 50,000. Fang Ning was taken aback. To restore this bracelet would cost 50,000. Was it truly worth it? He hesitated, pondering the risk. If he spent 50,000 to repair the bracelet and failed to sell it, what would he do then? Previously, I spent 90,000 on a bracelet. Now, having won 150,000 from scratch-off lottery ticket, I find myself left with just over 50,000. Chapter 9. Restoring the bracelet. Off to the appraisal studio. Restoration. After some contemplation, Fang Ning decided to restore the yellow crystal jade bracelet, trusting that the system would not lead her astray. Restoring in progress. Restoration successful. Yellow crystal jade bracelet, in pristine condition, valued at 1 million. The information regarding the bracelet changed. It had originally been worth a mere 100,000, but now its worth soared to 1 million. Fang Ning gazed at the bracelet on the table, gasping in astonishment. The once damaged bracelet now appeared immaculate. As if brand new, yet retaining its antique charm. Worth 1 million. I am on the brink of prosperity. Fang Ning was elated. Selling this bracelet would easily cover her mother's medical expenses, and she might even have a significant sum left over for her own future endeavors. Unable to contain her excitement, Fang Ning was eager to sell the bracelet immediately. But to whom should she sell it? This posed a dilemma. A $1 million item is not something that can be sold at will. It also depends on whether there is a buyer. The appraisal studio. Soon, Fang Ning decided on a location. The appraisal studio, renowned throughout Jiangnan City for its collection of various treasures. People could purchase items there or have their treasures appraised for sale. Fang Ning hailed a taxi and quickly arrived at the appraisal studio. However, just as she was about to enter, she was stopped by the doorman. The doorman approached, scrutinizing Fang Ning, and frowned slightly. She was dressed far too simply, not resembling someone who could afford treasures, nor someone who owned them. I'm here to have my bracelet appraised, and if the price is right, I will sell it, Fang Ning stated, producing the yellow crystal jade bracelet. The doorman didn't even glance at it, instead shooing her away. Scram! This is not a place for you. His disdain was palpable. Having been reprimanded by his supervisor earlier, he was in a foul mood and had already dismissed Fang Ning as unworthy of his attention. Fang Ning opened her mouth to protest, but just then, a figure approached from a distance. The doorman hurried over, exclaiming, "Master Qin, you've arrived." The newcomer, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, was named Qin Changfang, a renowned appraisal master in Jiangnan City and a consultant for the appraisal studio. Qin Changfang approached, glancing at Fang Ning and then at the doorman. "Master Qin, this person claims she wants to have her treasure appraised, but I believe she is here to steal something," the doorman said, bracing himself, aware of his sour mood and the need to not let it affect Qin Changfang. Qin Changfang nodded, recognizing that such individuals were not uncommon, masquerading under the pretense of seeking an appraisal while intending to pilfer the studio's treasures. After having suffered losses in the past, the appraisal studio had since tightened its security, making it nearly impossible for just anyone to gain entry. "Do hurry and leave." The gatekeeper glared fiercely at Fang Ning, exuding an air that suggested he would resort to physical reprimand if Fang Ning did not depart. Qin Changfang, ignoring Fang Ning entirely, made his way towards the antique appraisal room. However, as he passed in front of Fang Ning, he suddenly caught sight of the bracelet in Fang Ning's hand. This. Qin Changfang halted in his tracks. As a master of antique appraisal, he immediately recognized that the bracelet was extraordinary, though uncertain if it was a counterfeit. It certainly resembled a treasure. He regarded Fang Ning once more and inquired, "Do you wish to have this bracelet appraised?" Fang Ning nodded, stating if the price is right. "I intend to sell it." Instantly intrigued, Qin Changfang replied, "Then come with me. I too desire to examine this bracelet." Fang Ning followed him into the appraisal room, deliberately casting a glance at the gatekeeper, who felt somewhat disgruntled, having not anticipated that Fang Ning was indeed there for an appraisal. Old Qin. Numerous individuals greeted Qin Changfang along the way, attesting to his esteemed reputation within the antique appraisal establishment. Fang Ning and Qin Changfang entered a room filled with various appraisal instruments. Qin Changfang gestured to a tray on the table. "Young man, please present your bracelet for my inspection." Fang Ning complied and placed the bracelet in the tray. After a cursory examination, Qin Changfang's expression changed dramatically. He realized this was no ordinary bracelet. He promptly donned a pair of white gloves, picked up the bracelet, and began a meticulous inspection. Soon enough, he raised his head to look at Fang Ning, asking, "Where did you acquire this bracelet?" "It has been passed down from my ancestors." "No further questions. It is simply a family heirloom." "You wish to sell this bracelet?" "Indeed. Are you aware of its origin?" Qin Changfang decided to test Fang Ning's knowledge. Should Fang Ning be ignorant, he would not hesitate to be less courteous. In business, one should not dwell on moralities. Fang Ning nodded. "How could I not know about a treasure passed down from my ancestors?" "This is a yellow crystal jade bracelet. Reputed to have originated from the Ming dynasty during the Chenghua reign, it is undoubtedly an antique among antiques." Qin Changfang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Fang Ning's understanding of such matters, realizing he could not easily take advantage of him. "Young man, since this bracelet is an heirloom, why do you wish to part with it?" "My mother is ill and requires surgery. I must sell this bracelet to afford the medical expenses." "And what price do you seek?" 1,500,000, Fang Ning replied after a moment of contemplation, given that the system had appraised it at 1 million. Asking for 1,500,000 did not seem unreasonable. 1,500,000? Qin Changfang raised an eyebrow, surprised at Fang Ning's precise quotation. The bracelet was indeed valued around 1 million, but typically would not command 1,500,000. Qin Changfang decided to further test Fang Ning. I cannot offer 1,500,000. The most I can provide is 800,000. Fang Ning shook his head resolutely. No, I insist on 1,500,000. This exchange was a delicate game of mutual testing. The first to concede would lose. The young man remarked, 1,500,000 is truly unattainable. Master Qin inquired, then how much do you intend to offer? Fang Ning discerned that Qin Changfang wished to acquire the bracelet directly, bypassing the appraisal agency. I can offer no more than 1 million, Qin Changfang stated, revealing the price set by the system, demonstrating his keen insight. Otherwise, he would not thrive in this profession as a consultant for the appraisal agency. 1,200,000. Master Qin, should you offer 1,200,000, this bracelet shall be yours. Otherwise, I shall have to present it to others. Fang Ning was reluctant to part with it for merely 1 million. After all, the system had appraised it at that price. Was it not reasonable to seek a slight premium? The outcome depended solely on Qin Changfang's agreement. If he declined, Fang Ning could always seek alternatives. Chapter 10. 1,200,000. The surgery fee is secured. 1,200,000. Qin Changfang pondered, weighing whether the sum was justified. Very well, he acquiesced. The quality of the bracelet was indeed exceptional. Even if sold elsewhere, 1,200,000 was a feasible price. However, once Qin Changfang acquired it and held it for a moment, selling it for 2 million would pose no challenge. This is the celebrity effect, though the item remains unchanged. Its value ascends significantly when associated with a renowned figure. Master Qin, how forthright! Fang Ning beamed with delight. Subsequently, the two concluded the transaction, with Fang Ning transferring the bracelet to Qin Changfang and his bank account swelling by 1,200,000. With joy, Fang Ning exited the appraisal agency. Upon reaching the entrance, he approached the guard, saying, "Allow me to show you something remarkable." The guard, perplexed, watched as Fang Ning opened his phone to display the bank transfer information. The guard's astonishment was palpable. 1,200,000? Indeed. Fang Ning noted proudly. I just sold that bracelet for 1,200,000. The guard's face turned pale, realizing Fang Ning was mocking him. Brother, I truly did not intend any offense. It was our manager's directive to restrict entry to those poorly dressed. No matter, just be more observant next time you see me. Fang Ning waved dismissively, indicating he would not hold a grudge. Was he a petty individual? Indeed, if one does not reveal their temperament, others may forever perceive them as weak and easily bullied. Next time, the guard looked at Fang Ning in confusion, contemplating that possessing one treasure was already remarkable. Who would desire many? Fang Ning dismissed the need for explanation and departed. In the appraisal room, Qin Changfang sat, continuously examining the bracelet he had just purchased. The quality was indeed splendid. It exhibited no signs of wear or damage. This struck him as peculiar. How could such a genuine treasure show no signs of deterioration? Even with the best preservation, after centuries, some wear would be expected. No, I must consult someone regarding this. Could it be that he had misjudged? With that thought, Qin Changfang retrieved his phone and made a call. Soon, an elderly gentleman arrived. He was Zhang Yuanda, a close friend of Qin Changfang and also a master in the art of appraisal. Old Qin, what did you summon me for? Old Zhang, take a look at this bracelet. Qin Changfang pushed the bracelet forward, and upon glancing at it, Zhang Yuanda's eyes brightened. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. He provided an immediate assessment. Although he had yet to examine it meticulously, his intuition told him it was authentic. Qin Changfang chuckled, of course. I know it's a treasure, but haven't you noticed something peculiar? Peculiar? Zhang Yuanda pondered for a moment, scrutinizing the bracelet closely, and indeed, he discovered something unusual. Old Qin, this bracelet appears far too new, doesn't it? It is a yellow crystal jade bracelet, crafted during the Ming dynasty, yet its condition seems rather abnormal. Zhang Yuanda began to contemplate further. A bracelet produced in the Ming dynasty should not look this pristine. Could it be that old Qin misjudged? This seemed improbable. He shook his head, well aware that Qin Changfang was no ordinary individual and had not made a misjudgment in many years. After careful consideration, Zhang Yuanda conceded. There's a possibility. For instance, if the bracelet were immersed in oil or honey, it could preserve its luster for centuries without fading. Qin Changfang shook his head. The passage of hundreds of years cannot be so simply preserved. Zhang Yuanda nodded in agreement, acknowledging Qin Changfang's assertion. Old Qin, how much did you acquire this bracelet for? 1 million. That price is quite reasonable. You haven't been taken advantage of. Zhang Yuanda stated earnestly. though I remain uncertain why this bracelet appears so new. It is undoubtedly authentic. You did not misjudge, old Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. While he had never doubted himself, the confirmation from a trusted friend allowed him to rest easy. He proceeded to the payment window to settle his mother's surgical fee of 500,000. After all, any excess would be refunded, and the hospital was unlikely to exploit him for additional funds. He then sought out Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou, I just paid 500,000. Please arrange for my mother's surgery promptly. What? Dr. Zhou was taken aback. Within a single day, the family had managed to gather 500,000? Curiosity piqued. Yet he was unsure how to inquire further. I see, Dr. Zhou realized. Only such a scenario could explain the swift accumulation of such funds. All right, we will arrange the surgery for your mother immediately. Dr. Zhou nodded. Xiao Feng, you need not worry. The success rate of the surgery is quite high, especially given the substantial fee you provided. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Mother, I've already paid the surgical fee. The operation should take place soon. You've settled the surgical fee? Ping was equally astonished. The family had no money left. How could her son afford the payment? Mother, you need not concern yourself with that. Just prepare yourself for the surgery. Ping nodded, refraining from further inquiries, though lingering doubts occupied her mind. The surgical expenses represent a substantial sum. How did the son manage to acquire such funds? Half an hour later, Dr. Zhou, accompanied by a nurse, arrived at the hospital room. Ms. Chun, we will conduct another examination. If all is well, your surgery can proceed tomorrow, he stated. Dr. Zhou had inquired with the billing clerk and confirmed that Bed 36 had indeed made a payment of 500,000. There is currently a total of 600,000 in the account. Thus, he felt it appropriate to bring the nurse to examine Ping. Otherwise, performing surgery would be out of the question unless the patient had settled sufficient fees. While Dr. Zhou was prone to compassion, the hospital operated under different principles. He was merely a physician and could not defy the hospital's directives unless he wished to jeopardize his position. After conducting the examination, he informed Ping that everything appeared normal and met the standards for surgery, advising her to prepare mentally for the procedure. Once the doctor departed, Ping turned to Fang Ning with astonishment. Xiao Ning, have you truly managed to pay the fees? Yes, Fang Ning replied, nodding solemnly, though she refrained from elaborating to her mother, as it was a complex matter to explain, especially since the family did not possess any ancestral treasures. Others might be unaware, but her mother certainly was not oblivious. Fang Ning picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Ting. Have you finished work? Chapter 11. The glazed bottle, I just got off work, Li Ting replied. After a brief pause, she sent another message. Fang Ning, is there something you need? Li Ting. I would like to treat you to a meal, Fang Ning responded. Treat me to a meal? Why? Li Ting inquirat surpresa. Sang Ning clarifiet. I intend to return the 10,000 yuan to you. No rush, I don't need it urgently. My mother's surgery fees are covered, so I'll return the money to you. Really, there's no need to hurry. I have another matter I would like to ask of you. Fang Ning sent another message, and Li Ting finally agreed. They arranged to meet on the pedestrian street. What could Fang Ning want from me? Li Ting pondered, a shy smile gracing her face. She exited the office building and made her way to the pedestrian street to await Fang Ning. Soon, Fang Ning arrived. Li Ting, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's all right, I just got here as well, Li Ting replied with a sweet smile. She added, Fang Ning, truly. You need not rush to return the money. I can assist you with other matters. Fang Ning nodded. I found a vase on the antique street, but the price negotiation fell through. I would like you to help me purchase it. She explained the situation regarding the glazed bottle. She could not buy it herself, as the vendor would certainly become suspicious. Hence, she could only enlist Li Ting's help. Sure, Li Ting readily agreed. The two then proceeded to the antique street. Along the way, Fang Ning handed Li Ting 1,000 yuan. A few hundred could secure the purchase. How about we use the remainder to enjoy hot pot? Li Ting's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. She then asked, Fang Ning, are you interested in dealing in antiques? I suppose so, Fang Ning nodded. The two individuals arrived at the antique street. Fang Ning maintained a respectful distance, merely pointing out the location and describing the shape of the glass bottle to Li Ting. I understand. Li Ting nodded and proceeded toward the stall. Upon noticing a beautiful woman approaching, the vendor's eyes sparkled with interest. Beautiful lady, what would you like to buy? I'm just browsing, Li Ting casually replied as she surveyed the items. Fang Ning had advised her not to purchase the glass bottle outright, as it might raise the vendor's suspicions. She first picked up a ceramic vase and inquired, is it free? You can give it to me without charge. The vendor, ever generous in the presence of attractive women, responded, of course, it's on the house. Really? Li Ting was somewhat taken aback. While she recognized her own appeal, she had not expected to receive free items. Yes, it's not worth much anyway, the vendor grinned broadly, but I would love to add you on WeChat. Then I'll just pay you. Li Ting shook her head. The vendor looked disappointed. How about 50 yuan then? Li Ting nodded, but hesitated to reach for her money. Instead, eyeing the glass bottle. Is this a beer bottle? She asked, certain that she had not been mistaken, as Fang Ning had mentioned that the glass bottle resembled a beer bottle. Of course not, my dear. This is a glass bottle, and it's quite valuable. The vendor quickly clarified. Is it really that expensive? Could you lower the price a bit? That is already the lowest price, he asserted. Li Ting then picked up the earlier vase. What if I buy both for 200 yuan? If not, I'll pass. All right. The vendor readily agreed, knowing that selling for 200 yuan would still yield profit, especially since selling to a beautiful woman was always a delight. Thank you, vendor, Li Ting sweetly expressed, nearly melting the vendor's heart. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of suitors this beauty might attract. The thought alone was enviable. Li Ting paid 200 yuan and took home both bottles. She approached Fang Ning and handed him the glass bottle. Fang Ning, is this the one? Indeed. Fang Ning nodded, confirming it as the same glass bottle he had observed the previous day, valued at 300,000. However, apart from him, no one else knew its worth. Thank you, Li Ting, Fang Ning said gratefully. Shall we go for hot pot? He then inquired. How much did you spend on this glass bottle? 200 yuan. She revealed the remaining 800 yuan. Fang Ning, you should keep this 800. Let's skip the hot pot. It's too expensive. Let us just grab some fried noodles instead. Not all. We shall have hot pot, Fang Ning declared with generosity. My mother's surgery fees are covered. Dr. Zhou has assured me that the operation can take place tomorrow. So soon? Li Ting was astonished. She felt happy for Fang Ning, though she was curious about how he managed to gather the funds. After all, undergoing surgery requires a substantial sum of money. Fang Ning, you haven't resorted to selling antiques to cover your surgical expenses, have you? Li Ting inquired with curiosity. It was the only possibility she could fathom. Otherwise, it might be a stroke of luck from a lottery win. Bingo! Fang Ning snapped her fingers, not intending to conceal anything from Li Ting. While strolling through the antique street yesterday, I stumbled upon a bracelet. Can you guess how much I earned? How much? Li Ting ventured. 200,000? Incorrect, guess again. Fang Ning chuckled. Aim higher. Li Ting was taken aback. 300,000? 400,000? Try again. 80,000? Li Ting's voice quivered slightly. Finally, Fang Ning revealed the astonishing figure. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. Li Ting's jaw nearly dropped. She could hardly believe it. She would have to work decades to accumulate that sum. Fang Ning, did you truly sell an antique for 1,200,000? Li Ting was somewhat skeptical. You didn't win 120,000 in the lottery and are just telling me it was from selling antiques, right? She still harbored doubts that the winner mentioned in the news was indeed Fang Ning, as the voice sounded so familiar. The fortunate winner is definitely not me. Fang Ning replied, somewhat exasperated. I've already told you I have 1,200,000. If it were from a lottery, why need to hide it from you? Li Ting pondered for a moment and realized the logic in her words. Fang Ning picked up her phone and said, Li Ting, I've transferred that 10,000 to you. I will always remember this favor. Chapter 12, The Ex-Girlfriend. Fang Ning confided in Li Ting about the 1,200,000 because she genuinely trusted her. After all, the other party had proactively lent her money. What was there not to trust? Had it been someone else, Fang Ning would certainly have kept the figure to herself. True sincerity begets true sincerity. The two ventured into a hot pot restaurant, with Fang Ning deliberately selecting a more upscale venue to express her gratitude. Not only had Li Ting lent her money, but she had also assisted in purchasing the glass bottle. Although Fang Ning had other means to acquire the bottle, Li Ting's help was invaluable. Fang Ning, we don't need to choose such an extravagant hot pot restaurant, do we? It's nothing. Spending this little is inconsequential. Seeing Li Ting hesitate to enter, Fang Ning took her hand and gently ushered her inside, creating a moment of subtle intimacy between them. Li Ting felt her cheeks flush, thinking about how many people were watching and how Fang Ning could dare to be so forward, unless it was in private. Welcome. Please come in, the hostess greeted them. Guided by the waitress, they took a seat, and the server presented the menu, handing it to Li Ting at Fang Ning's nod. Li Ting, feel free to order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for me. Let us keep it simple. We want to be able to eat much. Li Ting suggested, selecting only a broth and a few dishes. Fang Ning, however, was not satisfied with this modest selection. She took the menu back and ordered several additional items. After purchasing the glass bottle, there is still 800 left. We might as well spend it all. Having a bit extra isn't a concern. Li Ting felt a twinge of regret over the money spent. Yet upon noticing that Fang Ning had already placed the order, she refrained from voicing her concerns. In truth, she harbored a sense of joy, as it had been quite some time since she had indulged in hot pot, especially in the company of friend. The two of them happily savored their meal, engaging in casual conversation, creating an atmosphere that was both harmonious and tinged with a hint of flirtation. To be honest, this was the first time Li Ting had dined alone with a male companion in her life. Although a flicker of anxiety stirred within her, it was overshadowed by the prevailing happiness. Fang Ning. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their moment. Li Ting's expression shifted to one of panic. Fearing they had been spotted by a colleague, Fang Ning turned to the source of the voice, raising an eyebrow in surprise, for it was not an old co-worker, but rather his ex-girlfriend, Chen Mimi. "Oh, Fang Ning, is this your new girlfriend?" Chen Mimi remarked sarcastically. "She doesn't seem all that impressive. I see you must be quite famished." Li Ting caught sight of the elegantly adorned Chen Mimi and felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. Chen Mimi was dazzling, adorned in gold and silver, while Li Ting, dressed modestly, appeared like a mere ugly duckling in comparison. However, beneath her unembellished exterior, Li Ting possessed considerable beauty. With a touch of adornment, she would undoubtedly shine far brighter than Chen Mimi. "What does it matter to you?" Fang Ning shot a glare at Chen Mimi, his distaste unmistakable. The reason for their split was etched in his memory. Chen Mimi had betrayed him for a wealthy heir, unceremoniously discarding Fang Ning in the process. His heart had shattered at the time, and it took him 6 long months to recover. Once he gained clarity, he realized that Chen Mimi was not worth his tears. Thus, upon seeing her now, only disdain lingered in his heart. "Fang Ning," Chen Mimi's anger flared, taken aback by his response. During their breakup, Fang Ning had been inconsolable, and now he seemed transformed. Just as she was about to retort, a wealthy man approached them. "Darling, do you know them?" Chen Mimi linked her arm with the affluent man's. "Hao Ge, he is a classmate from university." She turned to Fang Ning. "Hao Ge owns a jewelry store and has gifted me countless pieces of gold and silver jewelry." She flaunted her golden hairpin and twisted the ring on her finger, reveling in her sense of superiority. Fang Ning remained polite yet firm. "Get lost." He noticed that Chen Mimi's presence soured his appetite, though thankfully, they had nearly finished their meal. Otherwise, it would have truly been a deterrent. "How do you speak like that?" Observing Fang Ning's poor attitude, Hao Ge decided to defend Chen Mimi, eager to assert his masculinity. Fang Ning returned his glare. "You can leave too." Feeling the intensity of Fang Ning's gaze, Hao Ge instinctively recoiled slightly, a hint of trepidation creeping in. Nonetheless, to save face, he steeled himself. "Kid, do you know who I am? I could sell just one item for more than your entire annual salary." Chen Mimi resumed her ostentatious display, caressing the bracelet on her wrist. "Fang Ning, this jade bracelet was gifted to me by Hao Ge. Do you have any idea of its worth? 100,000. That is more than your annual salary." "Isn't it? Jade bracelet?" Fang Ning chuckled, remarking that it seemed more akin to plastic. Upon hearing this, the corners of Hao Ge's mouth twitched, betraying a hint of anxiety as if his facade had been pierced. Chen Mimi, oblivious to this nuance, retorted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. This is undoubtedly a jade bracelet. On what grounds do you claim it's plastic? Clearly, you've never experienced the world." Hao Ge chimed in, "Mimi, individuals who lack worldly experience often behave this way. Let us not stoop to his level. It's beneath us." Even if a jadeite bracelet were placed before him, he would mistake it for plastic. Hao Ge steadied his nerves, convinced that Fang Ning lacked the discernment to recognize the bracelet on Chen Mimi's wrist as counterfeit. Though it was indeed a fake, it was a high-quality imitation. As long as he kept quiet, who would know? "I've never experienced the world." Fang Ning laughed. "Since you both possess such thick skin, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. How do you intend to be discourteous?" Chen Mimi puffed out her chest, feigning indifference to Fang Ning's presence. Fang Ning smiled and turned to a nearby waiter, requesting, "Could you please bring me a basin of clear water?" This was an upscale hot pot restaurant, and the waiter promptly provided a basin of water. Chen Mimi, perplexed, inquired, "Fang Ning, what do you mean by that?" Li Ting also looked at Fang Ning in confusion, unsure of his intentions. However, Hao Ge's expression changed dramatically. Though not a professional, he owned a jewelry store and was well aware of how to authenticate the jade bracelet. "Chen Mimi, you assert that your bracelet is genuine?" Fang Ning repeated. Chen Mimi nodded, insisting that the bracelet was indeed authentic, as Hao Ge would never gift her a fake. "Very well," Fang Ning replied. "Toss your bracelet into the water and see whether it sinks directly or wobbles before settling." Naturally, Chun Mimi was defiant. She removed the bracelet from her wrist, prepared to throw it into the basin. Go hurriedly interjected, Mimi, why engage with someone like this? It's pointless. They harbor a resentment towards the affluent. Even if we are right, they will never acknowledge us. Chapter 13. The Foolish Woman. Zhang Jinghao was acutely aware that he could not allow Chun Mimi to verify the bracelet's authenticity. It was imperative that she did not cast it into the water. He understood that the bracelet was fake, made of plastic, with uneven texture that wouldn't sink straight to the bottom, but would instead wobble as it descended. Mimi, we cannot heed his words, Zhang Jinghao insisted. Doing so would be falling into his trap. Chun Mimi found his reasoning compelling and turned to Fang Ning, saying, Fang Ning, you will not sow discord among us. I will not fall for your trick. Fang Ning laughed. Chun Mimi, do you not sense that this rotund fellow is quite anxious? I'm not anxious at all. Zhang Jinghao stubbornly denied. If you're not anxious, then why not give it a try? Fang Ning remarked that as long as Chun Mimi tossed the bracelet into the water, the truth would be revealed. Zhang Jinghao, drenched in cold sweat, felt his voice tremble. What is real, and what is false. I could never deceive Mimi. He turned to Chun Mimi and implored, Mimi, I truly have not lied to you. You must believe me. Fang Ning interjected. Only the guilty would utter such words. The more you insist, the more it reveals your guilt. Zhang Jinghao was momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Mimi began to harbor doubts. Brother Hao, could it be that he is telling the truth? Is this bracelet really made of plastic? Of course not. Zhang Jinghao quickly denied. It is genuine. How could I possibly give you a fake bracelet? Then let us test it, Chun Mimi insisted. Her suspicion had already taken root, and regardless of Zhang Jinghao's reassurances, she felt compelled to verify the authenticity of the bracelet. No. Zhang Jinghao attempted to protest, but Chun Mimi had already tossed the bracelet into the water. With a splash, the bracelet did not sink immediately, but instead bobbed uncertainly. Fang Ning explained, it is floating due to its uneven density. Chun Mimi was taken aback. Is it truly fake? She glared fiercely at Zhang Jinghao. You gave me a counterfeit? The humiliation was unbearable. She had never been given a false gift in her life, and her anger surged. And no, Zhang Jinghao stubbornly insisted, the bracelet is genuine. It merely has a lighter composition, which causes it to float. To his surprise, Chun Mimi seemed to waver. Is it really real? Observing her naivety, Fang Ning felt that he had been blind to have been attracted to such a shallow woman. Even if it were lighter, it could not possibly float so easily. He stated directly, this bracelet is indeed fake. Chun Mimi, you cannot possibly be so devoid of common sense. Chun Mimi hesitated, torn between her loyalty to Zhang Jinghao and the monetary gifts he had bestowed upon her. Mimi, Zhang Jinghao called out. I'm not the sort of man who would skimp on money. How could I give you a fake bracelet? If you do not believe me, I will give you an even finer one another day. Chun Mimi's demeanor brightened. All right. Thank you, Brother Hao. She retrieved the bracelet from the water and turned to Fang Ning, declaring, Fang Ning, I will not be swayed by your attempts to sow discord, for I am a wise woman. Fang Ning nearly erupted in laughter. You wise? If you were truly wise, you would not have been deceived into bed by a wealthy heir. Fortunately for Fang Ning, he did not emerge empty-handed. After 6 months of dating, he had already shared an intimate bond with Chun Mimi. Had that not been the case, he would have faced a significant loss. However, it was precisely this connection that left him reeling for over half a year after Chun Mimi's betrayal. What are you laughing at? Chun Mimi exclaimed, visibly displeased. Although she was aware that Zhang Jinghao was likely deceiving her, she chose to believe him, not out of foolishness, but because he promised her superior jewelry. She resolved to be more vigilant in the future, convinced that she would not be misled again. What a foolish woman she was. Fang Ning shook her head and sighed. Fortunately, this foolish woman was no longer her concern. Otherwise, she would truly be driven to madness. Mei, let's ignore him, Zhang Jinghao declared, asserting that there was no point in engaging with such a person. Let us go enjoy hot pot instead. Chun Mei nodded, huffed at Fang Ning, and followed Zhang Jinghao to a table across the way. It had been over half a year since graduation, and there was no sign of progress. Fang Ning shook her head, muttering to herself, though her speed in finding men has certainly improved. Hearing her mumbling, Li Ting inquired, Fang Ning, is she your ex-girlfriend? Fang Ning nodded, but there is no longer any connection between us. She is her own person, and I am mine. He had completely moved on from Chun Mei, realizing that she was not a woman worth his time. Ever since she had gone to the hotel with a wealthy heir, any possibility between them had vanished. Oh, Li Ting răspundea, visibly relieva. She had been concerned that Fang Ning and Chun Mei were entangled in some unresolved matter. In that case, when they reached Li Ting's building, Would she dare say she was thirsty? Would Li Ting refuse her? As Fang Ning pondered these chaotic thoughts, a figure approached him. Young man, we meet again. Fang Ning looked up to find Qin Changfang, the esteemed consultant from the antique appraisal studio. Master Qin? Fang Ning nodded. Are you here for hot pot as well? What puzzled him was why Qin Changfang would greet him. Given his stature, it seemed unlikely he would initiate such an interaction. Noticing Fang Ning's confusion, Qin Changfang smiled. Young man, this glass bottle belongs to you, does it not? He pointed to the bottle on the table, having spotted it at a glance, which piqued his curiosity. Yes, it is, Fang Ning confirmed with a nod. Qin Changfang chuckled. This bottle wouldn't happen to be a family heirloom, would it? He discerned that Fang Ning was indeed an antique enthusiast. Recognizing that the jade bracelet he previously possessed was also not a family relic, but rather a find from elsewhere. Master Qin, to be honest, I discovered this glass bottle at a street market, Fang Ning admitted, aware that he could not deceive someone of Qin Changfang's caliber. Qin Changfang nodded. This glass bottle is quite remarkable. Its quality is commendable. Young man, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Luck seems to be on my side, Fang Ning smiled. Master Qin, are you interested in this glass bottle? Chapter 14. A serious matter arises. Fang Ning considered Qin Changfang to be a promising trading partner. If he could sell the glass bottle to him, it would spare him the trouble of making a trip to the antique appraisal studio. Certainly, Qin Changfang replied. How much do you wish to sell it for? Master Qin, you can discern that this is a rare glazed vase from the Yuan dynasty, remarked Fang Ning. Initially, it was to be sold for 500,000, but as a favor to a familiar acquaintance, I can let it go for 400,000. Qin Changfang chuckled. Young man, you truly have a knack for business. If I am not mistaken, this vase is worth no more than 300,000, correct? Fang Ning was taken aback, astonished at the other's keen perception in appraising the vase's true value. Just as he was about to concede, Qin Changfang interjected, however, young man, since you mentioned 400,000, I shall agree to that price, but you must accept one condition. What condition? Fang Ning inquired, willing to acquiesce to any reasonable stipulation, provided it was not excessive like selling oneself. After all, a condition worth 10,000 was hardly something he could refuse. In truth, selling oneself wasn't entirely off the table, but it would require a higher fee. After all, one must earn a living. Unbeknownst to Qin Changfang, Fang Ning's peculiar thoughts were far from his mind. He continued, you simply need to inform me how you preserve the bracelet I sold you yesterday. His visit to Fang Ning was predicated on this inquiry. After all, a mere vase would not warrant such an elaborate endeavor. How did I preserve it? Sung Ning Boset. I didn't preserve it at all. He indeed had no means of preservation, having only possessed the bracelet for a day. The very notion of preservation seemed far-fetched. You didn't preserve it? Qin Changfang was momentarily taken aback. If he didn't preserve it, why does it appear so pristine? Fang Ning comprehended the implications of Qin Changfang's question. While he hadn't preserved the bracelet, he had utilized a system to restore it, rendering it remarkably new. However, how could he communicate this to Qin Changfang? After some contemplation, Fang Ning replied, Master Qin, I did not preserve the bracelet. I merely performed some simple restoration. Qin Changfang's eyes widened. Are you implying that it is your restoration that has rendered the bracelet so immaculate? Precisely, Fang Ning nodded in affirmation. The system restored it, which is tantamount to my own restoration. After all, no one else would be the wiser. Impressive, Qin Changfang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Such exceptional restoration techniques are a rarity to behold. To rejuvenate an item to such an extent is simply astonishing. It's no great feat. Fang Ning replied with a smile. Master Qin, should you have any items in need of restoration, feel free to bring them to me. As long as the restoration fee is satisfactory, I shall oblige. Suddenly, he recognized this as a lucrative opportunity, restoring antiques for others while earning a profit from the fees. You truly possess the ability to restore antiques? Qin Changfang asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did you study artifact restoration in university? Not at all. Fang Ning shook his head, aware that he could not hide the truth from Qin Changfang. Given the latter's connections, it would take little effort for him to uncover the reality. One must refrain from uttering words that would undoubtedly reveal one's intentions. However, Qin Changfang relentlessly pursued the matter, inquiring, how is it that you are capable of restoring artifacts, and with such confidence? This is rather inconvenient to disclose. Fang Ning evaded the question, as she found herself at a loss for words, knowing that the more one spoke, the more mistakes one could make. Qin Changfang nodded, ceasing further inquiries, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. Allow me to transfer 400,000 to you. Please sell me this glass vase, he proposed. No problem. I appreciate your support for my business, Master Qin, Fang Ning replied, and the two parties joyfully completed their transaction. Li Ting, who had been observing from the side, was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that the glass vase she had assisted Fang Ning in acquiring would sell for such a hefty sum of 400,000. This was no fabrication, as she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Just as Qin Changfang was about to depart, Zhang Jinghao rushed over, exclaiming, Master Qin. Master Qin. Qin Changfang furrowed his brow. Who are you? I am Zhang Jinghao, he replied. Do you not recall? We dined together just last month. I do not remember. Qin Changfang shook his head. He had shared meals with countless individuals and could not possibly retain every name. Zhang Jinghao felt somewhat deflated, but quickly regained his composure. I have opened a jewelry store and wish to invite you to. Not interested, Qin Changfang interjected, shaking his head and turning to leave. Master Qin. Zhang Jinghao called out, attempting to halt him. This only incited Zhang Jinghao's frustration, feeling that Qin Changfang was entirely disregarding him. He boldly approached and grasped Qin Changfang's arm, determined to persuade him, unwilling to accept defeat. Surely, if he could not convince him, his wealth ought to sway him. What are you doing? Qin Changfang admonished coldly, finding Zhang Jinghao's actions exceedingly impolite. Such unruly behavior was unbecoming. Qin Changfang tugged at his sleeve, yearning to depart. Yet Zhang Jinghao clung on, unwilling to let him go, thinking that allowing Qin Changfang to leave would be a significant blow to his pride. Release me. I have nothing further to discuss with you, and I am occupied. Qin Changfang's irritation was palpable as he strode purposefully toward the exit, wishing to evade any further entanglement with Zhang Jinghao. Yet Zhang Jinghao persisted, Master Qin. Please hear me out. Thus, one marched toward the exit while the other clung on. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something shattered on the floor, reminiscent of a wine glass breaking. Qin Changfang glanced down, his expression darkening, for it was the very glass vase he had just purchased, now lying in shards. Zhang Jinghao, in a panic, exclaimed, Master Qin, I truly did not mean to. At that moment, Fang Ning approached, fixing her gaze on Zhang Jinghao. You actually broke Master Qin's glass vase. Do you have any idea how much it was worth? It's just a vase. It can't be worth much, Zhang Jinghao replied sheepishly. Not worth much. Fang Ning chuckled. This vase is valued at 400,000. Master Qin just bought it from me. You might as well prepare to compensate. He indeed seemed somewhat gleeful in misfortune. Since it was related to Qin Mimi, the more unfortunate, the better. This could be considered a case of hating the house and its crows. Impossible. Zhang Jinghao immediately retorted. How could a broken vase possibly be worth 400,000? Chapter 15. Does wealth truly confer superiority? Although Zhang Jinghao was in the jewelry business, he had no knowledge of antiques. He thought to himself that it was merely a vase. It could not possibly hold such a value. This was more outrageous than robbing a bank. In truth, he was aware of the possibility, but was reluctant to acknowledge it. After all, admitting it would mean he had to compensate 400,000. Qin Changfang, suppressing his anger, remarked, This is a glass vase. It is quite normal for it to be valued in the hundreds of thousands. I just spent 400,000 purchasing it from him. He presented the transfer information to Zhang Jinghao to leave him speechless, forcing him to pay up to settle the matter. Upon seeing the transfer details, Zhang Jinghao was taken aback. He had not expected the shattered vase to truly be worth 400,000. Could it be? Zhang Jinghao stammered. Could the vase have been broken to begin with? How else could it shatter with just a touch? The vase must have been broken from the start. Qin Mimi interjected. How could Fang Ning, a mere pauper, possibly possess any antiques? She had also grasped the situation. Fang Ning had sold a vase to Qin Changfang for 400,000. How could this be possible? It was absolutely inconceivable. Qin Changfang fixed his gaze on Qin Mimi. Are you implying that at my age, I am so blind as to not discern whether the glass vase is intact? Qin Changfang was naturally an imposing figure. Just a glance from him made Qin Mimi's scalp tingle. She understood that he was not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Jinghao was equally aware of the gravity of the situation. And Master Qin, I truly did not mean to, he stammered, thinking how incredibly unfortunate it was that he had to compensate 400,000 for something he had not even done. Regardless of your intentions, you have shattered my glass vase, Qin Changfang stated in a low voice. Of course, if you're unwilling to compensate, you may choose not to, as long as you do not regret it. His words carried a menacing undertone. Given Qin Changfang's influence, he could easily make Zhang Jinghao's life in Jiangnan City unbearable. I will compensate. Zhang Jinghao sighed. Master Qin, this matter is my fault. Please do not take it to heart. It is merely a vase. Why should I compensate 400,000? Chun Mimi began to complain, still feeling somewhat aggrieved, thinking how wonderful it would be if the 400,000 were given to her instead. Fang Ning interjected, Mimi, are you suggesting that Master Qin is intentionally extorting you? This is nothing but extortion. Chun Mimi retorted bluntly, brother Hao merely tugged at it. How could anyone know the vase would shatter? Qin Changfang's expression darkened further. Given his status, why would he need to extort others? Moreover, 400,000 was hardly a significant sum to him. What truly infuriated him was that Chun Mimi dared to tarnish his reputation, a transgression he could never tolerate. Even if we must compensate, it should only be half. Chun Mimi continued to speak, pondering whether if half could be saved, brother Hao might reward himself accordingly. Do not utter another word. Zhang Jinghao shot a glare at Chun Mimi, then turned to Qin Changfang, stating, Master Qin, I shall compensate you with 400,000. Present your mobile, and I shall transfer the amount immediately. Qin Changfang nodded, his expression softening slightly, as he presented the payment code to Zhang Jinghao. With a pained heart, Zhang Jinghao reluctantly paid the sum, fully aware that failing to do so would jeopardize his standing in Jiangnan City. Qin Changfang departed without hesitation, and this time, Zhang Jinghao dared not impede him, fearing that the man might possess yet another treasure, the loss of which would demand even greater recompense. Brother Hao, do not be upset. Let us continue enjoying hot pot. Chun Mimi consoled Zhang Jinghao, recognizing his displeasure. A sudden loss of several 100,000 would dampen anyone's spirits. Eat your mother. Zhang Jinghao cursed vehemently, completely disregarding Chun Mimi's feelings. To him, she was merely a woman motivated by money. He could easily find another. Tears welled in Chun Mimi's eyes. She never anticipated such treatment from Zhang Jinghao, who resembled the wealthy heir she once knew, utterly failing to appreciate her worth. What bad luck! Zhang Jinghao continued to vent his frustrations, inadvertently stepping on shards of the shattered glass bottle before storming out. With a soft thud, Chun Mimi's tears fell freely, feeling increasingly aggrieved. How could Zhang Jinghao treat her this way? Did wealth confer the right to disregard her humanity? Observing this, Fang Ning offered no sympathy, instead remarking sarcastically, Chun Mimi, you truly have a knack for attracting the wrong sort of people. He mused to himself that she was indeed a foolish woman. Brother Hao, wait for me. Ignoring Fang Ning's jibe, Chun Mimi hurried after the already exited Zhang Jinghao. Indeed, wealth seemed to command respect, and her grievances could only be endured in silence. Alas, Fang Ning shook his head, acknowledging her beauty while deeming her devoid of intelligence. He believed that Chun Mimi exhibited no self-respect, only degrading herself further. Li Ting approached and inquired, Fang Ning, do you still care for her? Of course not. Fang Ning quickly replied, I have long moved on. How could I still care for such a woman? Just then, a server arrived, broom in hand, intending to sweep up the shards to prevent any injuries to other patrons. Wait a moment. Fang Ning called to the server. Could you please gather those shards for me? I have use for them. What use could they possibly have in such a state? The server asked, puzzled. Do not concern yourself with that. Just collect them for me. Fang Ning insisted, his tone firm, knowing that without such firmness, the server would only pose more questions. Very well, the server acquiesced, retrieving a plastic bag to collect the shards. A smile finally graced Fang Ning's face as he nodded appreciatively at the server. After settling the bill, the two exited the hot pot restaurant. Fang Ning remarked, all right, as long as you ensure I don't have to go upstairs. Since we haven't progressed to that stage in our relationship yet. The location was conveniently close to Li Ting's rented apartment, allowing them to walk there without the need for a taxi. Along the way, Li Ting inquired, Fang Ning, what do you intend to do with the shards of the bottle? She was perplexed by the question, as many of the pieces had shattered into dust, resembling mere refuse. Did I not mention to Master Qin earlier that I possess the ability to repair objects? Fang Ning replied with a smile. Although these fragments are beyond recognition, I'm eager to see if I can restore them. Chapter 16. The Remarkable Ability of Restoration. Upon hearing Fang Ning's words, Li Ting was taken aback. You wish to repair something in such a state? Well, why not give it a try? Fang Ning smiled enigmatically, reasoning that it was merely an experiment with no real risk involved. With the assistance of the system, as long as the remnants existed, even ash could be restored. Successfully mending this glass bottle could yield a profit of 3 to 400,000. Selling the same bottle twice would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Li Ting expressed her skepticism but refrained from further comment, recognizing that this was Fang Ning's personal endeavor. She was merely a former colleague, and at most, a friend, lacking the authority to impose her opinions. Soon, they arrived at the base of the apartment building. I've arrived, Fang Ning thought to himself, initially considering expressing his thirst and suggesting a visit to Li Ting's apartment. However, with the task of repairing the glass bottle occupying his mind, he found little room for anything else. Earning money was paramount. Personal matters could wait. Li Ting was somewhat astonished that Fang Ning did not even entertain the thought of trying. Was he truly so principled? Did he perceive himself as lacking in charm? Contemplating this, she proactively suggested, Fang Ning, why don't you come upstairs for a bit? Women often exhibit this dichotomy, asserting disinterest while secretly desiring the very thing they deny. Nonet, sank ning krepriet. In the face of Li Ting's allure, he deemed the prospect of mending the glass bottle far more enticing, considering the potential earnings. Disappointed, Li Ting ascended the stairs, surprised that, despite her overt advances, Fang Ning chose to decline. Was her charm truly so lacking? She recalled Chun Mimi and surmised that Fang Ning must still harbor feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have rejected her. While they need not engage in anything explicit, surely they could spend some time upstairs. Li Ting shook her head, realizing Fang Ning's heart remained with Chun Mimi, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. She resolved to take things step by step. In truth, Li Ting had misjudged Fang Ning. Had it not been for the need to restore the glass bottle, he would have gladly accompanied her upstairs. Fang Ning's refusal stemmed from his commitment to the restoration project and the uncertainty of what might transpire should he join Li Ting. The pursuit of wealth was the only certainty. Money was unambiguous. It belonged to those who acquired it. Glass bottle, fragile, reparable, requires 100,000 yuan. Fang Ning was taken aback. The repair of a 1 million yuan bracelet had only cost 50,000, yet the restoration of this 30,000 yuan glass bottle demanded a staggering 100,000. It appeared that the expense incurred was not solely dependent on the item's value, but significantly influenced by the extent of its damage. Repair. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ning issued the command for restoration. Even if it cost 100,000, he could still earn 200,000, thus ensuring that he would not incur a loss. Repair successful. In the blink of an eye, the glass bottle was restored. What had once been a heap of shards now stood as a complete glass bottle, looking remarkably new, resembling a beer bottle even more. Haha, Fang Ning chuckled with pride. This ability to repair was nothing short of extraordinary. With such a skill, he felt invincible in the world. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Apart from antiques, could the system also repair other items? If it could restore other things, he would truly be unbeatable. All he would need to do was open a small clinic, catering to women in need, transforming them from women into youthful maidens. Surely, business would flourish, and he would earn a considerable fortune. After all, in today's society, there were far too many women with such needs, and customers would be abundant. Shaking off this strange line of thought, Fang Ning suppressed it, reasoning that he would be better off engaging in stone gambling. If he were to uncover an imperial green jade, its value could soar into the millions or even billions. He wondered how many women he would need to restore to earn that much. The cost-benefit ratio was entirely different. The next day, Fang Ning refrained from selling the glass bottle at the antique appraisal hall, for his mother, Chun Ping, was scheduled for surgery. Early in the morning, he hurried to the hospital to care for her. Due to the impending operation, she could not eat and was limited to sipping water. Xiao Ning. Chun Ping expressed her anxiety. After all, undergoing surgery was a significant matter, particularly a heart bypass operation. A moment's negligence could prove fatal. Fang Ning reassured her, Mom, don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. He too felt a twinge of concern, but he could not reveal it before his mother, lest she become even more anxious. Once he had calmed her nerves, Fang Ning sought out Dr. Zhou and discreetly handed him an envelope. Dr. Zhou, I truly appreciate your help this time. Dr. Zhou frowned and asked, Xiao Fang, what does this mean? It's nothing serious. Dr. Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Fang Ning replied, I simply wish to express my gratitude. My father passed away early. My mother raised me single-handedly. I cannot imagine my life without her. She is my only family in this world. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and said, Xiao Fang, I understand your feelings, but if I accept this envelope, I would not be a qualified doctor. Do you understand? Fang Ning nodded, yet he still extended the envelope to Dr. Zhou. He placed 20,000 yuan inside the envelope, hoping that Dr. Zhou would, out of gratitude for the red envelope, exert his utmost efforts in performing the surgery for his mother. However, Dr. Zhou was genuinely angered. Xiao Fang, how can a young person like you harbor such thoughts? Regardless of whether there is a red envelope or not, I will dedicate myself entirely to treating my patients. I will not falter in my efforts simply because there is no monetary incentive. Fang Ning did not anticipate Dr. Zhou's sternness and could only awkwardly respond, Dr. Zhou, I am truly sorry. I have offended you. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. I entrust my mother to you, Fang Ning said, bowing slightly to express his respect for Dr. Zhou's professional integrity. It is rare to encounter such a dedicated physician in today's world, where many have succumbed to worldly corruption. In truth, Dr. Zhou did not intend to reproach Fang Ning, understanding that the family of the patient often feels anxious. They mistakenly believe that by offering a bribe, the doctor will be more devoted, seeking a sense of peace for themselves. While other physicians may succumb to such temptations, Dr. Zhou steadfastly upholds the most fundamental principles. Indeed, the world can be quite sordid, yet there are always those who remain as pure as light. Chapter 17. Li Ting comes to visit. Half an hour later, Dr. Zhou, accompanied by a nurse, arrived at Fang Ning's mother's hospital room, and the nurse wheeled Fang Ning's mother into the operating room. Outside the operating room, Fang Ning clasped his hands tightly, beads of sweat forming and soaking his palms. She must be safe. She must. He fervently prayed in his heart. Though he was not one to believe in ghosts or deities, at this moment, he earnestly wished for divine protection over his mother. Fang Ning waited anxiously outside the operating room for 3 long hours, until finally, a figure emerged, Dr. Zhou. Fang Ning rushed forward. Dr. Zhou, how's my mother? She is well. The surgery went smoothly, and your mother is now safe, Dr. Zhou replied with a nod. A wave of relief washed over Fang Ning, and he felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Thank goodness, thank goodness. A smooth surgery is the greatest blessing. Dr. Zhou, may I go in to see my mother? Fang Ning inquired. Not just yet, Dr. Zhou shook his head. Once the nurse has tended to the incision, your mother will be brought out, and you can see her in the ward. Fang Ning nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Zhou. He could only express his gratitude, as the red envelope he offered had been declined. Truly, he was a commendable physician. Dr. Zhou nodded and departed. After 3 hours of surgery, he was now utterly exhausted and in need of rest. Another half hour passed, and finally, the nurse wheeled Chenping out. Mom. Fang Ning hurried forward, assessing his mother's condition. She appeared stable, albeit somewhat pale, yet her overall demeanor was reassuring. Fang Ning nodded at the nurse. Thank you for your efforts. It's nothing, she replied. Once in the ward, Fang Ning began to care for his mother attentively, ensuring she exhibited no signs of distress. Fortunately, Chenping was doing well, with no complications. As noon approached, Li Ting unexpectedly arrived here, claiming to visit Fang Ning's mother. In her hand, she held a thermos containing chicken soup, made with only a pinch of salt and devoid of any spices. Auntie, please enjoy it while it's warm. Li Ting sweetly urged. You must get better soon. That way, Fang Ning won't have to worry every day. Chenping nodded. Recognizing that Li Ting was a former colleague of Fang Ning, who had previously brought her a fruit basket during a visit, little did she expect that this time, Li Ting would thoughtfully prepare chicken soup. Thank you, dear. Chenping expressed her gratitude. Oh, there's no need for thanks. Fang Ning and I are friends, Li Ting replied, displaying a sense of maturity and consideration that greatly pleased Chenping, who mused about how wonderful it would be if Li Ting were her daughter-in-law. Li Ting's visit to Chenping was significantly influenced by the events of the previous night, particularly the astonishing fact that Fang Ning had made a staggering 400,000 yuan from selling a glass bottle. This was an unimaginable feat for Li Ting, prompting her to prepare the chicken soup and visit Fang Ning's mother, hoping to enhance a relationship with Fang Ning. Had it not been for the previous day's occurrence, Li Ting would have visited Chenping, but she likely wouldn't have gone out of her way to make the soup, as it seemed unnecessary, and preparing it was quite a hassle. Such is human nature. When one exhibits kindness, others naturally gravitate towards them. This is a common occurrence, and it is not without justification. Li Ting, thank you, Fang Ning said. You still have to work this afternoon, right? Yes, Li Ting nodded. Fang Ning continued. Then after you finish work tonight, I will return the thermos to you. As Li Ting departed, Fang Ning took the initiative to escort her downstairs, which brought Li Ting joy, knowing that her relationship with Fang Ning had grown closer. Her actions were vindicated. By preparing soup for Auntie, she had earned Fang Ning's consideration. Chenping nodded, observing, this girl is quite nice. Do you have any thoughts about her? Not really, Fang Ning replied, shaking his head. Let things unfold naturally. How can you not have thoughts? Chenping retorted. Such a wonderful girl. If you don't take the initiative, she'll belong to someone else. You're not getting any younger. It's time to find a wife. Mom. Fang Ning chuckled. Marriage isn't something to rush. If it's meant to be, it will be. If not, it won't. You can't force it. He viewed such matters with a sense of detachment, prioritizing his current focus on making money above all else. You're not taking the initiative. How can fate find you? Chenping urged. You should be more proactive and treat the girl well. Mom, please don't get worked up. I'm aware of it, Fang Ning replied, nodding. Focus on your health first. I know what I'm doing. Recognizing her son's determination, Chun Ping refrained from further commentary. As she savored the chicken soup in her hands, it tasted so sweet and fragrant, surely a dish prepared by a future daughter-in-law. Once she finished her soup, Fang Ning rose and said he resolved to seek out Qin Changfang once more, intending to sell the glass bottle to him, claiming it to be another piece, as the glass bottles originally came as a pair. His conviction in approaching Qin Changfang stemmed from the latter's sincerity and generosity in financial dealings. Upon arriving at the entrance of the antique appraisal studio, Fang Ning deliberately hesitated for a moment, recognizing that the doorman was the same as before. Stop. The doorman initially assumed Fang Ning was an insignificant individual, but upon recognizing him, his face contorted in surprise. Oh, it's you. You may enter. What do you mean, you may enter? Fang Ning furrowed his brow. I'm a guest of your antique appraisal studio. Can you not even utter a polite invitation? The doorman appeared reluctant, perceiving Fang Ning as merely an ordinary person who happened to possess an antique. Fang Ning's frown deepened. Should I call Master Qin and let him teach you some manners? The doorman immediately grew anxious, hastily replying, please do come in. Uncertain of Fang Ning's capabilities and whether he could indeed reach Qin Changfang, the doorman preferred to treat him with courtesy. Fang Ning scoffed softly. Striding confidently into the studio, aware that individuals like the doorman required a firm hand. If one did not assert themselves a few times, such people would grow arrogant, mistaking themselves for significant figures, when in reality they were merely gatekeepers. Being kind is commendable, but it is contingent upon the kindness of others. Otherwise, it becomes self-delusion. In the face of a condescending doorman, one need not extend goodwill. Such gestures do not honor the doorman, but rather undermine oneself. One should not always wear a foolish smile, harboring goodwill. No one cares. Books may advocate for smiling at others, but that is not necessarily correct. It is merely what is written. Chapter 18. The manager's surprise at the antique appraisal studio upon entering the antique appraisal studio. Fang Ning navigated effortlessly to Qin Changfang's appraisal room. However, this time he was halted by the studio's manager. Who are you? Manager Sun Hui scrutinized Fang Ning with skepticism. He immediately discerned that Fang Ning lacked the aura of wealth, unable to fathom how the doorman allowed such a person entry. Clearly, the doorman's role was not an easy one. I am here to see Master Qin, Fang Ning replied. You know old Qin? Sun Hui's demeanor shifted, realizing that anyone acquainted with old Qin was certainly not an ordinary individual. Of course I know him. Fang Ning began to embellish his connections. I am an old acquaintance of Master Qin, having conducted transactions with him on 2 occasions. Sun Hui paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. 1 transaction might be commonplace, but 2 signified a deeper familiarity. Then please follow me. I too wish to see old Qin. Sun Hui led the way, guiding Fang Ning to the door of Qin Changfang's chamber. He knocked gently and announced, Greetings, Master Qin. I am Sun Hui, and I have matters to discuss with you. A friend of yours is also eager to see you. Please come in. The voice of Qin Changfang resonated from within. Sun Hui entered, accompanied by Fang Ning. Qin Changfang nodded slightly at Sun Hui, acknowledging him as the manager of the antique appraisal studio, deserving of a modicum of respect. Then his gaze fell upon Fang Ning, and he exclaimed in surprise, Is it you? Observing Qin Changfang's astonishment, Sun Hui felt a twinge of unease, contemplating whether this individual truly recognized Master Qin. If he did, such surprise seemed unwarranted. Conversely, if he did not, the astonishment was equally perplexing. Greetings, Master Qin, Fang Ning said, nodding respectfully. I have come to present a treasure for your appraisal. With that, he produced a glass bottle and placed it upon Qin Changfang's desk. This, Qin Changfang, was rendered speechless. Isn't this the bottle that was shattered? Fang Ning, maintaining his composure, replied, This is a different glass bottle. I acquired it as a pair. A pair? Qin Changfang expressed skepticism. He picked up the bottle from the desk and began a meticulous examination, discovering it to be the very same bottle from the previous day, albeit in a more pristine condition. There was no doubt, it was indeed the same bottle. How did you manage this? Qin Changfang inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fang Ning chuckled. Master Qin, this glass bottle is genuinely part of the set. I assure you I am not deceiving you. He hesitated to admit that he had restored the bottle, fearing that if Qin Changfang dismissed it, he might claim the bottle as his own. Qin Changfang, astute and perceptive, discerned Fang Ning's apprehension and reassured him, Do not worry. Even if it is the bottle from yesterday, I would not lay claim to it. Fang Ning shook his head, insisting it truly is not. Qin Changfang scrutinized Fang Ning several times before musing aloud. Logically speaking, considering its previous state, restoration should be impossible. Fang Ning remained silent. Qin Changfang refrained from pressing further. Yet he harbored doubts about whether this glass bottle was indeed restored by Fang Ning. He was certain that he could not have achieved such a feat with the shattered remnants. It seemed evident to him that the glass bottle was indeed a pair, and Fang Ning had merely presented another one, as there was no other explanation for the situation at hand. At that moment, Sun Hui, filled with curiosity, interjected. The events unfolded as follows. Qin Changfang recounted the details of the previous day's incident. This is absolutely impossible. Sun Hui responded. I too believe it improbable. Qin Changfang nodded. Yet this glass bottle before us is strikingly similar to the one that shattered yesterday. His instinct was unwavering, and he rarely erred in such matters. Sun Hui turned to Fang Ning and inquired, is this glass bottle genuinely a pair, or have you restored it? Fang Ning remained silent, acknowledging that while the system had indeed restored it, he could not confess to that truth. Observing his reticence, both Qin Changfang and Sun Hui began to form suspicions, intuitively concluding that Fang Ning had indeed restored the glass bottle. Sun Hui contemplated further before posing another question. Dear brother, which university specializing in cultural relics did you graduate from? Sun Hui, sharing the same sentiment as Qin Changfang, assumed that Fang Ning must have graduated from such an institution and surely had a highly esteemed mentor. No, Fang Ning replied, shaking his head. I graduated from the Polytechnic University in the provincial capital. Polytechnic University? Sun Hui was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. How could someone from a Polytechnic University possess such exceptional restoration skills? After all, it involved reconstructing shattered pieces into a complete vase, an endeavor far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, and even many masters would falter. Only those discreetly acknowledged as industry luminaries could achieve such feats. Fang Ning remained silent, recognizing that the intricacies of the system were difficult to articulate, and he could not possibly explain it to others. Doing so would only lead them to perceive him as mad, potentially subjecting him to invasive studies. Qin Lao, may I have a look? Sun Hui inquired of Qin Changfang, who gestured affirmatively. Sun Hui carefully lifted the glass vase from the table, inspecting it meticulously. Ultimately, he was astounded to find no traces of restoration whatsoever. This was nothing short of miraculous. How could there be absolutely no evidence of repair? While such a possibility existed, only a handful of individuals worldwide could achieve this, and in Huaxia, at most, only 2 could do so. Sun Hui pressed further. How on earth is this accomplished? This revelation shattered his preconceptions, making it incredibly difficult for him to accept. With a smile, Fang Ning replied, the glass vase is indeed a pair. I have brought the other one. He was resolute in his desire to sell the vase, believing that acquiring money was the only truth, while all else was mere illusion. This glass vase is truly extraordinary, Qin Changfang remarked thoughtfully. I must acquire it. Young man, how does 300,000 sound? He proposed a reasonable price, having offered 400,000 a day before due to a question posed to Fang Ning. Now, in pursuit of the vase, he could only extend a standard offer. No. Fang Ning was about to nod in agreement when Sun Hui interjected, 300,000 is too low. I can offer 400,000. 400,000? Fang Ning eagerly welcomed the offer. After all, as a seller, he would naturally sell to the highest bidder. Manager Sun? Observing Sun Hui's self-initiated bidding, Qin Changfang felt a tinge of displeasure, perplexed as to why Sun Hui would compete with him. In Qin Changfang's view, Sun Hui, as the manager of the appraisal hall, should not be so lacking in discernment. There must be a reason behind this. Qin Lao, please do not be upset. I, too, have a fondness for this glass vase. Sun Hui stated, adding, and if it is indeed restored, then it is even more remarkable. Qin Changfang nodded, grasping Sun Hui's intent, since Manager Sun desires it so earnestly. I shall not contest with you. Sun Hui nodded gratefully, realizing that no matter whom he might offend, he could never cross Qin Changfang. After all, he was a distinguished figure from the antique appraisal studio, a master brought in specifically for his expertise. Sun Hui turned to Fang Ning and said, I can acquire it for 400,000, but I have a stipulation. Another stipulation? Sun Ning Guiret. Sun Hui replied, I wish to assess your restoration skills. How would you like to verify that? Fang Ning asked. We have plenty of damaged antiques at the antique appraisal studio. If you're able to restore one, you will undoubtedly be a valued member of our team, Sun Hui explained. Fang Ning nodded, pondering that if he were to restore antiques at the studio, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. Sun Hui continued, "Please wait a moment while I fetch a damaged antique." He made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, someone arrived with a brocade box, suggesting the precious nature of its contents. The item inside remained a mystery. As Sun Hui opened the brocade box, they revealed a bowl, evidently blue and white porcelain, but it was missing a corner. "Young man, take a look at this bowl. What do you think?" Sun Hui asked, testing Fang Ning's appraisal skills to see if he could even identify the antique, let alone restore it. This blue and white bowl originates from the Song Dynasty's official kiln. Despite its damaged state, it holds a value of around 1 million. Fang Ning relayed the information provided by the system. Sun Hui was astonished. He had not anticipated Fang Ning's accuracy, which was flawless. Qin Changfang also cast a surprised glance at Fang Ning, marveling at how swiftly and confidently he had made such an astute judgment. He began to doubt whether Fang Ning was indeed a graduate of the Polytechnic University, as the institution did not teach artifact appraisal. "Impressive, young man," Sun Hui praised, giving Fang Ning a thumbs up. "What do you believe this blue and white bowl is worth?" Fang Ning pondered for a moment before replying. "If it were intact, it would be worth a considerable sum. However, due to the missing corner, it is valued at approximately 1 million. He displayed no signs of hesitation. While he himself could not estimate, the system certainly could. Sun Hui was once again astounded, considering Fang Ning a prodigy, as her studio had indeed appraised the bowl at 1 million. Sun Hui then asked, "Young man, can you restore this blue and white bowl?" "Of course. It's no problem at all," Fang Ning responded confidently. "I can complete the restoration quite swiftly." He intended to say he could restore it immediately, but refrained from doing so to avoid revealing the existence of the system. "And how long will you need?" Sun Hui inquired. "About a day," Fang Ning answered. "A day?" Sun Hui's eyes widened. "Are you certain you can complete it in just a day?" "Absolutely. A day is more than sufficient," Fang Ning replied with a smile. "Do not say a day. He could restore it in a mere minute. The power of the system is beyond the comparison of mere mortals." Sun Hui turned to Qin Changfang and inquired, "Elder Qin, if it were left to you to restore it, how long would you require?" "A month," Qin Changfang pondered. "And even then, the flaws would still be evident." He frequently restored antiques and understood the immense difficulty involved. It was certainly not a task to be accomplished in a day. "Little brother, you heard that, right?" Sun Hui glanced at Fang Ning. "It is impossible to achieve restoration in a day. What gives you such confidence?" Fang Ning smiled silently, realizing that he had perhaps overestimated his abilities, unaware of the complexities involved in restoring antiques. However, there was no harm in it. Geniuses are often different, or else they would not be deemed geniuses. Seeing Fang Ning's unwavering confidence, Sun Hui felt a twinge of confusion. He had exposed Fang Ning's bravado, yet the latter seemed unfazed. Could it be that he truly possessed such skill? Sun Hui could not help but ask again, "Little brother, are you truly confident that you can complete the restoration in a day?" Fang Ning nodded affirmatively. "I do not concern myself with how long others take. 1 day is sufficient for me. With the system at my disposal, my confidence is unshakable." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hui asked, "Once you restore this blue and white porcelain bowl, what restoration fee do you expect?" "1 moment," Fang Ning replied, casting another glance at the porcelain bowl in the box. The system promptly responded, "Blue and white porcelain bowl condition damage can be restored, requires an expenditure of 50,000. Fang Ning nodded and said to Sun Hui, 500,000. He anticipated that he was asking for an exorbitant sum, yet to his surprise, Sun Hui did not express astonishment. Instead, he nodded, seemingly finding the price reasonable. 500,000 is a bit excessive. We can offer you a maximum of 400,000. That is acceptable, Fang Ning agreed, his heart swelling with delight. He had not expected that a mere attempt would yield such substantial gains. The difference between 50,000 and 400,000 represented an 8-fold increase. "Little brother, how's this sound?" This was Sun Hui's final test for Fang Ning, to see if he would acquiesce. Should Fang Ning refuse, it would indicate a lack of confidence in his ability to restore the bowl. Certainly, Fang Ning concurred. He was no fool. Why would he not seize the opportunity to earn an additional 350,000? Even those who professed indifference to money were still engaged in the pursuit of wealth. Only a fool would disdain an abundance of riches. With Fang Ning's acceptance, Sun Hui regarded him with newfound respect, realizing he might be dealing with a person of exceptional talent. Chapter 20. Chen Yuan faltered. In Sun Hui's eyes, Fang Ning undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills. Even if Fang Ning were to fail in restoring the blue and white bowl, he would never dare to abscond with it. After all, Anyone in the antique industry would be acutely aware of the strength of the treasure appraisal hall. Very well, Sun Hui concluded. Fang Ning departed with the porcelain bowl, leaving the glass bottle with Sun Hui. Fang Ning departed, and Sun Hui summoned several individuals to commence their examination of the glass bottle. After thorough deliberation, they all arrived at the same conclusion. This bottle could not have been restored. How perplexing. Sun Hui's curiosity deepened from Fang Ning's earlier demeanor. It appeared as though the restoration was indeed genuine. He was convinced he had not misjudged Fang Ning. Perhaps Fang Ning possessed a unique restoration technique that he was reluctant to disclose, hence his hesitance. Qin Changfang remarked with a smile, "We shall know the outcome in a day. If he fails to present the blue and white porcelain bottle tomorrow, it would indicate that his restoration skills are not as formidable as claimed." Sun Hui nodded in agreement, deciding to let the situation unfold. However, the others refrained from further comments, as the antique appraisal studio commanded significant authority. Anyone daring to undermine the studio's reputation would inevitably face dire consequences. After Li Ting finished her shift, Fang Ning approached her, returning the thermos. "Li Ting, thank you for preparing chicken soup for my mother. She said it was exceptionally delicious and nutritious." Li Ting shyly accepted the thermos. "If Annie enjoys it, I can prepare some more for her another day." "No need. That would be too much trouble," Fang Ning replied. "It's no trouble at all." As they conversed, Li Ting noticed the blue and white porcelain bowl in Fang Ning's hand. "Fang Ning, is this yet another treasure you've unearthed?" "No. I acquired this from the antique appraisal studio. They requested my assistance in restoring this bowl," Fang Ning explained. "The antique appraisal studio?" Li Ting exclaimed, taken aback. She had heard of it, but had never ventured inside, as it was widely known that the studio was not a place for just anyone. It was best to avoid making a fool of oneself. She was astonished to learn that Fang Ning had established a connection with the studio, evidently becoming increasingly remarkable. Fang Ning recognized the voice and turned to see Chen Yuan, the former manager from his previous company, who had recently been on the receiving end of a beating. "Fang Ning?" Chen Yuan approached, his heart racing. The last encounter lingered vividly in his memory. Fang Ning had been quite merciless, and Chen Yuan's face still bore the remnants of swelling. "Manager Chen?" Chen Yuan felt somewhat uneasy, avoiding Fang Ning's gaze and addressing Li Ting instead. "No need, Manager Chen." He was reluctant to engage in conflict with Fang Ning, yet he could not suppress his irritation. As a manager, how could Li Ting choose to associate with a person of such lowly status instead of seeking his company? Fang Ning, however, remained unfazed, recognizing Chen Yuan for what he was, a mere lapdog, unworthy of his ire. Li Ting, feeling indignant, sought to defend Fang Ning. Fang Ning merely chose not to purchase a car. Just a few days ago, he sold an antique bottle for 400,000. What nonsense! Chen Yuan scoffed, unable to believe that anyone would pay such an exorbitant sum for a bottle. "I witnessed it with my own eyes," Li Ting asserted confidently. The buyer was an elderly gentleman, referred to as Master Qin. "Master Qin? I don't know him." Chen Yuan shook his head. If this Master Qin truly purchased Fang Ning's bottle for 400,000, he must be utterly foolish, due to his disdain for Fang Ning. Chen Yuan harbored an intense dislike for anyone associated with him. Fang Ning chuckled at this, recognizing the esteemed Master Qin, the renowned appraiser from the antique appraisal studio. "Chen Yuan, have you heard of Qin Changfang?" Chen Yuan's composure faltered. Despite lacking direct acquaintance with Qin Changfang, he was familiar with the name, as his brother-in-law had once dined with the master, albeit not solely on his own merit, but rather due to the influence of another business associate. With a gulp, Chen Yuan remarked, "It must be that Master Qin misjudged you, unaware that you sold him a counterfeit vase. How about this?" Fang Ning proposed with a smile. "I could call Master Qin right now and relay your earlier comments." Feeling a pang of guilt, Chen Yuan retorted, "I didn't speak ill of Master Qin. Fang Ning, you won't succeed in slandering me." Fang Ning let out a cold laugh, but refrained from making the call, for he did not possess Qin Changfang's number. It was merely a ploy to intimidate Chen Yuan. The tactic proved effective, as Chen Yuan was now hesitant to speak recklessly. Feeling the pressure, Chen Yuan scrutinized Fang Ning before saying, "Fang Ning, are you really holding a broken bowl? Are you planning to beg on the streets?" "Ha ha!" His laughter echoed, but the absence of others joining in rendered the moment awkward. "A broken bowl?" Fang Ning replied, "Indeed, it is a broken bowl, but do you know its worth?" "I would accept it even if it were given to me." Chen Yuan sneered, "Once you're expelled from the company, you'll have no choice but to take that bowl to the streets." Fang Ning countered, "Firstly, I was not expelled. I resigned voluntarily. Secondly, I must inform you that this so-called broken bowl is valued at 1 million, and had it not been damaged, it would be worth several million. On what grounds does it hold such value? Chun Yuan scoffed. You claim it is worth $1 million just because you say so? Do you consider yourself someone of great significance? Chun Yuan, I understand your impatience, but do not rush. The antique appraisal studio? Chun Yuan paused, suddenly cautious in his words. In his eyes, Fang Ning was worth far less than $1 million. Chapter 21. Worth $5 million. Fang Ning, you must be deceiving me. Chun Yuan expressed his disbelief. What right does the antique appraisal studio have to let you take away an item worth $1 million? This is where your ignorance lies, Fang Ning replied with a smile. You still see me as just a minor employee under your command, which blinds you to my capabilities. 40,000? Chun Yuan was genuinely taken aback. After all, he could scarcely earn that much in a year. Fang Ning chose not to engage further with Chun Yuan and turned to Li Ting, stating, all right. Li Ting nodded and followed Fang Ning as they departed. Unyielding, Chun Yuan shouted after Fang Ning, I still refuse to believe that someone like you, lacking connections and power, could ever rise above others. If you are truly that capable, buy a luxury car and show it to me. Then I will believe you, Fang Ning remarked, turning to Chun Yuan and nodding slightly. You shall see, he replied, already contemplating the purchase of a vehicle to facilitate his travels. With nearly $2 million in his possession, acquiring a luxury car, such as a Mercedes or BMW, posed no challenge for him. Li Ting interjected, Fang Ning, do not let your pride lead you into conflict with Chun Yuan. It is wiser to save your money. I will not let him provoke me. Fang Ning chuckled. I have my own plans and shall not be swayed by anyone. Li Ting paused, taken aback by Fang Ning's assertiveness, which suggested a significant transformation in his character. The two departed, leaving Chun Yuan with a complex expression as he pondered Fang Ning's unexpected rise. I cannot believe this. It has to be a deception. His mother had just undergone surgery, leaving her incapacitated. He needed to stay by her side. Li Ting hesitated before nodding. All right. Goodbye. Fang Ning acknowledged her with a nod and turned towards the hospital. Li Ting watched his retreating figure for a while, questioning why she found it increasingly difficult to understand him. Since the incident where Fang Ning had decisively confronted Manager Chun, he had seemingly undergone a metamorphosis. No longer submissive, but firmly standing his ground. This newfound confidence had only served to heighten Li Ting's interest in him. Upon returning home, Fang Ning immediately set about restoring a precious blue and white porcelain bowl, investing $50,000 in its restoration. Each time he repaired an item, the system automatically deducted the amount from his bank account, the mechanics of which remained a mystery to him. After all, the system was omnipotent. He gazed once more at the porcelain bowl. Blue and white porcelain bowl, in perfect condition, valued at $5 million. Gasp! Fang Ning inhaled sharply at the staggering figure. $5 million. He had anticipated a valuation of $2 to $3 million, never imagining it could be worth $5 million. The realization was overwhelming, almost inciting an impulse to abscond with the bowl. With this treasure, combined with his current savings, he could secure a worry-free future. Yet he shook his head, dismissing the thought. $5 million was but a trifle. He was capable of earning even more. Suppressing his urge to flee and aware that doing so would invite the attention of the Antique Appreciation Society, he understood that life would not remain as comfortable if he were pursued. Exhaling deeply, Fang Ning calmed himself, freshened up, and retired to bed, knowing that slumber would quell his restless thoughts. The next day, after tending to his mother in the hospital, Fang Ning promptly made his way to the Antique Appreciation Society. This time, upon seeing him, the guard greeted him with utmost respect, no longer regarding him with disdain. Fang Ning nodded in satisfaction as he entered through the grand doors of the society. Upon entering the appraisal studio, he inquired about the reception attendant. Where can I find Manager Sun? I must speak with him. The attendant, puzzled, glanced at Fang Ning, realizing she did not recognize him, indicating that he lacked popularity. Hesitant to report an unknown individual to Sun Hui, she was aware that such an act could provoke his ire. As the manager of the appraisal studio, Sun Hui was indeed quite occupied, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was overwhelmed with responsibilities. Fang Ning then presented a blue and white porcelain bowl to the receptionist for her inspection. Upon merely glancing at it, she became visibly unsettled. Having worked in the appraisal studio for many years, her discerning eye had been finely honed, and she recognized the bowl's potential authenticity. Please wait a moment. I will summon Manager Sun immediately, she replied, instinctively using formal language before hastily seeking out Sun Hui. Before long, Sun Hui arrived in the lobby. You've truly restored it? He stammered. Fang Ning nodded and showcased the bowl once more. Upon seeing that the chip had vanished and the bowl appeared whole, Sun Hui was instantly thrown into a state of excitement. This This. He struggled to articulate his astonishment. After a brief pause, he directed the receptionist. Please arrange a reception room, the finest available. Yes, manager Sun, she replied before departing. Turning to Fang Ning, Sun Hui said, please hold on a moment. I need to call Master Qin and the others. He pulled out his phone and made several calls, his tone revealing his palpable excitement. After concluding his calls, Sun Hui invited Fang Ning into the reception room, instructing the attendant to serve tea. Mr. Fang, please enjoy this tea, she said, pouring a cup and thoughtfully presenting it to him. With a lovely attendant by his side, enveloped in a fragrant aroma, Fang Ning felt somewhat uneasy, as he had never experienced such treatment before. However, he gradually acclimated, realizing that such hospitality could become commonplace. Chapter 22. Mr. Fang, our boss wishes to meet you personally. Thank you, Fang Ning replied after taking a sip of tea, then turned to Sun Hui, saying, Manager Sun, could you please assess the restoration of this blue and white porcelain bowl? He placed the bowl on the table, and the attendant swiftly brought a tray to present it before Sun Hui. Sun Hui exclaimed, lifting the bowl to examine it closely. He was impressed by the quality of the restoration, unable to detect any flaws. He even found himself questioning whether this was indeed the same bowl from yesterday. Nevertheless, his keen eye confirmed it was indeed the same piece, aside from the repaired chip. Every other detail remained unchanged. How did you accomplish this? Sun Hui could not help but ask, immediately feeling he had overstepped by posing such a question to Fang Ning, deeming it somewhat impolite. Fang Ning responded with a smile. Manager Sun, if there are no objections, could you please settle the repair fee? Mr. Fang, I have already contacted Mr. Qin and his associates, hoping they could also examine the restored blue and white porcelain bowl, which may require some of your time. Sun Hui remarked, of course, if you are in a hurry, we can settle the payment right now. Fang Ning pondered for a moment and replied, let us wait until Master Qin and the others arrive. He was not particularly anxious. Aside from caring for his mother in the hospital, he had no other pressing matters. Before long, several figures entered the reception room. It was indeed Qin Changfang, his close friend Zhang Yuanda, and two others. All four were esteemed appraisers from the Antique Appreciation Studio, each commanding an annual consultancy fee of 2 to 3 million. Masters Qin and Zhang, Sun Hui greeted, nodding to the four, please take a seat and examine this blue and white porcelain bowl. He presented the tray before them. Qin Changfang inquired, is this the blue and white porcelain bowl from yesterday? Sun Hui affirmed, indeed, this is the bowl that Mr. Fang had restored and brought over. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Changfang began to scrutinize the bowl earnestly. The others, still somewhat puzzled, turned to Sun Hui for clarification and soon grasped the situation. Impossible. Someone exclaimed incredulously. How could it be restored in just one day? This individual, surnamed Chun, was a middle-aged man with a stout appearance, which seemed uncharacteristic of an appraiser. Another, surnamed Zheng, added, could this possibly be a replica? Yet, even in one day, it would be challenging to produce a forgery. Both expressed skepticism. If such doubts were held by outsiders, it could be forgiven. However, being seasoned experts, they understood the impossibility of restoring a blue and white porcelain bowl with a chip in merely a day. The challenges were immense. Even sourcing the appropriate materials was no trivial task. If the materials were mismatched, the bowl could easily crack over time. It is not a replica. After a minute of examination, Qin Changfang made his determination and passed the tray to his friend Zhang Yuanda. Zhang Yuanda began his assessment, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion. The blue and white porcelain bowl was not a forgery, but a genuine piece from the Song dynasty. I refuse to believe it, Master Qin declared, reclaiming the tray to conduct a meticulous inspection. After half a minute, he found himself astonished, realizing it was indeed authentic porcelain, contrary to his earlier assertions. What is it, Master Qin? Seeing Qin's bewilderment, Master Zheng also appeared flabbergasted. Is this truly genuine blue and white porcelain? Qin remained silent, pushing the tray toward Master Zheng, who then commenced his evaluation. 2 minutes later, Master Zheng lifted his gaze and asked Sun Hui, Manager Sun, are you certain this blue and white porcelain bowl was broken before? He could detect no flaws or signs of restoration. It was evidently a piece in pristine condition. Master Qin nodded gravely. This cannot be a mere restoration. It is impossible to deceive my discerning eyes. He poked at his own eyes, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. While he may not be as adept as Qin Changfang or Zhang Yuanda, he seldom misjudged, and in most cases, his judgment was rarely flawed. Just yesterday, the bowl indeed had a chip. Sun Hui remarked, one can only say that Mr. Fang's restoration technique is extraordinarily sophisticated, surpassing our common understanding. Upon hearing this, the four masters, including Qin Changfang, cast a profound glance at Fang Ning. Although Qin Changfang had been somewhat skeptical yesterday, witnessing the restored blue and white porcelain bowl today left him no room for doubt. Among the four, he was the most convinced, for he had witnessed the entire process unfold. Young friend Fang is truly admirable, Qin Changfang exclaimed. Not only did he restore this blue and white porcelain bowl in a single day, but he also managed to perfectly repair a shattered glass vase last time. I begin to wonder if Fang Ning is indeed extraordinary. Such feats seem to belong only to the divine. Old Qin, what glass vase? Zhang Yuanda inquired with curiosity. Master Chun and Master Zheng also turned their attention, having caught the significant details about the shattered and fully restored vase. Qin Changfang then recounted the tale of the glass vase. Zhang Yuanda and the others were left astounded. Manager Sun, is this true? It cannot be possible. How can something shattered into pieces be restored completely? It is indeed true, Sun Hui affirmed with a nod. The glass vase is currently in our antique appraisal studio. Master Chen asked, Manager Sun, may we see it? Such a miraculous object must not be missed. Master Zheng echoed this sentiment. Both men's attitudes towards Fang Ning had shifted, as the prowess he displayed was genuinely impressive. Very well, I shall retrieve it for you, Sun Hui declared, rising to his feet. After Zhang Yuanda and the others beheld the vase, they were utterly astonished. If it was truly restored from shards, it would indeed be a miraculous achievement. Master Chun took a hearty sip of tea to calm his excited heart. He had never anticipated that someone's restoration skills could be so formidable, transcending the realm of ordinary artisans. Master Zheng was equally astonished, casting several glances at Fang Ning, pondering what an extraordinary talent he truly was. This is not my work. It is the other vase from the pair, Fang Ning chuckled, choosing not to take credit. He turned to Sun Hui and inquired, Manager Sun, may we settle the restoration fee now? Sun Hui nodded solemnly, stating, Mr. Fang, while I was retrieving the glass vase, I called our boss, who wishes to meet you in person. Chapter 23. The Antique Appraisal Studio, Boss Su. Your boss wishes to meet me? Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the owner of the Antique Appraisal Studio wanted to see him. It is quite normal for one's displayed restoration abilities to astonish the proprietor of the Antique Appraisal Shop. Sun Hui nodded and said, Mr. Fang, please be patient for a moment. Our boss will arrive shortly. Fang Ning possessed such patience and was also curious to see what kind of person the owner of the Antique Appraisal Shop truly was. 10 minutes later, the owner arrived. Fang Ning had anticipated that the individual would be quite elderly, perhaps in their 40s or 50s, as it was evident that running such a significant establishment required considerable strength and experience. However, the owner appeared remarkably youthful, certainly not exceeding 30 years of age. Bosu, Bosu. The crowd greeted the proprietor warmly. Even Qin Changfang, the most seasoned among them, refrained from boasting in the presence of such authority. Su? Fang Ning raised an eyebrow, pondering whether there might be a connection to the Su Group. The Antique Appraisal Shop undoubtedly had substantial backing, likely from the Su Group. Boss Su acknowledged the crowd with a nod before focusing his gaze on Fang Ning. Fang Ning, undaunted, met Boss Su's intense stare, recognizing the formidable aura that emanated from the young man. Feeling a sense of pressure, he eventually nodded and discreetly shifted his gaze away. Sun Hui promptly introduced, Boss. This is Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang, this is our boss. Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Su Tianhe. It is a pleasure to meet you. Boss Su offered a refreshing smile and extended his hand in greeting. Fang Ning shook his hand and replied, You are too kind, Boss Su. It is indeed my honor to meet you. Su Tianhe nodded and said, Mr. Fang, please hold on for a moment. He then called Sun Hui aside, and the two engaged in conversation for 3 to 5 minutes. After gaining a clear understanding of the situation, Su Tianhe approached Fang Ning and asked, Mr. Fang, would you be interested in working with us at the Antique Appraisal Shop? What does this mean? Fang Ning raised an eyebrow. He anticipated that Su Tianhe would extend an olive branch, but what exactly would he be expected to do? Mr. Fang, your restoration skills are exceptional. You would undoubtedly thrive at our shop. Here is what I propose. You would be responsible for restoring antiques for us, and we would guarantee you a monthly salary of 500,000. Su Tianhe continued. In addition, for each artifact you restore, we will separately compensate you for the restoration fees. These terms can be easily negotiated. What do you think? A guaranteed salary of 500,000? Boss Su is indeed generous. The four masters, including Qin Changfang, were astounded. They had not expected Boss Su to value Fang Ning so highly, offering an annual salary of 6 million right from the outset. Even Qin Changfang's guaranteed annual salary was only 5 million, while others earned merely 2 to 4 million. Naturally, Fang Ning was inclined to accept. Where could one find such a job with a guaranteed monthly salary of 500,000? During his previous tenure at the company, his annual salary, including the year-end bonus, barely reached a ceiling of 100,000 yuan. Su Tianhe continued to demonstrate his earnestness. Mr. Fang, should you agree, we shall immediately provide you with a vehicle as a welcoming gift for your joining us. Fang Ning was profoundly touched, thinking that Su Tianhe displayed such sincerity that refusing was not an option. He spoke up. Mr. Su, may I pose a question? Of course. Su Tianhe replied with a smile. Feel free to ask anything, Mr. Fang. I assure you, I will be entirely forthcoming. He was exceedingly eager to win over Fang Ning. Acquiring such a treasure would ensure that future antiques would fetch impressive prices. With Fang Ning's restoration skills, their value would undoubtedly soar. Fang Ning was akin to a veritable cash cow. As long as he was involved, there would be no such thing as unsellable antiques. Fang Ning inquired, do you have any affiliation with the Su Group? Su Tianhe paused momentarily before responding. Mr. Fang, if the Su Group has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. Please do not take it to heart. He presumed Fang Ning harbored a dislike for the Su Group, which would spell trouble for his ambitions. It was imperative to exhibit utmost sincerity, even to the extent of offering compensation. No, Fang Ning shook his head. I'm merely a bit curious. Mr. Su, since your surname is Su and Janbaojai is so renowned, it must be related to the Su Group, correct? Su Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief, nodding as he replied. You are correct, Mr. Fang. Our Janbaojia is indeed associated with the Su Group. It is controlled by them. Qin Changfang interjected, young Fang. You can rest assured of the strength of Janbaojia. Mr. Su is the son of the chairman of the Su Group. Fang Ning was taken aback. Realizing that Su Tianhe was indeed someone of significance, he was the potential heir to the Su Group. Suddenly, a thought struck Fang Ning, and he curiously asked Mr. Su, since you are affiliated with the Su Group, do you know Su Wanqing? You know my sister? Su Tianhe exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Fang, how do you know my sister? You misunderstand, Fang Ning chuckled. It's not a matter of knowing her. We have merely crossed paths once. Fang Ning was equally astonished, realizing that Su Wanqing was not only a direct descendant of the Su Group, but also the daughter of the chairman. No wonder she was so generous. After their collision, she had handed him 100,000 yuan without hesitation. Ah, ise, su Tianhe noted. It appears we are indeed fated to meet. Indeed, quite the fate. Fang Ning laughed. Mr. Su, I am willing to join your Janbaojia, but I have one stipulation. What is your requirement? Su Tianhe asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, ready to acquiesce to whatever Fang Ning desired. Mr. Su, Fang Ning stated, after I join Janbaojia, I require the utmost freedom. I cannot be compelled to appraise or restore antiques against my will. Certainly, I shall not intentionally shirk my duties. However, when I wish to attend to my own matters, I must not be disturbed. No problem. Su Tianhe promptly agreed. Mr. Fang, do you have any other requests? Fang Ning pondered for a moment before replying. Not at the moment. I shall inform you should anything arise. Very well, Mr. Fang. Whatever your requests may be, as long as they are reasonable, I shall gladly accommodate them. Welcome, Mr. Fang. Su Tianhe extended his hand once more, clasping Fang Ning's in greeting. He felt an inexplicable notion that Fang Ning's decision to join the appraisal studio was significantly influenced by his sister. Welcome, Mr. Fang. Sun Hui initiated a round of applause. Aware that he had successfully recruited a formidable asset for the company, the boss would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. One could surmise that this year's year-end bonus might reach a substantial sum. The applause echoed throughout the room, a warm reception for Fang Ning. Even the four esteemed masters, Qin Changfang among them, graciously applauded, acknowledging the young man. From this moment forth, they would be colleagues. Despite their extensive experience, Fang Ning's exceptional talent might one day prompt them to seek his guidance. Chapter 24. $1 million car at your fingertips. Su Tianhe turned to Sun Hui and instructed, Manager Sun, please prepare an agreement immediately based on our earlier discussion. The content must be satisfactory to Mr. Fang. Do you understand? Understood. Sun Hui nodded and departed. He recognized the necessity for the terms to be generous to secure Fang Ning's commitment. Otherwise, the loss would be considerable. While Sun Hui was drafting the agreement, Su Tianhe continued conversing with Fang Ning, eager to discern more about him. Upon learning that Fang Ning was a graduate of a polytechnic university, Su Tianhe was taken aback. Like others, he had presumed Fang Ning hailed from an archaeology program. Truly, one can never judge a book by its cover, Su Tianhe remarked with a smile. It seems that talent can be found in unexpected places. He concluded that Fang Ning must have had a skilled mentor. Otherwise, How could a polytechnic graduate possess such remarkable restoration techniques? Perhaps it was merely luck that had favored him. Fang Ning indeed felt fortunate to have acquired the appraisal system, which had elevated his abilities. Had he remained the person he once was, he would have been nothing more than an insignificant, impoverished individual. It was sheer happenstance that his fate transformed after being knocked over by Su Wanqing. Now, having joined the appraisal studio under the Su group, he could only attribute it to the serendipity of fate. Mr. Fang, you are too humble. Individuals of your caliber are scarcely found in the world. Su Tianhe adeptly navigated the conversation, skillfully extracting the information he desired without causing Fang Ning discomfort. This was no ordinary feat. Many would have driven the other party to displeasure with mere words, rendering further discourse impossible. Boss, I have prepared the contract for your review. Su Tian nodded slightly. Accepting the contract, after a brief inspection, he found no discrepancies and handed it over to Fang Ning. The contents of the contract were straightforward, reflecting the previously negotiated terms without any convoluted clauses, demonstrating that the Antique Appreciation Studio was genuinely sincere and had no intention of exploiting him. No issues arose. Fang Ning affixed his signature to the document, marking his official induction into the Antique Appreciation Studio. Moreover, in terms of remuneration, his compensation surpassed that of Qin Changfang, a clear benefit of his formidable abilities. Welcome once again, Fang Ning, to the Antique Appreciation Studio, Su Tianhe remarked, shaking Fang Ning's hand once more. This time, he refrained from referring to him as Mr. Fang, instead using his given name, as he was now Fang Ning's employer. Such formalities would feel somewhat distant and inappropriate. Su Tianhe continued, Fang Ning, have you obtained your driver's license? Yes, I got it during university, although I did fail the test once. During his college days, he had joined his roommates in a collective effort to acquire their licenses, believing that acquiring an additional skill was worthwhile. Su Tianhe nodded. Then I shall have manager's son accompany you to purchase a vehicle. Feel free to choose any car under 1 million. He decided to be generous. After all, 1 million was a modest sum, equivalent to merely 2 months' salary for Fang Ning. Thank you, boss, Fang Ning replied joyfully, relishing the novelty of addressing Su Tianhe as his boss. This pleased Su Tianhe immensely. Although he was spending 1 million, he was winning over hearts. Investing 1 million to garner loyalty was, in his view, a remarkably sound transaction. By the way, Su Tianhe recalled something and turned to Sun Hui. Previously, we received a glass bottle from Fang Ning, and he has also restored a blue and white porcelain bowl for us. We agreed on a restoration fee of 400,000, correct? Indeed, boss, Sun Hui confirmed with a nod. We need to pay Master Fang 800,000. He, like he had with Qin Changfang, began to address Fang Ning as Master Fang, a title that was entirely fitting as Fang Ning had earned it. Inform the finance department to remit 1 million to Fang Ning, Su Tianhe said with a smile. The extra 200,000 shall serve as my welcome gift to you. Truly, he was a man of means, generous like Su Wanqing, who also had a propensity for lavishness. Fang Ning expressed his gratitude to Su Tianhe and provided his bank account number to Sun Hui, who promptly contacted the finance department. Su Tianhe added, urging them to expedite the process without delay. Upon recognizing Su Tianhe's voice, the finance department acted swiftly, transferring 1 million to Fang Ning's account. Received. Fang Ning acknowledged as he viewed the banking notification, nodding appreciatively at Su Tianhe. He realized he had made the right choice in joining the Antique Appreciation Studio. Working there was not only prestigious but also lucrative. Even without any tasks, one could guarantee an annual income of 600,000. Of course, doing nothing was implausible, and the 600,000 was merely a base salary, with the fees for restoring antiques constituting the bulk of the earnings. Just like Qin Changfang and his companions, their guaranteed annual salary is merely a pittance. It is the appraisal fees that truly matter. Moreover, they are frequently invited to various antique conventions, where their appearance fees are substantial, ensuring they lead a very comfortable life. That's excellent. As you work at our antique appraisal studio, we will certainly not neglect you. Su Tianhe remarked. He nodded and continued. Manager's son, please take Fang Ning to purchase a car. Spending over 1 million is acceptable. Just don't go too far beyond that. Understood, boss, Sun Hui replied, turning to Fang Ning. Master Fang, shall we set off now? Do you have a particular car in mind? Let us just browse. Fang Ning responded, uncertain about what he wanted to buy, having had little prior experience in such matters. Very well, then we shall take our time, visiting one dealership after another. Sun Hui nodded and led Fang Ning away. After Fang Ning departed, Su Tianhe turned to the 4 masters, inquiring, what do you think of this Fang Ning? Remarkable. Qin Changfeng was the first to respond. Though he is young, his insight is exceptionally discerning. It's unclear how he acquired such skills. He had genuinely taken a liking to Fang Ning, having only interacted with him a few times. Yet he held him in high esteem. Zhang Yuanda added, "What stands out most about Fang Ning is his restoration techniques. We examined his work for quite some time and found no trace of repair." Master Chun and Master Zheng nodded in agreement, indicating that Fang Ning was indeed a prodigy, not to be judged by conventional standards. Su Tianna nodded, realizing that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Someone whom even Qin Changfeng revered could undoubtedly not be an ordinary individual. He also made a mental note to inquire with his sister, Su Wanqing, to see if she knew Fang Ning and if there was any connection between them. Chapter 25, Audi A8. Sun Hui drove his Audi A6, preparing to take Fang Ning to the dealership. As they passed the security booth, he stopped the car and rolled down the window. The security guard hurried over. "Manager's son, how may I assist you?" Sun Hui pointed to Fang Ning in the passenger seat, saying, "Xiao Wang, let me introduce you. This is Master Fang from our antique appraisal studio." He briefly introduced Fang Ning, concerned that the guard might not recognize him and create a misunderstanding. Upon seeing Fang Ning, the guard was taken aback. "Master Fang?" "Indeed," Fang Ning nodded. "Remember to keep your eyes sharp when you see me in the future." "Yes, yes." The guard quickly nodded, thinking that as Master Fang, he was someone not to be trifled with. Sun Hui, catching the subtle undertone, turned to Fang Ning and asked, "Is everything all right, Master Fang? Did Xiao Wang do something inappropriate?" The guard immediately tensed, aware that Fang Ning's words could determine his fate. Fang Ning pondered for a moment and replied, "Not at all. Xiao Wang is quite diligent, and I would say he is a decent security guard." He spoke honestly, not wishing to put the guard in a difficult position. Even though there was a slight disagreement with the gatekeeper, there was no need to sever his means of livelihood, resulting in the loss of his job. Indeed, Sun Hui nodded and turned to the gatekeeper, saying, "Xiao Wang, it seems you have been performing admirably. Even Master Fang has praised you. Next month, you shall receive a 200 yuan raise." "Thank you, Manager's son. Thank you, Master Fang." The gatekeeper expressed his gratitude, surprised that misfortune had turned into fortune for him. He cast a grateful glance at Fang Ning, thinking to himself that Master Fang was indeed a master, possessing an aura unique to extraordinary individuals. "Let us go." Sun Hui waved his hand and drove away. The gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, bowed respectfully, saying, "Manager's son, take care. Master Fang travels safely." Fang Ning observed this through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, despite sharing the same name, "How can the disparity be so vast?" "Huh. Master Fang, are you referring to that Xiao Wang from Yida?" Sun Hui chuckled. "That is entirely different, though he shares the same name. He is none other than the illustrious young Master Wang, incomparable to this gatekeeper Xiao Wang." "Indeed." Fang Ning nodded, acknowledging the advantage of having a good father. Sun Hui remarked seriously, "We may have lost hope for ourselves. Let us strive and see if we can become good fathers for our children." "Manager's son, you will undoubtedly succeed," Fang Ning replied with a smile. "You are still quite young and have already become the manager of the antique appraisal studio. Surely, you will be a good father to your children in the future." "Master Fang, you flatter me. I cannot compare to your prowess," Sun Hui responded with a smile. "You are just in your 20s and already so impressive. Given time, who knows how remarkable you will become." "Huh." The two exchanged compliments, and the atmosphere in the car was delightful, devoid of any heaviness. Amidst their banter, Sun Hui drove towards the Audi dealership. "Master Fang, let's first visit the Audi shop. I have a fondness for Audis. I wonder if you share the same sentiment?" "Sounds good. Let's take a look." Fang Ning replied, having no objections as there was no rush. They could leisurely explore each dealership. Upon arriving at the Audi 4S store, the sales staff greeted them warmly, approaching from a distance. "Welcome. Oh, it's you, brother Sun." Sun Hui nodded. "Where is Manager Zhao? Please have him attend to us." "Brother Sun, I will fetch Manager Zhao right away." The salesman hurried off to summon Manager Zhao from upstairs. Manager Zhao arrived with a beaming smile, saying, "Brother Sun, why didn't you inform me of your visit? I wasn't prepared at all, and I fear I may not be able to host you properly." "There is no need for such formalities," Sun Hui replied. "Do you have the A8 available? We would like to test drive it and gauge how it feels." "Oh, Brother Sun, are you considering a change of vehicle?" Manager Zhao exclaimed in surprise. "Impressive. You just swapped your A6 last year, and now you're contemplating the A8. He showered Sun Hui with flattery, eager to secure the sale, which would yield a substantial commission. Sun Hui chuckled. "I'm not the one looking to change. It is my brother here who intends to buy a car. As per our boss's recommendation, we are going straight for the A8. Yes, yes. Manager Zhao nodded vigorously. May I ask how to address this gentleman? Fang Ning. Fang Ning replied with a nod. Very well, Mr. Fang. Manager Zhao immediately said, we have an Audi A8 available for test drives at our dealership, and I can arrange one for you right now. Sounds good, Fang Ning replied. Under Manager Zhao's guidance, he took a seat in the Audi A8 for the test drive. It must be said that even before the drive began, the experience felt exceptionally promising. It is no wonder that so many young women find themselves overwhelmed with emotion in luxury vehicles. After completing a lap, Fang Ning gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected from the BBA, the experience is truly remarkable. Many claim that the BBA represents brand premium, yet they overlook its genuine value. While the cost-performance ratio may not be the best, the experience is certainly unparalleled. Otherwise, no matter how strong the brand effect, it cannot possibly endure for so many years. Sun Hui inquired, Manager Zhao, do you have any in stock? Unfortunately not. Manager Zhao shook his head. However, if you place an order, it can be expedited. It will take about a week at the quickest, or up to half a month at the slowest. Turning to Fang Ning, Manager Zhao suggested, if you're satisfied, why not place an order now? Sun Hui also sought Fang Ning's opinion, as the purchase was ultimately for him. Although he was inclined to proceed with Manager Zhao's offer, he wanted to ensure Fang Ning's approval. After all, if Fang Ning were displeased, it would mean failing the task entrusted by his boss. Let us not rush, Fang Ning contemplated. Let us check out the other two dealerships first. After all, it's wise to compare options. Absolutely, Manager Zhao nodded, expressing no ulterior motives. Selling cars is akin to selling houses. It is rarely straightforward to conclude a deal, though it is slightly easier than real estate. Mr. Fang, you appear weary. Why don't we head upstairs for a cup of tea, take a breather, and then visit the other dealerships? Manager Zhao proposed enthusiastically. Perhaps during the tea-drinking process, the customer might change their mind and resolve to make a purchase. Such scenarios are entirely plausible, and one must not overlook any opportunity. Otherwise, one cannot be deemed a competent salesperson. While Manager Zhao disapproved of certain female salespeople who compromised their integrity to secure a deal, he believed it was always wise to seize opportunities. Sun Hui shared this sentiment, intending to allow Fang Ning to reflect further over tea. After all, having known Manager Zhao for many years, it would certainly be ideal to support his business. Chapter 26, BMW X7. However, Sun Hui remained silent, not wanting to influence Fang Ning's decision. He understood that Fang Ning was an astute individual. Should Fang Ning sense any manipulation, it could lead to dissatisfaction. Manager Zhao found this peculiar, pondering why Sun Hui was not advocating for him. But upon reflection, he realized that Fang Ning must be a person of strong opinions, which is why Sun Hui refrained from speaking. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Zhao, but we'll pass for now, Fang Ning said, nodding. Let us proceed to the next dealership. If, after comparison, we find your vehicles appealing, we will certainly reach out to you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Manager Zhao presented his business card with enthusiasm, saying, Mr. Fang, here's my card. Feel free to call me anytime. Afterward, Fang Ning and Sun Hui departed. They arrived at the next establishment, a BMW dealership. Oh my, is that manager's son? A charming woman in her 30s approached them. As she drew closer, Fang Ning was distinctly captivated by the delightful fragrance she wore, the brand of which remained a mystery to him. Sun Hui turned to Fang Ning and remarked, Master Fang, allow me to introduce, this is Manager Jean. Manager Jean, this is Master Fang from our antique appraisal studio. He wishes to explore the cars. Ah, so it is Mr. Fang. Manager Jean exclaimed with a beaming smile, I never expected such a young man to become a master at the antique appraisal studio. Sun Hui chuckled and added, to be honest, Manager Jean, Master Fang was personally recruited by our boss. Well, that makes it even more impressive. Mr. Fang, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Manager Jean displayed an exaggerated expression, leaving one to wonder if her surprise was genuine or feigned. Fang Ning modestly replied, please disregard his words. I am merely fortunate. Not only is Mr. Fang talented at such a young age, but he is also incredibly humble. It's quite enchanting. Manager Jean spoke boldly, her demeanor flirtatious, stirring a sense of intrigue. Fang Ning couldn't help but question if Manager Jin's assent to her position was genuinely due to her abilities or some other reason. Mr. Fang, may I inquire which model of car you prefer? This one seems quite appealing, Manager Jean suggested. Fang Ning thought to himself, let us take a look at the 7 Series in your showroom. Sun Hui chimed in. Our boss has indicated that Master Fang is to be provided with a vehicle priced around 1 million. Excellent. We happen to have several 7 Series models available. Manager Jin's smile grew warmer. We have both sedans and SUVs. Which type you prefer? She elaborated. The sedan is more compact and offers a sense of control, while the SUV provides ample space, comfort, and a commanding view. Fang Ning contemplated for a moment. Let us examine both options. Very well, please follow me. Manager Jean nodded and led the way for Fang Ning and Sun Hui to explore the vehicles. After inspecting the options, Fang Ning found them all quite impressive. The headlights were striking and distinctive, far beyond ordinary vehicles. However, he found himself more drawn to the SUV. He appreciated the spaciousness it offered. Seizing the moment, Manager Jean suggested, Mr. Fang, shall we arrange a test drive for you? Certainly, Fang Ning agreed, and as he commenced the test drive, he discovered the experience to be quite favorable, comparable to Audi, with no significant difference in performance. Once the test drive concluded, Manager Jean inquired, Mr. Fang, what are your thoughts on our vehicle? He finally comprehended why affluent individuals are so enamored with BBA. Beyond the prestige it confers, the experience is truly exceptional, akin to the distinction between 298 and 998. At that moment, Manager Jin's mind began to stir with the notion of persuading Fang Ning to purchase the car. Sun Hui, standing nearby, inquired, Master Fang, should we also visit the Mercedes dealership? Fang Ning began to contemplate. Currently, he found himself rather fond of the BMW X7 and was considering acquiring it. Manager Jean remarked, Mr. Fang, should you decide to purchase a vehicle from our dealership, we have numerous promotional offers available, such as? Fang Ning queried with curiosity. Manager Jean elaborated on a myriad of incentives, none of which resonated with Fang Ning's interests. Manager Jean, aren't these offers merely standard? She paused, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Fang, what specific incentives would you desire? Initially, Fang Ning contemplated suggesting something different, yet ultimately, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. Manager Jean, primarily, I require some concessions on the price. Our budget is rather constrained. Allow me to calculate that for you. Manager Jean replied. Mr. Fang, Manager Sun, please wait a moment while I prepare some tea. She led them to the reception room, brewed tea for both, and began jotting down figures. 5 minutes later, Manager Jean lifted her head. Mr. Fang, I have completed the calculation. You may review it. 1,118,000? Fang Ning glanced at the figure, his brow slightly furrowing. This exceeded the 1 million mark by a substantial margin. Indeed, Mr. Fang, Manager Jean confirmed. This is the lowest price available. It was originally 1,200,000, but I've personally discounted it by 20,000. 118 is indeed quite reasonable. Sun Hui nodded in agreement, recognizing that this price was not excessive and that Manager Jean was quite accommodating. He added, of course, we could still visit the Mercedes dealership and decide afterward. Very well, Fang Ning nodded, reflecting that having already visited 2 dealerships, there was little harm in inspecting a third. Manager Jean rose to escort them, stating, Mr. Fang, 118 is the lowest price. There cannot be a more favorable offer in the entire Jiangnan city. Fang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from further comment. Manager Jean continued, do not be misled by my managerial title. The pressure to meet sales targets is substantial. If you were to make a purchase, consider it a personal favor owed to you. Oh, Fang Ning's interest was piqued. Sensing her advantage, Manager Jean, aware that men often exhibit similar traits, playfully tossed her hair and smiled. Mr. Fang, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Fang Ning nodded, appreciating Manager Jin's amiable demeanor, resolving that a visit to the Mercedes dealership was unnecessary. Just as he was about to agree, a loud commotion erupted nearby. Bring your manager to me. I demand to see your manager. Chapter 27. Zhang Zhenghao was furious. Manager Jean, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but frown slightly. This was a BMW dealership. Who dared to create such a ruckus here? My apologies, esteemed guests. Please bear with me for a moment, Manager Jean said, nodding to Fang Ning and Sun Hui before striding towards the source of the disturbance. As Manager Jean approached the situation, Fang Ning and Sun Hui conferred and decided to check out the Mercedes dealership. Just as they were about to leave, they halted in their tracks. Chun Mimi? Fang Ning recognized the loud individual amidst the chaos as Chun Mimi, accompanied by Zhang Zhenghao. Ten Mei Mei also spotted Fang Ning, exclaiming in surprise, Fang Ning. What brings you here? She was astonished to see someone like Fang Ning at a BMW dealership. Could it be that he was here to apply for a sales position? Zhang Zhenghao was oblivious to Fang Ning's presence, engaged in a heated discussion with a female salesperson. Why can't I receive the best discount? My friend purchased this model 6 months ago for 320,000. Sir, that is simply not possible now, the female salesperson replied helplessly. The discount promotion ended some time ago. I don't care, Zhang Jinghao insisted vehemently. My friend bought it for 320,000, and I refused to pay a single cent more. It turned out Zhang Jinghao had his eye on the entry-level variant of the BMW 3 Series. After the salesperson calculated the price, she quoted 340,000. Zhang Jinghao rejected this price, questioning why he should pay 2,000 more than his friend. What he failed to realize was that the previous discount was due to the vehicle being a leftover stock. Manager Jean approached the scene, asking, "What seems to be the issue?" "Sir, please remain calm. I am the manager here, and I am more than willing to discuss this matter with you." "I apologize, sir, but we currently have no discounts available," Manager Jean stated. "If we were to offer you an additional discount of 20,000, we would have to cover the loss ourselves." Zhang Jinghao was still unconvinced, feeling that Manager Jean was trying to deceive him. "It's only been 6 months. Why should I have to pay 2,000 more?" Fang Ning interjected, "If you can't afford it, then perhaps you shouldn't buy it. The manager has already explained that there are no discounts, yet you continue to argue." He spoke with an air of disdain, deliberately provoking Zhang Jinghao, as he held a strong aversion to anyone associated with Chen Mimi. Furious, Zhang Jinghao retorted, "What did you say? I can't afford it." "It's clear you can't," Fang Ning mocked. "If you could, you wouldn't be haggling so fiercely." Zhang Jinghao gritted his teeth, itching to teach Fang Ning a lesson, but hesitated upon realizing Fang Ning's imposing stature, fearing he might not stand a chance in a confrontation. "Who do you think you're to speak to how go like that?" Chen Mimi defended Zhang Jinghao, adding, "You must be here to apply for a sales position, right? Even if you're a salesperson, you have no right to treat a customer this way." Zhang Jinghao soon realized that Fang Ning was the salesperson in question, and he was instantly filled with rage. He turned to Manager Jean and exclaimed, "Is this how your sales staff treats customers?" Fang Ning retorted with a disdainful smile, "If all customers were like you, I would have lost my composure and resorted to violence long ago." Zhang Jinghao was nearly apoplectic, astonished by Fang Ning's audacity and the blatant disregard for decorum exhibited by a salesperson. Manager Jean interjected, "Sir, Mr. Fang is not a salesperson here. He's a customer who has come to view vehicles." She too was beginning to lose her patience with Zhang Jinghao. Were it not for her professional integrity, she would have summoned security to expel him from the premises. After all, Zhang was merely interested in the entry-level 3 Series, which offered little in terms of profit. Whether or not the deal transpired was inconsequential. "He's here to look at cars?" Zhang Jinghao was incredulous, questioning how someone like Fang Ning could afford a BMW. Meanwhile, Chen Mimi began to piece things together. It must be the 40,000 he earned from that previous venture, prompting his interest in a BMW. With a sneer, she remarked, "Fang Ning, don't think that just because you have 40,000, you can afford a BMW. You are not comparable to Brother Hao. His worth is in the millions. Buying a BMW has no impact on his lifestyle. If you purchase one, you'll likely be left scraping by." Fang Ning replied with a smile, "Whether I can afford a BMW is none of your concern. At least I'm not like some people who quibble over $2,000, turning red in the face." Zhang Jinghao's face flushed further, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Mimi turned to him, saying, "Brother Hao, he claims we are petty and unable to buy a BMW. We must prove him wrong." After some contemplation, Zhang Jinghao reluctantly nodded, "Buy it." He addressed Manager Jean, enunciating each word, 340,000, "I will buy it." Manager Jean nodded and gestured to the female salesperson. "Shaoli, please assist this gentleman with the paperwork." The young lady approached Zhang Jinghao, asking, "Sir, do you have your identification?" Zhang Jinghao, feeling indignant, pointed at Manager Jean, asserting, "I want you to assist me. I'm paying for the car. Even if you are the manager, you must serve me." "I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot assist you," Manager Jean replied, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Zhang Jinghao's pride was wounded. "Why do you serve him and not me?" he demanded, angrily pointing at Fang Ning. It dawned on him that when Manager Jean had arrived, she was accompanied by 2 individuals, Fang Ning and a man in a suit. Manager Jean coolly responded, "I am serving Mr. Fang because he is interested in the 7 Series, which cannot be compared to the 3 Series you are inquiring about. A standard salesperson can assist with your basic 3 Series." The mention of the 7 Series left Zhang Jinghao dumbfounded, and Chen Mimi was equally taken aback. They assumed that Fang Ning was considering the BMW 1 Series, or at most, the BMW 3 Series, but to their astonishment, it turned out to be the BMW 7 Series. The BMW 7 Series has a starting price of nearly 1 million yuan, categorizing it as a luxury vehicle. How could Fang Ning possibly afford such a car? Even if he sold bottles and earned 400,000, purchasing a BMW 7 Series would still be out of reach, unless, perhaps, he was making a down payment and financing the rest. Fang Ning, you must be out of your mind. Chen Mimi exclaimed candidly. With 400,000, you dare to take out a loan for a BMW 7 Series? Ha ha ha. Zhang Jinghao joined in the laughter, affirming Mimi's sentiment. You're absolutely right. This person is indeed delusional. Chapter 28. A Sense of Disparity. Chen Mimi and Zhang Jinghao continued to laugh heartily, convinced that Fang Ning was foolishly attempting to finance a BMW 7 Series, revealing his lack of worldly experience. With a little bit of money in hand, he was eager to indulge in extravagance without regard for his future, displaying a remarkably myopic perspective. Who said I intended to finance a BMW 7 Series? Fang Ning chuckled. Even if I were to buy a BMW 7 Series, I would do so outright. Financing is entirely out of the question. Outright? Chen Mimi was taken aback. Fang Ning, what makes you think you can afford a BMW 7 Series in full? Exactly. Zhang Jinghao chimed in. Where would you acquire over $1,000,000? You wouldn't be worth that much even if you were sold. Mr. Fang is. Just as Sun Hui was about to speak, Fang Ning gestured for him to stop, wishing to prevent Sun Hui from revealing any truths that might draw undue attention. After all, having been with Chen Mimi for 2 years, she knew him all too well and would recognize that he had no expertise in appraising valuables. Given that only half a year had passed, if she were to learn the truth, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and potentially lead to unnecessary complications. Huh. Go on and boast. Zhang Jinghao mocked. With that disheveled appearance, you think you can buy a BMW 7 Series? He then turned to manager Jean, saying, You've been deceived by this kid. He can't afford a BMW 7 Series, no matter how many times he looks at it. Manager Jean shook her head firmly, stating, I believe in Mr. Fang. Her faith was not so much in Fang Ning himself, but rather in Sun Hui, who served as the greatest assurance. Fang Ning then directly addressed manager Jean. Please proceed with the paperwork. I would like that BMW X7 we discussed earlier. All right. Manager Jean responded with delight. Although they had previously spoken about it, nothing was finalized until now. Hearing Fang Ning's affirmation confirmed that there was no longer any issue. Manager Jean inquired, Mr. Fang, do you have your ID with you? Fang Ning replied, would a photo of my ID suffice? He had not brought his physical ID when he left, but he had taken a picture on his phone for emergencies. That will do. Manager Jean nodded. Strictly speaking, the original ID was required to prevent the use of a counterfeit, which could lead to unnecessary complications. However, a photo would suffice. In Manager Jin's perspective, Fang Ning, being brought by Sun Hui, undoubtedly posed no issues whatsoever. Fang Ning unlocked his phone and presented a photograph to Manager Jean. Let's do this, Mr. Fang, Jean proposed. I will add you on WeChat, and you can send me the photo. Rest assured, I will only use it for information purposes and nothing more. Fang Ning nodded in agreement, added Manager Jean on WeChat, and sent him the photograph. Manager Jean commenced the procedure for Fang Ning, requiring his signature in numerous places. Zhang Jinghao observed this scene, his teeth clenched in frustration, as Manager Jean treated Fang Ning with such kindness while his own demeanor was distinctly unwelcoming. Chen Mimi was equally astonished, realizing that Fang Ning was indeed purchasing a BMW X7. It dawned on her that Fang Ning's ability to afford such a luxury was likely tied to Sun Hui, who stood beside him. Chen Mimi began to speculate about Sun Hui's identity, pondering what kind of person would enable Fang Ning's acquisition of a BMW X7. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed her mind. Could they possibly be a couple? The mere idea sent a shiver down her spine, as she had not anticipated that Fang Ning would develop an affinity for men after their breakup. Yet, why had Fang Ning dined with a woman just days prior at the hot pot restaurant? Was it possible that Fang Ning was, in fact, bisexual? We're not buying anymore. Zhang Jinghao exclaimed in anger. The service at this BMW dealership is utterly atrocious. Chen Mimi quickly interjected, but how good? Didn't you say you were going to buy me a BMW? Zhang Jinghao had indeed promised to purchase a BMW for Chen Mimi, but it would remain registered under his name. It was unlikely he would truly gift it to her unless she exhibited exemplary behavior, at which point he might consider transferring ownership. Shall we look at other cars? Zhang Jinghao suggested, genuinely wishing to leave this place, feeling continuously humiliated by Fang Ning. But I only like BMWs. I don't want any other car. Chen Mimi insisted, resolutely thinking that since Fang Ning was buying a BMW, she too must acquire one. She harbored a sense of defiance, feeling that since she had ended things with Fang Ning, she could not allow him to outshine her. Bye. Zhang Jinghao ultimately conceded. The female sales representative began processing Zhang Jinghao's paperwork. Although he was somewhat reluctant, Chen Mimi was overjoyed. Both parties commenced their procedures. Though the quality of service varied significantly, one receiving standard sales assistance, while the other enjoyed the personal attention of the manager. After half an hour, the formalities were finally completed, with insurance and all other details satisfactorily arranged. Manager Jean extended his hand to Fang Ning for a handshake. Mr. Fang, congratulations. You are now the proud owner of a prestigious BMW. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinghao also became a BMW owner, and the female sales representative offered him a brief congratulatory remark. Yet he felt no joy whatsoever. Only Chen Mimi was exuberantly taking photos and posting them on social media. Mr. Fang, let me treat you to a meal someday. Thank you for supporting our dealership, Manager Jean politely stated. This time, a BMW X7 was sold, and her performance for the quarter was nearly accomplished, with commissions that were quite substantial. Manager Jean promptly expressed his gratitude to Sun Hui, saying, Manager Sun, thank you for introducing Mr. Fang to me. She is a shrewd and capable woman who does not easily dismiss anyone, especially those of significance. As for someone like Zhang Jinghao, it is best to steer clear. He is miserly and petty, embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Mr. Fang, allow me to drive the car out for you, Manager Jean offered, taking the initiative to bring the vehicle outside the dealership. From that moment on, the BMW X7 belonged to Fang Ning. Should you have any after-sales concerns, please feel free to reach out to me. I will wholeheartedly serve you, he assured. Thank you, Manager Jean. Fang Ning replied with a nod as she took her place in the driver's seat of the BMW. At this juncture, Zhang Jinghao's BMW 3 Series also emerged from the dealership. The contrast between the two vehicles immediately became apparent. Zhang Jinghao was infuriated, slapping his hand against the steering wheel in a fit of indignation. Damn it, this brat has stolen all my thunder. Chapter 29. The Gem Appraisal Room, Highest Specifications. Master Fang, are you ready? He noted that it was Fang Ning's first time driving, and having someone accompany her would be beneficial. All right, Fang Ning nodded. She contemplated, now that the car is purchased, I should inform Su Tianhe. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful not to acknowledge him. Understood, Sun Hui nodded, regarding Fang Ning with newfound respect. She could have chosen to be arrogant, but instead opted for humility and discretion. Fang Ning drove leisurely towards the Gem Appraisal Room, maintaining a speed of 20 to 30 miles per hour, akin to that of a bicycle. Sun Hui reassured her, there's no rush. You will become accustomed to it. Manager Sun, I truly appreciate your company while I drive, she replied. Not a bother at all. Half an hour later, Fang Ning finally arrived at the entrance of the Gem Appraisal Room. Upon seeing the BMW, the guard, Xiao Wang, immediately granted access without any inquiry. However, Fang Ning intentionally halted the car and honked twice. Hello. As Xiao Wang approached, he wondered if his BMW owner had any particular business. Master Fang? Upon recognizing Fang Ning, Xiao Wang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would purchase a BMW so swiftly. Initially uncertain, he now had no doubt that it was indeed a new BMW. Sun Hui added, Xiao Wang, this is Master Fang's car. In the future, simply let her through without hesitation. Understood? Yes, yes. Xiao Wang nodded vigorously. Even without Manager Sun's reminder, he would have willingly allowed her passage. As a guard, one must possess discernment. It is acceptable to stop ordinary vehicles, but luxury cars should never be impeded. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Wang, Fang Ning said, nodding in acknowledgement before driving into the Gem Appraisal Room. It's no trouble at all, Master Fang, Xiao Wang replied. Just days prior, he had looked down upon Fang Ning, yet now she had ascended to the status of a distinguished guest at the Gem Appraisal Room. Fang Ning exerted considerable effort to maneuver his BMW into the parking space, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Sun Hui chuckled, Master Fang, if you find parking troublesome, you can utilize the automatic parking feature next time. Naturally, the BMW X7 that Fang Ning purchased was equipped with such a function. Fang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two made their way into the building. After inquiring with the receptionist, they learned that Su Tianhe was still in the reception room, prompting them to head in that direction. Sun Hui turned to Su Tianhe, and Fang Ning also nodded towards him, saying, Thank you, boss, we have already secured the vehicle. Su Tianhe inquired with a smile, What car did you buy? A BMW X7. No need for that, Su Tianhe replied, shaking his head. It's merely 180,000. Just a trifling sum. He certainly did not wish to sour his relationship with Fang Ning over such a paltry amount, for that would not be the conduct of a wise individual. Thank you, boss. Fang Ning expressed his gratitude without further protest, as continuing to decline might seem overly formal. After all, he would be a part of the antique appraisal studio and, barring unforeseen circumstances, will be working alongside Su Tianhe for quite some time. Hence, It was essential to maintain a cordial relationship, lest they both feel awkward. Su Tianhe nodded. Fang Ning, your appraisal room has been arranged next to Master Qin's chamber, facilitating your discussions. Qin Changfang nodded. Indeed, I have numerous questions I wish to pose to you, young friend Fang. Zhang Yuanda could not contain his curiosity, asking, young friend Fang, how do you achieve such results? Why is it that after you restore antiques, there are no traces of repair whatsoever? Master Chun and Master Zheng also nodded, sharing the same inquiry, eager to glean answers from Fang Ning. They found it perplexing that objects, clearly restored, bore no visible signs of such work, leaving them in a state of bewilderment and yearning for clarity. Fang Ning shook his head, stating that the appraisal system was his most significant secret, one he could never divulge to anyone, not even to his mother, Chun Ping. Understanding dawned upon Su Tianhe, who nodded. Fang Ning, you need not take it to heart. We were merely curious. If you prefer not to share, that is entirely acceptable. Thank you, Fang Ning replied. Should Su Tianhe insist on pressing the matter, he would have no choice but to depart from the antique appraisal studio. Even if it meant relinquishing a 600,000 annual salary, his secret was non-negotiable. Su Tianhe then suggested, Fang Ning, let me show you your appraisal room. Fang Ning nodded and followed Su Tianhe, with the others trailing behind, eager to glimpse Fang Ning's appraisal room and enliven the atmosphere, lest it feel too desolate. They arrived at an appraisal room replete with all necessary amenities, a coffee machine, a tea table, a projector, everything one could desire. Additionally, there was a large sofa where Fang Ning could rest if fatigue set in. The specifications were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Wow, Zhang Yuanda exclaimed in astonishment. This appraisal room is even more splendid than old Qin's. This is the truth, Qin Changfang nodded in agreement. However, he bore no jealousy, for Fang Ning's abilities truly warranted the highest accolades. Secretary Wang, please hand the keys to Fang Ning. Su Tianhe instructed a female secretary nearby. The secretary nodded and presented the keys to Fang Ning. Master Fang, from now on, only you will have access to this appraisal room. None of us shall enter. Fang Ning nodded, pleasantly surprised by the meticulous arrangements of the appraisal chamber, which had evidently considered every detail. Su Tianhe continued, Sang Ning. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to consult Manager Sun or Secretary Wang. They will assist you. Both Sun Hui and the female secretary nodded in agreement, as their roles were to serve the appraisal master, lest they face unemployment. Fang Ning acknowledged them with a nod. I will be relying on both of you in the future. Sun Hui offered a brief smile, while the female secretary charmingly remarked, Master Fang, it is my honor to serve you. Chapter 30. The Treasure Pavilion. Fang Ning turned to Su Tianhe and inquired, Boss, when should I come to the appraisal chamber? Su Tianhe replied, we do not adhere to strict working hours at the appraisal chamber. In fact, if you have other matters, you need not come. However, when we require your presence, you must arrive without fail. Fang Ning felt an overwhelming sense of joy, realizing he had found the right place. The working hours here were incredibly flexible, lacking rigid standards. One simply needed to appear when necessary. This was the job Fang Ning had longed for. Sun Hui cheerfully suggested, Master Fang, you may take today to rest. Returning tomorrow would not be too late. Fang Ning nodded. I wish to familiarize myself with the work environment first. Master, allow me to show you around, the female secretary offered. I have worked at the appraisal chamber for several years and know the surroundings well. That would be great. Su Tianhe agreed. Secretary Wang, please guide Fang Ning around so he can acclimate quickly. Master Fang, please follow me, the female secretary said as she led Fang Ning away. The others dispersed, and Su Tianhe was elated, knowing that from this day forth, the appraisal chamber would gain a formidable ally, akin to an army of thousands. Irreplaceable by 5 divisions. As the female secretary showed Fang Ning around, he was utterly astonished by the grandeur of the appraisal chamber. It spanned an impressive area of 20 to 30,000 square feet, boasting an array of facilities, including a gym, bar, and KTV. Fang Ning was astounded by the opulence of the place. After a thorough tour, the two finally paused. Thank you for your efforts, Wang Jia. Fang Ning acknowledged the female secretary with a nod. During their tour, he had learned her name was Wang Qingge, a rather intriguing moniker. Master Fang, please do not be so formal, Wang Qingge smiled. My existence is to serve you. It is my duty, and I am honored to fulfill it. Fang Ning nodded and inquired, Sister Wang, what is my primary responsibility? Master Fang, your duties encompass not only the appraisal of antiques, but also their restoration, Wang Qingge replied. Fang Ning then asked, are there many antiques in need of restoration at the appraisal studio? Indeed, there are quite a few, Wang Qingge affirmed. Our appraisal studio acquires antiques from across the nation, holds weekly auctions, and receives several pieces daily. Many antiques suffer from improper preservation, leading to certain damages that necessitate restoration to fetch a higher price. Fang Ning expressed his curiosity. Could you take me to see those antiques? Certainly, Master Fang. You possess the necessary clearance, Wang Qingge acknowledged. Allow me to escort you to the treasure pavilion, where we house our antiques. After navigating through numerous security checkpoints, they arrived at the treasure pavilion. Gaining entry was no simple feat. Identity verification was imperative, and those without proper identification could not pass through. Upon entering the pavilion, Fang Ning was immediately taken aback. The space was filled with a dazzling array of antiques that left one almost overwhelmed. The appraisal studio is truly remarkable, Fang Ning mused internally, realizing that the collective value of the antiques in the pavilion amounted to at least several billion, a testament to the studio's prowess. After a brief exploration, he turned to Wang Qingge and asked, Sister Wang, why do I not see any damaged antiques? Did you not say there are many? Damaged antiques and intact ones are kept separate, Wang Qingge explained. If you're interested, I can take you to see them. Fang Ning nodded and followed Wang Qingge into another room. This chamber housed a variety of damaged antiques, numbering in the hundreds, which was quite daunting. Fang Ning picked up a jar for inspection, and the system promptly provided an alert. Dragon pattern jar from the Song Dynasty, condition damaged, valued at 500,000. Nodding thoughtfully, he set the jar down and picked up a fan instead. Bamboo silk fan from the Han Dynasty, condition damaged, valued at 200,000. He continued to examine several pieces, discovering that each held values in the hundreds of thousands, with the potential for restoration possibly elevating them to over $1 million. Turning to Wang Qingge, he inquired, what is the procedure for restoration? Wang Qingge considered for a moment before responding, you may take 2 items at a time, but registration is required. Fang Ning understood the stipulation. Only 2 items at a time were permitted to prevent taking on more than could be restored. Then I shall choose this jar and this fan. He indicated the first 2 items he had examined. Very well, Wang Qingge replied, summoning a registration staff member. The staff member carefully packed the jar and fan into a box, cushioned with cotton, ensuring their safety even in the event of a fall. Curious, Fang Ning asked, what is the restoration fee for these 2 items? Please hold on. I will check for you, the staff member responded, nodding before consulting the computer. The jar is valued at 100,000 and the fan at 50,000. The registrar nodded, informing him that upon completion and inspection of the repairs, he would receive the restoration fee. Fang Ning understood that each antique was meticulously documented, which explained the numbers he had observed on each piece. A sum of 150,000 was quite satisfactory, he mused to himself. He wasn't overly greedy. He believed in a gradual approach. The registrar added, Sir, I must remind you that any items taken from here must be returned within a month, regardless of whether they have been restored, unless there are exceptional circumstances. Understood, Fang Ning replied with a nod. The policy of the antique appraisal studio was designed to prevent individuals from absconding with antiques under the pretense of restoration. Hence the stipulation for a 1-month return period. Subsequently, Fang Ning departed with 2 antiques in hand. Restoring these items seemed straightforward, and he could exchange them for money by tomorrow. Wang Qingge smiled and remarked, Master Fang, there is no need to rush your work. You could wait until tomorrow. The restoration masters at the antique appraisal studio were never overly concerned with diligence. Some took an entire month to restore a single antique. Those lacking skill would eventually face dismissal from the studio, as it could not afford to keep idle hands, regardless of its wealth. All right, he thought. There was no need to hasten the restoration process, considering today was merely the first day. Moreover, he felt uncertain about whether there were cameras in the room. His secrets must remain concealed. Chapter 31. Su Wanqing's thoughts. Though Fang Ning felt reassured by the antique appraisal studio, he understood the necessity of taking precautions. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer should he be manipulated. Ultimately, one must place their trust in oneself. Given Su Tianhe's demeanor towards him, he surmised there was unlikely to be a camera in the room. Fang Ning wandered about for a while longer before leaving, ensuring to lock the door behind him to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Just a few days after leaving his position as a mere office employee, how could he afford a BMW X7? Discretion was paramount. Ostentation could lead to unnecessary complications. A melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Su Tianhe's sister, Su Wanqing, the very woman who had collided with Fang Ning while driving a red BMW a few days prior. Su Tianhe nodded while changing into slippers, then asked, Wanqing, do you know someone named Fang Ning? Fang Ning? Su Wanqing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know him. She had no recollection of the name, indicating she was unfamiliar with the individual. Unfamiliar? Su Qianhe was taken aback, perplexed by the idea that Wanqing did not recognize Fang Ning, especially since Fang Ning had mentioned her. Wanqing, are you truly certain you do not know Fang Ning? Think again. Su Wanqing contemplated earnestly, but still shook her head, unable to recall anyone by that name. Brother, what is the matter with this Fang Ning? Why do you think I should know him? Su Qianhe recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, a young restoration master, barely in his 20s? Although she was not part of the antique industry, she was well aware of the challenges involved in restoring antiques. Typically, restoration masters are at least 35 years old. Only through the passage of time can one acquire such a refined skill. Su Wanqing inquired, Brother, can you describe what this Fang Ning looks like? Su Qianhe nodded and began to portray Fang Ning's appearance. He is about my height, but slightly slimmer, with bright, penetrating eyes and a pronounced nose. After hearing this description, Su Wanqing found herself lacking a clear image, yet she felt as though she had encountered this individual before. How about I visit the antique appraisal studio tomorrow to meet Fang Ning? She suggested. Su Qianhe pondered for a moment and replied, That sounds fine. You may go and see if you recognize him. All right, Su Wanqing agreed, resolved to meet Fang Ning the following day. What kind of person could he be? How was the investigation progressing? Su Tianning Guiyuth. Boss, we have already conducted an inquiry. The information indicates that Fang Ning is merely an ordinary university graduate with no distinctive background, and his parents. The assistant's voice relayed Fang Ning's basic information over the phone. Earlier that afternoon, Su Tianhe had tasked someone with uncovering Fang Ning's identity. Eager to discern the nature of this individual, an ordinary person, upon receiving this information, Su Tianhe appeared somewhat incredulous. How could an unremarkable individual possess such remarkable abilities? Was it possible that crucial details were concealed, resulting in only superficial information being accessible? Boss, according to the records, Fang Ning is quite unremarkable, just an ordinary individual. Please place his information on my desk when you arrive at work tomorrow. I wish to examine it personally. The assistant promptly acknowledged the request, gazing at his dilapidated home. An idea suddenly struck him. With over 2 million in savings, it is high time I consider purchasing a house. Perhaps once mother is discharged from the hospital, we could move into a new residence. Fang Ning had resolved to take the time to explore potential properties, intending to acquire a suitable apartment. With his impressive earning capacity, an annual salary of 6 million, he was entirely capable of purchasing a home. Furthermore, the real estate market in Jiangnan City was relatively affordable. The price per square meter, which had once been around 27 or 28,000, had now decreased to approximately 20,000 due to market fluctuations. With Fang Ning's current savings, acquiring a 100 square meter apartment posed no challenge. In fact, if he waited a little longer, he could afford an even larger dwelling. However, Fang Ning preferred to avoid mortgage payments. Believing them to be excessively burdensome, he favored settling the entire amount in one go. Chuckling to himself while lying in bed, Fang Ning couldn't suppress his laughter. From this point forward, he would belong to the ranks of those who possessed both a car and a home, distancing himself from those without such luxuries. Such was the boon bestowed by the Golden Finger. Had it not been for this fortunate twist of fate, Fang Ning would have endured years of arduous labor before ever being able to afford a single property. Moreover, it was the kind that was small and shabby. The following day, after attending to his mother in the hospital, Fang Ning made his way to the antique appraisal studio. Although the proprietor mentioned that working hours were flexible, Fang Ning felt that as it was the start of the day, a more earnest demeanor was in order. Good morning, Master Fang. Upon seeing Fang Ning, the gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, immediately greeted him with great respect. Good morning. Fang Ning nodded and stepped into the studio. Through the gatekeeper's gaze, Fang Ning sensed a significant change within himself. He was no longer the impoverished youth of yore. I am now Master Fang of the antique appraisal studio, he mused joyfully, humming a cheerful tune as he proceeded to his appraisal room. Along the way, several individuals acknowledged him, having heard of the newly appointed Master Fang, especially after Su Tianhe's personal visit to the studio the previous day, which had sparked considerable interest in Fang Ning. Arriving at the entrance of his appraisal room, he unlocked the door and stepped inside, shutting it behind him. He surveyed the layout of the room, noting that everything remained unchanged since yesterday. Just as Secretary Wang Qingge had mentioned, this room was designated solely for Fang Ning's use. Excellent, he nodded in satisfaction. However, rather than hastily repairing the antiques on the table, he took his time exploring the room, standing on a chair to inspect the walls. His intention was to ascertain whether any hidden surveillance devices were present. Half an hour later, a bit breathless, Fang Ning settled into a chair. After his exploration, he confirmed that the room was secure, devoid of any hidden cameras. The thought of his secrets being exposed was an unacceptable prospect. He then began restoring the two antiques on the table, completing the task swiftly with a total expenditure of 50,000 yuan. The dragon pattern jar cost 30,000, while the bamboo fan required 20,000. The potential profit was a staggering 100,000 yuan. Fang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at his extraordinary ability to generate wealth. In just a minute, I've made a fortune. Holding the boxes containing the antiques, he once again ventured to the treasure hall. Good day, Master Fang. The registrar acknowledged him with a nod, already familiar with his name. Fang Ning handed the two boxes to the registrar. Master Fang, do you wish to return these two antiques? The registrar inquired. Sang Ning noted affirmatively. It's perfectly normal for repairs to not meet expectations. Deciding to abandon them upon inspection is indeed wise, the registrar added. Who said I couldn't repair them? I've already fixed them. Fang Ning replied with a smile. What? The registrar paused, taken aback. You mean to say you've completed the repairs? But it's only been a day. Well, they're all fixed now. Feel free to check for yourself, Fang Ning said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Observing Fang Ning's confidence, the registrar grew somewhat anxious and promptly began inspecting the antiques within the boxes. Upon discovering the pristine antiques within the box, the registrar was taken aback, utterly astonished that Fang Ning had indeed restored two pieces. However, it had only been half a day. The registrar doubted his own perception, questioning whether these were the same antiques taken the previous day. Yet, as a registrar, he possessed the discernment to ascertain authenticity. Master Fang, please hold on a moment. The registrar stammered. I need to summon others for verification. It is our protocol, and I mean no offense. Not a problem, Fang Ning replied graciously. Before long, another individual arrived, someone Fang Ning did not recognize. The newcomer nodded towards Fang Ning. Greetings, I am Huang He, responsible for the assessment of restored antiques. Noticing Fang Ning's unfamiliarity, he offered an explanation. Hello, Master Huang, Fang Ning acknowledged with a nod. Huang He began inspecting the two antiques, quickly confirming their authenticity. These were indeed the same items from the treasure pavilion, now merely restored. He turned to the registrar, saying, There's no issue here, Shaolin. Surely you can discern this? Huang He, somewhat perplexed, noted that although Shaolin was young, he had a good eye, which prompted his curiosity regarding the need for Huang's presence. Master Huang, the registrar replied, I can see there are no problems. But Master Fang only took these two antiques yesterday afternoon. Taken yesterday afternoon? Huang He paused, comprehending the registrar's implication. Logically, it was inconceivable to restore these antiques in such a brief span. Even if one were slightly damaged, it would require more than mere hours for restoration. Indeed, the registrar nodded emphatically. Huang He scrutinized Fang Ning. Master Fang, you are the one who came yesterday, Fang Ning. He confirmed, nodding. Ah, yes, you're indeed Fang Ning. Huang He recalled, now understanding why the proprietor held Fang Ning in such high regard. He evidently possessed remarkable skills. Huang He meticulously re-examined the antiques and found no discrepancies, confirming that Fang Ning had not substituted replicas for originals. How did you accomplish this? Huang He could not restrain his curiosity. You restored two antiques in just half a day. Fang Ning smiled silently. Huang He, realizing his indiscretion, nodded apologetically, acknowledging that it was inappropriate to pose such a question to Fang Ning. Shaolin, these antiques are flawless. Please record them from Master Fang. Huang He instructed the registrar. The registrar complied, duly noting the restoration. When salary disbursement occurred next month, the restoration fees would be credited to Fang Ning's account. Huang He inquired, do you intend to continue this? Indeed, Fang Ning affirmed, restoring antiques is a profitable venture, and naturally, I aim to restore as many as possible. Then allow me to escort you inside. Huang He stated that, according to regulations, each restoration master entering the treasure vault must be accompanied by someone, though this requirement is not strictly enforced. Thank you for your effort, Master Huang, Fang Ning replied. Following Huang He into the treasure vault. This time, Fang Ning selected two damaged antiques, with a total restoration cost amounting to 200,000, while the system only charged 5,000 for the restoration fee. It appeared he would earn a profit of 150,000. Fang Ning could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The system's restoration capability was indeed a veritable goldmine. As long as he continued to restore antiques, he could perpetually receive restoration fees. Truly splendid. Huang He then remarked, Master Fang, if you can restore these two antiques, you may apply to take 3 next time. Is that acceptable? Fang Ning inquired, I hadn't thought of bringing more. Generally, it is not permitted, but under special circumstances, we can make exceptions. Huang He chuckled, adding, "You are no ordinary person, Master Fang. Boss Su's judgment is remarkably astute." He expressed admiration for Su Tianhe, who had discovered such a gem in Fang Ning. Fang Ning's presence could potentially double or even triple the value of damaged antiques. "Huh, you flatter me, Master Huang." Fang Ning smiled as he followed Huang He out of the treasure vault. After the registration personnel recorded their details, the two made their way outside. As soon as they stepped out, Wang Qingge approached them, saying, "Master Fang, I've been looking everywhere for you. I didn't realize you were at the treasure vault." Noticing the antique box in Fang Ning's hands, she asked, "Did you select 2 new antiques?" It's perfectly normal to exchange antiques if the restoration is unsatisfactory, she thought, mirroring the registration personnel's assumptions that Fang Ning had failed to restore the previous antiques and had come to exchange them for new ones. Chapter 33, Auction. Wang Qingge's skepticism was entirely reasonable. Anyone would harbor such doubts. After all, it was utterly implausible to restore 2 antiques in less than a day. Before Fang Ning could respond, Huang He interjected, "Secretary Wang, those 2 antiques have already been restored by Master Fang, and I personally verified that there are no issues whatsoever." Upon hearing Huang He's words, Wang Qingge was momentarily taken aback. "Restored." Huang He nodded and reiterated his previous statement. Wang Qingge was convinced. For Master Huang was not one to speak frivolously. If he claimed the restoration was complete, it undoubtedly was. "Master Fang, you are truly remarkable," Wang Qingge marveled, realizing that Fang Ning was indeed unlike anyone else. While others required 10 days or even half a month to complete restorations, Fang Ning had accomplished it in mere hours. He was certainly extraordinary. Fang Ning then asked, "Sister Wang, is there something you need to discuss with me?" Wang Qingge recalled the matter at hand, exclaiming, "Oh, right. Miss Su wishes to see you. She is currently waiting for you in the reception room." "Misuse?" Fang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Is it Su Wanqing?" Wang Qingge nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is Miss Su Wanqing." Fang Ning followed Wang Qingge into the reception room and was immediately struck by the sight of a tall woman whose long legs were simply captivating. This woman was none other than Su Wanqing. "Miss Su, Master Fang has arrived," Wang Qingge informed her. Su Wanqing turned her head and was greeted by the sight of Fang Ning. "It's you?" she exclaimed. "Hello, Miss Su. Sang Ning noted in acknowledgement." Su Wanqing was taken aback. "You're all right?" "I'm fine," Fang Ning replied with a smile. "After you bumped into me, I didn't sustain any serious injuries and recovered quickly. In fact, Su Wanqing was his benefactor. Had she not knocked him down, he would not have awakened his X-ray vision or acquired the antique appraisal system. Consequently, he would not have achieved his current success." Su Wanqing nodded, relieved to see that Fang Ning was unharmed. With that weight lifted from her heart, she felt a sense of ease. "Miss Su, did you need something from me?" Fang Ning inquired. "Not really," Su Wanqing shook her head. "I just heard my brother mention you. He said you seemed to know me, so I came to see who you were." Fang Ning nodded, understanding her intention. "Su Wanqing smilet Sang Ning. I didn't expect you to be skilled in antique restoration as well." Wang Qingge interjected. "Miss Su, Master Fang is exceptionally talented in restoring antiques. He retrieved 2 artifacts from the treasure pavilion yesterday and has already restored them today." "Such speed?" Su Wanqing was astonished. She surveyed Fang Ning anew, amazed that the person she had collided with possessed such remarkable abilities. "Just fortunate," Fang Ning chuckled modestly. He was acutely aware that it was not solely his prowess, but rather the capabilities of the system he possessed. However, the system's strength was tantamount to his own. "This isn't mere luck," he added. Wang Qingge shook his head. "Those who can restore antiques are certainly exceptional. Otherwise, they wouldn't be referred to as masters." Su Wanqing nodded, gaining a renewed appreciation for Fang Ning. "Now that I see you are well, I feel much more at ease. My brother greatly values talent. As long as you work diligently, he will not treat you poorly." "I will certainly work hard," Fang Ning promised earnestly. "Good luck. I must take my leave now." Su Wanqing waved goodbye and departed. Her purpose for visiting the antique appraisal studio was fulfilled. She had come to meet Fang Ning. As she walked away, Fang Ning reminisced about their first encounter when he had awakened his X-ray vision and had seen Su Wanqing in a state of undress, mistaking it for nudity. He could not help but admire her exquisite figure, perfectly proportioned with slenderness where it should be and curves where they belonged. When he had seen her earlier, he had nearly succumbed to the temptation to activate his X-ray vision once more, but ultimately restrained himself. Wang Qingge, curious, asked, "Master Fang, do you know Miss Su?" "I have met her once before," Fang Ning replied. Fang Ning chuckled and remarked, "She knocked me down with her car and compensated me with 100,000 yuan." "What?" Wang Qingge was momentarily taken aback, initially believing Fang Ning was jesting. She inquired, Master Fang, will you be attending the auction tomorrow? Auction? Fang Ning asked, curious about the event. Did I not mention it before? Wang Qingge replied, our antique appraisal studio holds an auction weekly, inviting various individuals to participate, either to purchase items or to sell their own. Realizing Wang Qingge's intentions, Fang Ning promptly asked, may I attend? Of course, Master Fang, Wang Qingge smiled. As long as you are affiliated with our studio, you are welcome to join. Others require an invitation. She added, you may also invite one additional person, as each participant has an extra slot. Fang Ning nodded, recognizing that coming to the antique appraisal studio was indeed a fortuitous choice. With generous treatment and a variety of benefits, most individuals could not even enter the studio, let alone bring someone to the auction. Sister Wang, when is the auction taking place? Fang Ning inquired, eager to ascertain the specific timing. At 7 in the evening, continuing until midnight. Fang Ning had already decided to invite Li Ting to the auction, seizing the opportunity to broaden her horizons, especially since the slot was complimentary. She sent Li Ting a WeChat message, asking if she was available tomorrow night and relaying details about the auction. A smile graced Fang Ning's face, feeling confident about securing Li Ting's participation. At the Su group, Su Wanqing arrived after leaving the antique appraisal studio. Misu. Many greeted her with nods. Wanqing, how'd it go? Did you meet Fang Ning? Su Tianing Guiyith. Su Wanqing nodded, saying, brother, you truly struck gold this time. How so? Su Tiana asked curiously. I met Fang Ning today, and Secretary Wang informed me that the 2 antiques Fang Ning acquired yesterday have already been restored today. Is that so? Su Tian nodded sotfedly, not overly surprised. He had previously heard from Sun Hui about Fang Ning's remarkable restoration skills, having repaired a blue and white porcelain bowl in just one day. This was precisely why Su Tiana sought to meet Fang Ning in person and extended an olive branch to her. Brother, why are you not curious? Su Wanqing asked, puzzled. She knew her brother was composed, but this seemed rather unexciting. Su Tiana replied, the world is full of extraordinary individuals. Fang Ning's exceptional restoration abilities, though somewhat unbelievable, are something I choose to accept. Su Tianhe had a strong capacity for acceptance. No matter how peculiar a situation was, he quickly adapted. He then asked Wanqing, how did you come to know Fang Ning? Su Wanqing recounted the events leading up to their meeting, concluding her tale. I found it quite peculiar that, after being knocked away by me, he emerged unscathed and was able to rise from the ground. Truly, extraordinary individuals are indeed remarkable. Su Tianhe remarked with a smile, not overly concerned. He then inquired, Wanqing, how has business been at the jewelry company lately? Not too bad, Su Wanqing replied, though we are running low on new products. We need to source more raw materials. It seems I should seek an opportunity to visit a stone gambling site. The Su group had clearly defined roles. Su Tianhe was responsible for the appraising division, while Su Wanqing oversaw Su Jewelry. Both companies, under the auspices of the Su group, were substantial entities, ranking among the foremost in Jiangnan City. Wanqing, do not fret, Su Tianhe reassured her. I have already contacted a master stone gambler who will surely be of great assistance to you. Thank you, brother, Su Wanqing beamed. Knowing her brother was reliable and would never let her down, the master he found would undoubtedly help her select some fine materials, alleviating her concerns regarding the jewelry company's inventory. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. After tending to his mother in the hospital, Fang Ning did not rush to the appraising division. Instead, he ventured to the antique street, hoping to unearth some treasures. After all, with an auction taking place that evening, finding a valuable item to auction could yield a greater profit. Fang Ning perused the antique street for quite some time, yet he found nothing worth acquiring. No hidden gems to speak of. He understood that discovering a bargain was not an easy feat. Relying on such luck for wealth was implausible, though minor profits were still attainable. Reluctantly, he stepped into an antique shop, for true treasures could only be found therein. Welcome, young man. What might you be looking to purchase? The shopkeeper greeted warmly. Upon entering, one was considered a guest, and should a deal be struck, they would be deemed a valued customer. Shopkeeper, please show me your genuine items, Fang Ning stated directly. Now a man of means, he was determined to acquire authentic pieces, hopeful they would fetch a premium at the auction. Genuine items? We have an abundance of them. The shopkeeper began enthusiastically presenting numerous pieces, detailing a vase from the Ming dynasty, among others. However, Fang Ning remained unmoved, displaying no interest whatsoever. Is this all? Fang Ning frowned. Do you have no genuine articles in your shop? The items the shopkeeper had introduced were all mere replicas, devoid of authenticity. Fang Ning felt profoundly disappointed. He had not anticipated such a lackluster selection at this antique store. Noti king Fang Ning resolute temeanor. The shopkeeper realized he was dealing with someone knowledgeable in the field and could not be deceived. Since you are an expert, I shall not conceal the truth. The shopkeeper said, we do indeed possess genuine items. Allow me to fetch them for you. He retreated into the back room and soon emerged with 3 items: a fan, a brush, and a vase. Fang Ning examined the 3 items and confirmed their authenticity. The sandalwood fan, originating from the Song dynasty, was in pristine condition and valued at 500,000. The Hu brush, hailing from the Ming dynasty, was somewhat damaged and valued at 200,000. The celestial vase, crafted during the Yuan dynasty, was also intact and worth 800,000. Pleased, Fang Ning nodded in satisfaction and inquired of the proprietor, "What are the prices for these treasures?" The owner quoted, "The sandalwood fan is 800,000, the Hu brush 30,000, and the celestial vase 1 million. Fang Ning chuckled to himself, recognizing the owner's shrewdness. Each item had been marked up significantly, indicating he was well aware of their true values. 800,000 for the Song dynasty sandalwood fan? I believe 50,000 is a more reasonable price, Fang Ning remarked with a smile, eyeing the owner. He added that the Hu brush and celestial vase were also not worth the prices stated. The owner was taken aback, surprised by Fang Ning's keen insight. Realizing he was indeed an expert. "Impressive, young man," the owner acknowledged, raising his thumb. "If you like any of these, you may take them at cost." Recognizing he could not deceive Fang Ning, he decided to conduct a fair transaction. Fang Ning nodded, satisfied with the owner's demeanor. "I quite fancy this brush. I'll offer 20,000 flat. Any more, and I shall take my leave." His interest in the Hu brush stemmed from its damaged state, as he intended to restore it and auction it off, hoping to achieve a premium. The owner's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated Fang Ning would state the bottom price outright, leaving him at a loss for words. "Young man, could you perhaps increase your offer a bit?" He suggested. 20,000 leaves me with no profit. How about an extra 2,000? "Not a chance," Fang Ning replied, shaking his head. "If you're unwilling, I shall seek alternatives elsewhere." He countered, "Just add 1 more thousand." The owner persisted in his final effort. Fang Ning strode towards the door, confident the owner would call him back. Even if he missed out on this Hu brush, he was sure he could find another damaged antique in another shop. All right, 20,000 it is," the owner called out hastily, having not made a sale in 2 months and desperately needing to secure a transaction to cover his rent. "That's more like it," Fang Ning said with a smile, completing the payment and departing with the Hu brush. Upon arriving at the antique appraisal hall, he entered his appraisal room, intent on restoring the Hu brush. Chapter 35, Hidden Mysteries. The Hu brush from the Ming dynasty was damaged but restorable, requiring an investment of 20,000. Curiously, the system displayed information for 2 Hu brushes, one from the Ming dynasty and another from the Tang dynasty, each with differing repair costs. Wait, what? Fang Ning was perplexed. He only held 1 Hu brush. How could the system present 2 pieces of information? "System, are you certain there's no mistake?" He scratched his head. One was a Ming dynasty Hu brush, and the other a Tang dynasty piece, each with distinct restoration expenses. Could it truly be that there were 2 brushes? Instead of rushing to repair, Fang Ning picked up the Hu brush before him and began to examine it meticulously. Soon, he discerned something unusual. The handle of the brush appeared hollow. A gentle tap revealed this peculiarity. Fang Ning seemed to grasp the implication. Could it be that 2 handles were intertwined, one nestled within the other? He suspected that the larger handle encased a smaller one, thus creating the hollow effect. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the connection point between the handle and the brush tip was notably wider, giving it a somewhat bulbous appearance. Should he perhaps cut the handle open to investigate further? Fang Ning stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given that the system had provided 2 pieces of information, it indicated the existence of 2 brushes, likely with one handle enveloping the other. He decided to proceed with caution and activated his X-ray vision, scanning the interior of the handle, which immediately brought him to light. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pair of scissors and decisively sliced into the handle. After all, even if he damaged it, the system could restore it. Snip! As the scissors severed the handle, a hidden secret was indeed revealed. Another handle lay concealed within, albeit smaller than the outer one. "Aha! 2 handles after all," Fang Ning exclaimed with a chuckle. He twisted vigorously to remove the outer handle, scrutinizing the inner one. It was in a state of decay, exuding a strong, musty odor, which explained the necessity of the outer casing. "It appears I've stumbled upon a significant find," Fang Ning murmured, his thoughts stirring as system information materialized before him. Hubei brush, originating from the Tang dynasty, crafted by Zhang Jueling, in a damaged condition. valued at 1 million. Crafted by Zhang Jiuling? Fang Ning was taken aback, realizing that this Tang Dynasty brush had once been used by Zhang Jiuling himself. It was well known that Zhang Jiuling served as a prime minister during the Kaiyuan era of the Tang Dynasty. A brush previously wielded by him would surely be worth 1 million, wouldn't it? Fang Ning then turned his gaze to the removed hollow handle. Hubei brush, originating from the Ming Dynasty, in a damaged condition, valued at 200,000. Even without a brush tip, it was worth 200,000. Once restored with a tip, its value would easily reach 500,000. He mused with satisfaction. Truly, he had struck gold this time. Spending 200,000 to acquire 2 treasures would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Restoration. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ning commenced the restoration of both brushes. Hubei brush, Ming Dynasty, in pristine condition, valued at 600,000. Hubei brush, Tang Dynasty, in pristine condition, valued at 3 million. Fang Ning was astounded. He had not anticipated a combined value of 3,600,000. He had initially purchased them for merely 200,000. Although the restoration cost him 120,000, totaling 320,000, the ultimate resale value of 3,600,000 represented a tenfold increase. Fang Ning carefully stored the 2 brushes, eagerly anticipating the auction that evening to see how much they would fetch. After all, the system's restoration capabilities were astonishing. He needed to remain discreet, avoiding daily restorations of antiques, which would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Though skepticism lingered, there was no concrete evidence. As long as there was an absence of substantial proof, they could not conclusively accuse Fang Ning of cheating. The afternoon rolled in. Fang Ning rose from the soft embrace of the sofa, indulging in a delightful stretch, reveling in the sheer comfort of life. Yet, a slight disappointment lingered. The absence of a companion made the nights feel solitary, lacking the warmth of another. How wonderful it would be to have a warm presence nearby. He glanced at his phone, noting that Li Ting was soon to finish her work, prompting him to dial her number. Li Ting, are you done for the day? Almost there, she replied. Shall I pick you up at the company? Sure. With that, Fang Ning set off, making his way to the parking lot where he ignited the engine of his BMW X7. After a day without practice, he felt somewhat unsteady. However, he took his time, cruising around the lot to reacquaint himself with the vehicle's handling before finally exiting the antique appraisal house. As he passed through the gate, the guard, Xiao Wang, chuckled. Master Fang, are you heading out? Fang Ning nodded. There's an auction tonight, and I wish to invite a friend to join me. Watching Fang Ning's elegant departure, Xiao Wang couldn't help but feel envious. Having served as a guard at the appraisal house for several years, he was well aware of the auctions, but had never attended one himself, as he lacked the qualifications to even enter. 10 minutes later, Fang Ning arrived at the base of the company, waiting in his car for Li Ting. Soon enough, she emerged, accompanied by a few colleagues. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. They waved farewell before parting ways. Just then, Chen Yuan hurriedly approached, stopping in front of Li Ting. Li Ting, I need to tell you something. What is it? Manager Chen? She asked, her tone neutral. Although she held no fondness for Chen Yuan, he was a manager, and a certain respect was due. Chen Yuan continued. Didn't Fang Ning mention he was restoring antiques at the appraisal house? I assure you, he's deceiving you. Tonight, there's an auction, and my brother-in-law is taking me along. Once I get acquainted, I could bring you to experience it too. No, thank you, Manager Chen, Li Ting replied curtly. If you have no other matters, I must be going. Wait. Chen Yuan attempted to keep her from leaving, but a colleague, Sister Zhang, interjected. Manager Chen, Li Ting isn't interested in you. You should stop pursuing her. What's it to you? Chen Yuan shot her a glare before chasing after Li Ting again. Li Ting, please hear me out. Li Ting, growing increasingly impatient, began to scan her surroundings, wondering where Fang Ning could be. Ugh, Chen Yuan is truly relentless. His audacity knows no bounds. He is more shameless than one could imagine. It's clear that Li Ting has no interest in him, yet he continues to cling to her. Observing Chen Yuan's persistence, the other colleagues shook their heads in disapproval, feeling a sense of pity for Li Ting. How long could she withstand Chen Yuan's relentless pursuit? In the face of reality, would she eventually succumb? Chapter 36. Fang Ning, is this the car you purchased? A few colleagues remained, intently observing Chen Yuan and Li Ting. Should Chen Yuan harbor any ill intentions towards Li Ting, they would immediately intervene to thwart him, ensuring that he does not succeed and leave Li Ting with a lifelong shadow. Li Ting furrowed her brow. She had truly had enough of Chen Yuan. Had he not been a manager, she would have spat in his face long ago. Li Ting, are you truly so impatient with me? Chen Yuan's expression darkened. I fail to comprehend what merits Fang Ning possesses. What future do you envision with him? Sooner or later, You will find yourself unable to afford a meal. That is none of your concern. You ought to manage your own affairs. Li Ting retorted angrily, genuinely incensed. Her relationship with Fang Ning was her own business. What right did Chen Yuan have to meddle? You. Chen Yuan was infuriated, despite his wealth and position as the company's manager. Why did Li Ting not harbor any affection for him? Since her arrival at the company, he had taken notice of her. Yet months had passed without any progress in winning her over, leaving him utterly frustrated. He had previously enjoyed success in his pursuits. Why did his usual charm fail with Li Ting? Suddenly, a blaring horn startled him from his thoughts. Are you seeking death? Chen Yuan cursed, feeling the urge to vent his anger, only to be interrupted by this unexpected intrusion. As he prepared to unleash his fury, he was taken aback to see a BMW X7, instantly calming much of his ire. He recognized the luxury vehicle, valued at no less than $1 million, a true symbol of affluence. While many online scoffed at cars worth $2 to $3 million, in reality, even a car costing several hundred thousand was already a considerable achievement for the average person. Fang Ning emerged from the vehicle, adjusting his sunglasses, a gift from the dealership. Manager Chen, it seems you've been up to your usual antics in my absence. Fang Ning. Chen Yuan was stunned. He had not anticipated that it would be Fang Ning stepping out of the car. He glanced back at the BMW X7 and peered inside, confirming that no one else was present, thus realizing it was indeed Fang Ning. Li Ting approached as well. Fang Ning, is this your car? She too had noticed the BMW X7 earlier, but had not assumed it belonged to Fang Ning. Apologies, Li Ting. I dozed off for a moment, Fang Ning chuckled. The comfort of this car is rather enticing. I fell asleep and only awoke to find this fool pestering you. How shameless. Who is being shameless? Chen Yuan insisted earnestly. I genuinely like Li Ting, devotedly, in fact. Get lost, Fang Ning waved dismissively. Chen Yuan, it's clear you're the type who frequents foot spas. How could you possibly be devoted to anyone? Chen Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. He indeed enjoys soaking his feet, and everyone in the company is well aware of it. It is hardly a secret. Fang Ning, is this BMW your purchase? Exclaimed someone in astonishment. Wow, Fang Ning, you are incredible. The others gathered around, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they gazed at Fang Ning and then at the BMW. It felt surreal. Could this possibly be a dream? Hello, everyone. Long time no see. I'll treat you all to dinner sometime, Fang Ning said with a smile, tacitly acknowledging that the car was indeed his. Fang Ning, you've done well, remarked Sister Zhang. In just a few days, you've upgraded to a BMW. Another colleague inquired. Fang Ning, you must be the one who won that $1 million prize in the news, right? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, convinced that Fang Ning was indeed the lucky winner. After all, what would a seemingly ordinary Fang Ning be doing driving a BMW otherwise? That's not me. Sang Ning replied, bemuset. The news only mentioned winning $1 million, but after taxes, it's merely a few $100,000. I spent $140,000 on this car. He didn't mind putting on a show. After all, why not revel in his success? $140,000. My goodness, Fang Ning, you are quite wealthy. Another colleague chimed in. If I had over $1 million, I wouldn't dream of buying such an expensive car. I would save it and enjoy the interest. The group was taken aback, impressed by Fang Ning's apparent wealth, and they all acknowledged his impressive facade, giving him full marks for his performance. Sister Zhang smiled and said, Fang Ning, you've hit the jackpot, but don't forget about his colleagues. She then asked, by the way, how is your mother's health? Sister Zhang's concern was genuine, as exceptional individuals often elicit such feelings. Fang Ning nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your concern, Sister Zhang. My mother's surgery was very successful, and she is currently recuperating. Sister Zhang inquired, how much did the surgery cost? Around 300,000, Fang Ning replied. I'm not sure of the exact amount yet. We'll see the detailed bill once she is discharged. A collective gasp echoed through the group. They were astonished that Fang Ning not only managed to afford his mother's surgery, but also acquired a BMW X7 worth over $1 million. He seemed to be winning at life. Chen Yuan, nearby, was left in a state of disbelief. However, he was convinced that Fang Ning was indeed the lottery winner, winning $1 million, netting 800,000, spending 300,000 on surgery, and then using 500,000 to finance a BMW X7. It must be so, Fang Ning. Don't think that buying a BMW on credit makes you so remarkable, Chen Yuan remarked sarcastically. Now that you're out of a job, you won't even be able to afford the loan and will have to sell the car in a few months. Who said I bought this car on credit? Fang Ning chuckled, then walked over to the vehicle, retrieved his ownership documents, and tossed them onto Chen Yuan's face. Open your eyes and take a good look. Chen Yuan opened the green book and indeed found Fang Ning's name inscribed within, confirming that the vehicle was purchased outright by him. No, it couldn't be true. Chen Yuan was reluctant to accept this reality. It had to be a forgery, didn't it? He refused to acknowledge Fang Ning's remarkable success. How could he be so impressive? Let me see. Sister Zhang took the green book, glanced at it, and stated, Manager Chun, this document is authentic. It is not a forgery. The others gathered around, both excited and curious. They had never encountered the ownership documentation of a luxury car worth millions, and they were eager to feast their eyes upon it. Chapter 37. Returning home with Li Ting. A minute later, astonishment swept through the group. Wow, this is indeed the ownership document. Fang Ning, you are astonishingly extravagant. They marveled at the revelation that Fang Ning had truly purchased a BMW X7, and outright at that. If it had not been a full payment, such documentation would not exist. Sister Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Ning, is this really your car? You must take us for a drive someday. Of course. Fang Ning readily agreed. I will definitely take everyone for a spin when I have the chance. Another colleague chimed in. Fang Ning, may I take a photo with your car? Certainly. Fang Ning nodded with a smile. I want to take a photo too. The others eagerly joined in, requesting pictures beside Fang Ning's BMW X7. Though it wasn't their own vehicle, sharing images on social media would certainly satiate their vanity, especially on flirtatious platforms, where a snapshot with a luxury car could be quite alluring, drawing attention from various admirers. While such attention may not always come from the best of individuals, at least it was attention. Click, click. The group began capturing images from various angles, continuing for a solid 10 minutes until they were thoroughly satisfied, their faces beaming with delight. Watching the crowd surrounding Fang Ning, Chen Yuan seethed with frustration. Yet, he found himself powerless against Fang Ning, who had genuinely acquired a BMW. I will treat everyone to dinner sometime, Fang Ning announced, gentlemanly opening the passenger door for Li Ting to enter. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Ting felt a surge of excitement. There was something undeniably special about riding in a BMW. The seat was exceptionally comfortable, providing a delightful experience. With a press of the gas pedal, Fang Ning revved the engine, and they sped away, the car swiftly vanishing from sight. Fang Ning had truly made it. He could afford a BMW. From this point forward, he and the others inhabited two entirely different worlds. Oh my, I wish I had a BMW too. I don't need an X7. Just a 3 Series would suffice. You're so insufferable. Just because I can't afford it, I can't even dream about it? Laughter and chatter filled the air as they departed. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan stood frozen in place, his fists clenched. Fang Ning, you cannot surpass me. You couldn't before. And you won't now. He chose not to abandon Li Ting. To do so would mean yielding to Fang Ning. Inside the car, Li Ting remarked, Fang Ning, this ride is incredibly comfortable. It truly lives up to the BMW reputation. I'm glad you like it, Fang Ning replied with a smile. Let us go have dinner now, and after that, I'll take you to the auction. All right, Li Ting hesitated momentarily before adding, I need to change into a different outfit and apply some makeup. As she was to attend the auction, she wished to avoid embarrassing Fang Ning. Having heard Chen Yuan's tone earlier, she understood the significance of this auction. It was not an event for just anyone. Sounds good, Fang Ning responded cheerfully, driving the car to Li Ting's residence. Li Ting then inquired, Fang Ning, would you like to come up for a bit? Is that appropriate? Fang Ning hesitated. Is it suitable for a man to visit a young woman's home? It's perfectly fine, Li Ting assured him with a smile. No one will mind. Reluctantly, Fang Ning nodded and followed Li Ting upstairs. As they reached the door, a young man in his early 20s emerged from the adjacent apartment. He was tall and slender, possessing a handsome visage. Noticing Fang Ning, he turned to Li Ting and asked, Who is he? He is my friend, Li Ting replied confidently. The young man, biting his lip, offered, I just bought some roasted duck. Would you like to join? He was even willing to include Fang Ning to make Li Ting happy. No, thank you. We're going out to eat soon. Li Ting declined politely. We appreciate your kindness, but we should head inside. She ushered Fang Ning into her home, and Fang Ning nodded at the young man before closing the door. The young man felt a twinge of anxiety. Ever since Li Ting moved in, he had developed feelings for her. The highlight of his day was conversing with her, and his dreams were sweetened by her presence. Had the woman he admired for so long already been claimed by another? Once inside, Fang Ning joked, Li Ting, I didn't realize you were so popular. That young man clearly has a soft spot for you. Oh, don't misunderstand, Li Ting quickly responded. He is merely an ordinary neighbor, not even a friend. Her tone was resolute, determined to dispel any misconceptions Fang Ning might have, even if it meant avoiding further conversation with the young man. It's all right. It's good to have friends. After all, More friends mean more opportunities, Fang Ning chuckled. Li Ting remained silent as she approached her wardrobe, retrieving a stunning dress, one she seldom wore for fear of damaging it, having spent 2,000 yuan on it for special occasions. As she prepared to change, Fang Ning suggested, "Perhaps I should step out for a moment." Upon entering, he noticed that Li Ting's living space was a small studio, perhaps only around 10 square meters, which included a tiny kitchen and bathroom. "No need," she replied. Li Ting remarked, "I will just change in the bathroom." With that, she entered the restroom and began to change her clothes. She was not daring enough to change in front of Fang Ning. After all, their relationship had yet to reach that level. 5 minutes later, as Li Ting had still not emerged, Fang Ning called out, "Li Ting, are you not done yet?" "Not yet," came Li Ting's hesitant voice. "Fang Ning, could you please assist me?" "Assist you?" Fang Ning raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and then made his way toward the bathroom. After all, who could resist the joy of helping others? Chapter 38. Eavesdropping, the goddess is abandoned. "I'm coming." Fang Ning reached the bathroom door, his heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and excitement. 20 seconds passed before the bathroom door opened just a crack, and then slowly swung wide. Upon catching a glimpse, Fang Ning gasped. He beheld Li Ting's flawless, snow-white back, smooth and without a single blemish. Flushing, Li Ting said, "Could you help me with the zipper on my back? I can't reach it." Fang Ning felt a tinge of disappointment, having expected a more significant request, but it was merely the zipper. "Don't move. I'll pull it up for you," he replied, beginning to assist her. As his hand touched her back, Li Ting involuntarily shivered. So sensitive? Fang Ning couldn't help but chuckle as he successfully zipped her up. All done. He released her, and Li Ting let out a small sigh of relief. She had been extremely tense, her body rigid and frozen in place. "Fang Ning, please wait outside for me. I'll be out once I finish my makeup," Li Ting instructed. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Fang Ning rubbed his nose, realizing he was feeling slightly flustered. He had noticed the scent when he entered the room. It must be a signature aroma of a girl's space, now even more pronounced. Half an hour later, Li Ting finally emerged from the restroom. Fang Ning felt a bit exasperated, thinking that girls were indeed troublesome, taking so long just to apply makeup. However, the moment he laid eyes on Li Ting, he felt that waiting for half an hour was worth it, and he could easily wait another half hour. For after her makeup, Li Ting appeared utterly stunning. She radiated charm and beauty, glowing like a flower basking in light. "Wow, Fang Ning kaspet avestruk." He knew Li Ting had a lovely base, looking good even without makeup, but she lacked that striking allure and confidence. Yet, after her transformation, she seemed like a completely different person, enveloped in a halo that beckoned him to gaze longer. "So what do you think? Is it pretty?" Li Ting asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I rarely wear makeup, so I'm not sure if it looks good." "It looks absolutely beautiful." "Fang Ning candidi remarket, Li Ting. You should wear more makeup. You're even more beautiful than many female celebrities." "Is that an exaggeration?" Li Ting chuckled, her heart brimming with joy. For every woman delights in kind words. Many women, swayed by a compliment or two, find themselves drawn to a man's bed, their hair cascading in carefree abandon. "You've tangled my hair," she playfully protested. "Not at all an exaggeration," Fang Ning insisted. "After you put on makeup, many celebrities pale in comparison to you." "That is the truth." "Oh my." Li Ting feigned annoyance, her shyness deepening. She was well aware of her natural appeal, as evidenced by the admiration she received from many. However, she seldom adorned herself, wishing to avoid excessive attention and the unwanted advances of lecherous suitors. Yet, as the saying goes, a woman beautifies herself for the one she cherishes. For the sake of attending the auction with Fang Ning, she had decided to enhance her appearance, wishing to honor him. "Shall we go out for a meal?" Li Ting suggested. "Of course, you can choose whatever you desire," Fang Ning replied, nodding graciously, his demeanor radiating warmth and even a hint of foolish glee. He knew he had made a wise choice in his companion. Securing Li Ting would be akin to stumbling upon a hidden treasure in an antique market. As they exited, they noticed the young man from earlier lurking nearby, eavesdropping. "What are you doing?" Li Ting inquired, furrowing her brow, suspecting he had been listening in on their conversation. "Is there such a lack of respect for privacy?" She expressed her discontent to Fang Ning, her tone tinged with a hint of playful exasperation. "There's no need to worry," Fang Ning reassured her, shaking his head. "He is merely a fellow unfortunate soul." With that, Fang Ning and Li Ting descended the stairs. Only after their footsteps faded did the young man inside exhale in relief. He had felt utterly mortified at being discovered while eavesdropping. Out of sheer curiosity, he had wished to ascertain what Fang Ning and Li Ting were discussing. Though the wall had muffled their words, leaving him only with the knowledge of their hushed tones. However, the absence of any gasps or sighs suggested that the girl he admired had not been dismissed. With this thought, the young man felt a renewed sense of hope. As long as she remained unscathed, he still had a chance. It seems I must step up my game. I'm just as worthy as he is. I still have an opportunity. He encouraged himself, making a determined gesture. He prepared to pour himself a glass of water, hoping to steady his nerves after the embarrassing incident. Suddenly, through the window, he caught sight of Fang Ning and Li Ting below. They appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation, standing together like a pair destined for one another. Li Ting had dressed beautifully for this outing. What could this mean? A pang of unease settled in his heart. Resolute, he decided he must find a moment to confess his feelings to Li Ting, ensuring he acted before Fang Ning could. After all, he had previously asked Li Ting about her relationship with Fang Ning and learned they were merely friends, which indicated he still held a chance. As the young man contemplated how to confess his feelings to Li Ting, he was taken aback to see Fang Ning and Li Ting getting into a BMW. A BMW? He was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Fang Ning drove such an extravagant vehicle. Even the entry-level model commanded a price in the hundreds of thousands. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his once fervent heart. How could he, with nothing to his name, ever compare to someone who owned a BMW? With a resounding thud, he struck the wall in frustration, seeking to release the turmoil within. Why was it that the girl he admired always ended up in someone else's luxury car? A wave of confusion washed over him, leaving him to wonder if he should still confess his feelings to Li Ting. Had Fang Ning not been driving a BMW, he might have felt there was still a chance to win her heart. However, now faced with Fang Ning's affluent status, his spirit deflated, and he slumped despondently to the ground. What a disaster. The girl he cherished was about to be swept away by another. He could only hope that the other party would tread lightly. Chapter 39. The confident Zhang Zhenghao. Just as the young man sank into despair in the restroom, Fang Ning escorted Li Ting to a restaurant. After parking the car at the entrance, they had barely stepped out when a welcoming host approached them with warmth. "Welcome, sir and madam, please come in." The host's demeanor was exceptionally cordial, especially given that Fang Ning had arrived in a BMW. While the host was generally friendly, there was a noticeable difference in treatment towards owners of luxury vehicles. "Esteemed guests," the host called out, immediately summoning a server who graciously led Fang Ning and Li Ting to the second floor. Although the first floor also offered service, the second floor was reserved for distinguished patrons, providing an elevated level of attention. Li Ting, noticing this distinction, turned to Fang Ning and inquired, "Fang Ning, won't the prices here be too steep?" The superior service often indicated a higher expenditure, a correlation not lost on her. "Not at all," Fang Ning replied with a smile. "Today, you deserve all the finest things." Upon hearing these words, Li Ting felt a wave of emotion wash over her. While there had been others who had treated her well over the years, none had shown such sincere intent as Fang Ning. He took the menu from the server and eagerly ordered an extravagant feast, including lobster and crab, dishes he had longed to savor but had previously withheld from himself. Today, having struck it rich and with such a lovely companion by his side, he felt justified in being generous. An hour later, Fang Ning and Li Ting left the restaurant, thoroughly satisfied. Although the bill had run into the thousands, Fang Ning felt no regret. He believed every bit of it was worthwhile. Most importantly, he now considered himself affluent and no longer needed to scrimp and save as he once had. With wealth came the ability to be generous. Reflecting on the earlier bill, Li Ting expressed concern. "Fang Ning, that meal was quite expensive. Perhaps we should split the cost?" "Not necessary," he replied. Fang Ning generously declared that since he was treating, there was no way he would allow her to split the bill. Li Ting replied, "This is far too extravagant. We cannot come here again in the future." Fang Ning nodded in agreement, stating, "We can certainly visit less frequently, but indulging occasionally is still permissible." He believed that as long as one could afford it, indulging in such luxuries was worthwhile, as it served to broaden one's horizons. Frequenting upscale restaurants and refined venues was essential for cultivating one's demeanor. The essence of one's character is indeed significantly influenced by their surroundings. Those with keen discernment can perceive the quality of others at a glance, regardless of one's attire. A person's inherent grace cannot be feigned. Pretenders are easily exposed. "Take care," the enthusiastic host bid farewell to Fang Ning and Li Ting as they exited. As they approached their vehicle, they unexpectedly encountered two acquaintances, Chen Mimi and Zhang Zhenghao, who seemed to have emerged from a neighboring restaurant of a lesser caliber. "Fang Ning?" Chen Mimi recognized him, but upon noticing Li Ting beside him, her expression shifted dramatically. Was this the same girl she had seen before? Previously, she had merely appeared attractive, but now she radiated a brilliance akin to that of a movie star. Chun Mimi rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision, but upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed the same girl from the hot pot restaurant. She was astonished by the transformation that makeup had wrought. In that moment, Chun Mimi felt a pang of inferiority, realizing that after parting ways with Fang Ning, he had found someone even more beautiful. Zhang Jinghao also noticed Li Ting. Consumed by jealousy at the sight of such a stunning girl, why should this arrogant brat have the privilege of her company? Unfazed, Fang Ning approached them and remarked, "So, how does the BMW 3 Series drive? A pity I don't have the chance to experience it myself." Zhang Jinghao's expression darkened, aware that Fang Ning was mocking him for only affording a 3 Series. Chun Mimi interjected, "Fang Ning, the BMW 3 Series is quite commendable. It's not that far behind her 7 Series." Fang Ning nodded. "Indeed, there is not much difference, except that my single vehicle could purchase 3 of yours." Chun Mimi was left speechless, momentarily taken aback by Fang Ning's newfound sharpness. She pondered how, after their breakup and a few months apart, he had transformed into such a formidable presence. Previously, Fang Ning had been mild-mannered. However, following his mother's illness and hospitalization, he had become increasingly irritable, finding fault with everything. Coupled with the acquisition of a system granting him enhanced perception, his arrogance had only intensified. In Chun Mimi's eyes, Fang Ning had become assertive. She recognized that if one did not adopt a strong demeanor, they risked being trampled upon, overlooked entirely. "Don't get too cocky," Zhang Jinghao retorted coldly. "Didn't you merely acquire that BMW X7 with someone else's assistance? Do you think you can afford it on your own?" Fang Ning remarked with a smile. "That's a splendid point. However, I must ask, why would others assist me instead of you, you hefty fellow?" Fang Ning's words were quite blunt, striking right at Zhang Jinghao's sore spot. Zhang Jinghao was indeed infuriated. Each encounter with Fang Ning ended in his defeat, and he was determined to find a way to triumph at least once. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he turned to Chun Mimi and said, "Mimi, let's not waste time with him. The auction is about to commence. We should hurry and participate." Indeed, Chun Mimi nodded vigorously, casting a smug glance at Fang Ning. "Fang Ning, the auction we are attending is one you will never be able to join. Is that so?" Fang Ning countered, a cold smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that the auction they referenced must be the one hosted by the antique appraisal studio, and how could he possibly be barred from it? "You certainly cannot attend," Zhang Jinghao declared arrogantly. "That auction is from the antique appraisal studio. Ordinary people can't even enter, let alone partake in their auction." Upon hearing this, Fang Ning chuckled. "Ah, so it's the antique appraisal studio's auction. Tell me, do you know Manager Sun from there?" Fang Ning had deduced that Zhang Jinghao was unfamiliar with Sun Hui. Otherwise, he would have already ingratiated himself with Sun Hui at the BMW dealership. "Manager Sun? I don't know him, nor do I wish to," Zhang Jinghao replied dismissively. "Regardless, you will never be able to attend the auction we are going to." Chapter 40. Why should he not register? Zhang Gu is correct. That auction is indeed from the antique appraisal studio. Chun Mimi added, "Commoners can't even step through their doors, let alone participate in their auction." After saying this, Chun Mimi looked triumphantly at Fang Ning. Although Fang Ning had found a more beautiful partner, she had secured a man of greater capability than Fang Ning. It was a fair trade-off. "Ha!" Zhang Jinghao chimed in, equally pleased. "We're off to the auction. He is merely a penniless wretch. How could he possibly compare to us?" Fang Ning raised an eyebrow and smiled. "As it happens, I too shall attend the antique appraisal studio's auction. Why don't we go together?" Zhang Jinghao was taken aback. "W, what did you say?" "I said I will also attend the antique appraisal studio's auction," Fang Ning declared emphatically. "Impossible," Zhang Jinghao retorted immediately. "On what grounds do you think you can join the antique appraisal studio's auction? You're utterly broke. Why would they invite you?" Fang Ning smiled mysteriously. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. We are indeed going to the antique appraisal studio's auction. And where is your invitation?" Chun Mimi inquired. "Without an invitation, you won't even be allowed through the door of the antique appraisal studio." "Exactly," Zhang Jinghao quickly agreed. "Kid, if you have the guts, show us your invitation, and we might believe you can attend the antique appraisal studio's auction." "I don't have one." Fang Ning shook his head dismissively. "I have no need for an invitation to attend the auction at the appraisal pavilion. How absurd. I am personally invited by the master who owns the place." Zhang Jinghao smirked, clearly unimpressed. "You can't even produce an invitation, yet you boast as if you belong here." His laughter was derisive, revealing his disdain for Fang Ning, whom he deemed a mere braggart. If Fang Ning had truly been invited to the appraisal pavilion, he would have presented the invitation by now. It was inconceivable that he would not have one. The absence of an invitation was tantamount to an absence of an invitation. Li Ting stepped forward, stating, "We are attending the auction." Though she was unaware of why Fang Ning lacked an invitation, her faith in him remained unwavering. He would not deceive her about attending the auction. Zhang Jinghao scoffed, turning to Chen Mimi. "Mimi, show them our invitation." Chen Mimi complied. Retrieving a golden-foiled invitation from her shoulder bag, its luxurious appearance a testament to the appraisal pavilion's prestige. "See, this is an invitation from the appraisal pavilion. Can you match this?" Zhang Jinghao boasted, his pride evident. Fang Ning contemplated his response. "We do not require an invitation to attend the auction." He then turned to Li Ting and asked, "Do you believe in me?" "I trust you." Li Ting nodded, expressing her unwavering confidence in him. "Keep dreaming," Zhang Jinghao scoffed, his contempt for Fang Ning deepening. He had initially perceived Fang Ning as a mere impoverished youth, yet he was surprised by his obstinacy. The inability to produce an invitation was one thing. Claiming one could attend without it was sheer folly. Chen Mimi's disappointment in Fang Ning grew. She had once thought him ambitious, but now he seemed utterly pathetic, resorting to mere fabrications. Fang Ning, disinterested in their mockery, turned to Li Ting. "Let us go. The auction is about to begin." "Okay," Li Ting agreed, joining Fang Ning in his car. Zhang Jinghao declared, "Mimi, let us get in the car too. I'm curious to see what they're up to." "Why bother with them? How good?" Chen Mimi chuckled. "They probably won't even make it to the appraisal pavilion." Her tone dripped with superiority, convinced of her own elevated status compared to Fang Ning. "I'll make him regret it." Zhang Jinghao gritted his teeth, vowing that if Fang Ning did not go to the appraisal pavilion, he would intercept his vehicle and mock him thoroughly. Chen Mimi, aware of Zhang Jinghao's petty nature, offered no further counsel. Meanwhile, Fang Ning had already driven away. Zhang Jinghao revved his engine and followed closely behind, driven by an unyielding desire to confront Fang Ning, fueled by an imbalance within himself. "The woman who is currently with me was once involved with Fang Ning, although I merely regarded it as a fleeting dalliance. Regardless, Zhang Jinghao harbors a profound disdain for Fang Ning, particularly after the former purchased a BMW 3 Series while Fang Ning opted for a BMW X7. Li Ting, through the rearview mirror, noticed Zhang Jinghao and Chen Mimi's vehicle, and thus remarked to Fang Ning, "They're trailing us." "It matters not. They are also headed to the antique appraisal hall," Fang Ning replied with a smile. "Of course, their close pursuit is merely an attempt to embarrass me." He was acutely aware of Zhang Jinghao's intentions, but unfortunately for him, disappointment was inevitable. Soon, the two cars arrived at the entrance of the antique appraisal hall. One after the other, Chen Mimi, in the trailing vehicle, exclaimed, "Brother Hao, they truly have come to the antique appraisal hall. They must be relying on their perceived authority." Zhang Jinghao frowned, remarking, "Just because he drives a BMW X7, does he think he can partake in the auction? How naive. It is absolutely impossible." Today, the antique appraisal hall was enforcing stringent security measures. Besides their own guards, they had also summoned additional personnel from security company. However, these guards were stationed within the auction hall and were not present to oversee the entrance. Fang Ning drove forward, honking twice to signal the gatekeeper to open the gate. Upon recognizing Fang Ning's vehicle, the gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, immediately produced a remote control to grant entry, even offering a smile through the closed window. Fang Ning proceeded into the antique appraisal hall. Zhang Jinghao followed closely behind, but due to the single-lane setup, he could not pass through directly. The gatekeeper approached Zhang Jinghao, presenting a registration book. "Please register your vehicle, name, and phone number. This is a precautionary measure to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. All external vehicles must be logged." Zhang Jinghao frowned, protesting, "Why not just let me through? I'm driving a BMW. Not even a BMW can bypass this," Xiao Wang replied, shaking his head. "It was permissible before, but not today. The auction at the antique appraisal hall is attracting a mixed crowd, including many individuals driving luxury vehicles." Zhang Jinghao, incensed, retorted, "Then why is he allowed to enter? Is it solely because he drives a BMW X7? Chapter 41. Master Fang does not require an invitation. Zhang Jinghao angrily questioned the gatekeeper, vehemently pointing toward Fang Ning's vehicle, which was still within sight. "Why is it that Fang Ning can enter while I cannot? Is he truly superior to me?" Xiao Wang, equally frustrated, shot back, "That is none of your concern. If you do not register, you shall not pass through my gate." Typically, Xiao Wang would show some deference to a BMW owner, but today, having encountered an overwhelming number of luxury cars, he felt slightly agitated. Moreover, he was employed by the antique appraisal hall, not Zhang Jinghao. Driving a mere BMW 3 Series did not seem particularly impressive to him. Zhang Zhenghao ground his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself at an impasse with Xiao Wang. Chun Mimi interjected, "Firstly, I do not look down upon you, nor am I preventing you from entering." The gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, said with a serious demeanor, "As long as you register, I can certainly let you in." Zhang Zhenghao, filled with indignation, retorted, "Is he your father? Why must I register to enter?" His concern lay not with the act of registration itself, but rather with the fact that Fang Ning was exempt while he was not. Comparisons breed discontent, and the imbalance weighed heavily on his heart. Xiao Wang felt his temper rising, wondering what right Zhang Zhenghao had to shout at him. Suppressing his anger, he stated, "Do you want to register or not? If not, I will leave." Naturally, Zhang Zhenghao refused to register. Doing so would place him beneath Fang Ning. Just then, another vehicle approached, honking impatiently. Frustrated, Zhang Zhenghao prepared to vent his ire, but upon glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw an Audi A8 and immediately quelled his anger. He dared not confront someone driving such an esteemed vehicle. Xiao Wang noted this change and smirked, recognizing Zhang Zhenghao as merely a show of bravado. "Do you want to register or not?" Xiao Wang pressed. "If not, please clear the way for those behind you." Having discerned Zhang Zhenghao's vulnerability, he became increasingly curt. At this juncture, Chun Mimi interjected, "Brother Hao, why don't we just register? Many people likely need to do so to enter." She was keen to avoid any fallout from Zhang Zhenghao's stubbornness that could prevent them from accessing the appraisal hall, as she wished to capture a few photos for her social media during the auction. "Fine," Zhang Zhenghao conceded, taking the opportunity presented by Chun Mimi's words. He hastily filled out the registration form and thrust it towards Xiao Wang with a forceful gesture. Xiao Wang let out a cold laugh, openly displaying his disdain. Yet he still opened the door for Zhang Zhenghao, adhering to the basic duties of his position. Zhang Zhenghao stormed through the entrance of the appraisal hall, fuming about the gatekeeper's behavior. "This gatekeeper is utterly outrageous." Chun Mimi quickly chimed in, "We must file a complaint against him." Zhang Zhenghao remained silent, fully aware that there was no viable avenue for complaint. The gatekeeper was merely following protocol. Even if he did seek out someone to voice his grievances, he would likely be ridiculed for driving a BMW 3 Series instead of an X7. After Zhang Zhenghao departed, Xiao Wang immediately approached the Audi A8, bowing and nodding with deference. "Mr. Qin, you have arrived." The occupant of the Audi A8 was none other than Qin Chongfeng, a man deserving of such reverence. Zhang Zhenghao, through the rearview mirror, witnessed this exchange and seethed with resentment, thinking what a sycophant. He found himself gritting his teeth, realizing that while he scorned others for their ostentation, he had also chosen to ingratiate himself when faced with the allure of the Audi A8. Chun Mimi, in her agreement, failed to recall that she too had opted for compromise upon first seeing the vehicle. Indeed, humans are often marked by double standards, varying only in degree. Fang Ning arrived at the parking lot and had just parked his car when he noticed Zhang Zhenghao and Chun Mimi had also arrived. The delay was due to Fang Ning wanting to practice parking. After all, should the automatic parking feature malfunction at an inconvenient time, he would be utterly unprepared. Thus, self-reliance was paramount. Mastering parking would render any failure of the automatic system inconsequential. Zhang Zhenghao, proficient in parking, swiftly maneuvered his vehicle into place and alighted. Upon seeing Fang Ning, his irritation flared. "Fang Ning, everyone else has registered at the entrance. How dare you skip the registration? This is utterly unacceptable and shows a lack of decorum. What business is it of yours?" Fang Ning retorted, "The guard, Xiao Wang, allowed me entry." "Are you suffering from jealousy?" Chun Mimi frowned and interjected, "Fang Ning, your rudeness is appalling. You fail to grasp even the basics of genteel society." "I possess manners, but not for your benefit," Fang Ning replied defiantly. Zhang Zhenghao scoffed, "Even if you managed to infiltrate, there's no way you could gain access to the auction." "Precisely. An invitation is mandatory for the auction." Chun Mimi added swiftly, "Without an invitation, you'll never get in." Both were convinced that Fang Ning had merely entered the antique appraisal hall in his BMW X7. However, the auction was different. It demanded an invitation for entry, and sneaking in was impossible. "Let us wait and see," Fang Ning chuckled, dismissing their concerns as he and Li Ting proceeded towards the auction hall. "The little rascal is still putting on a show," Zhang Zhenghao mused, convinced he would soon witness Fang Ning's humiliation, certain that he lacked an invitation. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the auction hall, which was already bustling with people queuing to enter, each presenting their invitation. When it was Fang Ning and Li Ting's turn, Li Ting felt a twinge of anxiety, while Fang Ning remained composed, nodding to the staff. He then led Li Ting into the hall without any hindrance. Zhang Jinghao and Li Ting were left dumbfounded. They got in? Zhang Jinghao exclaimed, turning to the staff. Hey, he didn't even show an invitation. Why was he allowed entry? Because he is Master Fang, came the reply. It turned out Fang Ning's calm demeanor stemmed from his familiarity with the staff member, who was Wang Qing's assistant. Master Fang? Zhang Jinghao and Li Ting were utterly astonished. When had Fang Ning become a master? Chapter 42. Li Ting's sense of crisis at that moment. Chen Mimi and Zhang Jinghao were both flabbergasted. Li Ting felt a surge of amazement. She had never expected Fang Ning to be addressed as Master Fang. The staff member was from the Antique Appraisal Hall, which effectively confirmed Fang Ning's esteemed status. Though difficult to believe, the truth remains undeniable. Master Fang, a name that Chen Mimi repeated with a sense of dawning realization, as if she had uncovered some hidden knowledge. Zhang Jinghao, however, remained skeptical. How could he possibly be Master Fang? In Zhang Jinghao's mind, Fang Ning was merely a penniless youth, incapable of being associated with the prestigious Jianbao studio. Now that he discovered Fang Ning was indeed a master at Jianbao studio, Zhang Jinghao felt a surge of indignation. If a destitute boy could be called a master, then surely he deserved the title of Grandmaster. Fang Ning let out a cold chuckle, shaking his head as he regarded Zhang Jinghao with disdain, akin to observing a jester. Day after day, his antics were nothing short of farcical. Li Ting, let's proceed inside. Noticing Li Ting's astonishment, Fang Ning took her hand and led her into the auction hall. The staff, sensing Zhang Jinghao's hostility towards Fang Ning, furrowed their brows and inquired, "Do you possess an invitation?" Zhang Jinghao remained silent. Knowing Fang Ning's status as a master at Jianbao Studio rendered him unwilling to attend the auction, feeling it beneath his dignity. "Yes, we have invitation." Chen Mimi hurriedly produced the invitation, fearful of being denied entrance to the hall, which would thwart her plans to showcase her experience on social media. After the staff examined the invitation and confirmed its authenticity, they permitted the two to enter. Zhang Jinghao, who had initially been eager to confront Fang Ning, now felt a sense of disinterest. Within the bustling auction hall, filled to capacity with at least 1,000 attendees, Li Ting curiously asked Fang Ning, "Why did that person refer to you as Master Fang?" "Oh, I secured a position at Jianbao Studio, where I now assist in the restoration of antiques," Fang Ning explained. Although Li Ting found it somewhat perplexing, she nodded obediently, trusting in his capabilities without needing to pry further. As they surveyed the crowded auction hall, Li Ting inquired, "Where should we sit?" Fang Ning furrowed his brow, uncertain of where to settle, as he had not received any specific instructions. Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, a graceful figure approached. "Master Fang, you have arrived. Please follow me." It was Wang Qingge, who greeted them warmly and offered to guide Fang Ning. Upon seeing Wang Qingge, Li Ting immediately felt a sense of vigilance, recognizing the woman's striking beauty. Could Fang Ning truly remain unaffected while working alongside such a captivating individual? Li Ting harbored concerns, as she did not wish to lose Fang Ning to another. It was evident to all that Fang Ning's future was exceedingly bright. Aligning oneself with him would surely lead to a life of luxury. Li Ting yearned for that same indulgence, while Fang Ning was simply content with a modest craving for seafood. "Thank you, Sister Wang." Fang Ning nodded appreciatively, following Wang Qingge further ahead. Wang Qingge playfully remarked, "Master Fang, is this your girlfriend?" Before Fang Ning could respond, Li Ting had already affirmed with a soft hum. "Greetings, Sister Wang. My name is Li Ting." Upon hearing Fang Ning address Sister Wang, Li Ting followed suit, thereby establishing a sense of familiarity while subtly asserting her own claim. It is evident that she is a woman of intelligence, unlike Chen Mimi, who is often perceived as lacking in depth, an archetype of beauty without brains, easily swayed by mere words into compromising situations. "Hello." Observing Wang Qingge's poised demeanor, Li Ting felt a wave of relief wash over her. Realizing that Fang Ning shared no romantic entanglement with Wang Qingge, this revelation was indeed fortuitous, alleviating her worries. Meanwhile, Fang Ning cast a surprised glance at Li Ting, taken aback by her boldness in openly declaring herself as his girlfriend, despite their relationship not yet being officially established. Nevertheless, he chose not to contest this assertion. Although a graduate of a technical university, he was not the epitome of the typical blunt male stereotype. Moreover, to dispute her claim would be unnecessarily hurtful. As the trio advanced, several individuals greeted Wang Qingge with enthusiasm. Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang. Within the confines of the Antique Appraisal Hall, Wang Qingge held a significant stature. Being the secretary of the establishment, her status comparable to that of Sun Hui. Whispers circulated among the crowd regarding the identity of the young man in her company, speculating that he must be a person of considerable influence, as Secretary Wang would not extend such personal attention otherwise. As they scrutinized Fang Ning, they realized they did not recognize him, nor could they ascertain his origins. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the murmurs, calling out the names of Fang Ning and Li Ting with evident astonishment. They turned to see Chun Yuan and his brother-in-law, the former company owner. Chun Yuan was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Fang Ning and Li Ting here. Not only had they arrived, but they appeared to be esteemed guests. Fang Ning chose silence, dismissing Chun Yuan, merely acknowledging his former employer with a nod, as he held a favorable view of him. Li Ting, however, felt it appropriate to greet them softly. Boss, Manager Chun. While Fang Ning could afford to remain aloof, Li Ting, as a company employee, could not forego the courtesy. Upon recognizing them, Liu, the former boss, expressed mild surprise. Fang Ning, Li Ting, what brings you here? His bewilderment was palpable, as he had exerted considerable effort to secure an invitation to the auction, only to find his employees present and seemingly at ease. Wang Qingge assessed Liu, noting a lack of familiarity. Otherwise, he would not have occupied a seat in the rear. Master Wang, Miss Li, do you know them? Wang Qingge inquired, contemplating whether she could arrange for Chun Yuan and his companion to be seated closer to the front, as proximity often signified higher status. Liu's expression brightened upon recognizing Wang Qingge, the esteemed secretary of the Antique Appraisal Hall, understanding that establishing a rapport with her could yield significant advantages. He promptly responded, Greetings. Secretary Wang, my name is Liu Jingde, and Fang Ning was previously an employee of my company. Naturally, Boss Liu's ability to establish a company reflects his discernment. The fact that Fang Ning and Li Ting were able to join is undoubtedly due to Fang Ning's influence. Chapter 43. The Humiliation of Chun Yuan and the Regret of Chun Mimi. Hello, Boss Liu. Wang Qingge nodded, falling silent as she observed Fang Ning, eager to gauge his demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ning remarked, I am only acquainted with Boss Liu. I do not recognize the individual beside him. At this, Chun Yuan's expression soured instantly. After all, he had overseen Fang Ning for several months. How could Fang Ning claim not to know him? Liu Jingde quickly interjected, Fang Ning. That is incorrect. You should now be addressed as Master Fang. Upon hearing Wang Qingge refer to Fang Ning as Master Fang, he realized that Fang Ning's status had indeed changed significantly. Since Boss Liu is an acquaintance of Master Fang, please take a seat in the front, Wang Qingge suggested. Friends of Master Fang are also friends of our antique appraisal studio. Liu Jingde was taken aback, not expecting such deference from Wang Qingge, primarily directed towards Fang Ning. He pondered over Fang Ning's current standing. It seemed he was quite familiar with the antique appraisal studio. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Thank you, Master Fang. Liu Jingde immediately rose and bowed to both individuals. Securing a front row seat would allow him to engage with more influential figures, which would undoubtedly benefit his company's development. Chun Yuan also stood up, wishing to accompany Liu Jingde to the front. Wang Qingge, however, immediately understood the situation and addressed Chun Yuan, I apologize, sir, but our front row seating is limited, and I fear we cannot accommodate you. While there was some leeway in arranging seating, Wang Qingge was not foolish. Given Fang Ning's evident disfavor towards Chun Yuan, there was no reason to offer him a seat. Chun Yuan found himself in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to sit or stand. Observing his discomfort brought Fang Ning a sense of satisfaction, silently commending Wang Qingge for her astute perception. Truly, she possessed remarkable skills befitting a secretary. Liu Jingde, too, felt somewhat embarrassed, as Chun Yuan was his guest. After some contemplation, he realized that his own influence would not sway Wang Qingge. It seemed he must appeal to Fang Ning instead. Master Fang. Liu Jingde was about to speak when Fang Ning raised a hand, signaling him to pause. Boss Liu, if you're unwilling to take a seat in the front, neither Wang Jie nor I shall insist. Liu Jingde discerned the underlying message. He could either occupy a front row seat alone or remain here with Chun Yuan. Liu Jingde was no fool. Why would he choose to linger in the back when he could engage with more prominent individuals? He declared, Chun Yuan, you may sit here. It is essentially the same. Chun Yuan, of course, was unwilling to accept this, eager to voice his discontent. Yet, he hesitated, wary of the antique appraisal studio and uncertain of Fang Ning's current status. Offending Fang Ning was one thing. Offending the antique appraisal studio was quite another. Chun Yuan nodded slightly, his expression one of dejection as he took a seat. At that moment, many people turned their gazes towards him. He sensed that their eyes seemed to mock him, though in reality, they were merely curious. This is a common human weakness, We often believe others are focused on us, when in truth, they are oblivious even to the color of our attire. Boss Lu, let us proceed to the front, Fang Ning remarked. Glancing at Lu Jingde before addressing Chen Yuan, Manager Chen, you may remain seated here at your leisure. Instantly, Chen Yuan felt a vain throb on his forehead. Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with me? Fang Ning's intent was clear, to provoke Chen Yuan, ideally to the point of a cerebral hemorrhage. It is often said that one should be magnanimous. Fang Ning had once believed this, but no longer. Kindness can invite exploitation, and this is the harsh truth. Hee. Wang Qingge chuckled softly, aware that Fang Ning was deliberately making things difficult for Chen Yuan, indicating that Master Fang truly despised him. Wang Qingge recognized that she had made the right decision in preventing Chen Yuan from sitting in the front row, lest Fang Ning become displeased. Although Fang Ning would not voice any objections, it would still gnaw at him internally. Wang Qingge resolved to inform the staff that henceforth, Chen Yuan should not be allowed to attend future auctions. Li Ting also couldn't suppress a laugh, growing increasingly fond of Fang Ning. A real man should confront challenges head-on, rather than cowering like a weakling. No woman would find that appealing. Upon hearing the laughter of Wang Qingge and Li Ting, Chen Yuan felt even more anxious, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Today had truly been an embarrassing disaster. When Zhang Zhenghao and Chen Mimi arrived, they coincidentally witnessed this scene. Chen Mimi whispered, "How go? Who is that woman?" Everyone calls her Secretary Wang. "I don't know. She should be a manager from the antique appraisal studio," Zhang Zhenghao replied, shaking his head. As a mere jewelry shop owner, he had little interaction with antiques, seeking merely to venture into that realm, as jewelry and antiques have historically been intertwined. Chen Mimi continued, "That woman personally brought Fang Ning here." "Just who is Fang Ning?" Zhang Zhenghao raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he your ex-boyfriend? Don't you know who he is?" "Honestly, I don't." Chen Mimi shook her head. Who would have guessed he would become this formidable? Her tone carried a hint of regret. To be frank, she truly regretted her choices. Had she known Fang Ning would rise to such heights, she would never have strayed for a wealthy heir. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. Chen Mimi embodied the archetype of a beautiful yet impulsive woman, often acting rashly and later lamenting her decisions. Were it not for Fang Ning's breakup, she might have driven him to madness. During their relationship, Chen Mimi frequently threatened to end things, leading Fang Ning to tread carefully. Fearful of inciting her anger, he would even regulate his breathing. Thus, parting ways with Chen Mimi was a liberation for Fang Ning. "Fang Ning, thank you for your infidelity." "Chen Mimi?" Zhang Zhenghao discerned Chen Mimi's regret. "What is this? Are you having second thoughts? Why not go seek him out now? Perhaps, considering the first time you were with him, he might indeed reconcile with you." I did not." Chen Mimi felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. Now that Zhang Zhenghao had exposed her, she certainly could not admit it. Otherwise, she would be seen as a fickle woman. Though she was indeed that, she would never concede to it. No villain ever claims to be a villain. Even in novels, the notorious trio of East City would describe themselves as the illustrious heroes, and the evil clan would refer to themselves as the holy faction. Zhang Zhenghao fell silent. At this moment, both he and Chen Mimi came to a realization. Fang Ning seemed truly remarkable, an entity beyond their reach. Chapter 44. Seated beside Su Wanqing, Wang Qingge led Fang Ning and the others forward when suddenly an assistant approached. "Sister Wang, we have arranged Master Fang's seating. It's right in front of Master Qin and the others. According to the hierarchy, Fang Ning should ideally sit in the same row as Qin Changfang and the others, or even slightly behind, which would be entirely reasonable. However, Su Tianhe had specifically instructed that Fang Ning be seated in the front row, a position reserved for distinguished guests. Those seated in the front row were the core members of the Antique Appreciation Society, along with prominent figures from various industries, all titans in their respective fields. Wang Qingge nodded and addressed the assistant. "This is Boss Lu. Please arrange a front row seat for him. I will take Master Fang over first." The assistant complied and arranged a seat for Lu Jingde, placing him in a relatively forward position, though not in the absolute front row, which was more fitting for Lu Jingde's status. Lu Jingde was immensely grateful for this arrangement, feeling that even a seat closer to the front was a coveted opportunity he had previously only dreamed of. "Secretary Wang, Master Fang, thank you." Lu Jingde expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He understood that by fostering a connection with Fang Ning, he might also establish ties with the Antique Appreciation Society. Wang Qingge led Fang Ning and Li Ting onward. Li Ting whispered, "Fang Ning, if there isn't a seat available, just place me anywhere. I'm indifferent." Her concern stemmed from her awareness of the significance of front row seating. gleaned from Lu Jingde's situation. Even someone of Lu's stature was immensely grateful to be seated closer to the front. Did she, as a mere unknown, truly deserve a place in the front row? Noticing Li Ting's unease, Fang Ning smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Sister Wang will make the arrangements. Wang Qingge, having overheard, nodded in affirmation. Yes, Miss Li. You need not worry. You are Master Fang's girlfriend, and even if there are no other seats available, yours is indispensable. Li Ting immediately felt reassured. Casting a deep glance at Fang Ning, she had not anticipated that this man would achieve such prominence. Now, clearly a distinguished guest of the Antique Appreciation Society. Before long, the trio arrived at the front row. Su Wanqing was already seated there and nodded slightly upon seeing them. Miss Su, Master Fang, please take a seat beside Miss Su. Thank you for your trouble, Sister Wang. Fang Ning nodded, escorting Li Ting to sit beside Su Wanqing, and greeted her. Miss Su, what brings you to the auction today? Fang Ning was acutely aware that while the auction was a rare event for others, for Su Wanqing it was merely a mundane occurrence, not something she frequented. For instance, Su Tianhe was absent today despite being the owner of the Antique Appreciation Studio. Individuals of their stature had grown weary of auctions, attending only when they anticipated valuable items. Su Wanqing smiled and replied, Master Fang, I heard you would be attending today's auction, so I came take a look. Fang Ning raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of her words. Li Ting also cast a wary glance at Su Wanqing, surprised by her boldness in admitting she came specifically for Fang Ning. Has Fang Ning truly become so popular? Ha! Miss Su, imist. Fang Ning chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of how to respond to Su Wanqing's remark. Noticing Iting's gaza. Su Wanqing inquired, Master Fang, is this your girlfriend? At that moment, Li Ting confidently introduced herself. Hello, Miss Su. I am Li Ting, Fang Ning's girlfriend. Previously, she had only offered a non-committal acknowledgement in front of Wang Qingge, but now she boldly claimed her relationship with Fang Ning. She felt a sense of urgency. Su Wanqing was undeniably more stunning than Wang Qingge, exuding an aura that unmistakably indicated her affluent background, a quintessential wealthy young lady. Su Wanqing nodded at Li Ting, saying, Hello, Miss Li. You truly are beautiful. Li Ting smiled awkwardly. Oh, not at all. If someone else had said this, she would have felt more confident. But coming from Su Wanqing, her assurance faltered. Su Wanqing seized her playful banter with Li Ting, turning her curious gaze to Fang Ning. Master Fang, have you prepared any treasures for this auction? She thought to herself that as it was Fang Ning's first auction, he must have something in store. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity. I have prepared 2 items, Fang Ning replied with a smile, retrieving 2 brushes from his pocket, the very brushes he had restored earlier. Hubei brushes? Su Wanqing immediately recognized them, displaying her discerning eye. Indeed, they are Hubei brushes, Fang Ning confirmed. Su Wanqing examined them closely, but could not discern their true value, as her expertise lay in jewelry rather than antiques. However, her intuition suggested that these 2 Hubei brushes were exceptional, undoubtedly rare antiques of considerable worth. At that moment, an elderly gentleman nearby spoke up, Miss Su, may I take a look? Su Wanqing nodded, of course, Mr. Huang. She handed the 2 brushes to the elder, who examined them closely, his eyes brightening with excitement. These 2 Hubei brushes are remarkable. He turned to Fang Ning and inquired, What do you go by, young brother? From where did you acquire these 2 remarkable lake brushes? Su Wanqing introduced the 2. Old Huang, this is Master Fang Ning from our antique appraisal studio. Master Fang, this is Old Huang, a luminary in the world of antiques. Greetings, Old Huang. Fang Ning acknowledged with a serious nod. These 2 lake brushes came into my possession by chance, and I intend to present them at the auction. Old Huang scrutinized the brushes once more, letting out an admiring sound. These lake brushes are truly extraordinary. Observing Old Huang's admiration, Su Wanqing curiously asked, Old Huang, do these lake brushes have story? Indeed, they do. Old Huang replied with a mysterious smile, turning to Fang Ning and asking, Young friend Fang, do you know about the origin of these brushes? Not entirely, Fang Ning teased. I only know one is from the Ming Dynasty and the other for the Tang Dynasty. Quite impressive, Old Huang remarked, surprised that Fang Ning could accurately identify their ages. It appears young friend Fang is quite remarkable as well. 5 million for the 2 lake brushes, plus an additional million, Old Huang stated. Of course, Master Fang is exceptional, Su Wanqing laughed, adding, he is a treasure unearthed by my brother. Upon hearing this, Old Huang reassessed Fang Ning. This young man had been invited by Su Tianhe, indicating he possessed considerable talents. Old Huang no longer underestimated Fang Ning. Initially, he had assumed Fang Ning was merely an apprentice at the antique appraisal studio due to his youth. But it turned out he was quite capable. Young friend Fang, would you be willing to part with these lake brushes? Old Huang inquired. Fang Ning pondered for a moment and replied, if Old Huang desires them, I would certainly consider it. As long as the price is agreeable, I would not mind selling the brushes. How about 5 million for the 2 brushes? Old Huang proposed. Fang Ning was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Old Huang's generosity. Starting the negotiation at 5 million. The system had appraised them at 60,000 and 300,000 respectively. Old Huang's offer exceeded the valuation by over $1 million. Fang Ning quickly deduced the reason. It must be due to the Tang Dynasty brush, which was used by Zhang Jiuling, that the price is so elevated. Old Huang, do you hold a particular fondness for Zhang Jiuling? Fang Ning asked with a smile. Old Huang was momentarily taken aback. You know this is Zhang Jiuling's brush? Fang Ning nodded, surprised that Old Huang would be astonished by this. Did revealing it was Zhang Jiuling's brush elevate its value even further? What? Zhang Jiuling, the chancellor from the Tang Dynasty? Su Wanqing inquired with curiosity. Old Huang, Master Fang, are you suggesting this brush was used by Zhang Jiuling? Fang Ning nodded, stating, if I am not mistaken, the pen shaft bears the inscription Zi Shou, which belongs to Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling, style Zi Shou, Old Huang confirmed. Nodding in agreement, and regarding Fang Ning with newfound respect. Young friend Fang, your discernment is commendable. To recognize this as Zhang Jiuling's brush is indeed impressive. Old Huang raised his thumb in genuine admiration for Fang Ning. Upon witnessing this, Li Ting's eyes sparkled with awe, resembling a starstruck admirer. A man like Fang Ning was precisely the type of partner Li Ting desired. Su Wanqing then inquired, what about the other lake brush? What is its origin? Fang Ning shook his head and replied, I can only surmise that it dates back to the Ming Dynasty, but I cannot ascertain if any notable figures have used it. My guess is that it has not, as this is merely a counterfeit brush, an accessory encasing the genuine Zhang Jiuling lake brush. Old Huang proposed Fang. How about I add another $1 million? The prospect of a total of 6 million left Li Ting astounded. It felt surreal to her. Could she truly be witnessing a transaction worth millions? Indeed, Fang Ning was contemplating a business deal worth several billion. Upon hearing Old Huang's offer of 6 million, Fang Ning felt a flicker of temptation. This amount represented a significant markup. Having purchased the lake brush for merely 200,000, even with restoration costs amounting to several thousand, he could still profit over 500,000. Fang Ning was preparing to negotiate further, hoping to increase the offer, even if only by 1,000. However, Su Wanqing interjected, Master Fang, I suggest we auction it instead. She turned to Old Huang, saying if you like it, you can bid on it at the auction. Old Huang's face twitched in surprise at the unexpected support from Su Wanqing for Fang Ning, feeling somewhat thwarted. Fang Ning understood Su Wanqing's intentions. Auctioning the brush might yield even greater returns. Very well, we shall place it in the auction, he said with a smile. Apologies, Old Huang. I originally intended it for the auction. No problem, Old Huang waved dismissively, embodying a spirit of business. For instance, when he initially offered 5 million, he assumed Fang Ning was unaware that the lake brush had been used by Zhang Jiuling. Upon realizing Fang Ning's knowledge, he increased his offer by 1 million. This was merely standard business conduct, devoid of any awkwardness. Fang Ning remarked, Old Huang, if you're interested in that Ming Dynasty lake brush, I could part with it for 600,000. It's a fair price. Old Huang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not particularly interested in that brush. I suggest you auction it. His disinterest was not aimed at Fang Ning. He had only expressed interest in the Zhang Jiuling brush. Fang Ning nodded, understanding that perhaps the auction could yield a higher price. He felt slightly embarrassed for having offered the Ming brush to Old Huang, but since the latter was uninterested, there was no further discussion. Master Fang, what lake brush are you referring to? Please show us, called out Qin Changfang, Zhang Yuanda, Master Chun, and Master Zheng as they approached. Upon their arrival at the antique appraisal pavilion, they did not hasten to the auction hall. After all, akin to Su Tianhe, they had grown weary of auctions, attending only out of professional obligation. Su Wanqing turned to the 4 individuals, smiling as she remarked, Master Fang has unearthed a hoop brush, one that was used by the Tang Dynasty's Zhang Jiuling. Used by Zhang Jiuling? That is indeed a remarkable treasure, exclaimed Qin Changfang and the others, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Antiques inherently possess value, but when associated with a renowned figure, their worth escalates significantly. Qin Changfang examined the hoop brush with diligence, discerning its Tang Dynasty origin merely from the materials used. Zhang Yuanda, upon his inspection, also noted the two characters Z show inscribed on it, confirming it to be Zhang Jiuling's brush. Master Chun, however, expressed some skepticism. The brush is undoubtedly from the Tang dynasty, but could these characters be forgeries? He offered a polite smile to Fang Ning, adding, Master Fang, I do not mean to target you. I merely suggest the possibility. That is implausible, retorted Master Zhang, shaking his head. Forging such an ancient artifact is no simple task, particularly with items of great age. Inscribing them runs the risk of breaking them entirely. The group nodded in understanding, grasping the logic behind his assertion. Thus, it seemed unequivocal that this brush had indeed been used by Zhang Jiuling. At that moment, Sun Hui approached, inquiring, "What are you all discussing?" Fang Ning recounted the events, expressing the intention to auction off the two brushes. "That is splendid news," Sun Hui exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. "With the treasures presented by Master Fang, our auction will carry even greater significance. The starting bid for Zhang Jiuling's brush will be 5 million, while the Ming Dynasty brush will commence at 600,000. Provided neither fails to sell, we shall assuredly secure 5,600,000. Chapter 46. Wang Qingge in a cheap how. The layout of the auction hall resembled that of a cinema, with the rear seats elevated progressively. After Chen Mimi and Zhang Zhenghao seated themselves in the back row, they remained fixated on Fang Ning. Upon observing him occupying the front row, their expressions turned conspicuously awkward. The front row. Chen Mimi's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief, nearly dropping her chin. Zhang Zhenghao mirrored her astonishment, scratching his head vigorously as if to comprehend the impossibility of Fang Ning's elevated status, which granted him a seat in the front row, a privilege he would never attain. In her heart, Chen Mimi resolved, I must find an opportunity to speak with Fang Ning, to see if reconciliation is possible. I should be the one seated beside him. With a determined bite of her lip, she made up her mind to discuss a potential rekindling of their romance. After all, in her view, as Fang Ning's former girlfriend, his newfound success was a result of her influence. How could a man she had shaped into a better person be allowed to fall into the hands of another? Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhenghao, who wore an expression of bitter discontent, Chen Mimi's thoughts were far from his own. He had anticipated the chance to humiliate Fang Ning, yet he now stood utterly astounded. Fang Ning is indeed a figure of significance, with a connection to the antique appraisal studio that is far from ordinary. How can Zhang Zhenghao possibly strike a blow to Fang Ning? He can only feel a sense of helplessness and resignation. Moreover, unbeknownst to Zhang Zhenghao, Chen Mimi has already begun to regret her decision and is contemplating reconciliation with Fang Ning. In her pursuit to mend their relationship, Chen Mimi is likely to employ every means at her disposal, fully leveraging her advantages. Were Zhang Zhenghao to become aware of this, he would surely be driven to the brink of apoplexy. Chen Yuan finds himself only slightly ahead of Chen Mimi in this rivalry. He has been keeping a close watch on Fang Ning, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. How dare Fang Ning presume to hold such a position? Chen Yuan seethes with rage, wishing he could tear Fang Ning apart. His fury stems not only from jealousy, but also from the presence of Li Ting. Today, Li Ting has adorned herself with such beauty that she captivates all, eclipsing nearly everyone, barring a select few, among whom is Su Wanqing. Yet, Su Wanqing is seated to Fang Ning's right, while Li Ting occupies his left, effectively encircling him with allure. How can Chen Yuan possibly restrain his anger under such circumstances? In his heart, Chen Yuan vows fiercely, that little vixen Li Ting, I shall certainly claim her. Once I do, Fang Ning can expect to suffer the consequences. Half an hour later, the auction officially commences, and anticipation fills the air. Wang Qingge strides to the auction stage, assuming the role of the event's host. With her charming demeanor, she elicits a chorus of whistles from the audience. Welcome to our antique appraisal studio auction, she begins, her opening remarks imbued with enthusiasm and a radiant smile that delights all who behold her. The crowd erupts into applause, accompanied by cheers, igniting a vibrant atmosphere. One cannot deny Wang Qingge's impressive ability to command attention. With a gentle gesture to quell the excitement, the audience falls silent. Now, let's unveil our first auction item. With those words, a young lady in a cheap how gracefully approaches the stage, delicately balancing a tray. Her elegant figure is nothing short of exquisite, prompting many to gaze in awe, some even licking their lips in anticipation. This is the prowess of the antique appraisal studio. Even the attendant delivering the auction items is clad in a cheap how, its hem artfully cut high, presenting a striking appearance. Wang Qingge begins to introduce the first item. Ladies and gentlemen, Our first auction piece is an antique from our esteemed collection, known as the Tianjing vase. At the age of 28, Wang Qingge exudes a natural charm in her every movement, instilling a sense of serenity in those who listen. Thus, even her seemingly tedious introduction captivates the audience, who remain utterly engaged, showing no signs of impatience. This is the essence of Wang Qingge's personal allure. Were it not for her significant charm, she would not have attained the position of secretary at the antique appraisal studio, nor would she frequently serve as an auctioneer. Buddy, Sister Wang. Fang Ning sits in the audience, witnessing Wang Qingge's eloquence, and immediately gives her thumbs up. When it comes to speaking in front of such a large audience, it is already commendable for him to articulate without stuttering, let alone to speak so eloquently and fluently. Li Ting gazed enviously at Wang Qingge on stage, contemplating how wonderful it would be if she could possess such capabilities. She yearned to shine brightly, believing that only then could she be worthy of Fang Ning. Secretary Wang truly excels, Su Wanqing remarked with a smile. My brother has always had a keen eye for people. He never misjudges anyone. She was referring not only to Wang Qingge, but also to Fang Ning. Both individuals had been personally selected by her brother and were, therefore, undoubtedly exceptional. Fang Ning understood this implication and smiled back at Su Wanqing, saying, Miss Su, you flatter me too much. I cannot compare to Sister Wang. Fang Ning humbly acknowledged that he fell short of Wang Qingge's brilliance, for she thrived without any system. While he would not even have crossed the threshold of the treasure appraisal studio without his system, there was truly no basis for comparison. Su Wanqing smiled radiantly. It is merely a matter of specialization. You and Secretary Wang excel in different fields. Her smile captivated not only Fang Ning, but also Li Ting, who found herself entranced. Was she not stunning? Even the older gentlemen seated in the back row, including Qin Chongfang and others, were struck by Su Wanqing's charm. Though advanced in years, their appreciation for beauty remained undiminished. Li Ting, feeling compelled to contribute, remarked, Miss Su is right. Fang Ning, you are also quite remarkable. It's just that your areas of expertise differ. She sensed the need to assert herself lest all the attention be seized by Su Wanqing. Hadn't she noticed Fang Ning's unwavering gaze fixed on Su Wanqing? Wang Qingge concluded her introduction of the auction items and announced the Tianjing vase. With an opening bid of 200,000, each subsequent bid must increase by 10,000. Let the auction commence. Bidders raised their paddles, eager to secure the first item, hoping to bring good fortune. Number 56, 200,000. Number 128, 210,000. Ultimately, the first item, the Tianjing vase, was sold for 360,000. Wang Qingge lowered the auction hammer with a smile, declaring, Congratulations to the gentleman with number 74 for successfully acquiring the first item. Chapter 47, The Lake Brush Auction. The final sale price was 360,000. Fang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had no particular interest in the Tianjing vase, he was intrigued by the sale price. An item that started at 200,000 had fetched 360,000. This was nearly double. This is the allure of an auction. When an item appears at an auction, its perceived value often exceeds its intrinsic worth. Fang Ning began to feel a sense of anticipation. How much would his 2 lake brushes ultimately fetch? Wang Qingge continued to introduce the auction items, moving on to the second and third. Master Fang, if you see anything you fancy, feel free to bid, Su Wanqing said beside Fang Ning. As a member of the treasure appraisal studio, you can bid without incurring any fees. Naturally, an auction would charge fees. Otherwise, it would not align with commercial principles. Moreover, the antique appraisal studio provides the venue, maintains order, and oversees the auction process, all of which incur certain costs. It is unreasonable to expect individuals to benefit without compensation. Very well, Miss Su, Fang Ning nodded, and declared, when I see something I like, I shall bid. He held little interest in the bidding itself, and was solely eager to discover the value of his 2 hoop brushes. At last, during the 8th auction item, it was finally Fang Ning's turn for his hoop brush. He glanced over and recognized it as the Ming Dynasty hoop brush, with a starting price set at 600,000. I wonder how much this brush will fetch. Fang Ning pondered eagerly. Wang Qingge lifted the hoop brush for all to see, introducing it with great enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no ordinary hoop brush. Our antique appraisal studio has authenticated it as a product of the Ming Dynasty. Furthermore, it is highly likely that it has been used by a master. Although we cannot determine by whom, yet it undoubtedly possesses immense collectible value. Wang Qingge presented the Hu brush with great reverence, as she had been informed by Sun Hui that it belonged to Fang Ning, warranting a thorough introduction. After detailing the brush's attributes, Wang Qingge raised the auction hammer, Ming Dynasty Hu brush, starting bid 600,000, with increments of 20,000. The auction begins now. Numerous bidders promptly raised their paddles. Number 123, 620,000. Number 32, 640,000. In no time, the price soared to 700,000. It then momentarily stalled, perhaps due to the brush's niche appeal, unlike other more commonplace antiques. 700,000, going once. Wang Qingge gently tapped the auction hammer and inquired, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" Fang Ning, feeling somewhat reluctant, turned to Su Wanqing and asked, "Miss Su, may I raise my own bid?" "You can, but it is unnecessary," Su Wanqing replied with a smile. "If you bid on your own and no one else follows, it will fall solely to you." The auction house typically charges a 10% fee. For an item priced at 700,000, that amounts to 70,000 in fees. Although the brush is indeed Fang Ning's, he would need to pay 70,000 to the antique appraisal studio. Hence, Su Wanqing's remark about the lack of necessity, as well as the auction house's discouragement of such practices, made sense. Sang Ning notet, krasping Su Wanqing ismeaning. Fortunately, just as Wang Qingge was about to strike the second hammer, another bid emerged, Fang Ning's savior. He looked over to see it was Lu Jingde, momentarily taken aback. What could this mean for Boss Lu? Lu Jingde's intention was straightforward, to purchase Fang Ning's brush in hopes of establishing goodwill. He had been observing Fang Ning and was aware that the Hu brush currently on auction was the one Fang Ning had presented earlier. Boss Lu was indeed astute. Fang Ning silently acknowledged, realizing that such acumen was what enabled Lu to run a successful company. To Fang Ning's delight, after Lu Jingde placed his bid, another bidder immediately followed suit. Number 43, 722,000. Number 98, 740,000. After a round of bidding, the price reached 800,000. Lu Jingde hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. He believed that 800,000 was his limit. Spending more seemed illogical. Mr. 98, 800,000 once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Wang Qingge inquired with a smile. She thought 800,000 was quite a fair price, providing a satisfactory explanation to Fang Ning. Wang Qingge was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Miss Su. She cast a questioning glance at Su Wanqing, who nodded earnestly, signaling her intent to bid on the brush. Wang Qingge acknowledged her with a nod and announced loudly to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Su is willing to bid 820,000. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? Miss Su is bidding too? Isn't she with the antique appraisal studio? Does she really have an interest in this brush?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. They turned to Su Wanqing, who indeed raised her paddle. She even stood up, nodding towards everyone as a form of greeting. The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Fang Ning was equally puzzled and remarked to Su Wanqing, "If you like it, I could have sold it to you earlier." Su Wanqing shook her head without uttering a word, merely offering a mysterious smile. Her interest lay not in the brush itself, but in Fang Ning. Whether she secured the brush was secondary. Her primary goal was to assist Fang Ning in elevating its value. Indeed, upon learning that Su Wanqing was also bidding, many began to contemplate. This brush must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Miss Su would not be bidding. In an instant, the atmosphere turned electric, with individuals eagerly raising their paddles. Even if the brush did not possess immense value, it would be worthwhile to present it to Su Wanqing as a gesture of goodwill. A brush exchange for Su Wanqing's favor was undoubtedly a profitable trade, and many were eager to seize such an opportunity. In mere minutes, the price soared to 980,000, with numerous bidders joining in, all vying for the chance to garner Su Wanqing's goodwill. At this moment, Lu Jingde was utterly astonished. He had believed that 800,000 was already a stretch. Yet after Su Wanqing raised her paddle, others began to follow suit. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jingde raised his own paddle. Wang Qingge noticed and cheerfully nodded at Lu Jingde. Mr. 43 bids 1 million. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Lu Jingde's heart momentarily slowed, then raced again. His company was not large, yielding a profit of merely 2 to 3 million annually. If he were to win the bid now, it would consume half a year's profits. In a moment of impulse, he would be working for nothing for half a year. Yet, after some contemplation, he resolutely held up his paddle, choosing not to back down. He was determined to seize this opportunity. At this moment, Lu Jingde clenched his fist. Although he felt a twinge of regret, it was too late to withdraw his bid, especially with so many eyes watching him. Thus, he resolved to press on. Just as Lu Zhengde was feeling anxious, someone else raised their bidding paddle. It was from the front row, but not Su Wanqing. It was the previous bidder, Elder Huang. Although Elder Huang was initially not fond of Ming Dynasty brush pens, seeing Su Wanqing participate inspired him to join in the excitement. Such individuals, who bid on items, are assured of not suffering losses, for there are countless eager buyers for their goods, similar to the way people bid on brush pens. They sought to curry favor with Su Wanqing and forge connections with her. Upon witnessing Elder Huang raise his paddle, Wang Qingge smiled and nodded. Elder Huang, 1,200,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Elder Huang had joined the bidding as well. What was the true significance of this brush pen? With an initial price of 600,000, it had soared to over 1 million. The onlookers were equally astonished, concluding that this brush pen was undeniably extraordinary. First, it was Miss Su bidding, and now Elder Huang. How could this brush pen be anything but remarkable? In truth, it was not the brush pen that was exceptional, but the person behind it, Fang Ning. Lu Zhengde let out a long sigh of relief as the sweat dripped from his forehead. Had it not been for Elder Huang raising his paddle, he would have been compelled to spend 1 million to acquire the Ming Dynasty brush pen. Yet, he found himself pondering whether he should raise his bid further. Originally, he intended to offer it as a gesture of goodwill to Fang Ning. Should he follow through? After all, he had already bid 1 million, so bidding over 1 million didn't seem too outrageous. Such is human nature. Once one has taken the plunge, fear diminishes. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhengde raised his paddle once more. He had to do it. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he might never have the chance again. Chen Yuan had been closely observing Lu Zhengde. Upon seeing him raise his paddle again, Chen Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. What was his brother-in-law doing? Was he out of his mind? That was over 1 million. Chen Yuan was tempted to rush over and snatch the paddle away from Lu Zhengde, desperate to prevent him from bidding further. Over 1 million for a brush pen. He had never seen his brother-in-law so eager to learn before. Chen Yuan was unaware that the brush pen belonged to Fang Ning. Thus, he could not comprehend why his brother-in-law was so intent on repeatedly raising the bid, especially since it involved significant expenditure. Anyone who recklessly raised their paddle without the means to pay would surely face the wrath of the Antique Appreciation Studio. My goodness, a brush pen worth over 1 million? At this moment, Zhang Zhenghao was equally astonished, thinking that even gold couldn't be so exorbitantly priced. With such wealth, wouldn't it be better to indulge in high-end establishments? Tonight, all expenses will be covered by the young master. This thought excited Zhang Zhenghao, leading him to conclude that those who raised their paddles were foolish. Of course, Miss Su was an exception. After all, she was the esteemed daughter of the Su group. Zhang Zhenghao dared to call others foolish, but he would never dare to utter such words about Su Wanqing. The disparity in status between the two parties was striking. Chun Mimi, seated beside Zhang Zhenghao, secretly mused, "How I wish that exquisite who brush were mine. I do not yearn for a sale of over 1 million. Even 100,000 would suffice." Unbeknownst to her, the brush from the Ming Dynasty belonged to Fang Ning. Had she known, her expression would have been nothing short of spectacular. Lot 43, bid at 1,400,000. As Lu Zhengde raised his paddle, Wang Qingge immediately took notice. At that moment, excitement coursed through Wang Qingge as he pondered the final valuation of the brush. Just as he poised to strike the auction hammer, another bid surged forth. Ultimately, the Ming Dynasty Hu brush was sold for 1,100,000 to the owner of paddle number 86. Congratulations to the lady with paddle 86. Wang Qingge exclaimed, nodding solemnly. Such generous bidders were the delight of Jian Baozhai. Phew! Lu Zhengde sank into his seat, drenched in perspiration. He had intended to continue bidding. Yet upon witnessing the price escalate to 1,100,000, uncertainty gripped him, and he hesitated to proceed. Nevertheless, he felt he had done his utmost. With a clear conscience, as Lu Zhengde reflected on the situation, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. "Brother, you were impressive. You raised your paddle several times at 1 million. Let's exchange business cards." Lu Zhengde was taken aback. He had not anticipated someone would approach him for a card exchange. He had always been somewhat of an unnoticed figure. He realized that his earlier actions had drawn attention, and he gladly exchanged cards, engaging in light conversation, quickly establishing a rapport. At that moment, others nearby also approached, seeking to exchange cards with Lu Zhengde. All were individuals of considerable means, eager to connect. Lu Zhengde's heart swelled with joy, recognizing that fortune was on the horizon. Although he had not managed to cultivate a connection with Fang Ning, he had nonetheless formed bonds with those around him. Seated in the front rows were individuals of no ordinary caliber, certainly of a class far superior to Lu Jingde. He understood that this was his opportunity. He must seize these connections. With just one powerful ally, he could soar to great heights. All this was thanks to Fang Ning. Lu Jingde was acutely aware that without Fang Ning's brush, he would not have had the chance to exchange cards with such influential people. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to treat Fang Ning to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Moreover, Fang Ning was a former employee of the company, which naturally established a connection. Lu Jingde resolved to foster a strong relationship with Fang Ning. Securing this alliance would be tantamount to solidifying Jianbao Zhai's standing. This was a task he must undertake. Chapter 49. The Jadeite Rough. 1,100,000? At this moment, Fang Ning was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that his Ming dynasty Hu brush would sell for an astounding 1,100,000. He couldn't help but wonder how much a Zhang Jiuling brush might fetch. In an instant, anticipation surged within him, eager for his Zhang Jiuling brush to make its debut, certain it would bring him a significant surprise. Fang Ning glanced at Su Wanqing and Old Huang, nodding appreciatively. Miss Su, Old Huang, I truly appreciate your support. Without your assistance, my brush would never have commanded such a high price. Master Fang, you are too modest. Su Wanqing replied with a smile. I genuinely admire that Hu brush, and my intentions were not solely to assist you. Her words were insincere. Had it not been for her desire to help Fang Ning, she would have had little interest in bidding for the Ming dynasty brush. Su Wanqing pondered why she chose to aid Fang Ning, ultimately concluding that she could offer no better explanation than that. Old Huang chuckled, saying, Young friend Fang, you're being overly courteous. Even if Miss Su and I wish to assist, it is predicated on the fact that your brush is indeed remarkable. Old Huang spoke the truth. Had Fang Ning presented a subpar brush, he would have been unable to offer any help. If he were to raise a paddle for a worthless brush, it would severely tarnish his reputation. Regardless, Fang Ning insisted, I must thank both of you once more. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to let me know. One should always help one another. Being solitary may seem noble, yet it can lead to the loss of numerous opportunities. Su Wanqing and Old Huang chuckled, thinking that Fang Ning was indeed an astute individual, far from pedantic. They particularly dreaded those who, despite receiving help, felt entitled and offered no gratitude, a truly vexing type. Liting duket at Fang Ning sleve, hispering, Fang Ning. Is it true that the brush sold for 110,000? She found it hard to believe. Although she had heard Wang Qing mention it, it felt surreal. Just days prior, when Fang Ning sold a glass vase for 400,000 at a hot pot restaurant, Li Ting had already been taken aback. Now, the sale of a brush for 110,000 was beyond her comprehension. Indeed, it is true, Fang Ning nodded, smiling. Even after deducting the handling fee, I stand to gain over $1 million. With a 110,000 sale and a 10% handling fee, that amounted to 11,000. This underscored the immense profitability of hosting an auction. Even with mere fees, one could amass a fortune. However, not everyone could host an auction. It required influence and connections, or else attendance would be dismally low. Is it truly that much? Li Ting's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Fang Ning with admiration, as if she wished to consume him on the spot. In her heart, she thought, I cannot let such a young and wealthy man slip away. Moreover, he is remarkably capable. Though Li Ting had not experienced it firsthand, she surmised that he must indeed be exceedingly competent. Meanwhile, Wang Qingge continued to introduce other auction items. But Fang Ning found himself somewhat distracted. As he pondered the potential value of the Zhang Jiuling brush, he became aware of an intriguing development. Li Ting had unconsciously gravitated closer to him. Fang Ning cast a glance at Li Ting, who feigned ignorance, her gaze fixed ahead. In truth, Li Ting was exceedingly nervous. She had never before dared to draw so near to a boy. This was a novel experience for her, both psychologically and physically. Yet, in her determination not to miss the opportunity with Fang Ning, she resolved to muster her courage and seize him decisively. In that moment, Fang Ning found himself somewhat distracted. Prior to stepping out, Li Ting had not only applied makeup, but had also spritzed herself with perfume, enveloping herself in an alluring fragrance that continually invaded Fang Ning's senses. Master Fang, are you all right? Su Wanqing, seated to his right, inquired upon noticing his unusual demeanor. I'm fine, Fang Ning replied, shaking his head. However, Su Wanqing quickly discerned the underlying issue. She observed how closely Li Ting was positioned to Fang Ning, nearly pressing against him. Goodness, Master Fang's little girlfriend is rather audacious. Isn't she? Su Wanqing mused internally, though she concealed her thoughts, being a woman of considerable intellect and emotional intelligence. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why Li Ting was behaving in such a manner. Could it be that they were not merely friends? Suddenly, a bold notion struck Su Wanqing. Perhaps Fang Ning and Li Ting were not in a conventional romantic relationship. As this thought crystallized, she found herself unable to shake it off. Recalling her earlier inquiry about their relationship, she realized Fang Ning had remained silent on the matter, with Li Ting being the one to declare herself his girlfriend. Su Wanqing, well-versed in such dynamics, began to scrutinize Fang Ning and Li Ting with renewed intensity, seeking clues to unravel the truth. Upon making this realization, Su Wanqing was taken aback, questioning her own preoccupation with their relationship. What is happening to me? Why am I so invested in their connection? Meanwhile, Fang Ning remained oblivious to Su Wanqing's thoughts, merely noting her frequent glances in his direction, which only intensified his discomfort. To his left was Li Ting, snugly pressed against him, while to his right, Su Wanqing's profile was breathtakingly captivating. In such an environment, Fang Ning was convinced that few men could maintain their composure. He even contemplated using a sort of X-ray vision to assess the physical attributes of both women, curious to determine which was more striking. However, he ultimately restrained this line of thought, reminding himself of his principles as a gentleman. Such lewdness was utterly beneath him. Is that a shade of violet? Just as Fang Ning's eyes began to strain from his observations, a wave of hushed murmurs swept through the auction hall. What is happening? Su Wanqing, having sensed Fang Ning's peculiar gaze, clarified. Master Fang, Secretary Wang has brought forth a piece of jadeite rough. She gestured toward the auction stage, and Fang Ning followed her indication, spotting a piece of jadeite rough displayed prominently. A gamble with stone? Fang Ning raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly encountering gambling stones at the auction. However, this was an antique auction, not a gambling stone auction. Chapter 50, The Awakening of the X-ray Vision. Su Wanqing discerned Fang Ning's confusion and elucidated. Gambling stones are indeed rare, yet their presence is not unwelcome. After all, a greater variety is always preferable. She then inquired, Master Fang, do you harbor an interest in gambling stones? Fang Ning, possessing the gift of X-ray vision, could hardly be indifferent to gambling stones. He nodded slightly. I would like to examine them. I have yet to do so. He had long desired to engage with gambling stones, but had never found the opportunity. With Su Wanqing's suggestion, he was determined to explore this realm. Have you never encountered them before? Su Wanqing replied, nodding. Gambling stones are a gamble between heaven and hell. She proceeded to explain the intricacies of gambling stones, revealing that the greener the stone, the better it is. So that is how it works, Fang Ning mused, gaining a general understanding. His prior knowledge of gambling stones was limited to what he had gleaned from online novels. With a thought, Fang Ning activated his X-ray vision and directed his gaze towards the auction stage. He immediately pierced through the jadeite raw stone, discerning its inner condition. Green? A surge of joy filled his heart. He beheld vast expanses of green, confirming that this jadeite raw stone was indeed of exceptional quality. Could I possibly bid for it? He pondered internally. With his X-ray vision, the notion of a gamble between heaven and hell was rendered moot. He could ascertain the stone's value at a glance. Fang Ning blinked, resolutely deciding to bid on the jadeite raw stone. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Wang Qingge at the auction stage. Wow, Sister Wang is truly magnificent. Fang Ning took a deep breath, feeling a surge of warmth rise within him. At 28, Wang Qingge's figure was impeccably developed, leaving little room for criticism. Master Fang, what are you gazing at? Su Wanqing, notiking Fang Ning sin tensestare, inquired curiously. She furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar in his gaze, as if he were watching a private film. I'm not looking at anything. Fang Ning quickly retracted his X-ray vision, adding, This jadeite raw stone appears quite promising. I wish to bid on it. Bid on it? Su Wanqing was taken aback, surprised by Fang Ning's decisiveness. Are you truly considering bidding on a gambling stone for the first time? Master Fang, I advise you to contemplate this carefully. Gambling stones are not as straightforward as they seem. Without sufficient discernment, the odds of suffering losses are exceedingly high. Su Wanqing's caution was well-founded. Many had faced ruin due to gambling stones, leading to the disintegration of families and fortunes. Fear not, Fang Ning replied with a smile. I merely wish to try. For others, it might be a gamble. For him, it was an investment, one that promised certain profit. At the auction stage, Wang Qingge began to present the details of the jadeite raw stone. Ladies and gentlemen, this jadeite rough weighs an impressive 5 pounds and has been extracted from the esteemed old pit of the jadeite kingdom, guaranteeing its quality. The term old pit refers to mines that have previously yielded exceptional stones, Thus, the newly mined rough carries a certain assurance. After providing this information, Wang Qingge raised the auction hammer. The starting bid for this jadeite rough is 500,000, with increments of 20,000. Let the bidding commence. Gradually, attendees began to raise their paddles, while Wang Qingge continuously called out the bids. Although many present were not well versed in the art of stone gambling, they were eager to partake in the excitement. For most, 500,000 was not a significant amount. Only bids exceeding $1 million would induce pressure. Number 320, 580,000. Number 402, 600,000. Number 25, 620,000. As the price reached 700,000, the number of bidders diminished significantly, with many opting to withdraw. Spending 700,000 on a 5-pound rough seemed excessive. Better to give others the opportunity. At that moment, Fang Ning raised her paddle. Wang Qingge took notice, momentarily taken aback, surprised that Fang Ning wished to bid on the jadeite rough. Nevertheless, she nodded. Master Fang, 720,000. The crowd turned their attention to Fang Ning, intrigued by Wang Qingge's designation. To be referred to simply as Master implied that she was no ordinary individual. Isn't this Master Fang rather young? Murmured the onlookers, who estimated her to be in her early 20s. They were astonished, as in their experience, those deemed masters were typically in their 40s or 50s. Old Huang turned to Fang Ning with a smile. Young friend Fang, I did not expect you to be interested in stone gambling. I wish to give it a try, she replied. Huang nodded, reflecting on the youthful curiosity that drives one to explore various endeavors. Though he was not familiar with stone gambling and held no interest in it, he had heard tales of its dreamlike potential, where many have struck it rich overnight by betting on the right stone, catapulting themselves into high society. Chun Mimi and Zhang Jinghao also recognized that Master Fang was indeed Fang Ning. Sang Ning Gispiding Onyateiterok. Chun Mimi exclaimed, astonished. He seems rather uninformed about this. Based on her understanding of Fang Ning, she believed he was simply an average person, incapable of grasping the nuances of stone gambling. I hope he loses everything. Zhang Jinghao gritted his teeth, infuriated that he dared to gamble on stones, anticipating his downfall. Chun Mimi frowned slightly. How good? Why are you like this? Can't you bear to see others succeed? What do you mean? Zhang Jinghao retorted, displeased, as he was well aware of Chun Mimi's flirtatious nature. I said nothing. Chun Mimi quickly denied. Then why are you so concerned about him? Zhang Jinghao pressed. Chun Mimi chose to remain silent. Chun Yuan shared Zhang Jinghao's sentiments. Seeing Fang Ning bid on jadeite rough, he too reveled in the thought of Fang Ning suffering a significant loss. This little upstart, having acquired a bit of wealth, has become oblivious to the realities of the world. Chun Yuan thought with malice. He began to mentally curse Fang Ning, wishing that after he purchased the jadeite rough, it would turn out to be worthless. That way, it would hold no value at all. Lu Zhengde also noticed Fang Ning, but his thoughts differed from those of Chun Yuan and Zhang Jinghao. He believed that Fang Ning must have some strategy in mind when bidding for the jadeite rough. It was inconceivable that he would bid blindly without understanding anything. Lu Zhengde was acutely aware that Fang Ning was no fool. On the contrary, he was exceptionally astute, as evidenced by his status as a distinguished guest at the antique appraisal studio. Should I also place a bid? Lu Zhengde pondered. He believed that anything Fang Ning found appealing was bound to be worthwhile, and he too could take a chance. However, he ultimately shook his head, deciding not to compete with Fang Ning. He did not wish to put pressure on him and voluntarily chose to withdraw. Chapter 51. The auction of Zhang Jiuling's lake brushes begins. One must admit, Lu Zhengde was indeed a clever individual. From Fang Ning's action of raising his paddle, he discerned that the jadeite rough was extraordinary, igniting his own desire to bid. Yet, considering that bidding might impose undue pressure on Fang Ning, he wisely chose to withdraw. This exemplified the behavior of a sagacious person. In comparison, Chun Yuan and Zhang Jinghao appeared considerably less astute, which was why Fang Ning regarded them as mere jesters. At this moment, as Fang Ning raised his paddle, the spectators harbored a myriad of thoughts. Some wished for Fang Ning's success, while others hoped for his misfortune. Such is human nature. In the back row, Qin Changfang remarked upon seeing this. Xiao Fang, do you understand the intricacies of gambling on stones? If not, you should exercise caution. Zhang Yuanden nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, one should be cautious. Gambling on stones is not as simple as it seems. Master Chun and Master Zheng also offered a few words of counsel, as they were esteemed masters at the antique appraisal studio and frequently encountered Fang Ning. They did not wish to see him fall into a pitfall. Upon hearing the four of them speak, Li Ting began to feel anxious, turning to Fang Ning. Fang Ning, Why don't we just forego this? Auctioning the 2 lake brushes could yield a significant profit. Li Ting was genuinely concerned for Fang Ning's well-being. Although their relationship had not yet been defined, she already considered herself devoted to him. Moreover, witnessing Fang Ning's remarkable growth, she could not bear to let him slip away to someone else. Don't worry, Fang Ning replied with a smile. I know my limits. He nodded to Qin Changfang and the other 3, expressing gratitude for their concerns. Hearing Fang Ning's reassurance, the 4 of them fell silent. Ultimately, whether or not to bid on the jadeite rough was Fang Ning's decision alone. They were merely offering suggestions. Once Fang Ning raised his paddle, it was clear he would not acquire the jadeite rough for a mere 720,000. Immediately, others began to raise their paddles, eager to compete with Fang Ning for the jadeite rough. Unfazed by their bids, Fang Ning responded in kind, raising his paddle to match them. Soon, the price escalated to 1 million. Finally, his competitor chose to concede, and Fang Ning successfully secured the jadeite rough for 1 million. Su Wanqing gazed at Fang Ning, observing that he appeared utterly unperturbed, even sporting a smile upon his countenance. She discerned a peculiar fixation in Fang Ning toward the jadeite rough stone. Master Fang, is this jadeite truly exceptional? Su Wanqing inquired. Fang Ning replied with a grin. I cannot ascertain its quality, but I find it rather appealing. He refrained from divulging the fact that he possessed the ability of X-ray vision, which allowed him to perceive the verdant treasure concealed within the stone. Li Ting, clutching her garment nervously, turned to Fang Ning and remarked, Is it really gone, just like that 1 million? She felt somewhat dazed, as if in the blink of an eye, that sum had vanished. Although it was not her money, but Fang Ning's, she still felt a pang of sympathy. Fang Ning gently patted Li Ting's hand, assuring her, It's all right. If something remarkable emerges, it could be worth far more than 1 million. This sentiment held truth. Su Wanqing chuckled, adding, However, should it yield nothing, then that 1 million would be squandered. She scrutinized Fang Ning, eager to gauge whether he felt any remorse. After all, that was a substantial amount. Let us accept the gamble, Fang Ning replied, directing his gaze at Su Wanqing. At that moment, she regarded him with newfound respect, surprised by his composure in the face of such a significant loss. In truth, Fang Ning's tranquility stemmed from his unique insight. He was aware that he would not suffer a loss. Otherwise, parting with 1 million would seem rather foolish. Bang! Wanqing struck the auction hammer and nodded at Fang Ning. Master Fang, congratulations. His earlier grandeur had indeed left Fang Ning astounded. Subsequently, Wanqing began to introduce the next items up for bid, causing Fang Ning's enthusiasm to wane once more. It was only when the Zhangjuling Lake brush made its appearance that his spirits revived. How much will the Zhangjuling Lake brush ultimately fetch? Wanqing began. Ladies and gentlemen, this brush is no ordinary item. It dates back to the Tang dynasty and was used by the Chancellor Zhangjuling. Wanqing provided an elaborate introduction, meticulously crafted in collaboration with Fang Ning and Sun Hui. After 2 or 3 minutes of detailed description, he concluded, having laid such groundwork, the effect was palpable. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A lake brush used by Zhangjuling? That must be immensely valuable. Are we certain it was used by Zhangjuling? Though skepticism lingered regarding the brush's authenticity, the assurances from those nearby led many to place their trust in the claims. The Jianbao studio held a prestigious reputation. While forgeries might exist elsewhere, they were assured that the studio would not present any fakes. The Zhangjuling Lake brush from the Tang dynasty begins its bidding at 5 million, with increments of 100,000. The auction is now open. Wanqing nodded to the assembly and lifted the auction hammer. Elder Huang was the first to raise his bidding paddle. He had long coveted this particular lake brush. Previously, I intended to purchase from Fang Ning, but was interrupted by Su Wanqing. Now, it can only be acquired through auction. Elder Huang, 5 million. Wanqing swiftly announced Elder Huang's name. Naturally, Elder Huang seated in the front row is no ordinary figure. Many are familiar with him. Indeed, Elder Huang is remarkably affluent. 5 million without a blink of an eye. It seems he is determined to possess this hupen. The crowd buzzed with speculation, recognizing Elder Huang's resolve regarding Zhangjuling's work. This was, in fact, a deliberate strategy on Elder Huang's part. By being the first to raise his bid, he effectively diminished competition. After all, competing with Elder Huang requires not only wealth, but also influence. To offend Elder Huang without such power would lead to a difficult future. True to form, once Elder Huang raised his paddle, the atmosphere momentarily stilled, and no one else dared to bid. Elder Huang felt no embarrassment. If he could secure it for 5,100,000, that would be ideal. Why spend more than necessary? Su Wanqing contemplated assisting Fang Ning once more. Given that previous Hu pens had sold for considerable amounts, this Zhang Juling piece should not be undervalued. Just as Su Wanqing prepared to raise her paddle, an elderly gentleman in the front row unexpectedly did so. This gentleman, spirited and clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuded an air of authority. He raised his paddle and provocatively glanced at Elder Huang, as if challenging him to respond. Elder Huang, upon noticing, felt a headache coming on. This old fellow had once again crossed paths with him. Chapter 52. The Clam and the Heron, the Fisherman Gains. Elder Huang recognized the bidding elder, feeling an immediate sense of exasperation. This man, surnamed Zhou, had always been at odds with him, consistently opposing his endeavors. Both were members of the Antique Association, leading to frequent minor disputes and a strained relationship. Elder Huang's expression darkened. Knowing Zhou's presence made it evident that securing Zhang Juling's Hu pen would not be an easy feat. What could he do? Wang Qingge, ever vigilant of the crowd, promptly declared, Elder Zhou, 5,100,000. He recognized Elder Zhou, seated in the front row, equally formidable as Elder Huang. Zhou provocatively gazed at Huang, determined to thwart his plans. His intent was to irritate Huang, but his interest in Zhang Juling's Hu pen was also sincere, considering its historical significance as a tool of a Tang dynasty chancellor. As Wang Qingge had articulated, this Hu pen bore immense collectible value. Elder Huang chose not to rush into a counterbid, opting to let the situation unfold for a moment. If no one else raised their bid, he would certainly respond. Regardless, he could not afford to appear weaker than Zhou. That would be too humiliating. Observing the contest between Elder Zhou and Elder Huang, the onlookers found the spectacle exceedingly entertaining. Elder Zhou was indeed bidding. It has come to my attention that the two individuals are at odds with each other. It seems the rumors are indeed true. What rumors, you ask? This is the reality. Although Elder Zhou is engaged in a contest of wills, it only serves to affirm the exceptional quality of this lake brush. Secretary Wang mentioned that this lake brush was once used by Zhang Juling. I was skeptical at first, but with Elder Zhou's bidding now, it appears to be irrefutably certain. Many are well aware of the relationship between Elder Huang and Elder Zhou. This is no secret within the industry. Consequently, the belief in the authenticity of Zhang Juling's lake brush has been solidified. This situation undoubtedly favors Fang Ning immensely. As the seller, Fang Ning finds himself amidst two competing buyers, and naturally, this is advantageous for him. Su Wanqing stifled a laugh, covering her mouth delicately, and raised an eyebrow at Fang Ning, saying, Master Fang, it seems your Zhang Juling lake brush will not struggle to fetch a high price. Fang Ning understood Su Wanqing's implication and felt a surge of joy. Yet he was more captivated by Su Wanqing herself. Her smile was enchanting, radiant in a way that rendered one unable to look away. Li Ting tugged at Fang Ning's sleeve, asking, Fang Ning, am I truly useless? What is the matter? Fang Ning notisa Li Ting's sleek distress. Are you all right? Li Ting pursed her lips, replying, Others can assist you, yet I feel as though I cannot help you at all. The others she referred to naturally included Su Wanqing, who could provide support to Fang Ning, while she felt unable to do the same. This thought left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Why would you think that? Fang Ning gently patted Li Ting's hand. Do not dwell on such thoughts. You possess your own merits. Everyone is unique with their own strengths. Upon hearing this, Li Ting's expression brightened. In truth, she was a bit envious seeing Su Wanqing flirt with Fang Ning. With Fang Ning's comfort, however, she felt considerably better. Soon after, another individual raised a paddle to place a bid. It was evident to all that Zhang Juling's lake brush was genuine, undoubtedly a remarkable item. If one could acquire it and seize the right opportunity, there was a possibility of reaping substantial profits. Number 22, 5,200,000. Number 13, 5,300,000. Number 47. Bids continued to flow in, and before long, the price reached 6 million. At this juncture, the number of bidders dwindled. After all, those capable of offering 6 million are exceedingly rare. Even among the affluent attendees, securing 6 million in liquid cash is no trivial feat. Seeing the situation nearing its peak, Elder Huang raised his paddle. Yet before he could lower it, Elder Zhou swiftly lifted his own. Wang Qingge continues to chant the bids. Elder Huang, 6,100,000. Elder Zhou, 6,200,000. Elder Huang. What followed was a riveting exchange between Elder Huang and Elder Zhou, each relentlessly pursuing the bid, escalating the price to 7 million. Elder Huang's expression darkened as he realized that Elder Zhou was adamantly competing against him. Huang Lao believed that 7 million was already an exorbitant price. Yet he was taken aback by Zhou Lao's unwillingness to concede. Casting a glance at Zhou Lao, he seemed to convey, What are your intentions, Mr. Zhou? If you wish to proceed, then let us proceed. If not, then let it be. Practice makes perfect. Huang Lao shook his head and raised his bidding paddle once more. Huang Lao, 7,100,000. Zhou Lao, 7,200,000. As before, after Huang Lao raised his paddle, Zhou Lao immediately followed suit, seemingly intent on contesting Huang Lao at every turn. With a furrowed brow, Huang Lao pondered how Zhou Lao could be so relentless, unafraid of the potential repercussions of acquiring such an item. This Tang Dynasty lake brush, though previously used by Zhang Jueling, could only be worth 6 or 7 million at most. To his astonishment, the bidding had surged beyond 7 million, edging towards 700,000 more. Huang Lao's refusal to relent stemmed not only from a sense of rivalry with Zhou Lao, but also from his profound admiration for Zhang Jueling's artifacts. Having previously collected several pieces of Zhang Jueling's calligraphy, he held the artist in high esteem. Encountering a lake brush used by Zhang Jueling was an opportunity he could not let slip away. As for Zhou Lao's motivations, Huang Lao could only speculate. It seemed implausible that it was merely a matter of pride, considering the substantial amount at stake. Spending millions out of spite seemed utterly foolish. Thus, it was clear that Zhou Lao was not simply acting out of rivalry, but had a genuine desire to acquire Zhang Jueling's lake brush. While a hint of competition may have been present, it was likely negligible. After all, one does not act so naively at their age. Once again, Huang Lao raised his paddle, and before Wang Qingge could announce the new bid, he declared, "I offer 7,500,000. This figure represented Huang Lao's limit. Should the bids exceed this amount, he would be unable to justify the expenditure. Regardless of his admiration for Zhang Jueling, he could only afford to spend this much, leaving it to Zhou Lao to decide whether to continue the bidding. As expected, Zhou Lao fell silent for a moment. The onlookers understood. After all, 7,500,000 was an exceedingly high sum. Many were taken aback by Huang Lao's audacity in declaring such a bold offer. Surely, Zhou Lao would concede at this point. Chapter 53. Litims resolva. Goodness, 7,500,000. Lu Zhengde exclaimed inwardly, marveling at the situation. If he were in Zhou Lao's position, he would have long since chosen to withdraw. He was also aware that this particular lake brush once belonged to Zhang Jueling and had been presented by Fang Ning, who had previously showcased 2 brushes. Should the bidding continue to escalate, Fang Ning would soon find himself a millionaire. My goodness, what a remarkable progression in such a short time, Lu Zhengde murmured, filled with envy towards Fang Ning. While he toiled away in his business, earning a maximum of 3 million a year, Fang Ning was on the brink of amassing a fortune simply by selling a couple of brushes. Lu Zhengde was not alone in his astonishment. Many others shared his surprise. Chun Mimi and Zhang Zhenghao were among the most shocked, their mouths agape in disbelief. My word, these wealthy individuals are simply too affluent. Zhang Zhenghao silently lamented within himself. He considered himself to be quite affluent, yet he was astonished to discover that there existed individuals even wealthier than he. The bidding ascended to 7,500,000, without so much as a blink. Chun Mimi shared a similar sentiment, feeling equally startled. She mused that if 7,500,000 were to be bestowed upon her, how delightful that would be. With such wealth, she would no longer need to toil tirelessly in verbal negotiations. Unbeknownst to her, this exquisite Zhang Jueling brush originated from the esteemed hand of Fang Ning. Had she known it was Fang Ning's creation, she would have been utterly frantic, likely regretting her circumstances profoundly. For Fang Ning had transformed, now a millionaire. At that moment, Chen Yuan sat in the back row, muttering to himself, "This is infuriating. Why do I not possess such wealth? I must become a wealthy individual." He clenched his fist and struck it against his thigh. Onlookers merely regarded him as eccentric. Was he truly startled by 7,500,000? Look at his pitiful demeanor. In truth, those nearby felt much like Chun Yuan, appearing calm on the surface while their hearts roiled with tumult. After all, 7,500,000 is no trifling sum. Merely uttering the figure belies its weight. If one were to present it in cash, it would weigh 2 to 300 pounds. Far too cumbersome for a single individual to bear. Anyone witnessing such a sum would undoubtedly be astounded. If one possessed that much wealth, it would not merely provoke surprise. One could even indulge in lavish feasts. When Elder Huang declared 7,500,000, the atmosphere momentarily froze. The air was thick with murmurs of astonishment regarding Elder Huang's bid. Simultaneously, the crowd speculated. Would Elder Zhou counter the offer? Some believed he would, thinking he could not afford to lose face against Elder Huang. Others felt that 7,500,000 was already exorbitant and that further bidding was unnecessary. "Everyone, please be quiet," announced Wang Qinga atop the auction stage, striking her gavel. Elder Huang, 7,500,000, going once. She then turned to Elder Zhou, directly inquiring, "Elder Zhou, do you wish to raise your bid?" At this juncture, it was evident that only Elder Zhou had the audacity to challenge Elder Huang. "Humph." Elder Huang scoffed, confident that Elder Zhou would not raise the stakes further. Having reached 7,500,000, it seemed implausible that his counterpart would dare to bid 8 million. Such a possibility appeared exceedingly slim. Observing Elder Huang's smug expression, Elder Zhou returned a derisive smile. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Elder Zhou raised his bidding paddle and addressed Wang Qinga. "Secretary Wang, have you ever heard a certain saying?" "What saying?" Wang Qinga inquired, skillfully playing her role, well aware that she was to support Elder Zhou in this moment. She now serves as an auctioneer, with her primary task being to elevate the prices of the items on sale. The higher the auction price, the greater her commission. Thus, Wang Qinga exerts herself diligently, partly for Fang Ning's sake, but predominantly for her own benefit. Old Zhou spoke up, declaring, "To aspire for greatness, one must not stray from 8. I bid 8 million. His words sent shockwaves throughout the room. "What? Old Zhou is bidding 8 million? The astonishment was palpable. A mere brush, fetching 8 million. Yet, considering it was a brush once wielded by Zhang Juling, such a price was hardly unfathomable. Even a brush used by the emperor would likely not reach such a sum. Yet the spectators were utterly taken aback. They had thought that the previous bid of 7.5 million was already exorbitant, only to be surpassed by this staggering 8 million. Indeed, to aspire for greatness, one must not stray from 8. Such a motto is indeed appealing. It's akin to individuals who, when generous, appear remarkably grand and handsome. Wang Qinga was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Old Zhou's immediate bid of 8 million, the highest of the evening. Previous items had fetched several million, but none exceeded 4 million. Now, this 8 million had doubled the previous highest bid. The commission from this sale would amount to several tens of thousands. With her excitement barely contained, Wang Qinga announced, "Old Zhou bids 8 million. Elder Huang, will you raise your bid?" At that moment, no one dared to speculate whether Elder Huang would increase his bid. Many had assumed Old Zhou would not follow suit. Yet here he was, bidding an astonishing 8 million, defying expectations. Would Elder Huang mirror this audacity? At this moment, Fang Ning was overjoyed, her heart blossoming with delight, a smile irrepressibly adorning her face. 8 million. With such a sum, she could purchase a villa, a veritable mansion of legend. And this amount might still grow. As Elder Huang contemplated whether to raise his bid, beside her, Li Ting swallowed hard, having never even seen 1 million, let alone 8 million. Her gaze towards Fang Ning was filled not only with admiration, but also an obsessive fascination. After leaving the auction, she resolved to pursue Fang Ning fervently, determined not to let her slip away. Li Ting clenched her fists, signaling her resolve. She understood the importance of seizing opportunities when one witnesses injustice. One must voice their discontent. When flowers bloom, one must pluck them. Do not wait until the blossoms fade to grasp at empty branches. Li Ting was acutely aware that if she missed her chance with Fang Ning, there may never be another. Today represented the finest opportunity. Chapter 54. To repay kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. Men like Fang Ning are exceedingly rare. It is said that a three-legged toad is hard to find. Yet Fang Ning is even rarer. With a fortune exceeding 10 million and youth on his side, where could one find such a man? Although many possess great wealth, most are simply old codgers. As one ages, both body and spirit inevitably decline. Thus, there is a saying, fame should be attained early. Achieving renown in youth allows for boundless glory, whereas late bloomers may experience psychological triumphs, yet their physical state does not permit them to bask in prolonged accolades. This adage, attributed to Eileen Chong, has been regarded as profound wisdom. She also remarked, the path to a woman's heart is often paved with understanding. Li Ting, having read Eileen Chong, resolved to guide Fang Ning into the depths of her soul. Consequently, her gaze towards Fang Ning transformed, becoming alluring and fervent. Fang Ning, too, discerned this change in her eyes, which now exuded tenderness and charm. Previously marked by admiration and infatuation, her look now bore an added layer of softness and allure. As someone who had traversed this path before, Fang Ning comprehended the significance of such a gaze. After all, during his university days, he had shared a romance with Chun Mimi, often finding their living expenses insufficient as they spent them on hotel rooms. Chen Mimi would frequently display a similar gaze. However, that was before her infidelity with a wealthy heir. After that betrayal, he never encountered such a look again, likely reserved solely for that affluent young man. Shaking his head, Fang Ning dismissed these thoughts, for the mere recollection of Chen Mimi caused him profound anguish, a piercing pain that rendered him breathless. Li Ting, perceptive as she was, sensed Fang Ning's turmoil. "Fang Ning, what troubles you?" she inquired, grasping his hand and offering him warmth. He smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, I am joyful." Indeed, he was delighted. The Zhangjiuling Lake brush had reached an auction price of 8 million. Mr. Zhou was exceedingly generous, bidding 8 million, awaiting Mr. Huang's decision to counter. Bang! Wang Qingge rapped the auction hammer again, smiling as she announced, "Mr. Zhou's 8 million, his second call. Mr. Huang, will you raise the bid?" Her gaze was fixed on Mr. Huang, eagerly hoping for his continued bidding. For both her and Fang Ning, Mr. Huang's increased bid would be advantageous. All eyes turned to Mr. Huang, curious to see if he would persist. In that moment, Mr. Huang's expression grew grim, caught in a dilemma. He desired to raise the bid, but recognized it was not a rational choice. 8 million for a Zhangjiuling Lake brush was already exorbitant. Ultimately, Mr. Huang shook his head and declared, "I shall not continue." Upon witnessing Mr. Huang's withdrawal, a murmur of disappointment swept through the crowd. Mr. Huang capitulated? What other choice could he have? With Mr. Zhou's bid at 8 million, it was evident he would not relent. Should Mr. Huang raise his bid, Mr. Zhou would undoubtedly respond in kind. Indeed, further bidding seemed futile. The crowd buzzed with discussions, perceiving Mr. Huang's retreat as entirely reasonable. It was implausible for anyone to persist against Mr. Zhou indefinitely. Wang Qingge nodded, proclaiming, "Very well, congratulations to Mr. Zhou for securing the Zhangjiuling Lake brush at the price of 8 million. Upon hearing these words, old Zhou's face broke into a triumphant smile. He deliberately cast a glance at old Huang, emitting a scornful laugh, as if to say, "Is that all?" He was well aware that old Huang was a coward and would not dare to continue bidding, having been thoroughly intimidated into conceding defeat. Old Zhou did not perceive himself as having suffered any loss. Although he had spent 8 million, he had acquired a lake brush from Zhangjiuling. Why should old Huang be the only one to appreciate Zhangjiuling? Moreover, what mattered most to old Zhou was his knowledge that Zhangjiuling's lake brush belonged to Fang Ning. By winning it, he had effectively forged a closer connection with Fang Ning. In fact, old Zhou had previously taken notice of Fang Ning, marveling at his youth and the fact that he had already risen to prominence as a master at the antique appraisal studio. Naturally, this sparked a desire to cultivate a friendship with him. Spending 8 million to strengthen ties with Fang Ning was hardly a loss in his eyes. This encapsulates old Zhou's thought process. In response to old Zhou's mockery, old Huang shook his head, feeling a sense of headache and helplessness. He had anticipated this outcome. By refraining from continuing the bidding, he had sealed his fate to be ridiculed by the likes of old Zhou. He stood up and departed. Even though the auction was not yet concluded, he could hardly remain and endure further derision from old Zhou. Could he? Upon seeing old Huang leave, old Zhou let out a disdainful huff, his scorn becoming even more pronounced. The onlookers merely chuckled silently, adopting a spectator's attitude, reveling in the unfolding drama. Wang Qingge quickly intervened, saying, "Old Huang has matters to attend to. Please take care, old Huang." Old Zhou was naturally displeased, feeling that Wang Qingge was being inconsiderate, failing to recognize that he was mocking his old rival. Wang Qingge then added, "Old Zhou, congratulations. You've acquired Zhangjiuling's lake brush. You are the biggest winner tonight." Upon hearing this, old Zhou's expression softened considerably, and he ceased to be so petty. He then turned his gaze through the crowd toward Fang Ning and spoke, "Young friend Fang, let us exchange contact information after the auction concludes." "Absolutely." Fang Ning nodded earnestly, his smile radiant. He understood the importance of showing respect to a figure like old Zhou, who not only wielded significant influence, but also exhibited generous spending. Engaging with such a person was undoubtedly advantageous for him. This was Fang Ning's inner reflection. At the very least, dealing with someone like old Zhou meant that he would not be overly scrutinized. As long as old Zhou harbored no ill intentions, neither would Fang Ning. However, if malice were to surface, Fang Ning would reciprocate with even greater hostility. This is Fang Ning's principle in dealing with others: to repay kindness with kindness, and resentment with resentment. To repay kindness with enmity. Who will be foolish enough to do such a thing? Chapter 55. Classic quotes from the ancestors. At this moment, everyone was exceedingly envious of Fang Ning. The goodwill that old Zhou had shown him was indeed a rare occurrence, one that many would yearn for. Many individuals, in an attempt to curry favor with the esteemed Mr. Zhou, have lavished numerous gifts upon him, yet they find themselves unable to even catch a glimpse of his presence. In stark contrast, Fang Ning finds himself in a position where there is no need to seek Mr. Zhou's approval. The latter has already extended a hand of goodwill towards him. However, it is evident to all that this is attributable to Fang Ning's own remarkable abilities. Were it not for his exceptional talent, he would not even gain entry to the treasure appraisal hall, let alone attend the auction, and Mr. Zhou would not spare him a glance. The essence of success lies in one's own strength. This is the harsh reality, brutal yet undeniably true. Why is that so? Witnessing Mr. Zhou's overtures towards Fang Ning, Chen Yuan is filled with indignation. He believes that someone of Mr. Zhou's caliber should be the one to seek his favor. Dismissing Fang Ning as insignificant, Chen Yuan perceives himself as the chosen one, deeming others as mere trifles. Particularly, he regards Fang Ning with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than an obstacle to his own brilliance. At this moment, Chen Yuan grinds his teeth in frustration, plotting to expose Fang Ning's true nature and reveal to everyone just how inconsequential he truly is. A mere cur that now dares to put on airs. How absurd. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuan, it is he who embodies the essence of pretense. Were it not for his brother-in-law, Lu Jingde, he would not even have the privilege of entering the auction hall. Such individuals often fail to recognize their own flaws, fixating solely on the shortcomings of others. In contrast to Chen Yuan's indignation, Zhang Jinghao finds himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by the revelations. Previously, he had been unaware that the Zhang jeweling brush belonged to Fang Ning, but with Mr. Zhou's overtures, the truth has now dawned upon him. The Zhang jeweling brush is indeed Fang Ning's? This is worth 8 million. The final bid reached a staggering 8 million. At this moment, Zhang Jinghao is anything but composed. He strokes his chin, attempting to articulate his thoughts, yet finds himself utterly at a loss. His mind is consumed by shock, as he realizes that despite his own wealth of several million, Fang Ning's status far surpasses his own. How infuriating. Is there no respite from such overwhelming competition? Zhang Jinghao can only grumble internally, refraining from voicing his frustrations aloud. At this juncture, he has begun to harbor a sense of trepidation towards Fang Ning, reluctant to provoke him as he had done previously. To do so would be the epitome of foolishness, after all. Beside Zhang Jinghao, Chen Mimi stands utterly dumbfounded. She could scarcely fathom that the Zhang jeweling brush belonged to Fang Ning. How could this be? This is not merely a writing brush. It is worth 8 million. Chen Mimi feels her sanity slipping away. Had she not broken up with Fang Ning, would she not now possess a share of that 8 million? Perhaps even 4 million? Even if not half, surely 1/3 or 1/4 would be within reach. Regret gnaws at her insides, leaving her in a state of distress, her pores seemingly clogged, and her breath growing increasingly labored. Chen Mimi truly lives up to her name. Her thoughts are quite beautiful. She believed that by not breaking up with Fang Ning, she could secure a share of his wealth. It must be said, there was indeed a possibility of that. After all, Fang Ning was once an innocent and devoted young man, deeply affectionate towards Chen Mimi. His kindness towards her transcended mere affection. One could even say that if Chen Mimi were to suffer from malnutrition, he would break his own ribs just to prepare soup for her. His roommates once jestingly referred to him as the most romantic soul in Jiangnan. They refrained from calling him a mere sycophant because he genuinely basked in that devotion, evoking envy among his friends. However, the Fang Ning of today is a different man. A sycophant? Absolutely not. He is no longer the boy he once was. That tender-hearted young man has perished. You chose this idol. The current Fang Ning would never be a sycophant for any woman, let alone for the foolish Chen Mimi. Even with newfound wealth, he refuses to be a fool, frivolously spending on women. After all, the wise elder once proclaimed, money is for women to admire, not for women to spend. Beyond that profound truth, there are countless other maxims. Cherish the good girls, do not waste on the bad ones. Hesitation leads to defeat. Sincerity yields nothing. 10 years of devotion go unnoticed. One moment of charm makes one known to the world. These resonant words of wisdom were shared with Fang Ning during the period of Chen Mimi's infidelity with a wealthy heir, played for him by his roommates in an attempt to console him. Fang Ning, being a diligent student, etched these sayings into his heart. Such wise words, particularly for the young Fang Ning, were a beacon in his life. In hindsight, while these statements may not hold absolute truth, they certainly carry their own wisdom. Once, A pure-hearted young man loved himself, yet failed to cherish that love. If fate were to grant him another chance, he would seize that opportunity with both hands, never to let it slip away again. Infidelity? How dare you? If circumstances allowed, Chen Mimi would seek Fang Ning out directly. No matter what, she must reconcile with him. Furthermore, she does not perceive herself as tarnished. If she were, what of it? A good wash would suffice. After all, in this day and age, who is not a little flawed? What truly sways Chen Mimi is Fang Ning's remarkable character. Neither the wealthy heir of the past, nor the current Zhang Zhenghao possesses his grandeur. Just the thought of Fang Ning sends her heart racing with nostalgia. Thus, she feels compelled to pursue reconciliation. For Chen Mimi does not consider herself tainted. Even if she were, knowing that Fang Ning's system could restore her, she would think nothing of it. These concerns are trivial. Of course, Chen Mimi could never know of Fang Ning's system. That opportunity has forever eluded her. From the moment she betrayed him for the wealthy heir, her connection with Fang Ning was irrevocably severed. The prospect of a future between the two had become utterly impossible. Chen Mimi resolutely declared to herself, I am determined to rekindle my relationship with Fang Ning. I refuse to believe that with all my charm and allure, he would be able to resist that familiar essence. Chapter 56. The grand finale, the last auction item. Chen Mimi was steadfast in her resolve. She must reunite with Fang Ning, for that would grant her access to his wealth. She mused internally. Fang Ning now possesses 8 million. Surely, spending 800,000 is not excessive, is it? 500,000 as a betrothal gift, and the remaining 300,000 for clothes, handbags, and various gold and silver adornments. As a woman, one must always present oneself beautifully. Adornments of gold and silver, resplendent jewels, are essential. How could one appear plain? As for the remaining 7 million, it would undoubtedly be allocated for purchasing a grand residence. A woman seeking a refined existence must possess her own home. Therefore, her name must be inscribed on the property deed, even if the house is financed by another. For Chen Mimi, having her name on the property deed was the most fundamental bottom line. Otherwise, she would never agree to reconcile with Fang Ning. He could dream on if he sought to claim her. Unless he directly transferred 1 million to her, then perhaps she might grant him a singular reward. Chen Mimi continued to indulge in her fantasies, her face betraying a radiant smile, revealing the beauty of her dreams. Zhang Zhenghao, seated nearby, observed Chen Mimi's daydreaming without interruption. For he understood that Fang Ning had become a significant figure, one he could no longer afford to provoke. If he were a woman, he would likely cling to Fang Ning's leg, for the allure of Master Fang was irresistible to most women. At this moment, Chen Mimi had begun to envision financial plans for Fang Ning, contemplating how to allocate the 8 million as if she were already the lady of the house. Naturally, she would not easily relinquish hope. The idea of reconciling with Fang Ning had reignited within her. For a woman like her, emotions were akin to child's play. While others sought affection, Chen Mimi sought wealth. As long as someone possessed riches, she would willingly share her bed with them. Perhaps she ought to don a chastity belt. Believing in her own charm and the familiar formula of their past, she was confident she could win Fang Ning back. Thus, she resolved to find an opportunity to engage him in a meaningful discussion, inviting him to her residence for a heartfelt conversation, believing that this would resolve everything. With a brilliant smile illuminating her face, she felt a surge of self-satisfaction and determination to proceed with her plan. Lu Jingde, like many others, harbored a mix of admiration and a tinge of jealousy towards Fang Ning, yet he felt no resentment. He had not anticipated that a former employee of his company could transform so remarkably in just a few days. Even a prominent figure like Old Joe had taken the initiative to curry favor with Fang Ning. Was this truly the same employee from before? Lu Jingde resolved internally to seize an opportunity to treat Fang Ning to a meal, determined to cultivate a good relationship with him. This is not merely a former employee, but rather a benefactor. If one could secure their support, even the most compromising of actions would be justifiable. Lu Jingde has dedicated himself tirelessly to the development of the company, unflinchingly offering himself as sustenance for the tiger and sacrificing flesh to nourish the eagle. Such sacrifices yield greater rewards. As the auction drew closer to its conclusion, Wang Qingge resumed her introduction of the items for sale. Particularly after the auction of the Zhang Juling Lake brush, the enthusiasm of the crowd waned, leaving them somewhat listless. After all, compared to 8 million, other items seemed trivial and hardly stir excitement. It is akin to riding a magnificent steed. Once one has experienced the grandeur of a thoroughbred, the allure of an ordinary horse pales significantly. Noticing the crowd's diminishing interest, Wang Qingge had no choice but to adhere to the routine of presenting the items. An hour later, at her signal, the qipao-clad maidens brought forth the final highlight piece on a tray. However, it was not just one, but two elegantly dressed ladies who ascended the auction stage with the piece de resistance, igniting curiosity among the onlookers. They wondered what remarkable item could warrant such a grand presentation. Both ladies were strikingly beautiful, one with a slightly fuller figure, embodying the epitome of femininity, rivaling even Wang Qingge herself. Truly impressive. The gem appraisal pavilion demonstrated remarkable prowess, as none of the ladies they engaged were lacking in allure. Each was a rare gem. One might surmise that their hourly worth exceeded 500, certainly far beyond the 200 mark. Wang Qingge then proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final item of the day, and it will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." With a confident smile, she unveiled the cloth covering the tray. The crowd leaned in, revealing a substantial piece of gambling stone. Another gambling stone? Yet this one was notably larger, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds, significantly more than the previous one. The stone occupied the entire tray, likely heavier than a bucket of water, which explained why two qipao-clad ladies were needed to carry it. The question lingered, was there treasure within? Surely, such a sizable stone must hold something of value. Wang Qingge elaborated, "This jadeite rough weighs 45 pounds, and it was extracted from the same pit as the previous piece, ensuring its authenticity." Upon hearing this, Fang Ning perked up. From the same pit? That suggests it may indeed contain valuable material. He activated his X-ray vision, scrutinizing the jadeite rough. However, upon examination, disappointment washed over him. Although the stone appeared substantial, the actual jade content was scant, with only a hint of green. An unsuspecting buyer would undoubtedly find it unwise to invest, as losses were inevitable. The only question remained was how significant those losses would be. The 45-pound jadeite rough stone, much like the bosoms of many women, appears quite substantial at first glance. However, it is merely padded with sponge, with only a minuscule amount of genuine substance. Absolutely not. Fang Ning shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity. I had hoped for another profitable venture, only to discover it was but an empty shell." He felt the weight of disappointment, akin to the saying, "A mountain cannot be fueled without wood, nor can a bird soar without wings." Noticing Fang Ning's dismay, Su Wanqing inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you, Master Fang? Is there an issue with this jadeite rough?" "Nothing significant," he replied, reluctant to undermine the excitement surrounding it, opting for a more tactful approach. This only piqued Su Wanqing's curiosity further, prompting her to ask, "Why? Didn't you previously bid on a piece of gambling stone?" At that moment, Su Wanqing's intrigue regarding Fang Ning intensified. She gazed at him with her captivating eyes, brimming with curiosity. She had not anticipated his firm assurance against participating in the auction. Could it be that this 45-pound jadeite rough was truly unsatisfactory? Fang Ning regarded Su Wanqing and replied with a smile, "Because it is not worth it." He offered a succinct explanation, choosing not to elaborate further. More words could lead to more complications, especially since their acquaintance was still budding. After all, she had merely collided with him, and was coincidentally the boss's sister. Fang Ning then pondered a question. Since she had struck him, should he retaliate in kind? If the opportunity arose, he would certainly seize it. He recalled a rap song he had heard, with lyrics that resonated deeply. He certainly did not wish to incur a $50 fine. Seeing that Fang Ning was unwilling to elaborate further, Su Wanqing ceased her inquiries. Yet, she found it difficult to believe that Fang Ning could be so certain. Was it truly the case that a 45-pound jadeite rough held no value at all? If it were to yield a remarkable piece, it could indeed become headline news. Li Ting quietly interjected, "Fang Ning, does this jadeite rough have any particular significance?" She too wished to understand, for she did not want to trail behind Fang Ning. As a woman, falling behind a man could lead to obsolescence. Determined not to be left behind, Li Ting resolved to study diligently, ensuring she was worthy of her place beside Fang Ning. Fang Ning contemplated how to explain to Li Ting, but could only respond with, Li Ting nodded obediently, before she could match Fang Ning's stature. Being compliant was her best course of action. Her adoring gaze towards Fang Ning was gratifying for him, as such admiration from a woman could easily prevent him from being discarded, a truth that echoed through the ages, for while attractive exteriors may be commonplace, no man can resist the reverence of a woman. On the auction stage, after Wang Qingge concluded her introduction of the jadeite rough, the crowd erupted with excitement. Their sentiments mirrored those of Su Wanqing, believing that such a large jadeite rough should not disappoint. Consequently, Many eagerly prepared to bid on the stone. If one were to place a successful bet, they would no longer have to worry about sustenance for the rest of their life. They could indulge in culinary delights as they pleased, dress as they desired, and even revel in the company of numerous women. The latter is of utmost significance. The thoughts of the majority resonate with the sentiments expressed in the diary of Mr. G. Xianlin. This is not deemed vulgar. Rather, it embodies a lofty ideal. Can the pursuits of an elderly gentleman truly be considered base? As the atmosphere began to swell and spirits soared, Wang Qinga lifted the auction hammer. 45 pounds of jade rough, starting bid at 6 million, with increments of 200,000. Let the bidding commence. Hiss, hiss. Upon hearing the opening bid, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, akin to serpents tasting the air. A starting price of 6 million. Who could afford such a sum? This already eliminated the majority, rendering them unable to participate in this auction. Their initial enthusiasm wilted, much like a frostbitten eggplant, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Indeed, gambling on stones is no game for the average person. It is akin to rejecting the illustrious Huang Dudu. The common individual need not refuse, as their financial standing does not permit participation in such endeavors. How could one even consider refusal in such circumstances? It is comparable to someone who has never ventured to the seaside, taking on the responsibility of protecting the marine environment. Most were deterred by the staggering 6 million starting bid. This 45-pound jade rough exuded an air of aloofness, radiating a coldness that suggested it was not an object for the ordinary individual to engage with. However, what an auction lacks is not wealthy patrons, and thus some hands were raised. Upon seeing this, Wang Qinga promptly announced, Number 11, 6 million. Subsequently, more bidders began to raise their paddles, eager to vie for the jade rough. In Jiangnan City, there are no jade auctions. To participate, one would need to journey to the provincial capital. The opportunity to indulge in such a thrill was irresistible to these individuals. For the affluent, enjoyment is paramount. Number 28, 620,000. Number 71, 640,000. Wang Qinga continued to call out bids, and the price swiftly escalated to 8 million. Hiss, hiss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was unexpected that the final item would also reach a staggering 8 million, surpassing the starting bid of 6 million, and exceeding the price of Zhang Jiuling's lake brush by an additional million. 82 million. Wang Qinga's voice resonated once more. The crowd turned their attention to Elder Zhou's position, noticing that he too had raised his paddle. It was surprising to discover that Elder Zhou was not only interested in antiques, but also in the art of stone gambling. Indeed, the interests of the wealthy are diverse. Perhaps it is this very breadth of interest that contributes to their affluence. Fang Ning observed this and felt compelled to alert Elder Zhou, especially since the latter had purchased his lake brush and had shown him goodwill. However, after contemplating, Fang Ning was at a loss as to how to draw Elder Zhou's attention, as the elder had not glanced in his direction. One cannot simply raise their voice to caution old Zhou against bidding, can they? Wouldn't that incite the owner of the jadeite raw stone to harbor a deep resentment? Sighing, Fang Ning shook his head in resignation. He ultimately decided against reminding old Zhou, as he could hardly find an opportunity to do so. Suddenly, when old Zhou raised his sign, Su Wanqing, seated to Fang Ning's right, also lifted her sign. Had everyone lost their senses? Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Had he not previously advised Su Wanqing against this? Truly, it is difficult to counsel the stubborn. Nevertheless, as the esteemed master of the antique appraisal hall, it would be remiss not to offer Su Wanqing a word of caution. Although she could be rather obstinate, she was, after all, the boss's sister and possessed a kind heart. After all, she had handed him a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan after their earlier encounter. Perhaps extending her assistance now would yield reciprocal benefits in the future. Clearing his throat discreetly, Fang Ning sought Su Wanqing's attention and subtly shook his head, signaling her not to raise her sign. Simultaneously, he offered a meaningful glance. Whether Su Wanqing comprehended his intent was her own affair. Chapter 58. The stubborn Su Wanqing. Upon catching Fang Ning's gaze, Su Wanqing's expression shifted to one of confusion. What does Master Fang's look signify? Is he implying I should refrain from bidding on this jadeite raw stone? It must be so. After all, he did shake his head. She pondered over this. Not one to be foolish, Su Wanqing was quite astute and quickly grasped Fang Ning's meaning. However, after a moment's reflection, she resolutely held her sign aloft, unwilling to lower it. This jadeite raw stone, I, Su Wanqing, shall claim it. No one can deter me. So she resolved internally. Given that Su's jewelry was currently low on materials, Acquiring new resources was imperative to produce fresh designs. This was an opportune moment. Should this 45-kilogram jadeite raw stone yield a remarkable find, it would alleviate their pressing predicament. Thus, despite understanding Fang Ning's intent, she chose to disregard his counsel and proceeded to bid on the jadeite raw stone. Su Wanqing's stubbornness stemmed from another reason as well. She deemed Fang Ning lacked authority and credibility. While he was indeed skilled in restoring antiques, that did not equate to expertise in the realm of stone gambling. These were entirely distinct domains, not to be conflated. Su Wanqing Turustet had instincts. Believing that the jadeite raw stone on the auction block would undoubtedly reveal something extraordinary. As a woman, she inherently placed faith in her intuition, which she considered to be remarkably accurate, with few missteps. Moreover, even if she were to err, such occurrences were merely part of the natural course of events. Merely 8 million, a sum well within Su Wanqing's means, posing no burden whatsoever. Indeed, she is quite the affluent lady. Observing Su Wanqing's unwavering determination, Fang Ning chuckled and nodded, realizing that her concerns were unwarranted. As a woman, Su Wanqing's perspective naturally diverged from her own, given the inherent differences in male and female thought processes. Su Wanqing, acknowledging this nuance, merely smiled and refrained from any remarks. In truth, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Fang Ning, understanding that Fang Ning's caution against bidding on the jadeite raw stone stemmed from a place of goodwill, perhaps deeming it too risky. At the auction podium, Wanqing glanced at Su Wanqing and nodded. "Miss Su, 8,400,000. This declaration left the crowd astounded, pondering if Miss Su had indeed placed a bid. Turning their gaze towards Su Wanqing, they confirmed her raised paddle. Not only had Elder Zhou participated, but even Miss Su had joined in. Clearly, this 45-kilogram jadeite raw stone was genuinely captivating. The spectators mused amongst themselves. Within moments, several others raised their paddles, indicating their interest in the jadeite raw stone. If it had garnered Miss Su's endorsement, it must be of exceptional quality. Within a mere 10 minutes, the price surged to 10 million, a figure proposed by Su Wanqing herself, who was resolute in acquiring the jadeite raw stone. Her jewelry company was in dire need of raw materials at this juncture. Sensing a promising opportunity, she was determined to secure it. After all, should the stone yield high-quality gems, 1 million would be a worthy investment. Wanqing announced, "Miss Su has bid 10 million. Does anyone wish to raise the stakes?" Silence enveloped the room, as all recognized Su Wanqing's resolve. Throughout the bidding process, she had raised her paddle numerous times, indicating her firm commitment. Fang Ning observed this keenly. Although he was aware that Su Wanqing could potentially be taken advantage of, he refrained from further comments. Their relationship was distant, and even if she were to face a setback, it would not concern him. He had already fulfilled his moral obligation by warning her. Wanqing then inquired of Elder Zhou, "Elder Zhou, will you increase your bid?" Elder Zhou was equally determined regarding the jadeite raw stone, standing as Su Wanqing's most formidable competitor. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Zhou waved his hand. "Never mind. Since Miss Su is so keen on this jadeite raw stone, I shall concede it to her." Elder Zhou chose to withdraw, recognizing that the price had reached 10 million, rendering further bidding somewhat futile. Moreover, as the daughter of the Su group, even a figure like Elder Zhou must extend her a measure of respect. "Thank you, Elder Zhou." Su Wanqing rose, nodding in appreciation towards him and the gathered crowd, expressing her gratitude. Her desire for the jadeite raw stone was immense, and the absence of further bids was indeed fortuitous. Congratulations to Miss Su for acquiring this jadeite raw stone at the price of 10 million. Wanqing's voice resonated through the hall. The audience erupted into applause, admiring Su Wanqing's audacity. For an ordinary company, 10 million is certainly not a trifling sum. Fang Ning clapped his hand symbolically, ensuring that Su Wanqing felt at ease. Since Su Wanqing had already chosen to take the photograph, any further remarks or actions from Fang Ning would be a sign of ignorance. The auction concluded successfully, and Fang Ning expressed gratitude to all participants once more. Wanqing began to wrap up, inviting the gentlemen and ladies who had made purchases to proceed to the backstage area to finalize their transactions. People gradually departed, while those who had made bids moved towards the back to complete the necessary paperwork. Fang Ning, accompanied by Li Ting, also headed backstage when suddenly Su Wanqing called out to him, "Master Fang, wait a moment. What is it?" Fang Ning turned to inquire. "Master Fang, were you trying to remind me just now? I appreciate your kindness, but I truly need jadeite materials." "Not at all," Fang Ning replied. "Miss Su, you must be mistaken." "Mistaken?" Su Wanqing paused. Then why were you coughing and giving me signals? Oh, is that what you're referring to? Fang Ning replied nonchalantly. I merely had a sore throat and some discomfort in my eyes. After saying this, he continued on with Li Ting, wishing to say no more to Su Wanqing. At this point, further discussion seemed futile. It was better to deny any implications. Was it truly a misunderstanding? Doubt began to creep into Su Wanqing's mind. Ultimately, she shook her head, convinced that Fang Ning was indeed hinting at something. What were the odds that he would coincidentally have a sore throat and a discomfort at the same time? This seemed exceedingly improbable. However, Su Wanqing pondered why Fang Ning would not acknowledge it. Was there some secret behind it all? Being an open-minded person, she chose not to dwell on it. It was undeniably intriguing. Chapter 59. Millionaires are just like this. Fang Ning made his way backstage with Li Ting. Fang Ning, why didn't you speak to Miss Su? Li Ting asked softly, nodding in agreement. She expressed her admiration once more, gazing at Fang Ning with such reverence that he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her. As soon as Fang Ning entered the backstage area, a voluptuous lady approached him. Hello, Master Fang. I absolutely adore your Ming Dynasty lake brush. This lady was none other than the one who had purchased Fang Ning's brush. Fang Ning shook her hand. Hello, may I ask your name? My surname is Tang. She replied, handing him her business card. Fang Ning nodded politely. Ms. Tang, I apologize, but I do not have a business card at the moment. That's quite all right, miss. Tang smiled. I am simply thrilled to meet Master Fang. She was quite eloquent, which was Fang Ning's first impression. However, he found himself puzzled as to why she would want to meet him. Although she had purchased his Ming Dynasty lake brush, it seemed unnecessary to seek him out. I'm also pleased to make your acquaintance, Ms. Tang, Fang Ning said courteously, eager to discern her true intentions. However, it appeared that Ms. Tang had no ulterior motives. She merely exchanged a few words with Fang Ning before departing. Fang Ning scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Li Ting, standing nearby, remarked Fang Ning. Perhaps your exceptional talent has piqued everyone's interest in getting to know you. Is that so? Fang Ning pondered this notion and realized it could indeed be plausible. After all, this was his first public appearance, and he was presenting himself as a master of the antique appraisal studio. It was quite natural for others to wish to become acquainted with him. Dismissing further thoughts on the matter, he proceeded to handle the transaction formalities. Master Fang, your 2 lake brushes have fetched a total of 9,100,000 in auction, the staff informed him. After deducting the service fee, the total comes to 8,090,000. Is that correct? Indeed, that is the amount. Fang Ning nodded in agreement. Internally, he felt a pang of regret. Contemplating the exorbitant 10% service fee, truly a lucrative venture. He mused whether he might someday have the opportunity to establish an auction house himself. The profit margins were astonishing. The staff continued, Master Fang, you successfully bid on Lot 17, the jadeite rough stone, which concluded at 1 million. The 10,000 service fee can be waived, leaving you with 900,000. Fang Ning nodded once more. Ultimately, the staff executed the necessary operations on the computer and transferred 7,190,000 to Fang Ning's account. With this sum added to his previous earnings, Fang Ning had firmly established himself as a bona fide millionaire. Yet, he felt surprisingly indifferent. He thought to himself, having assumed that being a millionaire would be incredibly impressive. It seemed rather mundane now. The staff inquired, shall I proceed with the payment? No need. Fang Ning shook his head. Just the transfer will suffice. The staff nodded and retrieved the jadeite rough stone. Although it appeared unchanged, Fang Ning activated his X-ray vision out of concern for being swindled, a disaster he wished to avoid. Fortunately, upon using his X-ray vision, he confirmed that it was indeed the same stone, unaltered. This reassured him that the antique appraisal studio upheld its integrity and would not resort to such unscrupulous practices. Of course, the most crucial factor remained that no one was aware of the true value of this rough stone. Were they to discover it, those tempted by greed would undoubtedly be numerous. After all, in the face of profit, all else becomes trivial. Master Fang, congratulations, exclaimed Sun Hui as he approached with Elder Zhou, both extending their greetings to Fang Ning. Elder Zhou had learned from Sun Hui that Fang Ning had earned his position as a master at the antique appraisal studio due to his exceptional ability to restore antiques. Personally invited by Su Tianhe. Initially skeptical, Elder Zhou's doubts began to dissipate upon hearing that Fang Ning was indeed summoned by Su Tianhe, leading him to believe the claims to a significant extent. Clearly, Su Tianhe's prowess garnered widespread recognition, particularly within the antique community of Jiangnan City, where few remained unaware of his reputation. Manager's son, Elder Zhou, Fang Ning acknowledged them with a nod, displaying no hint of arrogance. Although Fang Ning had already amassed a fortune of tens of millions, he did not look down on others. He understood that wealth was plentiful in the world, and 10 million was merely a ticket to the table. Zhou Lao was quite pleased with Fang Ning's attitude. Young friend Fang, let us exchange contact information, he suggested. They exchanged their details, and Zhou Lao continued, may I take a look at that piece of gambling stone you have? He gestured toward the jadeite rough in Fang Ning's hand, eager to assess Fang Ning's discerning eye. Fang Ning nodded and handed over the jadeite, curious if Zhou Lao, an expert in antiques, also possessed skill in identifying gambling stones. Ah, a fine specimen, Zhou Lao remarked after examining it for a moment, forming his judgment. Young friend Fang, your eye for quality is commendable. You purchased this stone for 1 million, correct? Based on my experience, you will undoubtedly not incur a loss. It is merely a matter of how much profit you will gain. Thank you, Fang Ning replied with a smile. I will take your good fortune to heart. The two engaged in pleasant conversation. Meanwhile, many others sought to make Fang Ning's acquaintance, aware that they were not of the same caliber as Zhou Lao and thus questioned their own eligibility to mingle with someone of his standing. 10 minutes later, Fang Ning and Li Ting departed the auction hall, heading toward the parking area where they had left their vehicle. Li Ting clutched the jadeite rough tightly, feeling its substantial weight. Over 1 million, indeed. She was elated, never having imagined she would experience the sensation of holding such value in her hands. Though it wasn't truly 1 million, the joy was palpable. Fang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Li Ting, you needn't hold it so tightly. It won't break. She shook her head resolutely. This is no ordinary stone. It mustn't be damaged. Fang Ning laughed in exasperation, conceding to her insistence. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot. Fang Ning opened the car door, prompting Li Ting to nod obediently. She was already considering how to invite Fang Ning upstairs for a drink once they reached their destination. Yet, she pondered, how should she ask him? Perhaps she could say her cat performed backflips, though she didn't own a cat. Chapter 60. Times have changed. Frustrated, Li Ting thought to herself, if only I had known to get a cat. Now I lack a reason. What was she to do? She bit her lip, visibly torn. It was true what they said. A girl pursuing a boy is like a veil between them. A little initiative from her side was all it took for him to sense her feelings, eliminating the need for convoluted maneuvers. Fang Ning opened the door of the BMW X7. Li Ting nodded, preparing to take her seat in the passenger side. At that moment, two figures approached, Lu Jingde and Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan kept his distance, reluctant to come too close to Fang Ning, aware of the potential danger. Master Fang, Li Ting. Lu Jingde greeted them, lowering himself and bowing slightly before them. Mr. Lu? Fang Ning furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Jingde. What brings you here? However, Lu Jingde was perceptive enough to sense Fang Ning's discomfort. He quickly replied, Master Fang, I merely wish to invite you to dinner. It has been a privilege to have you at the company, yet I have not had the opportunity to treat you. Dinner? Fang Ning glanced at the sky and replied, At this hour, I believe that is unnecessary. One must discern priorities and understand the urgency of matters. Lu Jingde chuckled awkwardly. I meant to say, when you have the time, I would be honored to host you for a meal. His words were laced with caution, as he feared offending Fang Ning. His face adorned with a sycophantic smile. After all, Fang Ning was now a distinguished figure, no longer a mere employee. Very well. Seeing Lu Jingde's genuine intent, Fang Ning acquiesced, promising to arrange a dinner when his schedule permitted. Fang Ning had a favorable impression of Lu Jingde, especially after witnessing his active participation during the auction of Ming Dynasty brushes, indicating his understanding of the art world. He did not mind granting Lu Jingde the opportunity. Whether he could seize, it would be Lu Jingde's own challenge. Thank you, Master Fang. Lu Jingde expressed his gratitude fervently, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Fang Ning smiled, saying, Mr. Lu, please refrain from calling me Master Fang. Just call me by my name. Of course. Lu Jingde replied, taken aback by the unexpected familiarity. He recognized that Fang Ning had risen to prominence as a celebrated figure in the world of appraisals. Yet he remained remarkably humble in his demeanor. Let us go. Fang Ning waved at Lu Jingde as he settled into the driver's seat of the BMW. Lu Jingde hurriedly waved back and turned to Li Ting, saying, Li Ting, are you surprised that your boss would grant you time off? Is the sun rising from the west? However, Li Ting understood that this leniency stemmed from Fang Ning's influence. Had it not been for Fang Ning, Lu Jingde would hardly have considered giving her a break, let alone engaging in conversation. Noticing Li Ting's astonishment, Fang Ning remarked, Mr. Lu, since you are so generous, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Li Ting. It's a small matter. A small matter. Lu Jingde continued to chuckle awkwardly before stepping aside to watch the BMW depart. Chen Yuan, what is the matter with you? What do you mean? Chen Yuan retorted sharply, his tone defiant. Lu Jingde exclaimed, didn't I tell you? You were to apologize to Fang Ning. Were you dead? Why did you remain standing there? Had it not been for the fact that Chen Yuan was his brother-in-law, Lu Jingde would have relished the opportunity to physically confront him. Chen Yuan, with his chin held high, remarked, brother-in-law, as a business owner yourself, why must you demean yourself before Fang Ning? At that moment, Chen Yuan felt a deep sense of indignation, having witnessed Lu Jingde's every action. It was utterly absurd that a mere employee now dared to lord over his employer. In Fang Ning's eyes, I am utterly insignificant. Lu Jingde pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan, exclaiming, do you not see? Fang Ning is now a master at the antique appraisal studio. He is no longer the same Fang Ning of old. At the auction, he acquired 2 lake brushes for nearly 10 million, and he even spent $1 million on a piece of jade rough. Before such a person, I am but a triviality. Lu Jingde's vehement tirade was intended to jolt Chen Yuan into recognizing the stark reality. Indeed, after hearing these words, Chen Yuan fell silent. He began to faintly grasp the widening chasm between himself and Fang Ning, yet he was loath to admit it. Acknowledging another's superiority, especially one who had once been subordinate to him, was an exceedingly difficult pill to swallow. Lu Jingde, now incensed, demanded, Chen Yuan, are you even listening? When you encounter Fang Ning in the future, you must humble yourself. Understood? Chen Yuan pressed his lips together and reluctantly replied, I understand. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. With Fang Ning's newfound success, one that even Lu Jingde looked up to, what could he possibly do? In Fang Ning's presence, he was merely a jester. The realization weighed heavily upon him, deepening his discontent. Lu Jingde led Chen Yuan away, contemplating how he might one day invite Fang Ning to a meal. Establishing a connection with the antique appraisal studio through Fang Ning would be an unparalleled opportunity. Thus, Lu Jingde was determined to thwart any potential disruptions to his plans, especially from his brother-in-law, Chen Yuan, whom he felt compelled to admonish repeatedly. Zhang Zhenghao was driving, his expression a mixture of complexity. Attending the auction today had left him profoundly shaken, particularly by Fang Ning's impressive stature. He had previously thought of Fang Ning as a mere impoverished youth, perhaps having stumbled upon a small fortune, only to discover that he was indeed a person of considerable renown, a master at the antique appraisal studio. Wherever he went, he commanded respect, and none dared to show him disrespect. In Chapter 61, let us go upstairs for some water. Fang Ning, as a master of the antique appraisal studio, found that wherever he presented his credentials, countless individuals would bow and scramble to curry favor. Of course, there were a few who remained unflattering, but they were exceedingly rare. After all, human nature leans towards self-interest. Witnessing Fang Ning's ascendance, who would not seek to ingratiate themselves, regardless of past circumstances, from this point forward, the majority would only be able to look up to Fang Ning. That was the source of Fang Ning's current confidence. In a BMW 3 Series, Chen Mimi sat in the passenger's seat, her demeanor reflecting a tangle of emotions, her heart heavy with unspoken concerns. Why would one choose to ride in a BMW 3 Series when they could easily be in a BMW X7? People aspire to rise, just as water flows downward. Naturally, one should opt for the BMW X7. Chen Mimi pondered this thought and turned to Zhang Zhenghao, saying, Zhang Zhenghao furrowed his brow, instantly grasping Chen Mimi's implications. She was indeed a woman who sought to climb the social ladder. Now that her ex-boyfriend had achieved success, she wished to relinquish her claim to him. However, as Zhang Zhenghao reflected on this, his frown softened, and he addressed Chen Mimi. Have you made up your mind? Chen Mimi promptly replied, embodying the essence of a woman who desires everything. She wants this and that, yearning for it all. Perhaps she had learned from men, striving to juggle both sides. Although she had resolved to reconcile with Fang Ning, she was reluctant to part with Zhang Zhenghao's financial support, not wanting to sever ties with him completely. Chen Mimi contemplated, if I cannot reconcile with Fang Ning, Zhang Zhenghao will serve as my fallback. Women like Chen Mimi often consider themselves astute, believing they have accounted for all possibilities, maintaining an escape route at all times. Yet, this approach ultimately leads to dissatisfaction on both fronts, failing to please either party. Zhang Zhenghao chuckled lightly and remarked to Chen Mimi, that sounds splendid. Go ahead and reconcile with Fang Ning. Who knows, perhaps after you two reunite, I might find myself in need of your assistance. Chen Mimi was taken aback. astonished that Zhang Jinghao had perceived her innermost thoughts. She had assumed Zhang Jinghao was a simpleton, while she considered herself the clever one, convinced that others were fools. However, Zhang Jinghao, a man who successfully operated a jewelry store, was far from foolish. He had long seen through Chun Mimi's true nature. He never intended to maintain a lasting relationship with her. At most, he sought a fleeting amusement, ready to part ways when a novelty wore off. Although he had not yet grown weary, he sensed it was nearly time to sever ties with Chun Mimi, avoiding any potential fallout that could harm him. Chun Mimi was not one to give up easily, insisting. After hearing this, Zhang Jinghao couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself that this woman was quite audacious. She belonged to the type who would not act until she saw results. Indeed, Chun Mimi thought this way. Until she reconciled with Fang Ning, she remained free, capable of engaging with whomever she pleased. If need be, she could always clean up and reconcile with Fang Ning later. There's nothing to worry about. Zhang Jinghao was resolute in avoiding further entanglement with this woman. Not only was she foolish, but her hidden motives were inscribed across her face, as if she feared others would not notice. Such ignorance was staggering. It was best to distance himself from her sooner rather than later. Fang Ning, driving the BMW X7, arrived at Li Ting's residence. Earlier, the two had shared a delightful conversation in the car, with Fang Ning cracking a few jokes that sent Li Ting into fits of laughter, her joy palpable as she doubled over in mirth. Perhaps the BMW X7 has a certain allure. Now, as they arrived at Li Ting's residence, the atmosphere became rather awkward. It was not so much awkward as it was somewhat stiff, lacking the previous warmth. Li Ting racked her brain for a topic. Fang Ning, are you going to be working at the Antique Appreciation Studio from now on? Fang Ning nodded in affirmation. Yes, if all goes well, I should remain at the studio. He found the studio quite agreeable. Everything was satisfactory, including the treatment he received, and it afforded him a measure of respect. He could choose to work whenever he pleased, making it an enviable position indeed. Fang Ning, when do you plan to buy a house? They continued to engage in light conversation. Before long, half an hour had slipped by, and it was now midnight. Both understood that they could not prolong the discussion any further. Would they truly converse in the car until dawn? Such a dry exchange felt rather arid, and their thirst was only one discomfort among many. Fang Ning unfastened his seatbelt and remarked. Seeing Li Ting nod, he assisted her in loosening her seatbelt as well. As they drew closer, the ambience turned decidedly intimate. Li Ting's face flushed, her heart raced, and she bit her lip, too shy to meet Fang Ning's gaze. They stood silently by the car for a moment. Li Ting toyed with the jade stone in her hand and inquired, Fang Ning, where should I place this? Just put it in the trunk, he replied. Fang Ning opened the trunk and carefully set the jade stone inside, his movements deliberate and slow. It appeared he was cautious about damaging the jade, but in truth, he was contemplating how to initiate a conversation. At last, the jade was secured. Even with his measured pace, it had only taken a minute or so. You. Suddenly, both Fang Ning and Li Ting spoke simultaneously. Fang Ning chuckled. You go ahead. Li Ting hesitated, stammering. Do you want to come upstairs for a bit? Perhaps have some water? Driving must be tiring. Fang Ning's smile widened as he looked at her earnestly and asked, Are you certain you've made up your mind? Li Ting understood the underlying implication in Fang Ning's words, shyly nodding in affirmation. Yes. She then fixed her gaze on Fang Ning's eyes, stating with clarity, I've decided. All right, Fang Ning replied, suppressing his amusement. Then I shall go upstairs for some water. They exchanged a glance before ascending the staircase together. In that moment, Fang Ning felt a surge of excitement. He would soon quench his thirst. Although he had previously been in a relationship with Chun Mimi, he could not help but feel a thrill. After all, it had been quite some time since he had indulged in life's pleasures following his breakup. Li Ting, too, felt a mix of nerves, her breath quickening. She pondered what she should do once they reached upstairs. Should she take the initiative or remain passive and let Fang Ning lead? A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Ting's mind. Two individuals traversed the silent corridor. The only sound resonating was the rhythmic beating of their hearts. Be careful, Fang Ning. The light is dim, Li Ting cautioned. Fang Ning nodded. It's all right. I can see clearly. At last, they reached the door. With a click, Li Ting unlocked it, ushering Fang Ning into the room. Upon entering, both felt somewhat at a loss. Fang Ning, please make yourself comfortable, Li Ting offered, pouring a glass of water for him. Drink this, I'll take a quick shower. With that, she disappeared into the bathroom, clutching her nightwear. Fang Ning, indeed parched, took a hearty gulp from the glass. As the sound of running water filled the air, he drank again, feeling an internal flame consuming him. Inside the bathroom, Li Ting held the shower head, gazing at her reflection. A look of turmoil etched on her face. Was she truly ready to surrender herself to Fang Ning today? Was it too hasty? Would he deem her indiscreet? Despite her prior resolve, doubts began to cloud her mind. She was uncertain of the right course of action. Ultimately, summoning her courage, she resolved to submit herself to Fang Ning. She needed to exhibit genuine intent. Without it, she feared she could never capture his heart. After all, Fang Ning had transformed. He was no longer the same. With a mere gesture, countless women would flock to him. Li Ting was acutely aware of this, which solidified her determination. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, Fang Ning anxiously awaited, a frown creasing his brow. The glass of water in his hand was drained, leaving him still thirsty. He craved something more refreshing to ease his agitation. Occasionally, he glanced toward the bathroom, catching fleeting glimpses of shadows, yet they remained enchanting. He yearned for the ability to see through the walls, to discern the happenings within, but he restrained himself, what he could eventually witness. He need not rush into viewing at this moment. In the adjacent room, a young man pressed his ear against the wall, straining to catch any sound from Li Ting's chamber. He was consumed by a singular concern. Would the girl he adored be forsaken? Why was there silence? A frown creased his forehead, anxiety gnawing at him. It was not that he harbored peculiar inclinations to eavesdrop. Rather, he genuinely feared for Li Ting, as she was his cherished one. Unless Fang Ning were not a man, if he were a beast, he would surely act like one. The young man thought to himself. Considering the precious opportunity at hand, Fang Ning could not possibly let Li Ting slip through his fingers. If he were in Fang Ning's position, he would seize the moment with fervor. This thought shattered his heart further. No, I cannot bear the thought of my goddess being taken from me. He silently roared within, overwhelmed by an unbearable anguish. Just then, he heard the sound of Li Ting emerging from the bathroom. Li Ting emerged from the bathroom clad in a delicate pink nightgown. Upon catching sight of her, Fang Ning's eyes sparkled with delight, and he could not suppress a swallow. He had never before witnessed Li Ting in such attire. He was taken aback by her beauty. The homey charm exuded a feminine grace that rendered Li Ting even more enchanting, stirring a desire to cherish her tenderly. With a playful tug at her garment, Li Ting turned to Fang Ning and asked, "Fang Ning, would you like to wash up as well?" She added teasingly, "After a long day, a warm shower feels quite refreshing." "Sure," Fang Ning nodded. "Do you have a bath towel?" "Yes, I'll get one for you," she replied, promptly retrieving a towel and bashfully placing it in his hands. This was a dance of feigned modesty on her part, and an unspoken game of pursuit on his. Maintaining a facade of calm, Fang Ning strolled into the bathroom, though inwardly he was brimming with anticipation. Once inside, he fervently washed himself, eager to emerge fragrant and presentable in mere minutes. For Li Ting was already waiting on the bed. As he lathered himself, he merrily hummed a tune, overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as though he were floating. In stark contrast, the young man next door wore a bitter expression, as if he had just consumed bitter melon and durian. He had overheard the exchange between Li Ting and Fang Ning, and despair washed over him. Li Ting has asked that man to bathe, he lamented silently, stifling his cries as two streams of humiliating tears slipped down his cheeks. The goddess was about to be taken away, and he could do nothing but watch helplessly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the guitar, perched by the bedside. He picked it up, yearning to strum a melody that encapsulated his sorrow. Yet in such a poignant moment, even the most sublime compositions of Chopin could not convey the depths of his heartache. Ultimately, he plucked the strings, playing a mournful tune, hoping that Li Ting might hear it and reconsider her decision regarding Fang Ning. This was his final act of defiance. When Fang Ning emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he was greeted by the sound of guitar music drifting from next door. At that moment, Li Ting lay nestled under the covers, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had not anticipated the young man next door would resort to playing a sorrowful tune in the dead of night. After all, chemistry cannot be forced. If there is no spark, there is simply none. Fang Ning approached Li Ting with newfound confidence, shedding the shyness he had previously exhibited. Should men not take the initiative? Must women always be the ones to make the first move? Li Ting shyly lowered her head, gesturing towards the wall, implying the need for quiet due to their neighbor's presence. Fang Ning chuckled lightly. He seems to be quite the good sport, even providing us with some entertainment. Upon hearing his words, Li Ting was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly entertainment? The expression of inner sorrow was evident, yet to Fang Ning, it merely signified a means of self-entertainment. The neighbor was indeed a kind-hearted individual, so generous. May good fortune accompany a good person throughout their life. After Fang Ning climbed onto the bed, he drew closer to Li Ting, positioning himself right before her. Li Ting was visibly anxious. Fang Ning spoke softly, rest assured. I shall be gentle. Li Ting nodded slightly and gently closed her eyes. What does a girl closing her eyes signify? Even if Fang Ning were not experienced and had never watched Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons, he understood what was expected of him. At that moment, the boy next door had already begun to wail uncontrollably. He had heard Li Ting's voice, akin to the sounds from a film, yet undeniably more authentic. Tears streamed down his cheeks like rain in June, arriving unexpectedly and ceaselessly. He no longer suppressed his emotions, allowing himself to cry freely. The boy fervently strummed his guitar, oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, with a sharp snap, a string broke. His mouth felt parched, and he was like a barren land. He realized that silence had fallen next door. Had it come to an end? The boy glanced at his phone, discovering that half an hour had elapsed. Reflecting on the events of that half hour shattered his heart anew, making him wish to bash his head against a wall. Thankfully, it was over. He began to console himself. Indeed, as the neighboring boy surmised, Fang Ning had concluded his endeavor. At that moment, Fang Ning was smoking, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Feeling invigorated, recalling the earlier events, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hee. Li Ting, in a hushed voice, inquired, What are you laughing about? Did I do something wrong? No. You were splendid, Fang Ning replied earnestly. Upon hearing Fang Ning's sincere praise, Li Ting shyly smiled. She nestled in Fang Ning's embrace, embodying the essence of a delicate woman. She was now truly Fang Ning's partner. How delightful. Giggling. Although this experience was not entirely pleasant, Li Ting still found joy in her laughter. With a flick, Fang Ning finished his cigarette and tossed the butt to the ground. Soon, he began to stir restlessly once more. Li Ting noticed this sudden change and froze for a moment. Fang Ning, you. Li Ting gazed at Fang Ning in astonishment, not expecting him to act again. At this moment, the boy next door had just finished drinking water. He thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly, noise erupted from the adjacent room once more. He averted his ears from the sounds, picking up his guitar with a broken string, randomly plucking at the remaining strings. His playing mirrored his chaotic emotions, disordered and tumultuous. Moreover, he was astonished to realize that 30 minutes had passed, yet the commotion continued unabated. Chapter 64. A heart-wrenching melody. Where to seek a kindred spirit in the vastness of the world. An hour later. At this moment, the young man was utterly heartbroken. After the commotion next door subsided, he set aside his guitar. Surprisingly, he felt little animosity towards Fang Ning. Instead, a sense of admiration welled up within him. To love someone is to wish for their happiness. He embraced this notion as a profound truth. Thus, he resolved to let go and cease to intrude upon the lives of Li Ting and Fang Ning. Why should one disrupt another's happiness? Yet, what he remained oblivious to was this. A man, unless sufficiently strong, will inevitably lose the affection of a woman to another. No one will remain by your side solely because of your gentleness. They will stay because of your strength. Regrettably, at his current age, he could never fathom the depth of this statement. Only with sufficient maturity would he come to understand it. Meanwhile, Fang Ning was engulfed in smoke. While Li Ting lay beside him, too exhausted to utter a word. She was gasping for breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Indeed, as depicted in novels, the greatest joy for a woman lies in fully opening herself up. Let us sleep. Fang Ning gently adjusted the cup for Li Ting, displaying utmost tenderness and consideration. At this moment, he was undeniably the epitome of gentleness. Yet once this intimacy wanes, maintaining such tenderness becomes a formidable challenge. I'm so thirsty, Li Ting remarked. Fang Ning promptly poured her a glass of water. Though not overly attentive, his actions were undeniably tender. In an instant, Li Ting's gaze towards Fang Ning softened considerably. He brought her the water, and she eagerly drank nearly half the glass before looking at him and asking, What time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock, he replied. Oh no. Li Ting's expression shifted dramatically. I have to work tomorrow. Sang Ning Tuklet. Didn't T-Boss Lu say he'd give you a few days off so you could rest at home? Oh right, Li Ting recalled. Her earlier panic fading as she remembered Lu Jingda's words. Phew. She sighed in relief, feeling utterly at ease. Boss Lu is truly a good person. Indeed. He is a genuinely good man. Fang Ning nodded in agreement. It seemed inevitable that he would have to accept Lu Jingda's invitation to dinner. This Boss Lu is quite something, Fang Ning mused, deciding to grant Lu Jingda an opportunity to prove his worth. The night passed in silence. The next morning, when Fang Ning awoke, it was already late morning. Fang Ning, you're awake? Li Ting, clad in an apron, approached him. I prepared breakfast for you. I hope you like it. A warm sensation coursed through Fang Ning as he took her hand and replied, as long as it's made by you. I shall love it. Oh dear. Li Ting felt a tinge of shyness, but did not withdraw her hand. What time is it? Fang Ning inquired while dressing. Li Ting glanced at the clock. It's almost noon. Sang Ning noted. My mother is still in the hospital. After finishing our meal, I will take you to see her. Li Ting nodded in agreement and began serving rice for Fang Ning. Li Ting's culinary skills were quite commendable. Fang Ning devoured 3 large bowls of rice with great enthusiasm. Fang Ning, take your time eating, don't choke. She advised. If you enjoy my cooking, I shall prepare it for you every day, she added. Witnessing Fang Ning's delight brought immense joy to Li Ting. In that moment, she began to comprehend why so many women cherish the role of nurturing their families at home. The feeling was indeed quite gratifying. After their meal, the two tidied up and ventured out. Fang Ning was determined to visit his mother promptly, for he could not forget his mother now that he had a wife. Although his mother was recovering well, she still required companionship for her comfort and convenience. As they reached the hallway, they unexpectedly encountered the boy from next door. Upon seeing him, Fang Ning greeted him openly. The boy responded with a stiff nod, his expression reflecting his discomfort. He was at a loss for words upon Fang Ning's salutation. That's great, Fang Ning remarked. The meals I prepare are quite healthy and flavorful. Fang Ning had no intention of causing any distress to the boy, yet he had inadvertently hurt Li Ting multiple times, which may have affected the boy as well. Should he have truly caused the boy any pain, Fang Ning could only extend his apologies, as he never wished to incur a fine of 50 last night. He could only act decisively with Li Ting. In truth, Fang Ning harbored no particular feelings towards the boy. He merely saw a reflection of his former self, lost and bewildered. Yet, it is a necessary phase for everyone to endure, a rite of passage that fosters courage to step forward. Ah, indeed, the boy replied, still entrapped in his own awkwardness, unsure of how to engage with Fang Ning. Fang Ning nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the boy, for his musical performance the previous night had indeed required effort. At that moment, Li Ting's expression mirrored the boy's discomfort. The events of the previous night must have caused him significant distress. She felt a pang of guilt, but was uncertain of how to convey her apologies. Noticing her unease, Fang Ning turned to the boy and said, "Ah?" The boy was taken aback, not expecting Fang Ning to be so forthright. No disturbance at all," he exclaimed. "I didn't hear anything last night." Although he wished to let go of Li Ting, he was reluctant to see her move away, for that would mean losing any chance of seeing her again, even from a distance. Observing the boy feigning ignorance, Fang Ning chuckled, "Brother, you must be under a lot of work pressure, right?" "Well, somewhat," the boy nodded, "but what makes you think so?" "I noticed you played the piano for quite a while last night," Fang Ning replied. The boy's face flushed a deep shade of red. Yes. Fang Ning couldn't help but laugh at the boy's sensitivity. However, one might wonder what distinguishes this from a mere display of bravado. "I truly lack propriety." Fang Ning began to introspect, realizing that he should not treat his former self with such disdain. How unfilial of me. The young man hastily departed. After his encounter with Fang Ning, he discovered that he was utterly outmatched. No wonder Fang Ning could win over Li Ting. When will I ever attain such composure? The young man silently fretted. Everyone yearns for strength. It merely hinges on the opportunity to attain it. If such opportunities were abundant, everyone would seize them without hesitation. Fang Ning and Li Ting subsequently made their way downstairs to the parking area. Li Ting whispered, "Fang Ning, how could you jest with others?" Suggesting that their piano playing stems from stress. "Must we say something?" Fang Ning replied with a smile. "If we remain silent, wouldn't that be even more awkward?" Li Ting pondered this and recognized the truth in his words. "However, let us strive to be quieter in the future," Li Ting suggested. "It is rather inconsiderate to disturb others." She too began to reflect, acknowledging that her outburst yesterday had indeed been excessive and should be tempered. Yet, who can truly control themselves? One can only conclude that Fang Ning is exceptionally remarkable. Fang Ning reassured, "It's nothing. Once I purchase a house, such concerns will vanish." Li Ting grasped Fang Ning's intention, her cheeks flushing instantly. "Who said anything about cohabiting with you?" "Of course it's you." Sang Ning desat Blaishuli. "If you refuse to live with me, I shall have no choice but to seek companionship elsewhere." "Absolutely not." Li Ting promptly shook her head. "I want to permit you to find someone else." "I'm just joking." Fang Ning affectionately pinched Li Ting's nose, his demeanor brimming with affection. This made Li Ting smile joyfully. Soon enough, they arrived at the hospital. While downstairs, Li Ting suggested whether they should purchase a gift, as they were visiting Annie. However, Fang Ning declined, claiming it was unnecessary. He added, "After all, we are practically family now." Upon hearing this, Li Ting's face flushed even deeper, and she playfully punched Fang Ning's chest with her tiny fist. Fang Ning was utterly charmed by her cuteness, clasping her small hand as they approached his mother's ward. "Auntie, I brought you an apple." "Oh dear, Xiao Su, you are too kind to me." "It's no trouble at all, Auntie." "Thank you, Xiao Su." As Fang Ning and Li Ting reached the door of the hospital room, they overheard a conversation within. Fang Ning's brow furrowed upon recognizing the voice of Su Wanqing. "What brings her here? Is she also visiting my mother?" Li Ting, having caught the sound of Su Wanqing's voice, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She sensed a significant threat from Su Wanqing, especially given her apparent familiarity with Fang Ning. Instinctively, Li Ting tightened her grip on Fang Ning's hand, resolute in her decision. She would never let go. Having given Fang Ning her all, he was solely hers. Li Ting vowed silently to herself. Fang Ning senza Li Ting's determinación. After a nod, he led her into the hospital room. "Mom, I brought Li Ting to see you." Fang Ning greeted his mother, Chun Ping, before turning to Su Wanqing, nodding slightly. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" The intertwined hands of Fang Ning and Li Ting did not escape the notice of either Chun Ping or Su Wanqing. Chun Ping nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by her son's newfound popularity. Just moments ago, Miss Su had visited her, and now another Miss Li had arrived. "If only my son would marry soon, I could hold a grandchild in my arms." Chun Ping's smile was nearly infectious. Su Wanqing's expression remained stoic, though she deliberately cast a glance at Li Ting, noticing her rosy complexion, leading her to surmise that something significant had transpired. To her astonishment, Fang Ning had swiftly won over Li Ting. Truly, such was the nature of men. Su Wanqing concealed her thoughts and, smiling at Fang Ning, remarked, "Master Fang, I heard your mother was hospitalized, so I thought I would pay her a visit." In truth, Su Wanqing was not one to visit without a purpose. As a busy individual managing Su's jewelry, her time was precious. She hardly had the luxury to visit the sick unless compelled by necessity. How else could she oversee the flourishing of her company? Fang Ning recognized this fact as well and understood that Su Wanqing's visit was likely related to the jade raw stone from the previous day. He decided to remain patient, allowing her to initiate the conversation. 10 minutes passed, and indeed, Su Wanqing grew restless. She rose and approached Fang Ning, saying, "Master Fang, may we have a word?" Of course, Fang Ning replied with a nod, intrigued to discover the topic she wished to discuss. "Let us step outside to talk, so as not to disturb Auntie's rest," Su Wanqing suggested, moving toward the door. Fang Ning followed closely behind her. Watching this unfold, Li Ting felt a twinge of anxiety and considered following them. What if Su Wanqing was attempting to undermine her? After all, Fang Ning was remarkably impressive, and even someone as esteemed as Miss Su might entertain ulterior motives. Li Ting was determined not to let anyone usurp her place, especially since she had already given Fang Ning her heart. "Ting Ting, would you mind keeping Annie company for a while?" Chun Ping called out to Li Ting, recognizing that Su Wanqing had something to discuss with Fang Ning. Unsure of the nature of their conversation, she preferred not to have Li Ting accompany them. What if it concerned debts of romantic entanglement incurred by her son? Although Miss Su was quite beautiful, her son was no less appealing. "All right, Auntie," Li Ting conceded, realizing that with Chun Ping's insistence, she had no choice but to stay behind. As she engaged in conversation with Chun Ping, she remained attentive to the sounds outside the door, only to realize that there was nothing to be heard. This was because Fang Ning and Su Wanqing had not been conversing in the corridor. Instead, they had sought a quieter spot. Fang Ning initiated the dialogue, inquiring, "Miss Su, what exactly is the matter?" "Master Fang, I shall speak plainly." Su Wanqing replied with a smile. "The jadeite raw stone I had photographed is problematic, and you must have noticed it long ago, haven't you?" Fang Ning nodded, not disputing this point. After all, he had previously cautioned Su Wanqing, who was certainly not naive enough to dismiss his warning. Curious, Su Wanqing asked, "Master Fang, how did you discern that?" "Intuition," Fang Ning chuckled. "Given the distance, I could hardly see it clearly." Su Wanqing nodded in understanding and refrained from pressing further. She recognized that Su Wanqing was not being entirely forthright. The lack of candor indicated a reluctance to elaborate. To persist in questioning would be foolish. "The jadeite raw stone indeed has its flaws," Su Wanqing remarked. "Not that it is entirely flawed, but it is rather disappointing. It yielded only a small amount of jade. Less than a pound, from a 45-pound raw stone." Fang Ning nodded again, smiling as he asked, 800,000. "That should still be manageable for you, Miss Su?" "It is manageable, but the sense of defeat is quite unbearable," Su Wanqing replied, her voice dropping in tone. She had never suffered such a significant loss before. Her previous misfortunes had only reached a maximum of 500,000. This time, however, she had shattered her previous records. Hence, she saw Fang Ning, hoping to glean insights from him. The moment the jadeite raw stone was unveiled, she was engulfed in regret. Why had she not heeded Master Fang's earlier warnings? Stubbornness always exacts a toll. Fang Ning offered words of comfort. Anyone can speak kind words. They cost nothing. Su Wanqing managed a wry smile. This setback has left me without the confidence to continue gambling on stones. It was evident that this defeat had profoundly impacted her. Fang Ning continued to console her. In truth, Su Wanqing did not feel as despondent as she appeared, yet she found solace in Fang Ning's reassurances. She felt an inexplicable charm in his gentle voice, which captivated her greatly. Whether it was merely her imagination or if Fang Ning indeed possessed such allure remained uncertain. Master Fang, thank you, Su Wanqing said earnestly. Fang Ning nodded. One moment. Su Wanqing called out to him, Master Fang, did you not also acquire a jadeite raw stone yesterday? Would you like to have it unveiled? Our company has skilled gem cutters. Su Wanqing had not approached Fang Ning merely for solace. Had she desired comfort, she could have found it in abundance. Very well. Fang Ning pondered for a moment before responding. Let's unveil it then. He finally comprehended Su Wanqing's intention. She wished to ascertain the authenticity and quality of the jadeite rough stone he had purchased. That would be splendid. Su Wanqing exclaimed with excitement. Master Fang, when will you be available? She was eager to discover whether Fang Ning truly possessed the expertise or was merely a novice in the realm of stone gambling. I have time now. Let me inform my mother. Miss Su, please wait here for a moment, Fang Ning responded. Not anticipating that purchasing a piece of jadeite rough would necessitate Miss Su's assistance in its cutting. Su Wanqing discerned that this was merely a polite remark. After all, there were numerous facilities capable of cutting stones. One only needed a cutting machine, and the matter of professionalism was secondary. Not at all. Master Fang, you are far too courteous, she replied with a smile. What does Miss Su want with you, Fang Ning? Li Ting inquired with evident concern, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If she remained unaware of the answer, she suspected she would be restless throughout the night. Chapter 67. Su's Jewelry Company. Miss Su came to consult me regarding the jadeite rough from yesterday, Fang Ning explained. The piece she purchased for 10 million is likely to incur a loss of around 8 million. So much. Li Ting was immediately taken aback, astonished that an item bought for 10 million could depreciate by 8 million in less than a day. If she were in that situation, she felt she could not continue living. After expressing her astonishment, Li Ting proceeded to ask, did you advise her against the purchase? Did she inquire about your reasoning? Fang Ning, reluctant to divulge details about the system, fabricated an explanation, citing the need to observe the color of the jadeite and its surface features, such as any cracks. Deceiving Li Ting was a simple task. After he finished, she believed him without a trace of skepticism. However, Fang Ning understood that while this ruse could fool Li Ting, it would be utterly impossible to deceive Su Wanqing. Yes, I informed her of my reasoning. Ah, I see. Li Ting nodded, her worries dissipating. As long as the two were engaged in serious discussion, she need not fret about any flirtatious undertones, or it would surely break her heart. Fang Ning continued. I have promised Miss Su that I will accompany you to the company to unveil the jadeite rough. Please join me. Li Ting readily agreed. All right. I too wish to witness the process of unveiling the jadeite rough. At that moment, her heart brimmed with joy, and her smile radiated as if she had just tasted honey. Fang Ning's invitation signified that she held a place in his heart. Li Ting was clearly infatuated, and how could she not be moved by this? Suddenly, Fang Ning noticed a pale green bracelet adorning Li Ting's wrist. Upon closer inspection, he thought to himself that, if his memory served him correctly, it was likely the bracelet worn by his mother, Chun Ping. In truth, it is not a remarkable bracelet. It is merely a piece purchased by Fang Ning's father for 2,000 yuan during his lifetime, intended for Fang Ning's mother, and holds little value. Li Ting noticed the expression in Fang Ning's eyes and quickly interjected, Fang Ning, I don't want it. Annie insists on giving it to me. She feared that Fang Ning might misconstrue her intentions, thinking her to be a woman driven by material desires, which would not bode well for their relationship. She did not wish for Fang Ning to harbor any unfavorable impressions of her. This exemplifies a typical woman in love, often preoccupied with concerns and constantly considering the feelings of her partner, fearful of being discarded. There's no need to worry, Fang Ning replied with a smile. When the opportunity arises, I will gift you both a fine bracelet. A 2,000 yuan bracelet was hardly something Fang Ning would be petty about, and moreover, it was a thoughtful gesture from Chun Ping towards Li Ting. Fang Ning resolved that once he was in a better position, He would present his mother and Li Ting with exquisite bracelets. A 2,000 yuan piece was far too trivial, almost laughable. If it were an authentic bracelet, it would hardly be regarded in high esteem. A common person might wear it, but for the affluent, such a bracelet would be deemed unworthy, likely inviting ridicule. He arrived in a Mazda. This scene was reminiscent of a moment that, while seemingly acceptable, paled in comparison to more prestigious items. Chen Ping turned to Fang Ning, saying, "Xiao Ning, I've heard about your relationship from Ting Ting. You must treat her well." Fang Ning felt reassured and responded, "Mother, rest assured. I will never let Li Ting down." "Still calling her Li Ting? You should address her as Ting Ting," Chen Ping remarked. Fang Ning chuckled in exasperation. "Mother, it's not easy to change habits." He quickly ushered Li Ting away, eager to avoid another round of his mother's incessant chatter. No one could withstand the relentless nagging of a mother. "You rascal," Chen Ping chided playfully, feeling a swell of happiness as she watched Fang Ning and Li Ting together. Finally, her son had found a companion, alleviating her worries about his future. Yet, she couldn't help but think of the unfortunate Su Wanqing. Chen Ping recalled Su Wanqing's visit, believing it was a sign of her interest in her son. This maternal instinct was not uncommon. Mothers tend to see their sons as the finest catch, attracting admiration from numerous young women. Indeed, Fang Ning had 2 girlfriends, but they were merely Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu. He led Li Ting before Su Wanqing. "Miss Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's no trouble at all. I only waited a moment," Su Wanqing replied with a warm smile, exuding grace and an unmistakable charm. Li Ting bit her lip, thinking she needed to learn how to elevate her own demeanor, lest she be overshadowed by Su Wanqing. "Miss Su, where is your company located?" "Sung Ningjing Guidet." With a smile, Su Wanqing responded, "Master Fang, let me add you on WeChat and send you the location." "Sure," Fang Ning nodded, and they connected on WeChat, with Su Wanqing promptly sending him the location details. Li Ting felt a tinge of jealousy, yet chose to remain silent about it. The two merely exchanged WeChat contacts, which she could accept. However, any further intimacy was utterly unacceptable. The trio arrived at the parking lot of the hospital, where Su Wanqing drove her distinctive red BMW. "Master Fang, you may drive to the company. I've sent you the location," she instructed. "Understood," Fang Ning replied as he climbed into his own BMW. Still not adept at driving, Fang Ning maintained a leisurely pace, recognizing that there was little merit in speeding. Although Su Wanqing could have reached the company earlier, she deliberately drove slowly, waiting at a distance for Fang Ning, ensuring she remained within his line of sight. She was not concerned about him getting lost, as navigation would guide him. Rather, she feared he might change his mind about visiting her company for the stone gambling. While the likelihood of this was slim, it provided her with a sense of reassurance. Half an hour later, the 2 BMWs arrived at Su's jewelry company, one trailing the other. The guard, familiar with Su Wanqing's vehicle, promptly granted them entry and greeted her. "Good day, President Su." She nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the guard, saying, "My friend is behind. Do not stop him." "Yes, ma'am," the guard respectfully responded, glancing back to see a BMW X7. Another wealthy heir seeking President Su's favor? He mused to himself. Chapter 68. Caution in cutting stones. The guard silently thought. The one driving the BMW X7 must be pursuing President Su. The BMW X7 was indeed a commendable vehicle, suggesting a hint of competition. It was natural for the guard to think this way, given the multitude of suitors vying for Su Wanqing's attention. It seemed that every affluent young man in Jiangnan City was enamored with her. Su Wanqing was undoubtedly a standout beauty in Jiangnan City, adored by many. Yet only the wealthy scions dared to linger around her, while others lacked both the courage and the opportunity to be near her. Fang Ning arrived at the entrance, nodded to the guard, and drove through the company gates. The guard acknowledged Fang Ning with a subtle nod, thinking to himself that this young heir was quite impressive, handsome and full of vigor, indeed a fine young man. Once Fang Ning parked the car, Su Wanqing approached him. "Master Fang, let me take you to the stone-cutting area now." "All right," Fang Ning agreed, opening the trunk to retrieve a jade rough weighing merely 5 pounds. Easily manageable with one hand. However, Li Ting, ever considerate, promptly took the stone from him. "Fang Ning, allow me to handle this small task," she insisted, determined to play her part and not hinder Fang Ning in any way. Under Su Wanqing's guidance, Fang Ning and Li Ting entered Su's jewelry company, only to be taken aback by the vastness of the establishment, which rivaled that of any appraisal studio. Presumably, it occupies an area of around 20 to 30,000 acres and ranks among the foremost enterprises in Jiangnan. "Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su." The trio advanced, Greeted by numerous individuals who acknowledged Su Wanqing with polite nods directed towards Fang Ning and Li Ting. It was evident that the caliber of this company was exceptional, truly worthy of being a subsidiary of the Su Group. As Fang Ning walked through, he observed the intricate processes involved in jewelry production, with some artisans engaged in polishing while others focused on grinding. No wonder they reported an 8 million loss. Su Wanqing seemed unfazed by it. Given the scale of Su Jewelry Company, 8 million was hardly a significant sum. At last, Su Wanqing led Fang Ning and Li Ting to an operation room. This was the venue for cutting jadeite rough stones, equipped with numerous cutting machines and a multitude of skilled stone cutters, all busily engaged in their tasks. The cacophony of noise enveloped the space, creating an almost disorienting atmosphere. Su Wanqing approached one of the stone cutters. "Old Zhang, could you pause for a moment?" Upon hearing his name called, the cutter halted and, upon recognizing Su Wanqing, his face lit up with a smile. "Mr. Su, how may I assist you?" Su Wanqing gestured to Fang Ning, who took the jadeite rough stone from Li Ting and handed it to the cutter. "Master, I appreciate your hard work." "Not at all. It is my duty," the cutter replied with a smile. "Let's soak first. That will make it easier to cut." Understood. Sank Ning noted. Aware that as an outsider in this domain, he must heed the expert's guidance. With a splash, the cutter cast the jadeite rough stone into a tub filled not with ordinary water, but with a specially formulated soaking solution. After soaking, the jadeite would become much easier to cut and less prone to cracking. A crack could significantly diminish the value of even the finest jade, leading to substantial losses. Fang Ning turned to the cutter and inquired, "How long does it need to soak?" "Approximately 10 minutes, came the reply. "All right," Fang Ning acknowledged, recognizing the significance of the procedure. He then looked at Su Wanqing and asked, "Miss Su, whatever happened to the jadeite rough stone you acquired yesterday? Shall I take you to see it?" Su Wanqing said yes. Fang Ning nodded in agreement, ready to accompany her. However, Li Ting remained rooted to the spot, glancing at the jadeite rough stone soaking in the tub and subtly signaling to Fang Ning. She thought to herself, "That's a million. How can we leave it unattended? What if someone swaps it?" It was not surprising that Li Ting appeared cautious and somewhat petty. The complexities of today's society could lead to significant losses, leaving one utterly bereft. "Rest assured, Li Ting," Fang Ning reassured her with a smile. "In Miss Su's presence, we can be entirely at ease." Su Wanqing arched her brow slightly. "I appreciate Master Fang's trust. Our company will not let you down." Upon hearing their exchange, Li Ting felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if she had been overly stingy. After all, Fang Ning was a person of great ambition. How could she afford to be so miserly? "It's perfectly fine. Don't overthink it." Fang Ning gently tugged at Li Ting's hand. As they were all acquaintances, familiarity would naturally develop over time. Li Ting nodded and followed Fang Ning into a room led by Su Wanqing. This space housed the storage for jade raw stones, filled with numerous scattered pieces, some uncut, others merely half-processed. The truly exceptional specimens had long been sent for meticulous crafting. Once transformed into exquisite jewelry, these pieces could fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions. Such is the allure of gemstones. At the center of the storage room, on a large table, lay a substantial jade raw stone, a 45-pound piece that Su Wanqing had acquired the day before. "Miss Su, why has it only been sliced once?" Fang Ning observed the jade on the table, noting that it had merely been cut through the middle. Only a small section, about the size of a palm, revealed a glimpse of emerald green. Clearly, Su Wanqing's initial assessment was correct. To obtain even a pound of jade from such a minuscule fragment would be a remarkable feat. Alas, Su Wanqing said, "Initially, we made a cut along the top and discovered there was no material. After several more cuts yielded no results. We were left with no choice but to slice through the middle. It's akin to cutting a watermelon. If the first incision fails to reveal the juicy flesh, one can't help but feel anxious. Moreover, this gambling stone underwent numerous cuts without revealing any material. Ultimately, we had to resort to slicing through the center, and fortunately, we discovered a sliver of jade. Otherwise, we would have incurred significant losses." Su Wanqing continued, "Although this gambling stone has proven to be a disappointment, we dare not make reckless cuts, still clinging to the last vestiges of hope." Fang Ning nodded, understanding the rationale. If subsequent cuts were executed skillfully, they could preserve the jade's maximum value. Destroying it by severing its integrity would indeed be a grave mistake. Chapter 69. "Miss Su, allow me to give a try." After contemplation, Fang Ning turned to Su Wanqing and proposed, "Miss Su, what if I attempt it?" "Attempt what?" Su Wanqing inquired, "Estanis. Do you mean to help us sketch the cutting lines?" "Precisely," Fang Ning affirmed. If you cut along the lines I draw, it should help retain the greatest value. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Fang Ning's suggestion. But what if it goes wrong? Fang Ning, aware of the risks, replied with a smile, of course. If you're unwilling, simply disregard my suggestion. It makes no difference to me. After some thought, Su Wanqing ultimately declared, Master Fang, I trust you. Let us proceed as you suggest. She decided to place her faith in Fang Ning for this one occasion, accepting that even if it went awry, the loss would merely amount to 200,000. Having already faced an 800,000 loss, 200,000 was negligible. Su Wanqing retrieved a line-drawing pen and handed it to Fang Ning, smiling as she said, Master Fang, feel free to draw. Anything you wish is acceptable. Trust those you employ. Do not employ those you doubt. If she were to hesitate at this moment, it would not reflect the true character of Su Wanqing. With resolve, Fang Ning took the drawing pen and, feigning an air of contemplation, meticulously examined the jadeite rough for several minutes, as one must fully commit to the performance. After a brief observation, he activated his discerning vision to locate the presence of the jadeite. Ah, here it is. Fang Ning grasped the drawing pen and carefully traced a line along the edge where the jadeite lay, encircling it delicately on the surface of the rough stone. He repeated this process on the other half of the jadeite rough, marking the edges with equal precision. After approximately 10 minutes, both halves of the jadeite rough were outlined. Is it done? Seeing Fang Ning's effortless execution, Su Wanqing was astonished. Was drawing the cutting line truly this effortless? Each time she attempted to draw a cutting line, she was plagued by hesitation, nearly unable to proceed. Yet, for Fang Ning, marking the cutting line appeared as simple as eating or drinking, devoid of any uncertainty. It is complete. Fang Ning nodded decisively. Miss Su, if you trust my judgment, please cut along this line. I assure you, I would not deceive you. Very well. Let us proceed. Su Wanqing respondeth. If she chose to place her faith in Fang Ning, she would do so wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it would only harm their relationship. Old Zhang, please come here. Su Wanqing summoned the stone cutter from earlier. Take this jadeite rough and cut it according to the lines I've drawn. The stone cutter paused. Miss Su, are we not waiting for Master Chun? Master Chun was a consultant hired by Su's jewelry company, renowned for his precise cutting line drawings, and held in high esteem due to his infrequent mistakes. We shall not wait for Master Chun, Su Wanqing replied with conviction. I trust Master Fang's eye. Reluctantly, the stone cutter nodded. Shall we cut half of it first, Miss Su? His professionalism shone through as he considered the company's interests. If half of the jadeite rough were to be damaged, there remained another half to address upon Master Chen's arrival. Su Wanqing Biman Saident. Yet Fang Ning discerned her predicament and smiled. Miss Su, it is quite all right. The master has a valid point. Let us proceed with cutting half first. Agreed. The stone cutter responded promptly, cradling the half of the jadeite rough as he approached the cutting machine. Old Zhang, please do not take liberties. Simply cut along the lines drawn by Master Fang. In truth, Su Wanqing need not have advised him. The stone cutter would dare not deviate from the established protocols. The owner of the jadeite dictates the cutting method, and any mishap would not fall upon his shoulders. Yet, Su Wanqing intentionally offered her guidance, a gesture meant to convey her respect for Fang Ning. Understood, Ms. Su. The master stone cutter respectfully acknowledged with a nod, then poured some water over the jade rough stone and placed it on the cutting machine's platform, preparing to slice along the drawn line. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached. The crowd turned to see two figures walking towards them. One was Old Zhou, the man who had been at odds with Old Huang at the auction. The other was a young man, resembling Old Zhou, likely his son or nephew. Wanqing, the young man called out, hastening towards her with a radiant smile, clearly eager to curry favor. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows. Zhou Tiangang, what brings you here? With a smile, the young man replied, Wanqing, I heard you spent 10 million on a jade rough stone and didn't extract anything of value, so I came to check on you. Are you all right? Of course I'm fine, she retorted. You needn't concern yourself. Don't be like that. Wanqing, Zhou Tiangang stammered, momentarily taken aback. I merely thought I could visit your company. Feel free to look around, Su Wanqing replied, dismissing him. She found him as bothersome as a persistent shadow, always appearing uninvited. Did he have no pressing matters of his own? Wanqing, I'm not here without purpose. I brought my uncle along, Zhou Tiangang continued. We've decided to purchase the jade rough stone you bought. At that moment, Old Zhou stepped forward. Miss Su, this young man means well. He worries that you might feel distressed after your gamble with the stone and wishes to alleviate your burden. Unnecessary. Su Wanqing immediately rejected. Old Zhou, my issue is not with you. 10 million is hardly a burden. I can manage on my own. Old Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had accompanied his nephew in hopes of facilitating connection. If Zhou Tiangang could win over Su Wanqing, it would be a fortuitous alliance for the Zhou family, elevating their status significantly through a union with the Su family. At that moment, Zhou Tiangang felt even more awkward, scratching his head in discomfort. Su Wanqing's dismissal was clearly directed at him. He glanced around, searching for a way to dissipate the tension. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the half-processed jade rough stone on the cutting table, and he seized the opportunity to speak. Wanqing, this must be the jade rough stone you purchased at the auction, right? Chapter 70. No jade? Old Chun has arrived. Noticing that Su Wanqing was ignoring him, Zhou Tiangang rambled on. This jade rough stone is rather unimpressive. It appears there's only a small portion of valuable material. Su Wanqing remained silent, watching quietly as Zhou Tiangang continued his soliloquy. Thick-skinned as he was, he felt a twinge of embarrassment but refused to be disheartened. How about this, Wanqing? Let us cease further cutting of this jade, rough stone, and sell it to us for 3 million. He and Su Wanqing were appraised at the same value. No more than 2 million. He thought to himself that if he offered an additional million, he would surely win Su Wanqing's favor. No, absolutely not. Su Wanqing reiterated. Zhou Tiangang, do you not comprehend my words? She was genuinely exasperated. Among those pursuing her, Zhou Tiangang was the most bothersome. He had transcended the role of a mere follower. He was akin to a leech, clinging to her in a most repugnant manner, impossible to shake off. Having been rebuffed once more by Su Wanqing, Zhou Tiangang's expression soured. He was not made of iron, but flesh and blood, and being repeatedly dismissed by her still stung. However, he found it peculiar. Although Su Wanqing had always harbored disdain for him, her animosity today seemed particularly pronounced. Zhou Tiangang glanced at Fang Ning, wondering if his presence was the cause. He had noticed Fang Ning upon arrival, recognizing him as quite handsome, a potential threat. Yet, did Fang Ning not already have a beautiful companion? While Li Ting may not rival Su Wanqing in elegance, she was still striking in both figure and appearance. Zhou Tiangang could clearly see that Fang Ning and Li Ting were a couple, their interactions too intimate to deny. When Zhou Tiangang directed his gaze toward him, Fang Ning acknowledged him with a nod. After all, Zhou Tiangang was the nephew of old Zhou, and a measure of respect was warranted, as there might be future opportunities for collaboration. At that moment, old Zhou stepped forward, saying, Tiangang, allow me to introduce you to Master Fang from the Antique Appraisal Studio. He is quite remarkable. Old Zhou took the initiative to introduce Fang Ning to Zhou Tiangang. His presence here did not surprise him. Both the Antique Appraisal Studio and Su's Jewelry Company were under the auspices of the Su Group, making Fang Ning's appearance entirely plausible. So you're Master Fang. It is an honor to meet you, Zhou Tiangang gracefully remarked, despite having never heard Fang Ning's name previously. Greetings, young Master Zhou, Fang Ning replied with a nod. You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary individual. Master Fang is no ordinary person, Zhou Tiangang insisted, shaking his head. He understood the rigorous standards of the Antique Appraisal Studio. Few could attain mastery there. Fang Ning smiled and refrained from further comment. Zhou Tiangang continued, Master Fang, could you assist me in persuading Wanqing? If she sells her jadeite rough stone to me, I assure you she will not suffer any loss. Young Master Zhou, are you suggesting 3 million? Fang Ning replied with a smile. If you're merely purchasing half of the jadeite rough stone, that could be acceptable. What do you mean? Zhou Tiangang was momentarily taken aback. He thought that offering 3 million would certainly secure a whole piece of jadeite rough stone. In fact, it seemed that even an entire piece would not warrant such a price. Fang Ning explained, as long as it is well cut, 4 to 5 million is entirely feasible. Young Master Zhou, you would need to offer 6 million to demonstrate sufficient sincerity. 4 to 5 million? Impossible. Zhou Tiangang shook his head, casting his gaze upon the half-raw jadeite on the cutting table. This jadeite is scarcely worth a trifle. The two halves combined would barely amount to over 2 million. He remarked. Fang Ning remained silent, knowing that no matter how he argued, Zhou would remain unconvinced. Zhou believed that offering 3 million for the acquisition was already exceedingly generous towards Su Wanqing. Why then did she not show her appreciation? This perplexed Zhou greatly, especially now that Fang Ning claimed the value was 4 to 5 million. Zhou's confusion only deepened. The visible jadeite was scant. How could it possibly be worth 4 to 5 million? Fang Ning nodded at Su Wanqing, prompting her to address the stonecutter. Old Zhang, please proceed with the cutting. Understood, Ms. Su, the cutter replied. He prepared to begin, meticulously adjusting the angle to near perfection, ensuring minimal margin for error. As he directed the cutting machine toward the line drawn by Fang Ning, it buzzed to life, sending forth sparks. After cutting one side, the onlookers leaned in, only to be met with disappointment as the jadeite remained concealed. The cutter, uncertain, turned to Su Wanqing. "Imase, Su, perhaps we should wait for Elder Chun to arrive before proceeding." He preferred to defer to Elder Chun, having never encountered Fang Ning before. Who knew where this young upstart had emerged from? Zhou Lao concurred, suggesting it might be prudent to wait for Elder Chun. He possesses far greater expertise. He turned to Fang Ning with a smile. "Young friend Fang, I assure you, this is not a reflection upon you. Elder Chun has decades of experience in this field." "No worries," Fang Ning replied with a smile. The course of action depended on Su Wanqing's decision. After a moment's contemplation, Su Wanqing addressed the cutter. "Old Zhang, continue cutting, but adjust your direction." Reluctantly, the cutter nodded in agreement. He repositioned the jadeite and prepared to slice along Fang Ning's marked line. Although uncertain of the outcome, he felt compelled to follow Su Wanqing's directive. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Manager Zhao from Su's jewelry company hurriedly approached. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow and inquired, "Manager Zhao, what is the matter?" Zhao reached her side, whispering, "Miss Su, Elder Chun has arrived." Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow, recalling that Elder Chun had mentioned he would arrive in the afternoon. Nevertheless, his presence now was inconsequential. A few minutes later, an energetic elder appeared before the group. This was none other than Elder Chun, the esteemed consultant of Su's jewelry company. Chapter 71. Su Wanqing transforms into a little admirer. Elder Chun, the crowd greeted him warmly, a testament to his esteemed reputation. Even Zhou Lao refrained from boasting in Elder Chen's presence. Old Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the half-raw jadeite on the cutting table. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has cutting already commenced?" Old Chun felt a pang of irritation upon noticing a cut had already been made. How could such a decisive action be taken before he had even drawn the lines? Su Wanqing interjected, "Old Chun, Master Fang has already marked the lines, and I have chosen to trust him this once." "Master Fang? Which Master Fang?" Old Chun scanned his surroundings, realizing that apart from Old Zhou, no one else seemed deserving of the title Master. "Is I?" Fang Ning stepped forward, asserting, "I believe the lines I drew are quite precise." "You, Master Fang?" Old Chun scrutinized Fang Ning, perceiving only a mere youth, unworthy of such a grand title. "It is indeed I," Fang Ning boldly replied, questioning why he could not be regarded as Master Fang. The disdain of others was their concern, but he must hold himself in esteem. "Huh," Old Chun chuckled, turning to Su Wanqing and asking, "Miss Su, are you truly confident in him?" Implying, "Do you believe him or me?" Understanding the underlying message, Su Wanqing smiled, "Old Chun, I have faith in both you and Master Fang. Though he is young, he is undeniably talented." "Is that so?" Old Chin was taken aback by her words, pondering that as a consulting master, she should naturally trust him. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "Let me see the lines drawn by Master Fang. Marking lines is no trivial matter. A slight error could result in losses amounting to tens of millions." Su Wanqing hesitated, contemplating whether presenting Fang Ning's lines to Old Chun might be disrespectful to him. "All right, that's fine." Fang Ning spoke up, "Miss Su, since Old Chun wishes to see, let it have a look." The stone cutter lifted the jadeite from the cutting table and presented it before Old Chun, who began to scrutinize it intently. After a brief observation, Old Chun cast a deep glance at Fang Ning and remarked, "You have drawn quite well." Though Old Chun was reluctant to concede this point, the truth remained undeniable. He could not fabricate praise. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Fang Ning had gained Old Chen's endorsement. Old Chen's reputation in the industry was formidable, and receiving his acknowledgement attested to Fang Ning's genuine skill. Su Wanqing exclaimed with delight, "Old Chun, do you mean to say that Master Fang's lines align closely with your own thoughts?" "Roughly so." Old Chun nodded, then turned to Fang Ning, saying, "Young friend Fang, I must admit I previously underestimated you. My apologies." Old Chin's demeanor shifted to one of warmth, as he recognized that the cutting lines he intended to draw were nearly identical to those Fang Ning had marked. Noticing the change in Old Chin's attitude, Fang Ning smiled and replied, "Old Chun, you jest. We are merely engaging in a discussion. Reason becomes clearer through debate." "Ha!" Old Chun laughed heartily, finding Fang Ning to be quite amusing. Though still young, he remains humble and composed, a truly commendable young man. Li Ting, witnessing this scene, felt an immense sense of pride for Fang Ning. She observed that wherever Fang Ning went, he invariably attracted attention. Such pride was overwhelming. At that moment, Elder Zhou and Zhou Tiangang exchanged knowing glances at Fang Ning. Elder Zhou recognized that Fang Ning was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated the extent of his brilliance. So readily acknowledged by Elder Chun, Zhou Tiangang silently affirmed Fang Ning, realizing that indeed, no master from the antique appraisal pavilion is without merit. Clearly, Master Fang possesses significant stature. Both Elder Zhou and Zhou Tiangang regarded Fang Ning with newfound esteem, contemplating future opportunities to engage with him meaningfully. Elder Chun turned to Master Cheshire and instructed Old Zhang, simply follow the lines drawn by young friend Fang for the cutting. In his heart, Elder Chun had come to value Fang Ning, believing him capable of being a master in his own right. Even if the jadeite stone, once cut, revealed that Fang Ning's lines were incorrect, the fault would lie collectively, not solely with Fang Ning. This encapsulates Elder Chun's current sentiment. Understood, Elder Chun, Master Cheshire responded promptly, beginning the cutting process. The difference in their status was evident from their titles. Elder Chun is singular, while Old Zhang could refer to many. With sufficient training, anyone could become a stone-cutting master. Before long, Master Cheshire completed the cutting of the jadeite rough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a fist-sized piece of jade emerged, captivating all present. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they marveled at the flawless cut. The exterior of the jade bore merely a hint of stone skin, signifying the exceptional integrity of the piece. This validated a significant point. Fang Ning's lines were drawn with remarkable precision, devoid of even the slightest deviation. Elder Chun turned to Fang Ning, exclaiming, "Young friend Fang, how did you achieve this?" At this moment, Elder Chun was profoundly excited, having wholly acknowledged Fang Ning's abilities. Even if he were to attempt drawing the lines, he could not attain such accuracy. Merely capturing a rough outline would be a remarkable feat. Many would sketch the lines and then gradually adjust, never managing such precision in a single attempt. Haha, it seems I was fortunate, Fang Ning replied with a smile. My first attempt at drawing the cutting line was a success. This is no mere luck. Elder Zhou immediately shook his head. Young friend Fang, your skills are remarkable. I never anticipated that mastery in appraisal would extend so adeptly to stone gambling. Elder Zhou re-evaluated Fang Ning, recognizing him as a true genius. He had considered himself quite versatile, proficient in both appraisal and stone gambling. Yet here was someone who excelled beyond his own capabilities. You flatter me, Elder Zhou, Fang Ning replied with a grin. At this moment, Su Wanqing blinked her captivating eyes in astonishment, gazing at Fang Ning with sheer wonder. She could hardly believe that Fang Ning possessed such extraordinary talent. Was this truly something an ordinary person could achieve? The ability to swiftly restore antiques is impressive enough, but to accurately delineate the cutting lines of jadeite rough is truly remarkable. Su Wanqing, who seldom idolizes anyone, gazed at Fang Ning with admiration in her eyes. Such a man, brimming with talent, naturally evokes a sense of reverence. At that moment, Su Wanqing looked at Fang Ning as if she were a starry-eyed admirer, almost becoming his little fangirl. Chapter 72. Su Wanqing, I shall not compete for a man. With admiration shining in her eyes, Su Wanqing resembled a besotted fan. Zhou Tiangang, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of discomfort. Why was that? Su Wanqing had never looked at him with such an expression. He couldn't help but glance at Su Wanqing, then at Fang Ning again. At this moment, Zhou Tiangang envied Fang Ning immensely. How wonderful it would be if Su Wanqing admired him in the same way. Yet, all he could do was dream. For Su Wanqing to even bestow him a glance would make him elated for half a month. Zhou Tiangang regarded Su Wanqing as a goddess. How could she ever venerate him? Only by perceiving the other as an ordinary person could one hope to draw closer. At this moment, the only other person feeling out of sorts, aside from Zhou Tiangang, was Li Ting, standing beside Fang Ning. Having observed Su Wanqing's admiring gaze directed at Fang Ning, Li Ting instinctively took note. She was all too familiar with that look. It was one she often bestowed upon Fang Ning herself. In an instant, jealousy stirred within her. She perceived Su Wanqing as a potential threat. If she already admired Fang Ning now, what would happen in the future? Fang Ning, you are truly impressive, Li Ting remarked deliberately, as if vying for Su Wanqing's affection. Her man was not to be claimed by another woman. Su Wanqing, being a discerning woman, quickly sensed Li Ting's intentions. As the esteemed daughter of the Su family, she would not stoop to competing with another woman for a man. The admiration she felt for Fang Ning was simply a spontaneous reaction to his exceptional abilities. It was merely a sentiment of respect, devoid of any romantic undertones. At least, that was how Su Wanqing perceived it. Fang Ning, too, sensed an unusual atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness, and could only manage a wry smile. They say 3 women make a play. Fortunately, there were only 2 present. If a third had arrived, it might have been somewhat overwhelming. Zhou Tiangang turned to Fang Ning and said, "Brother Fang, you truly are remarkable. Could you teach me?" He longed to be the object of Su Wanqing's admiration as well. Since Fang Ning was the one she esteemed, it was only natural to learn from him. "Zhou Gongzi, you jest," Fang Ning replied with a smile. "How could I possibly teach you? You should learn from the esteemed Zhou Laozu instead." Fang Ning could not impart his knowledge to Zhou Tiangang, as it was a matter of system mechanics, akin to understanding without verbal explanation. In any case, teaching was out of the question. Zhou Laozu was also quite taken aback. "Tiangang, had you earnestly pursued your studies alongside me, you would not find yourself so utterly uninformed. Although I'm not an expert in the art of stone gambling, I possess a modicum of knowledge on the subject." "Uncle," Zhou Tiangang remarked, "I wish to learn from the masters. You would do well to refrain from this endeavor." It was not that he held his uncle in disdain. Rather, he felt that while his uncle might be adept in antiques, gambling with stones was a different matter altogether, and his skills were not significantly superior. Zhou Lao felt a pang of embarrassment, eager to salvage his reputation with some words of wisdom. However, Su Wanqing interjected, expressing her disinterest not in Zhou Lao himself, but rather in the incessant chatter of Zhou Tiangang, which she found irksome. Recognizing the true source of her annoyance, Zhou Lao prudently chose silence. Old Chen turned to Su Wanqing and inquired, "Miss Su, is it true that there remains half a block of jadeite yet to be cut?" Indeed, there was a half block awaiting its transformation, with Master Fang having already delineated the cutting lines. Su Wanqing nodded in affirmation and addressed the stone cutter, "Old Zhang, please bring forth that half block of jadeite for cutting." "Understood, Miss Su," he replied, promptly departing. Upon overhearing this exchange, Zhou Lao and Zhou Tiangang, who had been preparing to leave, found their interest piqued once more. Their previous experience might have been merely a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps this time luck would not be on their side. Both resolved to stay and observe. Shortly thereafter, the stone cutter returned with a half block of jadeite in his arms. "Master Fang has indeed drawn the lines, correct?" Old Chun said, eager to scrutinize the work and learn from Fang. His words were sincere. He genuinely believed that Fang Ning was remarkable and worthy of emulation. Fang Ning chuckled, "Old Chun, you flatter me. Let's learn together." His humility was commendable, devoid of the arrogance often found in youth. Old Chun nodded approvingly and began to examine the cutting lines drawn by Fang Ning. 2 minutes elapsed. "Hiss!" Old Chun inhaled sharply, realizing that Fang Ning's cutting lines were perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. He gazed deeply at Fang Ning and asked, "Young friend Fang, how long have you been involved in the stone gambling industry?" Old Chun suspected that Fang Ning was a seasoned connoisseur, having engaged in his craft for at least a decade. Such keen insight could not be attained without years of immersion and exceptional talent. "Old Chun, to be candid, I have only recently ventured into the realm of stone gambling." "Impossible," Old Chun immediately countered, unable to fathom that Fang Ning was indeed a novice. He doubted Fang Ning's words, assuming he was simply reluctant to elaborate. Faced with Old Chen's skepticism, Fang Ning could only manage a wry smile, resigning himself to the fact that his truth was met with disbelief. "Old Zhang, proceed with the cutting along the lines drawn by young friend Fang," Old Chun instructed, handing the jadeite block to the stone cutter for processing. The cutter's technique was deft, and within 5 minutes, a fist-sized piece of jade was revealed. Much like the previous jadeite, after all, it is merely a piece of raw jadeite that has been cut. Hiss! Hiss! The crowd was once again taken aback. If the first instance could be attributed to luck, then the second surely could not be mere coincidence. The onlookers gazed at Fang Ning in astonishment, fully recognizing the mastery of this esteemed gentleman. Su Wanqing was equally pleased, confident in her discernment of Fang Ning's talents. Her intuition regarding men had always been remarkably accurate, and Fang Ning was indeed the man she had chosen. "Master Fang, I cannot thank you enough. Without your guidance, I would have suffered significant losses," Su Wanqing said to Fang Ning. The 2 pieces of jadeite that were cut were relatively intact, and if fashioned into jewelry, their worth would exceed 6 million. For Su Wanqing, who initially faced a potential loss of 8 million, now only losing 4 million was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. She resolved to express her gratitude to Fang Ning appropriately. Chapter 73. A slice reveals green, imperial green. "Miss Su, you are far too gracious." "This is of little concern to me," Fang Ning humbly replied. "Even without my assistance, Old Chun would have accurately delineated the cutting lines. Su Wanqing smiled and remarked, regardless. I must express my gratitude to you, Master Fang. I shall transfer 1 million to your account. No, that is unnecessary. Fang Ning hesitated before ultimately declining. He felt that his contributions were modest and not deserving of such a sum, as accepting it would merely feel like extortion. Moreover, given that Su Wanqing was already facing a loss, he believed it unseemly to accept payment. You must take it, Su Wanqing insisted. For you, a reward of 1 million is hardly excessive. Indeed, it is not. Old Chen nodded in agreement, addressing Fang Ning. Young friend Fang, you should accept it. Although Miss Su has incurred a loss of 4 million, such is the nature of business. Old Zhou also chimed in, young friend Fang. You must understand that those of us in this profession only concern ourselves with our respective duties. The matter of profit or loss lies with the owner. Our remuneration is assured. As an esteemed consultant, Old Zhou frequently received invitations to assess stones, and his fees were often quite substantial. Very well then, Fang Ning finally conceded, nodding in acceptance. His initial refusal was not due to a disdain for money. Rather, with a fortune exceeding 10 million, he did not feel the need for an additional million, especially if it could foster a favorable relationship with Su Wanqing. Fang Ning recognized that maintaining a connection with Su Wanqing could serve as a valuable conduit into the world of jade gambling. Su Wanqing turned to Manager Zhao and instructed, Manager Zhao, please inform the finance department to transfer 1 million to Master Fang's account. Manager Zhao promptly complied, heading straight to the finance department with Fang Ning's account details. Soon enough, Fang Ning's bank account reflected the arrival of 1 million. The crowd looked on enviously at Fang Ning, marveling at how swiftly he had earned such a sum. For many, the figure of 1 million held little significance. It was not uncommon for a single meal to cost upwards of 100,000, rendering 1 million a trivial amount in their eyes. Li Ting was different. She gazed at Fang Ning with astonishment several times, her face brimming with pride. Fully aware that she had not chosen the wrong man. The man she had selected could earn 1 million in mere moments. At that juncture, the crowd was preparing to depart. Elder Chun had come to draw the cutting lines, which Fang Ning had already completed, perfectly delineating the jade. Elder Zhou and Zhou Tiangang were there to procure jade roughs, but now there was no longer a need, as Su Wanqing could maximize the value of the jade herself. Just as everyone was about to leave, the cutting master suddenly spoke up. Master Fang, your jade rough has long been soaked. Shall we proceed with the cutting now? Everyone turned at the sound of his words. Master Fang's jade rough? Brother Fang, you also acquired a jade rough? It suddenly dawned on them that Fang Ning indeed had bid on a piece at the auction, while the cutting master spoke. Su Wanqing had initially intended to signal him to stop, but it was too late. She was uncertain about the quality of the jade rough Fang Ning had purchased and whether it might cast a negative light on him. Thus, she decided to observe the situation first. If all went well, she would promote Fang Ning's reputation and spread the news. If not, she would simply treat it as if nothing had occurred. Now that everyone was aware, she decided not to conceal it any longer. Su Wanqing addressed the crowd. Master Fang has acquired a piece of jade rough, and I have asked him to bring it here for cutting. Fang Ning smiled and added, I also requested Miss Su to assist me. Zhou Tiangang remarked, I certainly wish to see the jade rough you selected, Brother Fang. If it were anyone else's choice, I might not be so interested. Elder Zhou nodded in agreement. I, too, wish to witness the discerning eye of Master Fang. Elder Chen lingered, thinking that since Fang Ning was so skilled at drawing cutting lines, the stone he had chosen must also be commendable and likely to yield something remarkable. Master, I shall trouble you then, Fang Ning said to the cutting master. Please start from the edge and cut thinly, no more than 2 centimeters. The cutting master nodded and began preparing for the cut. Typically, the cutting process commences from the edge, gradually deepening until the green is revealed. Elder Chen chuckled. Master Fang, it seems you are quite confident. Elder Zhou concurred. Since Master Fang dares to specify a limit of 2 centimeters, he must hold high hopes for this jade rough. Zhou Tiangang added, I hope you can truly enlighten us. However, he candidly noted that seeing green within 2 centimeters was quite challenging unless one encountered exceptional jade. Zhou Tiangang spoke the truth without undermining Fang Ning. The complexity of gambling on stones lies in the fact that the jade can be deeply concealed, making it difficult to illuminate with a flashlight. Unless the thickness is under a centimeter, it is nearly impossible to discern. Anything beyond that becomes exceedingly challenging. In the face of the crowd's teasing, Fang Ning remained silent, smiling. He gestured to the cutting master, who then commenced the cutting process. Buzzing. The hum of the cutting machine resonated, continuously showering sparks that dazzled the onlookers. Soon, The jade ruff was sliced halfway through, yet its interior remained concealed. Anticipation surged among the crowd, eager to uncover the hidden secrets within. At last, one side of the jade ruff was on the verge of being severed. The spectators craned their necks, curiosity reaching its zenith. With a sharp sound, the stone skin finally fell away, with the cutter being the first to behold the sight. It was green, green, the cutter exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, more fervent than a father welcoming a newborn. In other contexts, green may not be a favorable sign, but in the realm of jade gambling, the greener, the better, ideally to the point of appearing nearly black. As the crowd beheld the cut surface, their eyes widened and mouths agape in astonishment. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they exchanged glances filled with shock. They looked at one another, reading disbelief in each other's expressions. Before them lay a vibrant expanse of green, a sight truly pleasing to the eye, sending shivers of exhilaration coursing through their beings. The hue, the translucency, it was unmistakably imperial green. Chapter 74. Exceptional imperial green. At this moment, the crowd was utterly astounded. While they had encountered imperial green before, they had not anticipated that this jade ruff would reveal such a treasure. Quick, let us examine it closely, Elder Chen urged the cutter. Others echoed the sentiment, eager to scrutinize the jade ruff that appeared unremarkable yet harbored such extraordinary potential. What kind of imperial green could it possibly be? Following Elder Chen's instructions, the cutter carefully removed the jade ruff from the cutting table. Elder Chen delicately received it, treating it as a precious gem, gently rubbing the cut surface. The crowd gathered closer, eager to unveil the true nature of this extraordinary piece. Upon closer inspection, another gasp rippled through the audience. This was no ordinary imperial green. Each individual reached a consensus in their hearts. Imperial green comes in various grades. The finest is the glass type, followed by high ice and ice types. Even the glutinous ice imperial green is exceedingly valuable, far surpassing most other jade. Elder Chun, what type of water is this? Su Wanqing inquired, turning her gaze towards him. Elder Chen scrutinized the jade intently, then widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming this should be glass type, exceptional imperial green. What, glass type? Truly exceptional imperial green. The others were left speechless, astonished by Elder Chen's assessment that this jade was of the highest quality. Ice type imperial green is already rare, let alone glass type. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Elder Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the exquisite glass type imperial green jadeite. I have encountered glass type imperial green before, and this hue is even more pristine than that of the high ice type imperial green. It must surely be the finest imperial green. The crowd nodded in agreement, not daring to question Elder Chun's expertise. Elder Chun is a distinguished authority within the jadeite gambling industry, which is precisely why Su Wanqing sought his counsel as an esteemed advisor. Everyone accepted Elder Chun's assertion, recognizing that this piece of jadeite is of the highest quality. Unfortunately, its size is rather diminutive, limiting its value to a mere several million. Zhou Tiangang immediately turned to Fang Ning, stating, Brother Fang, sell me this jadeite. I am willing to offer 10 million. Master Fang, I shall bid 12 million. Su Wanqing interjected, Gastin so Tiangang fivsgler. How dare he compete with her for this treasure? Wanqing, please do not look at me like that. Zhou Tiangang stammered, such a remarkable piece, your Su jewelry wants it. And so does our Zhou jewelry. While he could concede to Su Wanqing and other matters, this was one he could not afford to lose. It transcended mere rivalry. The value that exquisite imperial green jadeite could generate is monumental. Su Wanqing huffed coldly, refusing to engage with Zhou Tiangang. She turned back to Fang Ning, saying, Master Fang, I will offer 12 million for your half-raw material, and our Su jewelry will assume all associated risks. The risks Su Wanqing mentioned stem from the fact that the jadeite ruff had only been cut once, categorizing it as half-raw material. It is possible that only the outer layer consists of jadeite, with the interior being nothing but stone, leading to substantial losses. Half-raw material is not devoid of risk, but it is far superior to raw stone, justifying the elevated price. Even though Fang Ning's fortune exceeded 10 million, he inhaled sharply at this moment. He never anticipated that the jadeite ruff he had secured for 1 million could now be sold for 12 million. That is a 12-fold increase, a profit of 1,200%. If this were the stock market, he would be deemed a stock god. In truth, Su Wanqing is akin to a stock god as well, for her ambitions are indeed substantial. At this moment, Li Ting was utterly astonished. She quickly tugged at Fang Ning's sleeve, urging him to accept the offer. This was 12 million. With such a sum, she could live the life of a wealthy lady. Fang Ning gently patted Li Ting's hand, smiled at her, and then shook his head. He cannot be swayed by 12 million. While it is indeed a significant amount, it pales in comparison to the value of his exquisite imperial green jadeite. Fang Ning understood that his piece was whole and intact, devoid of any risk. Seeing Fang Ning shake his head, Su Wanqing quickly continued, Master Fang, if you're dissatisfied with the price, I can add another million. Su Wanqing is in desperate need of jadeite. Without new jadeite, her company cannot produce new jewelry. Consequently, the company would gradually lose its competitive edge and be devoured by rival jewelers. Zhou Tiangang, unperturbed, turned to Fang Ning and said, Brother Fang, our Zhou Jewelry is willing to offer 15 million. Zhou Tiangang rolled his eyes. Can't you yield to our Su Jewelry? No, Zhou Tiangang shook his head. Wanqing, you are a businesswoman. You know that opportunities, once missed, are irretrievable. Master Fang, Su Wanqing wished to continue raising her bid. Fang Ning raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Both of you, please cease your contention. This piece of jade is not for sale. Why not? Zhou Tiangang immediately inquired. Brother Fang, how much do you require to part with it? Su Wanqing added, Master Fang, if you provide a price, we can negotiate. She found Zhou Tiangang quite bothersome. Had it not been for his bidding, Fang Ning might have already conceded it to her. This is not merely a matter of price, Fang Ning replied. Currently, the jade has only been cut once. I wish to make a second incision. Su Wanqing and Zhou Tiangang nodded, understanding Fang Ning's intent. They had deliberately refrained from mentioning this earlier, as a single cut would suffice. A pristine imperial green would be more than adequate. Even a minuscule piece of such jade could yield substantial profit when fashioned into exquisite jewelry. At this moment, Elder Chun spoke up, Young Master Fang. It is indeed prudent to make a second cut. Should it prove successful, the price could see a significant increase. Elder Zhou chimed in, smiling, Young Master Fang. You must consider carefully. If the second cut fails, the price will plummet considerably. What could have fetched 15 million might only be valued at under 10 million if the jade does not emerge. Nonetheless, even so, Fang Ning would still profit handsomely, given that his cost was a mere 1 million. Besides, he was acutely aware that this was a complete piece of jade. The likelihood of it not yielding was negligible. Thank you all for your counsel, but my mind is made up. The second cut must proceed, Fang Ning said with a smile. Master, please continue with the second incision. The stone cutter nodded and resumed his work, preparing to make the second cut. Seeing Fang Ning's determination, the crowd ceased their persuasion, knowing it would be futile. At this moment, everyone wore expressions of anticipation, their gazes fixed on the jade at the cutting table, eager to witness the outcome of the second incision. If jade were to emerge, its value would soar beyond 18 million. The worth would skyrocket. Chapter 75, Priceless. Buzzing. As the cutting machine whirred to life, tension enveloped the crowd. Gulp, gulp. Many were swallowing nervously, revealing their anxiety. Li Ting clutched her garment tightly, fervently wishing for the second cut to yield jade. Though she had never engaged in stone gambling, she understood the implications of the recent discussions. A successful second cut would lead to a surge in jade value, while an unsuccessful one would result in a substantial decrease. Naturally, Li Ting hoped for a price increase. After all, she was aligned with Fang Ning, and his jade was, in essence, her jade. Others were equally anxious, swallowing hard in anticipation, yet more than anything, they were exhilarated, feeling no overwhelming pressure. Even if the second cut were to go awry, their only loss would be a sense of disappointment. However, if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a thrilling revelation. They would witness the emergence of a magnificent imperial green. Furthermore, it was a complete piece of imperial green. At this moment, only Fang Ning appeared unperturbed, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, betraying no signs of tension. While the others remained oblivious to the outcome, he already possessed the knowledge of what lay ahead. It was not merely an open book examination. Rather, it was akin to having the answers pre-written, with only the need to transcribe them onto the test. As the stone cutter approached the second incision, he exercised extreme caution, no longer as carefree as in the first cut. Should he ruin this jadeite, he might face dire consequences. Thus, the role of the stone cutter is not without its challenges. One must possess a formidable heart, ensuring no errors occur at critical moments. Observing the slow movements of the stone cutter, the crowd grew increasingly anxious, yet dared not urge him on, fearing they might disrupt his concentration. They craned their necks, patiently waiting, their eyes wide open, unwilling to miss the unfolding spectacle. 5 minutes later, the stone cutter made the second incision, and his expression transformed dramatically. It was green, still green, he exclaimed loudly, feeling his hands tremble. He had indeed unearthed such an extraordinary piece of jadeite. It was enough to boast about for a lifetime. The crowd turned their gazes toward him, and upon seeing that expanse of green, gasps of astonishment rippled through the air. Hiss! Hiss! They were utterly stunned. Although they had anticipated this moment, the reality of it sent shivers down their spines. The second cut was also green. This indicated that the jadeite was likely intact. My goodness, what does it mean to behold a complete piece of exquisite imperial green? I have never encountered such a flawless specimen. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Their hearts raced intensely, for what lay before them was not only imperial green, but a complete piece of imperial green. Many would never witness such a scene in their lifetimes. Even professional gamblers in the stone market seldom encounter such an occurrence. Thus, their astonishment was far from exaggerated. It was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Once again, the exclamations surged. What magnificent treasure had been unveiled? At that moment, several other stone cutters from the vicinity gathered, drawn by the previous shouts. They had heard the commotion, but hadn't discerned the details due to the loud hum of the cutting machine. Now, compelled by their curiosity, they approached to uncover the situation. One of the stone cutters inquired, "Mr. Su, what remarkable item has been revealed?" Suwanki nodded slightly. "Old Lin, we have unearthed a magnificent piece of imperial green jade, and it is predominantly an intact specimen of the highest quality." Hiss! Hiss! Upon hearing this news, the group of stone cutters collectively gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. As seasoned artisans, each having cut through thousands of jade stones, they had never before encountered such exquisite imperial green jade. Let me see. Let me see. The stone cutters, filled with fervor, jostled forward, eager to behold the splendid jade. Having witnessed the imperial green jade, they would surely regale their grandchildren with tales of their experience. "Grandson, there was a time when your grandfather laid eyes upon imperial green jade. What a source of pride that would be." Observing the excitement among the stone cutters, Zhou Tiangang could not help but chuckle. "We haven't even seen it yet. Why the haste?" At that moment, Master Zhang had already retrieved the jade and handed it to Elder Chun. Elder Chun, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "Oh, to behold such a treasure is enough for a lifetime." Tears brimmed in Elder Chen's eyes, as he had lived for decades without ever encountering imperial green jade. "Elder Chun, allow me to see as well." Elder Zhou took the jade and began to examine it closely. His eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a man beholding a stunning beauty, and not just any beauty, but one in a state of undress. When it was Li Ting's turn, she hesitated to take it, fearing it might shatter. Fang Ning kindly took it for her viewing. Jesting, "Li Ting, you may touch it to feel its texture." Li Ting nodded, lightly brushing her fingers over the jade, finding it rather smooth. Although its texture was unremarkable, its value was immeasurable. Finally, Su Wanqing received the jade, reluctant to return it to Fang Ning. Should she possess this piece of imperial green jade, her jewelry company could create renowned masterpieces. Once the news spread and an auction was held, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits, while simultaneously enhancing her reputation and attracting more clientele. "CEO Su, please show us as well," they implored. "We wish to see too." The stone cutters clamored, feeling left out. Su Wanqing nodded and presented the jade before them, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, this jade is exceedingly precious. I shall not pass it around for individual inspection, but you may gaze upon it as it is." There were no objections. All eyes widened in awe, fixed on the jade in Su Wanqing's hands. Each face bore an expression of newfound enlightenment. Even if they could not discern every detail, their astonishment was unmistakable. "Master Fang, I will take this jade. How does 20 million sound?" Chapter 76, A Joyful Collaboration. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, the stone cutters grasped the situation. The jade did not belong to CEO Su, but rather to Master Fang. Could this young master truly be so fortunate? At such a tender age, possessing a piece of imperial green jade, how would he ever strive for greater heights? Many individuals who have attained wealth find themselves at a loss regarding how to navigate their newfound lives. Master Fang, the depths of this situation are profound, and you seem unable to grasp it. Allow me to bear this burden alone. The stone-cutting masters pondered silently. Having endured decades of ups and downs, they were equipped to withstand the baptism of 20 million. Hiss! Zhou Tiangang inhaled sharply, taken aback by Su Wanqing's resolute determination to bid 20 million right from the outset. Zhou Tiangang had intended to place a bid himself, but now he felt utterly outmatched. It wasn't the figure of 20 million that intimidated him, but rather Su Wanqing's unwavering resolve. At this rate, competing with her would prove exceedingly difficult. Noti King Fang Ning silence. Su Wanqing pressed on. Master Fang, what do you think? 20 million is our utmost sincerity. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Fang Ning, eager to discern his choice. Under their scrutiny, Fang Ning shook his head. Miss Su, I cannot agree. What? He has declined. This is a sum of 20 million. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Many were so taken aback that they found themselves speechless. If they had been given such an opportunity, they would have readily accepted. With 20 million, one could simply indulge in luxury without a care, eating, lounging, and sleeping in comfort. How could one refuse? Why? Su Wanqing asked in confusion. Master Fang, 20 million is already considerable. You won't find a higher offer elsewhere. Su Wanqing spoke the truth. An offer of 20 million indeed reflected substantial sincerity. Li Ting also turned to Fang Ning, saying, Fang Ning, should we not accept? This is, after all, 20 million. Li Ting trembled slightly, astonished that Fang Ning remained unmoved by such a sum. What amount would it take for him to acquiesce? Fang Ning smilet enigmatically. His refusal to sell to Su Wanqing was rooted in his own considerations. Elder Chun inquired, Young friend Fang, are you contemplating a third cut? Elder Zhou had come to the same realization, directing his gaze at Fang Ning. Young friend Fang, in the current circumstances, whether or not to pursue a third cut is inconsequential. The crowd nodded in agreement. The 2 cuts already substantiated the jade's value, indicating that a third cut would likely yield no issues. Fang Ning nodded in affirmation. Since 2 cuts have already been made, it is only fitting to proceed with a third. This was Fang Ning's resolve. This was his first piece of gambling stone, and it deserved to be completed in full. Very well, Su Wanqing acknowledged, turned to Fang Ning. Master Fang, once the third cut is made, would you be willing to sell it to me? An appropriate price would suffice. Fang Ning acquiesced. Reluctantly, Su Wanqing handed the jade to the stone-cutting master, Old Zhang. Upon receiving it, Old Zhang immediately commenced the third cut. Once the third cut was executed, the jade size could be definitively determined. Buzzing. The cutting machine roared to life once more, and the crowd watched intently, not daring to blink. Under their watchful eyes, the third cut was completed, revealing yet again a vibrant green. The crowd understood then. This was indeed a piece of complete jade. I was certain that the third cut would pose no issue. The first 2 cuts were flawless, so naturally, the third would be as well. I share the same sentiment. Everyone has begun to voice their opinions retrospectively. In truth, the third cut may still carry risks. If the jadeite is triangular in shape, it could result in an unsuccessful extraction. Su Wanqing nodded in reassurance. The more intact this piece of jadeite is, the greater its potential value. Zhou Tiangang interjected, Brother Fang, I will take it for 25 million. He had no intention of being courteous to Su Wanqing. Now that the third cut had been made, it was entirely without concern. Such a piece of jadeite rough could yield a minimum value of 40 million. Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhou Tiangang would compete with Su Wanqing. No wonder she held such disdain for him. However, Zhou Tiangang was indeed a man of business. He would not show leniency simply because the other party was a woman he admired. Immediately, Su Wanqing chimed in, Master Fang, we are also willing to offer 25 million, and in addition, I can provide you with 10% of sales profit. Su Wanqing aimed to firmly bind Fang Ning to her, even if it meant offering him a 10% sales profit without hesitation. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd upon hearing Su Wanqing's proposition. Not only was she offering 25 million, but also an additional 10% of the sales profit. How generous. That could amount to several million. Fang Ning nodded and glanced at Zhou Tiangang, silently inquiring whether he would raise his bid. Zhou Tiangang shook his head. I cannot authorize the 10% profit. However, Brother Fang, I can offer you an additional 3 million, making it 28 million for your jadeite. Zhou Tiangang expressed his sincerity. Although he could not provide the 10% profit, the additional 3 million was a substantial increase, and he could transfer the funds immediately. The profit Su Wanqing mentioned would take time to materialize, given the intricate craftsmanship required for exquisite jewelry. Everyone turned their attention to Fang Ning, eager to see which path he would choose. Would he side with Su Wanqing or Zhou Tiangang? After contemplating, Fang Ning spoke, I choose Miss Su. There was no doubt. How could he resist partnering with such a beautiful woman? Collaborating with a strong man held little appeal. Moreover, Fang Ning analyzed that the 10% profit from Su Wanqing would undoubtedly exceed 3 million. He was not in urgent need of the money. Waiting for the profit to arrive later was not a pressing concern. Master Fang, thank you for partnering with me, Su Wanqing said as she shook his hand, her face alight with excitement. She had finally secured this exquisite imperial green jadeite, which would elevate her jewelry company's reputation. As he held Su Wanqing's hand, Fang Ning felt its delicate softness and could not resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Su Wanqing was taken aback by his unexpected gesture. Fang Ning smiled and said, Miss Su, a delightful collaboration. She thought to herself, why not indulge a little? After all, Fang Ning is quite charming, and it wouldn't be a loss for her. Chapter 77. Master Fang, please come to my office. Fang Ning and Su Wanqing had reached a collaboration. Naturally, Fang Ning released Su Wanqing's hand and turned to Zhou Tiangang with a smile, saying, Young Master Zhou, I apologize for disappointing you. It's quite all right, Zhou Tiangang replied, graciously waving his hand. He was aware that he could not compete with Su Wanqing and had anticipated this outcome. When a beautiful woman expresses sincerity, it is nearly impossible to refuse unless one is also a woman. As a typical man, Fang Ning would undoubtedly choose Su Wanqing. Zhou Tiangang exhaled, acknowledging his defeat. However, he did not dwell on it. Although he had missed out on the exceptional imperial green jade, he did not find it particularly regrettable. Acquiring this piece of jade would yield only a maximum profit of a little over 10 million. The primary advantage was enhancing the company's reputation. The allure of exceptional imperial green was unmatched by any other jade. Su Wanqing took out her phone and called Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, please visit the finance department again and transfer 25 million to Master Fang's account. Are you certain, General Manager? Came the astonished voice from the other end. It was unexpected that after transferring 1 million to Fang Ning, she would now request an additional 25 million. It was faster than robbing a bank. Absolutely certain. Su Wanqing affirmed before hanging up. At that moment, the finance room was left in a state of shock. What? Manager Zhao, are you really going to transfer 25 million to Fang Ning's account? The staff inquired, incredulous. After all, 25 million was no trivial amount. Manager Zhao nodded, stating, it was personally instructed by General Manager Su. I will confirm with her again. After his departure, the finance room began to buzz with speculation. Surely General Manager Su must have made a mistake. This Fang Ning is not a client. It is impossible to transfer him 25 million. Meanwhile, everyone present was astounded. Fang Ning had just earned 25 million. Such is the allure of exceptional imperial green. At this moment, all eyes were enviously fixed on Fang Ning, including those of Zhou Tiangang, Old Zhou, and Old Chun. They might overlook 1 million. But 25 million was a different matter entirely. Old Zhou praised. Young friend Fang, your insight is truly remarkable. To have won such a piece of jade at the auction. And it turns out to be exceptional imperial green. Old Chun, taken aback, asked, what? Young friend Fang, did you acquire this jade at the auction? Old Zhou nodded, explaining to Old Chun, indeed, it was at the auction held by the Antique Appreciation Society yesterday. I attended personally, which is how I came to know young friend Fang. Old Zhou's words were also a subtle attempt to forge a closer connection with Fang Ning. After all, Fang Ning's displayed prowess was undeniably formidable, leaving no one indifferent to the desire to forge a closer connection with him. So it was. Chun nodded in understanding and turned to Fang Ning, saying, young friend Fang, it is inconceivable that you have only recently ventured into the realm of gambling stones. Upon hearing this recurring inquiry, Fang Ning could only smile in silence. Indeed, he had just embarked on his journey in the gambling stone industry, albeit with an advantage. With an edge, anyone could succeed. The onlookers were astounded by their exchange. They had assumed that Fang Ning had unearthed treasures within the gambling stone market, only to discover that he had acquired them at an auction. Sourcing gambling stones from an auction is no trivial endeavor, for the finest pieces are often claimed by others, leaving only those that are less discernible. It is only within a diverse gambling stone market that one might truly stumble upon a gem. The crowd regarded Fang Ning with newfound respect. Aware that his discerning eye was extraordinary, there was no way he could have identified the potential within that stone otherwise. Master Fang is truly remarkable. If only I possessed even a fraction of his insight. Such a skill could lead to wealth and prosperity, or, at the very least, alleviate my financial concerns. At that moment, Manager Zhao approached and addressed Su Wanqing, saying, President Su, the finance department is uncertain and has asked me to seek clarification. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow and replied, is what I said not sufficiently clear? Understood, President Su. Manager Zhao quickly nodded and departed in haste. Su Wanqing relaxed her brow and turned to Fang Ning, saying, Master Fang, I apologize for the inconvenience. No worries, Fang Ning replied with a smile. Before long, Fang Ning's bank account reflected a deposit of 25 million. At last, he could afford to purchase a villa. With 25 million, he could acquire most villas, though not the most luxurious ones. Congratulations, young friend Fang. Brother Fang, you are truly impressive. The crowd began to extend their congratulations to Fang Ning, who expressed his gratitude in turn as they departed. Su Wanqing escorted Fang Ning to her office. As previously discussed, the 10% sales profit needed to be documented in the contract. Upon entering her office, both Fang Ning and Li Ting raised their eyebrows in surprise. Su Wanqing's office was indeed lavish, far surpassing Lu Jingde's in opulence. The two offices were in entirely different leagues. Master Fang, Miss Li, please make yourselves comfortable. Su Wanqing invited them, thoughtfully preparing coffee for both. While Fang Ning and Li Ting savored their coffee, Su Wanqing began drafting the contract. This coffee is delightful, Li Ting whispered to Fang Ning. I've never tasted such aromatic coffee. Fang Ning chuckled. If Miss Su is serving it, it must be of the highest quality. The two leisurely enjoyed their coffee, unhurried. After 10 minutes, Su Wanqing finally approached Fang Ning with a completed contract. This struck Fang Ning as peculiar. It was merely a simple contract, so why had it taken so long? Could it be that she intended to ensnare him in some way? Fang Ning shook his head again, pondering that Su Wanqing would not act in such a manner. She was not of that petty character. Su Wanqing presented the contract to Fang Ning, saying, Master Fang, this is a contract for 10% of the sales profits. Please have a look. Fang Ning perused it and found no issues, as the contract was remarkably straightforward, comprising only a few succinct words, clearly articulated. He nodded in agreement, indicating that all was in order, and signed his name upon it. Miss Su, we shall not intrude any further. Fang Ning rose, preparing to bid farewell to Su Wanqing. Li Ting reluctantly set down her coffee, though she had yet to finish it. Continuing would have been too embarrassing. Master Fang, wait a moment. Su Wanqing called out to him again. I have another contract, and I wonder if you would be interested in reviewing it. Chapter 78. The New Consulting Master. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, Fang Ning turned around and inquired, a new contract? He gazed curiously at Su Wanqing, contemplating what she could mean, as he had already signed one. Why was there a new contract? Su Wanqing nodded. Master Fang, please take a look. She retrieved another contract and presented it to him. She had spent considerable time preparing this new document, striving for perfection, fearful that Fang Ning might refuse upon reading it. Fang Ning hesitated, asking, what kind of contract is this? He refrained from hastily accepting it, opting instead to clarify to avoid any misunderstandings. Su Wanqing replied, Master Fang, your stone gambling skills are exceptional, and I would like to invite you to be the consulting master for our Su jewelry. This contract outlines the terms we can offer. I hope you find them satisfactory. It turned out that Su Wanqing had recognized Fang Ning's talent for stone gambling and wished to employ him, uncertain if he would agree. Her earnest intentions were fully encapsulated in the contract, and if Fang Ning declined, she would be at a loss. I see, Fang Ning nodded, beginning to scrutinize the contract closely to ascertain the conditions Su Wanqing was offering. An annual salary of 20 million, with a guaranteed monthly consulting fee of 1 million. This was already double what he earned at the appraisal pavilion. He continued reading and discovered that in addition to the guaranteed annual salary, there was a 30% profit commission. This meant that each time he engaged in stone gambling, he would receive 30% of the profits. Naturally, if there were no profits, he would earn nothing. Thus, it all depended on Fang Ning's own capabilities. The greater his skill, the better his income. As long as he selected only the finest stones, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Su Wanqing's sincerity was indeed compelling, and Fang Ning nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Su Wanqing and said, Miss Su, I find your conditions quite agreeable, but I am already a consulting master at the appraisal pavilion. Would it be possible for me to also serve as a consulting master for Su jewelry? Master Fang, it matters not. Su Wanqing remarked with a smile. Whether it be my brother's appraisal studio or our Su family jewelry, there are no constraints upon the esteemed consultant. When we require your presence, you may come to assess the situation. Fang Ning noted, comprehending Su Wanqing's implication. In essence, the consultant does not equate to being an employee of the company. It merely entails visiting the company when necessary, with the flexibility of attending or abstaining at other times. For instance, had Su Wanqing not summoned him, Old Chun could have easily refrained from visiting Su family jewelry. Furthermore, should Su Wanqing wish to invite Old Chun, it necessitates prior scheduling, at least on the surface. Master Fang, what are your thoughts? Su Wanqing inquired further. Old Chun previously oversaw the stone gambling sector, frequently accompanying me to the market to assess the situation and procure suitable stones. However, with age, He has become less capable of such endeavors and is no longer suited for the rigors of frequent market visits. Thus, I must seek a new candidate. And you, Master Fang, are the most fitting choice for this position. It is yours alone. Can you acquiesce to my request? Fang Ning noted, grasping su vanking smeaning. This essentially indicated that, with old Chen's advancing years, he would be stepping into his role. Fang Ning asked, Miss Su, will old Chen have any objections? Su Wanqing replied, he has no objections. This has already been resolved. If you had not emerged, I would have had to resort to my brother selection. Su Wanqing spoke the truth. Su Tiana had brought in a stone gambling master from another region, yet he had not yet arrived in Jiangnan City. Once the master concludes his affairs, he shall make his way here, likely within a few days. Fang Ning nodded, preparing to acquiesce to Su Wanqing's request. After all, his interactions with her had been quite pleasant. Of course, it was certainly not due to her beauty that Fang Ning was inclined to collaborate with her. He would never concede to that notion. At this moment, Li Ting interjected, Miss Su, what kind of profit can old Chen expect? Li Ting harbored reservations about Fang Ning working alongside Su Wanqing, deeming it perilous. Could her partner navigate such treacherous waters and emerge unscathed? Would he not find himself ensnared, requiring assistance to extricate himself? Su Wanqing chuckled, Miss Li, you need not worry. I assure you that the profit I offer Master Fang is the most generous. Previously, Old Chun and I engaged in the stone gambling market, and he only garnered 20% profit, far beneath what Master Fang can expect. Oh, Li Ting nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had intended to find fault, but discovered nothing amiss. Su Wanqing had executed everything impeccably, leaving no room for complaint. Such is the prowess of a strong woman. Su Wanqing turned to Fang Ning and said, Master Fang, if you find no issues, you may simply sign the contract. Su Wanqing was eager. She would not rest easy until she saw Fang Ning's signature. Such a remarkable treasure must certainly be held in one's own hands, and it is even permissible to savor it. Fang Ning, perceiving Li Ting's apprehension, smiled and said, Li Ting, you must trust me, will you? He believed he could exercise self-control, yet whether he could rein in his desires was another matter entirely. Well, I trust you, Li Ting replied, nodding her head, indicating her limited understanding of men. To discern whether a man is lecherous, one must observe if he is ensnared on the wall. Only at that moment does he truly become untrustworthy. Otherwise, upon encountering the alluring Huang Dedu, he could only refuse her advances. Fang Ning inscribed his name upon the contract, eliciting immense joy from Su Wanqing, whose beaming smile was uncontainable. Observing Su Wanqing's radiant expression, Li Ting felt increasingly uneasy, interpreting it as a sign that Su Wanqing had secured Fang Ning's affection. Realizing she needed to intensify her efforts, Li Ting resolved to firmly capture Fang Ning's heart, fearing his departure to another woman. Clearly, she needed to acquire new skills to maintain his interest, for it is said that to win a man's heart, one must first captivate his appetite. In Chapter 79, Chun Mimi made her entrance. The new skills Li Ting referred to merely entailed learning to prepare various dishes. By diversifying her culinary repertoire for Fang Ning, she hoped to keep his palate engaged, ensuring he remained by her side. Li Ting was determined to learn a plethora of new recipes, such as guanine radish and caramelized cakes, among many others. Master Fang, we welcome your addition, Su Wanqing said, extending her hand. Fang Ning gently grasped it, cautious of applying too much pressure with Li Ting observing nearby. What if he inadvertently harmed Su Wanqing? He decided to defer any further actions for another day. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. When he and Su Wanqing ventured to the gemstone market, Li Ting could not possibly linger beside them at all times. Master Fang, you shall henceforth be our esteemed consultant at Su's jewelry, Su Wanqing exclaimed excitedly. I will arrange for an office for you, right next to mine. How does that sound? That sounds great, Fang Ning replied, nodding in agreement. This way, it will be convenient for us to collaborate and discuss matters. Li Ting's expression darkened further. Was she truly unable to retain this man? She resolved to hold on to him fiercely. Observing Li Ting's gloomy demeanor, Su Wanqing couldn't help but find it amusing. She harbored no romantic feelings for Fang Ning. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary colleagues. After all, while Fang Ning was indeed exceptional, Su Wanqing was also a formidable woman who would never submit to a man. Bowing to a man and groveling was not her way. She vowed not to do so, even going so far as to set a personal standard. Fang Ning and Li Ting prepared to depart. Su Wanqing stepped forward and said, My coffee beans are excellent, imported from England. She wished to cultivate a good relationship with Li Ting, as their paths would inevitably cross in the future. There was no need for Li Ting to harbor any animosity towards her. No need, Li Ting replied calmly. In fact, I don't really like coffee. With that, she turned and walked out. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Li Ting's hostility had intensified. But what had she done to deserve this? Fang Ning offered a sheepish smile to Su Wanqing before pursuing the already departing Li Ting. Li Ting, are you upset? He inquired. Li Ting shook her head and said, No, I'm not angry. Girls are often contradictory in their expressions. Fang Ning had become accustomed to this, having spent time with Chen Mimi, who always made him guess her feelings. All right, Fang Ning said, taking Li Ting's hand. My relationship with Miss Su is purely professional. Besides, Miss Su is the daughter of the Su group. Why would she be interested in me? Upon hearing this, Li Ting thought it made sense. Su Wanqing would likely not take notice of Fang Ning. After all, a woman of Su Wanqing's stature had encountered countless men. No matter how outstanding Fang Ning was, it was unlikely that Su Wanqing would take the initiative unless it was in a passive manner. In truth, being passive had its own merits. After exiting the Su Jewelry Company, it was already afternoon. Fang Ning, will you come to my house tonight? Li Ting asked, feeling quite shy. This was her first time inviting a boy over, and she found it incredibly embarrassing. Fang Ning smiled and asked, Do you want me to come? They say that once you taste something sweet, you crave it more. Well, if you give me a kiss, I'll come over tonight. Fang Ning leaned in, presenting his cheek to Li Ting. Oh dear, Li Ting blushed, playfully stamping her foot. After all, they were downstairs, and others were passing by. Many would see them. Then I won't come tonight. Fang Ning pretended to be upset. Li Ting, flustered, had no choice but to rise on her toes and peck his cheek gently. With a satisfied chuckle, Fang Ning departed. After her surgery, Chun Ping recovered swiftly and could manage to walk with some difficulty. However, she still needed to rest in bed most of the time and couldn't move about freely like a normal person. Fang Ning, pleased, looked at his mother and said yes. Chun Ping happily echoed him. During dinner, Chun Ping inquired about Li Ting. Xiao Ning, that Ting Ting seems quite nice. You mustn't let her down. Mom, I know. Fang Ning replied, feeling a headache coming on. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have brought Li Ting to meet her mother. Now that his mother was aware of Li Ting, she would surely bring it up often and start pressuring him to marry and have children. However, Fang Ning felt he still had plenty of fun left to enjoy. His splendid life was only just beginning. Yet, Fang Ning could assure one thing. As long as Li Ting remained loyal, he would treat her with utmost kindness. At the very least, he could ensure that she would live without worry, enjoying a carefree existence. After leaving the hospital, Fang Ning did not hasten to find Li Ting. After all, it was still early, and bedtime was not yet upon him. He drove to the antique appraisal studio, reflecting on the 2 antiques he had acquired from the treasure pavilion, which remained unrepaired until now. He believed it was time to restore them, preserving his esteemed demeanor and avoiding undue attention. Arriving at the entrance of the antique appraisal studio, Fang Ning noticed that the guard, Xiao Wang, had not raised the barrier. He honked twice, casting a glance towards the guard station. He saw Xiao Wang engaged in conversation with someone, seemingly a young lady. Impressive, Xiao Wang had even learned the art of charming women. However, amidst his flirtations, he ought not to neglect his duties. Quickly, open the gate, Fang Ning called out. Yet, Xiao Wang did not comply, instead replying, Master Fang. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time, since morning. Who? Fang Ning inquired, just as the young lady from the guard station approached. To his astonishment, it was Chun Mimi. What did she possibly want? Chapter 80. Fang Ning, grant me an opportunity. Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chun Mimi. According to Xiao Wang, she had been waiting there since the morning, indicating her persistence in seeking him out. Fang Ning felt a twinge of wariness, uncertain of her intentions, especially since she had come to the antique appraisal studio. Clearly, Chun Mimi had something pressing to discuss and would not relent until her purpose was fulfilled. Master Fang, your girlfriend is quite stunning, Xiao Wang remarked enviously. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would wake up smiling every day. He mistakenly assumed that Chun Mimi was Fang Ning's girlfriend and was genuinely envious of her beauty. Despite her somewhat superficial nature, she possessed a certain allure that captivated those like Xiao Wang, who had not experienced finer things in life and thus regarded her as a goddess. With just a few words, Chun Mimi could effortlessly brighten Xiao Wang's day. Chun Mimi, what brings you here? How did you find me? Fang Ning asked. Why didn't you answer my calls? She countered. Answer your calls? Sang Ning replied, puslet. Did you call me? I did. Chun Mimi insisted. I called you several times. I even used Wang Ji's phone to reach you. Yet, you never picked up. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crept into her voice, resembling a wronged little wife. This was a deliberate act to elicit Fang Ning's sympathy. Nearby, Xiao Wang was nearly melted by the sight of her feigned distress. If he had such a girlfriend, he would go to great lengths to ensure her happiness, never allowing her to feel slighted. Oh, I see, Fang Ning responded, finally understanding. Fang Ning nodded, acknowledging that she had indeed activated the harassment filter on her phone. In this age, the prevalence of nuisance calls is overwhelming. They are either fraudulent or sales pitches. It is far wiser to implement such a filter. It dawned on Chen Mimi why her numerous attempts to reach Fang Ning had been in vain. However, the reason Chen Mimi could not connect with Fang Ning was that her number had been blocked. Fang Ning, fearing she might relent, had chosen to block her before deleting the contact. There's a saying that one's ex should be treated as if they have passed away, with no further communication. Retaining contact information only leads to chaos. It was precisely because she had been blocked on WeChat that Chen Mimi resorted to calling Fang Ning, only to realize, after several failed attempts, that her phone number had also been blocked. Undeterred, Chen Mimi borrowed another person's phone to reach out to Fang Ning, yet to her dismay, the harassment filter thwarted her efforts once more. Determined to rekindle their relationship, she knew Fang Ning was a master at the antique appraisal studio. So she made her way there. Upon arriving, she was promptly halted by the gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, who inquired about her purpose. Chen Mimi expressed her desire to locate Fang Ning. Xiao Wang immediately understood she was seeking the esteemed master and, not wanting to be remiss, dialed the studio's landline. Only to find no one answered. Realizing that Fang Ning was not present at the studio, Xiao Wang instructed Chen Mimi to wait, as he was reluctant to let her in without verifying her identity. Thus, Chen Mimi found herself waiting in the guardroom, which unexpectedly turned into an entire day. Fortunately, during lunchtime, it was Xiao Wang who brought food from the cafeteria, sparing Chen Mimi from hunger. Chen Mimi's endearing calls of Brother Wang had nearly sent him into the clouds with delight. At long last, Fang Ning arrived. Fang Ning, please don't block me anymore, Chen Mimi implored, her expression one of deep vulnerability. Fang Ning frowned and replied, Chen Mimi, what exactly do you want from me? If there is nothing pressing, I must return to my own matters. Chen Mimi pouted, tears welling in her eyes. This was not merely Fang Ning's former girlfriend. She was a strikingly beautiful ex. How could Fang Ning fail to appreciate her? Now that she had made the effort to come, as a man, he ought to be magnanimous. This was Xiao Wang's perspective. Unaware of the complexities behind their relationship, believing that Fang Ning should acquiesce to a woman simply because she was attractive. His thoughts represented a typical simp mentality. Fang Ning's impatience grew, and he asked Chen Mimi, do you have any real purpose for being here? I just want to talk to you. Chen Mimi replied, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. The sight of the pear blossoms drenched in rain evoked a deep sense of sympathy, especially from a gatekeeper, Xiao Wang. However, Fang Ning felt a profound sense of exasperation, unable to suppress a cold laugh. It was you who had strayed, and now it is you who feels wronged. Fang Ning was resolute. He would not indulge Chen Mimi any longer. His heart had turned to stone. There was nothing left to discuss. It is over between us. Do you understand? He stated icily. Chen Mimi wept even more sorrowfully, tears and snot mingling. Her makeup utterly ruined, presenting a somewhat disheveled, yet tragically beautiful visage. One must admit, Chen Mimi was a remarkable actress. Women like her could only shed crocodile tears, devoid of genuine emotion. Fang Ning was acutely aware of this. Turning to Xiao Wang, he commanded, Xiao Wang, please remove her from my path. Fang Ning had no intention of engaging with Chen Mimi. Entangling himself with such a woman would only lead to his own hurt. Master Fang, Xiao Wang stammered, taken aback by Fang Ning's ruthlessness. Here was a stunning ex-girlfriend pleading for reconciliation, yet Master Fang remained unmoved, showing no sign of softening. How many fish had he caught at a run, F.A.? Xiao Wang, what are you dawdling for? Fang Ning snapped. Did you not hear my words? With no other choice, Xiao Wang approached Chen Mimi to pull her away, lest he neglect his duties and jeopardize his job. Don't touch me, Chen Mimi shrieked, breaking free from Xiao Wang's grasp. This left Xiao Wang bewildered. Where was the obedient Chen Mimi he knew? She clung to Fang Ning's car window, pleading, Fang Ning, we need to talk properly. Please give me a chance. Chapter 81. I'm quite furious right now. Chen Mimi was relentless, determined to reconcile with Fang Ning. Fang Ning, I truly realize my mistakes, she implored earnestly. Just one more chance, please. Not possible. Fang Ning shook his head. If he were to grant Chen Mimi an opportunity, who would afford him one? Had it not been for the awakening of his system and the acquisition of his X-ray vision, he would be nothing more than an unremarkable jester. Such is the harsh and unyielding nature of reality. Fang Ning cast a glance at Xiao Wang, who understood his cue and advanced to pry Chun Mimi away, ensuring she did not obstruct Fang Ning's passage. Yet, Chun Mimi was tenacious, struggling fiercely, clinging to Fang Ning's car window, unwilling to release her grip. She comprehended all too well that if she let go now, her chance at a better life would slip away. In that moment, Xiao Wang, a grown man, found himself unable to dislodge Chun Mimi. With no alternative, he turned to Fang Ning, saying, "Master Fang, I can't move her. What are you doing? Have you not exercised at all?" Chun Mimi pressed on. "Fang Ning, I am not asking for much. I simply wish to have a serious conversation with you. Will you grant me this opportunity?" Chun Mimi harbored a resolute confidence that as long as Fang Ning engaged in conversation with her, she could cling to him, persuading him to agree to rekindle their relationship. Observing Chun Mimi before him, Fang Ning could only find amusement in the situation. "Am I offering you an opportunity? I might as well be inviting mischief." Shaking his head, he firmly declared, "Chun Mimi, I advise you to relinquish these illusory hopes. There is no possibility left between us." With a sob, Chun Mimi lamented, "We have yet to truly converse. Why can't you grant me this chance?" Indeed, they had never had a proper discussion. After her infidelity with a wealthy heir, she had avoided any meeting with Fang Ning. Despite Fang Ning's attempts to reach out, Chun Mimi had deliberately evaded him, denying him any opportunity. Now the tables had turned, a fate she had not anticipated. Reflecting on their past, Fang Ning's heart hardened further. "Chun Mimi, words are futile. You should resign yourself to reality. If I were to forgive you, it would be akin to betraying my own self." Undeterred, Chun Mimi insisted, "But you once loved me so dearly. That version of me is a thing of the past. Song Ning retorted loudly. The person I am now is entirely new. I'm no longer the Fang Ning you once knew." Momentarily rendered speechless, Chun Mimi contemplated the profound transformation in Fang Ning. He was no longer the same individual. His capabilities had grown formidable, and his demeanor had become assertive. Seeing Fang Ning's unwavering stance, the gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, felt compelled to address Chun Mimi, saying, "Miss Chun, if you do not leave promptly, I shall have to summon additional assistance." "Who are you calling, miss?" Chun Mimi snapped, her ire ignited. Already in a foul mood, the gatekeeper's incessant chatter only fueled her irritation. As a mere gatekeeper, she thought, what harm was there in offending him? Indifferent to the consequences, this was her true nature. Continuing to entangle Fang Ning, she asserted, "If you refuse to have a proper conversation with me, I shall not depart, and I will bother you every day henceforth." It was a clear sign of her stubbornness. Once a woman resorts to unreasonable antics, there is no turning back. Any man faced with such a situation would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed. After all, one cannot resort to violence against a woman, can they? Fang Ning, too, felt a sense of helplessness. Even if he called for Jing Cha, it would only result in a reprimand for Chun Mimi. Even if he succeeded in sending her away today, she would inevitably return tomorrow, perpetuating an endless cycle of entanglement. Thus, he reasoned, it would be more prudent to lay everything bare. At that moment, several onlookers began to take notice, as Fang Ning's car had remained parked for an unusually long time, thankfully without any other vehicles needing to pass. Fang Ning turned to Chun Mimi and said, "Get in the car. I am offering you a chance to finally let go." "Thank you," Chun Mimi exclaimed, her spirits lifted, and she promptly entered Fang Ning's vehicle. "Do not thank me. I merely wish to have an honest discussion with you." Fang Ning uttered a single word, then turned to the gatekeeper, Xiao Wang, and commanded, "Open the door." The gatekeeper complied, secretly relieved that he was no longer in a predicament. Fang Ning drove into the Antique Appreciation Hall, and after exiting the parking lot, he guided Chun Mimi towards the appraisal room. "Greetings, Master Fang," echoed along the way as numerous individuals acknowledged Fang Ning, all aware of his esteemed status. During the auction, Fang Ning had shared the same row with Su Wanqing, and with old Zhou openly expressing his goodwill towards Fang Ning, he had garnered considerable attention and acclaim. Indeed, within the Antique Appreciation Hall, there was scarcely anyone who did not recognize Fang Ning. At that moment, Chun Mimi was utterly astonished, not anticipating Fang Ning's elevated standing within the hall. She had presumed him to be merely an ordinary master, yet here he commanded such reverence, prompting greetings from all who encountered him. However, her own spirits were low, as she had not expected to confront Fang Ning, which only served to intensify her frustration. Observing Fang Ning's lofty demeanor and polished presence, Chun Mimi's resolve strengthened. She vowed to engage him earnestly in conversation, determined to secure his approval. Soon, Fang Ning led Chun Mimi to the appraisal room, closing the door behind them to prevent eavesdropping. He intended to converse deeply with Chun Mimi, which might spark a vigorous exchange. It was prudent to shield their dialogue from prying eyes. Fang Ning nonchalantly settled onto the sofa, turning to Chen Mimi and inquiring, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" "Fang Ning," Chen Mimi replied candidly, "I wish to reconcile with you. Would you consider taking me back?" "I beg of you." "Chen Mimi," Fang Ning exclaimed, his voice rising. "Do you realize how infuriating it is to hear such words from you?" His anger was palpable. He could hardly fathom how she could utter such a proposition. As if reconciling were a trivial matter, was he merely a means to an end? Chen Mimi knelt before Fang Ning, saying, "Then let me help alleviate your anger." Chapter 82. The ex-girlfriend's plea for reconciliation as Chen Mimi crouched in front of Fang Ning. She began to make physical contact, causing him to jump in surprise, his gaze narrowing with suspicion. "What are you doing? Weren't you just saying how upset you were?" With utmost seriousness, Chen Mimi retorted, "Fang Ning, please sit down and talk." She gestured to the adjacent seat. "We can have a proper discussion. Please refrain from any antics." Fang Ning was genuinely concerned about her unpredictable behavior. "Very well, I shall behave." Chen Mimi nodded obediently and took a seat on the sofa beside him. Fang Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to her and asked, "So, you sought me out solely to plead for reconciliation?" "Indeed," Chen Mimi affirmed. "Fang Ning, I have ended my relationship with Zhang Zhenghao." In truth, they had not fully parted ways, lingering in a state of unresolved connection. She was a woman of intricate schemes, and Fang Ning was well aware of her nature. He scoffed derisively as he responded, "You have broken up with Zhang Zhenghao. What does that have to do with me?" "Fang Ning, I genuinely wish to reconcile with you," Chen Mimi earnestly declared. "My separation from Zhang Zhenghao was a demonstration of my sincerity." "I do not accept your sincerity," Fang Ning replied, shaking her head, resolute in her decision not to be swayed by this woman again. A person's character is unlikely to change, particularly for someone like Chen Mimi. Chen Mimi resorted to pleading. "Fang Ning, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Grant me another chance." "Yes, you. I will turn over a new leaf and will never betray you again." Fang Ning chuckled, reflecting that trusting Chen Mimi was akin to trusting a gambler. One cannot place faith in the words of such individuals. Not a single punctuation mark can be trusted. "Chen Mimi, I already have a girlfriend." Fang Ning was aware that Chen Mimi would not easily concede, so she brought up Li Ting. "It's the girl you met before. She's quite wonderful. And we're living together now." Chen Mimi was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Fang Ning's swift progression to cohabitation with Li Ting. After a brief contemplation, she speculated that it was Li Ting who took the initiative, rather than Fang Ning. Given Fang Ning's exceptional qualities, how could any girl around her not be proactive? Once this opportunity is lost, one would be hard-pressed to find another. Observing the disappointment on Chen Mimi's face, Fang Ning smiled and remarked, "So, Chen Mimi, you can let go of your hopes now, right? Please do not pursue me any further." Fang Ning believed she had triumphed, convinced that her dismissal had been profoundly effective. She had made her position abundantly clear. Li Ting was her girlfriend, and they were living together, though they were not truly cohabitating. A little deception towards Li Ting seemed harmless, a benevolent falsehood. After learning this, Chen Mimi would surely cease her pursuit. However, to Fang Ning's astonishment, Chen Mimi shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. "Fang Ning, I will not give up on you. You are inherently mine." Chen Mimi proclaimed loudly, "You are undoubtedly mine. How can I allow someone else to take you away?" "No," Fang Ning countered, shaking her head in turn. "You are the one who pushed me away." Had Chen Mimi not betrayed Fang Ning, their relationship would have remained intact. Chen Mimi recognized her grave error. Yet now she found herself filled with regret. Why would Fang Ning not grant her another opportunity? Fang Ning continued, "Even if I did not have a girlfriend, I would still not accept you." "Why?" Chen Mimi inquired curiously, believing she possessed ample merit, both in physique and appearance. Fang Ning coldly responded, "Because I find you repulsive." Fang Ning resolved to shatter Chen Mimi's illusions, ensuring she no longer harbored any foolish hopes. Would such a tainted woman truly safeguard her little brother from harm? "I am not filthy," Chen Mimi immediately retorted, though her conviction wavered. Although, from a worldly perspective, Chen Mimi is not considered dirty, as everyone is quite similar. In Fang Ning's eyes, Chen Mimi embodies a level of filth that cannot be cleansed. "You claim you're not dirty?" Fang Ning remarked with a smile. "How many men have you sought after since your breakup with that wealthy heir?" "After my split with Zhou Kun, I entered into a relationship with Zhang Zhenghao, without pursuing anyone else in between," Chen Mimi replied. "Fang Ning, I assure you, I am speaking the truth. You must believe me." "Whether I believe you or not has become inconsequential," Fang Ning responded. Chen Mimi fell silent, Yet she would not relinquish Fang Ning so easily. This was the happiness and wealth of her lifetime at stake. As long as she could cling to Fang Ning's leg, and perhaps even a third limb, her future would be secure. Noticing Chun Mimi's silence, Fang Ning pressed on. There is another question. This question bore no answer, for Chun Mimi could not divulge the truth. And any falsehood she presented would undoubtedly be met with skepticism from Fang Ning. It was a conundrum without resolution. Fang Ning posed the question merely to force Chun Mimi to confront reality, to convey that he was not a fool and that he perceived everything. Chun Mimi gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, Fang Ning, I know you already have a girlfriend. Yet, I can forego a title. I merely wish to be by your side. Will you grant me this opportunity? In her pursuit of rekindling their relationship, Chun Mimi had cast aside her own boundaries. Chapter 83. Are you insane? Fang Ning was utterly taken aback by Chun Mimi's words. This was a woman devoid of any shame. Have I not told you before? Fang Ning replied. I already have a girlfriend. Moreover, I have also made it clear that even without a girlfriend, I could never accept you. Why can't you grasp this? Fang Ning, I truly can forego a title, Chun Mimi insisted again. As long as you can provide me with a modicum of warmth. That is sufficient. Fang Ning found himself genuinely angered. Chun Mimi, how can you be so shameless? Fang Ning, please do not be angry, she implored. Her voice tinged with grievance. As long as you permit me to remain by your side, I will take good care of you, obey your every word, and accede to any conditions you set forth. In truth, Chun Mimi did not consider herself a disgraceful woman. She merely sought her own happiness. According to popular sentiment online, she was simply pursuing her own joy. What fault was there in that? Fang Ning shook his head, unwilling to entertain Chun Mimi's advances. Witnessing Fang Ning's resolute and unyielding demeanor, Chun Mimi resorted to emotional appeals. Let us not dwell on the past. Although Fang Ning reminisced about bygone days with a hint of nostalgia, the predominant feeling was one of pain. Who could accept infidelity from their partner? Chun Mimi insisted, Fang Ning, I truly can relinquish everything. I only wish to be near you. Fang Ning chose silence, shutting his eyes in deliberate quietude, for no one could endure the torment of emotional coldness. However, the cold violence had no effect on Chun Mimi. She approached Fang Ning closely and whispered in her ear, Fang Ning, don't you miss our past? With beauty beside her, her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Fang Ning quickly shifted away, saying, Chun Mimi, please behave normally. Rejected once more, Chun Mimi felt a significant blow. Fang Ning, why do you always refuse me? She asked. Why you turn down something that's free? Isn't free the most enticing? Free may be enticing, but I fear the consequences, Fang Ning replied. I am not afflicted. Chun Mimi bit her lip on the verge of tears. After all, she had merely been with a few men. How could she be ill? You're not ill. I can hardly believe that, Fang Ning stated earnestly. I have finally achieved what I have today, and there is so much of life yet to enjoy. I do not wish to meet an untimely end. Fang Ning now cherished her life deeply. Once, she had been carefree, but now, with a fortune in the millions, she was determined to treasure her existence. I truly am not ill, Chun Mimi insisted again. If you doubt me, you may verify. As she spoke, she began to make advances again. No. Fang Ning quickly restrained Chun Mimi, gripping her wrist to prevent any further actions. Fang Ning, are you even a man? Chun Mimi retorted, a hint of anger in her voice, deliberately provoking Fang Ning. I am a man, but this is simply not acceptable. Fang Ning firmly shook her head, resolutely declining. Witnessing Fang Ning's steadfast refusal, Chun Mimi felt utterly helpless. Despite exhausting all her efforts, why could she not win over Fang Ning? Fang Ning, I assure you, I am completely healthy, Chun Mimi stated. Chun Mimi, have some self-respect, Fang Ning replied, turning her back on her. We have broken up. We are no longer connected. Seeing Fang Ning's coldness, Chun Mimi felt a profound sense of failure. She pondered, could it be that Fang Ning fears I am ill, which is why she refuses me? With this thought, Chun Mimi offered, Fang Ning, I truly am healthy. If you doubt me, I can go for a checkup. Fang Ning contemplated this and finally muttered, let us discuss it later. At this moment, all Fang Ning desired was to send Chun Mimi away. If she lingered any longer and made any bold moves, Fang Ning was uncertain she could maintain her composure. I can hardly control myself. Upon hearing Fang Ning's softened tone, Chun Mimi felt a surge of joy and quickly said, Fang Ning, I will go for a health check tomorrow and will provide you with a clean bill of health. Suit yourself, Fang Ning replied coolly, neither rejecting nor accepting. She had come to terms with the situation. Since Chun Mimi insisted on pursuing her, she would allow it, as long as she neither rejected nor accepted. It would be unfair to Li Ting. Chen Mimi rejoiced. Fang Ning, I will seek you out again. By then, I shall prove to you that my health is impeccable, devoid of any ailments. Chen Mimi, you may leave now, Fang Ning stated. Chen Mimi understood that further entanglement with Fang Ning was futile. Prior to that, she must demonstrate her robust health. So let us defer this matter until next time. There is no rush at present. Fang Ning, I promise to satisfy you on my next visit. With a smile gracing her lips, Chen Mimi departed, a sweet expression lingering at the corners of her mouth. Although she had not succeeded in winning over Fang Ning this time, she felt she was not far from achieving reconciliation. In her mind, the only obstacle between her and Fang Ning was a health report. She believed that securing a clean bill of health would equate to winning Fang Ning's heart. Chapter 84. Self-doubt. Phew. It was only after Chen Mimi left that Fang Ning exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Being in the prime of his youth, he found it difficult to contain his impulses. Had Chen Mimi been a bit more forward, he might have truly succumbed to temptation. Off we go. I shall seek out Li Ting. Fang Ning, uninterested in continuing to repair antiques, promptly stepped outside, determined to find Li Ting. Before long, Fang Ning arrived at Li Ting's building in his BMW. Hey brother, just off work? Fang Ning greeted with a smile. The young man appeared somewhat uneasy, managing a forced smile in response. Just finished. Perfect timing, I need to head upstairs as well. Let us go together. Fang Ning chatted amiably with the young man as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, the young man fidgeted nervously, contemplating whether he should concoct an excuse to leave. He dreaded the impending chaos next door that night. He truly could not bear such torment. Had he known it would be like this, he would have opted to work overtime at the office. Upon reaching the upper floor, Fang Ning nodded to the young man. After the latter entered his apartment, Fang Ning knocked on Li Ting's door. Who is it? Li Ting's voice came through, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Fang Ning felt a flicker of curiosity, but dismissed it, cheerfully replying, It's me, Fang Ning. Coming. Li Ting's voice responded once more. But it took a considerable amount of time before she slowly opened the door. Fang Ning observed Li Ting and noted her somewhat unnatural demeanor. Li Ting, what are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer? He inquired. Oh, nothing much, Li Ting replied, her tone betraying a hint of guilt as she avoided direct eye contact with Fang Ning. It was only the sound of his knocking that had drawn her from her studies. Upon entering the room, Fang Ning noticed a laptop on Li Ting's bed. The device was still on, its screen illuminated, yet displayed nothing but the menu interface. Sensing Fang Ning kiskase, Li Ting felt a surge of panic and couldn't help but explain, I had a document from the company that needed my attention. Have you finished it? Fang Ning asked with a smile, fully aware that Li Ting was fabricating her story. Lu Jingde had only granted her a few days off. It was implausible that she would be tasked with handling documents. Fang Ning noticed Li Ting's flustered expression and the rosy hue on her cheeks, which led him to harbor a suspicion. This young lady, could it be that she has resolved her matters? It's good if everything is settled, he remarked with a smile. Now, let us attend to our own affairs. An hour later, Li Ting, with a look of astonishment, asked Fang Ning, have you experienced some sort of stimulus today? Fang Ning chuckled. Li Ting, you seem quite different today. Have you been secretly studying? In an instant, Li Ting's cheeks flushed even deeper. I haven't been studying in secret, she vehemently denied, refusing to admit to her newfound skills. All right, if you haven't been studying, then so be it. Fang Ning responded with a grin, but you truly are a genius. Li Ting fell silent, feeling a touch of shyness. After a while, she turned to Fang Ning and inquired, Fang Ning, are you hungry? Let me cook you some noodles. Sure, I adore noodles. Sang Ning replied joyfully. Li Ting rose to prepare the meal, her heart swelling with sweetness. Before long, she presented a generous bowl of egg noodles, ample enough to satiate Fang Ning's appetite. Chapter 85. Eating Noodles. Slurp. Fang Ning took a sip of the broth and discovered it to be incredibly flavorful, awakening his taste buds. He then took a hearty bite of the noodles and looked at Li Ting, saying, Li Ting, why don't you join me? I'm on a diet, she replied, shaking her head, thinking that gaining weight would be undesirable and would detract from her beauty. She felt she lacked advantages if she were to gain weight. Fang Ning might no longer fancy her. It's actually better for you to have a little more weight. That's what perfection looks like. As long as you don't become excessively heavy, Fang Ning asserted, firmly believing that women are more appealing with a bit of softness. A woman who is too thin often lacks an appetite. Well, if I gain weight, you must not disdain me, Li Ting replied. I would never, Fang Ning laughed. Even if you were to gain weight, a little exercise would keep you in shape. Oh, you just enjoy teasing me, Li Ting playfully retorted, her voice sweet and teasing, unconsciously adopting a charming tone. This was a new tactic she had learned. Although it may sound a bit cliché, men genuinely appreciate it. At least most do. Li Ting brought a pair of chopsticks and shared the bowl of noodles with Fang Ning, feeling a tad bashful, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. She thought the atmosphere was exceedingly intimate. Fang Ning truly excelled. No wonder she had chosen him. He seemed to possess every quality. Li Ting relished this ambience, a sensation she had never experienced before. After finishing their meal, the two prepared to rest, spending a night devoid of conversation. By the next morning, when Fang Ning and Li Ting awoke, it was already 10 o'clock. Although she had retired early the night before, Li Ting still felt fatigued. She had adapted to her role and resolved to embrace the qualities of a devoted wife and mother, blending gentleness with occasional wildness. This contrast, she believed, would endear her even more to Fang Ning. Thus, as Fang Ning rose and finished his first morning cigarette, Li Ting had already prepared breakfast. The meal was modest yet nourishing, a few fried eggs accompanied by a pot of millet porridge. Such a breakfast was rich in nutrition and ideal for rejuvenating Fang Ning. Fang Ning, I've decided to visit the office, Li Ting stated while eating. I didn't go yesterday, and now half the day has passed. If I don't go today, it would be rather inappropriate. Li Ting, why don't you stay home? Fang Ning suggested. After all, I'm more than capable of supporting you. No, Li Ting shook her head. I still wish to work at the office. Only through learning can I progress. This was a decision she had firmly made, determined not to lag behind Fang Ning. Remaining at home would render her stagnant, devoid of any opportunity for growth. And she feared eventual obsolescence. While she was unafraid of societal rejection, the thought of being set aside by Fang Ning filled her with trepidation. He was her everything, the cornerstone of her future. As Fang Ning continued to excel, Li Ting felt an increasing sense of insecurity. She worried that one misstep might cause her to fall short of his accomplishments. Thus, she felt compelled to perpetually learn, ensuring she remained worthy of Fang Ning's affection. The physical allure of companionship was fleeting, but the bond of kindred spirits endured. No matter how captivating a visage may be, there will come a day of disinterest. However, an intriguing soul remains timeless. Li Ting, have you made up your mind? Fang Ning inquired earnestly. You truly need not go to the office. The financial gain is minimal. I have made my decision, Li Ting affirmed. My reason for working is not the salary. I simply wish to continue learning and avoid obsolescence. Understood, Fang Ning replied, acknowledging her perspective. If you ever feel like not working, you can always tell me. I can support you, if that is what you desire. Upon hearing his heartfelt offer, Li Ting felt touched and nodded emphatically. Thank you, Fang Ning. Having you is truly wonderful. No, I should be the one thanking you, Fang Ning smiled. Li Ting, do you know? Without you, I would have never known what it feels like to be loved wholeheartedly by another. He expressed deep gratitude to Li Ting for restoring his confidence as a man. In his previous relationship with Chan Mimi, he had felt utterly diminished, constantly treading cautiously, devoid of masculinity. Now, he had rediscovered his self-assurance. After breakfast, Fang Ning and Li Ting departed together. He drove his BMW, escorting her to the entrance of her office building. As Li Ting exited the car, countless envious gazes were cast upon her, particularly among the surrounding young women. There was an undeniable desire to usurp Li Ting's position and become the new mistress of the BMW. The young men nearby cast several glances at Li Ting, who exuded confidence and radiated an aura of sophistication, effortlessly drawing attention and inviting admiration. The young men pondered in their hearts, what a stunning beauty! Who was fortunate enough to have her? Their jealousy intensified as they gazed at Fang Ning in the BMW. At the same tender age, why was it that he could drive a BMW while they could not? The frustration was palpable. Li Ting reveled in the attention, whether it stemmed from envy or admiration, as it bestowed upon her a profound sense of accomplishment. This feeling of triumph was unparalleled, rivaled only by the exhilarating sensation of conquest. In contrast, Fang Ning remained indifferent to the gazes of those around him. He had once been among them, forced to watch others drive BMWs while he was relegated to a mere electric scooter, while others laughed, cried, and shouted from the comfort of their luxury vehicles. He endured the biting cold alone. Turning to Li Ting, Fang Ning said, Li Ting, call me when you finish work. I'll come pick you up. She nodded, playfully teasing him, before entering the corporate building. Once inside, Li Ting made her way to the design department, where her colleagues greeted her with expressions of astonishment. Li Ting, what brings you back to the office? Didn't the boss say you were on leave for a few days? Their curiosity was piqued. How could Li Ting have transformed so dramatically in such a short time? They noticed her radiant complexion, imbued with an air of elegance, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor, akin to a swan emerging from the shadows of a once awkward duckling. Appointing me as the team leader? I wasn't aware of that, Li Ting responded, taken aback by the unexpected news. Just then, Sister Zhang approached her, speaking in hushed tones. Li Ting, is the boss treating you so well because of Fang Ning? Several others nodded in agreement, recalling the sight of Fang Ning's BMW, realizing he had ascended to an extraordinary status. Though the particulars were unclear, they speculated that Fang Ning's current standing was likely on par with that of the boss, which explained the boss's favorable treatment of Li Ting. Perhaps, Li Ting conceded. She hesitated to elaborate, concerned that too much explanation might displease him. It was best to remain discreet. At that moment, Sister Zhang, ever the gossip, inquired, Li Ting, how far have you and Fang Ning progressed? Just friends, Li Ting replied evasively, unsure whether to disclose her burgeoning romance with Fang Ning. She thought to herself that she needed Fang Ning's consent before making any declarations. Everything revolves around Fang Ning. This is the hallmark of a wise woman. Oh dear, exclaimed Sister Zhang. What kind of relationship do we share that you cannot divulge this? Li Ting shook her head, indicating her inability to disclose any information. Undeterred, Sister Zhang pressed on. So, have you two kissed? Gossip is an inherent trait of women. To abstain from it would be to deny one's femininity. Li Ting blushed, uncertain whether Sister Zhang's inquiry pertained merely to a peck or something more intimate. Oh my, look at your bashfulness. Upon witnessing Li Ting's reaction, Sister Zhang comprehended the situation, having once experienced it herself. Inwardly, she marveled. Fang Ning is quite impressive, managing to win over Li Ting so swiftly. The onlookers, however, were left puzzled, unlike Sister Zhang, who easily grasped the implications of Li Ting's shyness. After all, it is quite normal for a girl to feel bashful. Some even blush at the mere act of holding hands, let alone kissing. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as Lu Zhengde and Chen Yuan entered. What followed was a surprising scene. Lu Zhengde strode purposefully towards Li Ting, his face radiating warmth as he proclaimed. Everyone was taken aback. The boss's demeanor towards Li Ting was exceedingly cordial. It was not merely cordial. It carried an undertone of respect. This left the crowd bewildered. How could the boss hold such esteem for Li Ting, who was merely an employee? At that moment, everyone believed they had misheard or misseen. How could a superior show such reverence to a subordinate? Surely, the boss must have erred. As they pondered this, Lu Zhengde continued, We have made a decision. Since you study design, we appoint you as the team leader of the design department. Li Ting, taken aback, wondered if she had any objections. Objections? Being promoted to team leader of the design department. What objections could there be? Only a fool would dare to voice any. The crowd stifled laughter, thinking the boss excessively solicitous. What was it about Li Ting that set her apart? Was she not just an ordinary employee, having only recently received her full-time status? Li Ting herself was astounded. She was merely a novice, freshly transitioned from an intern, and she questioned her ability to fulfill the responsibilities of a team leader. Boss, perhaps we should reconsider. It might be better to appoint someone else as the team leader, she suggested to Lu Zhengde. I fear my limited capabilities may hinder the team. Her reluctance was not due to a lack of ambition or desire for the position. Rather, it stemmed from her brief tenure at the company and her concern that she might not meet the demands of the role. Moreover, her thoughts were entirely devoted to Fang Ning, showing little interest in the position of team leader. In response to Li Ting's concerns, Lu Zhengde smiled reassuringly, stating, It's perfectly fine. It's merely an opportunity for growth. Once you become accustomed to it, everything will fall into place. You are capable. Believe in yourself. I have great faith in your potential. With that affirmation, Li Ting finally agreed. Lu Zhengde's words alleviated her psychological burden, serving as a kind of waiver that allowed her to pursue her tasks without fear of failure or repercussions. Observing the scene before them, the onlookers were utterly stunned. It seemed the boss was insistent on having Li Ting take on the role of team leader. There was no escaping it. A pang of jealousy filled their hearts as they wondered why fate had not favored them in such a manner. If the boss were to promote them, they would undoubtedly be grateful, willing to dedicate themselves tirelessly until the company's demise. Would they really work until the company collapsed? Indeed, they would. Fang Ning had done just that the previous night, while the others were left wondering if they had matched his efforts. At this moment, Lu Zhengde smiled and nodded at Li Ting, assuring her, rest assured, everyone will support you. Should you require any personnel, feel free to approach me. If the company lacks suitable candidates, I will arrange for the HR department to recruit them for you. Thank you, boss, Li Ting replied, her heart brimming with joy. It was exhilarating to ascend to the position of team leader merely a few months into her tenure with the company. She was acutely aware that none of this would have been possible without Fang Ning's influence. Without him, she would still be a mere employee, vulnerable to the bullying of others, particularly Chen Yuan, who often leered at her, causing her considerable discomfort. Now, with Fang Ning by her side, Chen Yuan would surely think twice about his behavior. Once Li Ting's position as team leader was confirmed, Lu Jingde addressed the group, stating, from this moment forward, Li Ting is the leader of the design department, and you are all to heed her guidance. Anyone who defies her authority should not expect my leniency. It would be wise to vacate the company promptly. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They had not anticipated such staunch support from the boss for Li Ting, who was swiftly becoming his spokesperson. What was her background? Could she possibly be the boss's illegitimate daughter? Yet, given her age, that seemed implausible. Lu Jingde appeared to be in his 40s, making it unlikely for him to have a daughter in her 20s. Furthermore, if Li Ting were indeed his daughter, Chen Yuan would not dare to gaze at her inappropriately, as he was the boss's brother-in-law. Such a situation would surely create chaos. The crowd shook their heads, recognizing that this theory was far-fetched. Li Ting's ascension to the role of team leader must be attributed to other factors. Lu Jingde then reiterated to the group, "Is everyone clear on this matter? You must understand that with the current job market, it is unwise to be a thorn in the side. If I were to lose this job, I fear I would find myself unemployed at home. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Fang Ning, blessed with good fortune, equipped with a system and a discerning vision, capable of thriving independently after leaving the company. For the average individual, departing from their job often results in disdain from parents and spouses, who may berate them as failures, incapable of securing employment. Should one struggle to find work, the options may dwindle to driving for ride-hailing services, delivering meals, or laboring in factories. If even those paths prove unfeasible, one might be left with no choice but to seek refuge in a menial existence." Lu Jingde departed with Chen Yuan, and the crowd erupted in congratulations for Li Ting. Li Ting, congratulations. Liderli, congratulations. Ting Ting, congratulations. In response to the jubilant remarks, Li Ting beamed. "Thank you all. I hope to receive your full cooperation in our future endeavors." "Li Ting, what are you saying?" Sister Zhang exclaimed with a smile. "You are now our leader. It's only natural that we follow your guidance." "Indeed, we are all behind Leader Li." The crowd echoed in agreement, pledging their allegiance to Li Ting. However, not all shared in this enthusiasm. Some harbored resentment, believing Li Ting unworthy of her new position. Among the most disgruntled was a flamboyant young woman named Song Yinyan. With the previous leader's departure, she had deemed herself the most suitable candidate for the role, bolstered by her amicable rapport with Chen Yuan, often lingering in his office for lengthy discussions. Yet, it was widely speculated that those conversations were more for show than substance, with the latter half being Chen Yuan's attempt to maintain appearances. Due to her close ties with Chen Yuan, Song Yinyan harbored animosity towards Li Ting, particularly as Chen Yuan had never pursued her romantically, recognizing her as merely a fleeting amusement rather than a serious prospect. Chen Yuan was no fool. He understood his intentions clearly. He pursued Li Ting, recognizing her as a woman of virtue, while treating Song Yinyan as nothing more than a transient distraction. Chapter 88. Lu Jingde's fury towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was well aware of Li Ting's admirable character, which was why he sought her out, while Song Yinyan remained a mere passing fancy. This realization left Song Yinyan feeling unjustly treated, as she blamed Li Ting for what she perceived as the loss of Chen Yuan's affections. The absurdity of her feelings was striking. Li Ting harbored no romantic interest in Chen Yuan whatsoever. Despite this, Song Yinyan was consumed by jealousy, wishing to see Li Ting ousted. What right did Li Ting have to attract Chen Guo's attention, simply by being slightly younger and more beautiful? Song Yinyan seethed with indignation, directing her ire towards Li Ting. Thus, she frequently targeted Li Ting, leveraging her own seniority to issue orders and shift responsibilities onto her. Moreover, Song Yinyan conspired with others to marginalize Li Ting and create obstacles for her. Fortunately, due to her questionable character, only a handful of individuals rallied to her cause. More individuals, even if they do not assist Li Ting, would refrain from targeting her. "You may handle your affairs as you wish. We shall not interfere." At this moment, many revel in schadenfreude. Li Ting has become the team leader, and it seems that Song Yinyan is destined for misfortune. Though Li Ting may appear delicate and unassuming, she is not one to be trifled with, for there are those who will stand up for her. That person is Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang and Song Yinyan are arch-rivals. She cannot abide Song Yinyan's character and, naturally, does not indulge her. Sister Zhang is particularly irked by Song Yinyan's condescending demeanor, consistently confronting her. Song Yinyan, you are merely an employee. What right do you have to command others? Is it merely due to your audacity? Each time, Song Yinyan is left infuriated. Yet she finds herself powerless against Sister Zhang unless she chooses to engage in a heated argument. Sister Zhang shows no fear of Song Yinyan if a quarrel ensues. She offers no kindness in response. It is precisely because of the animosity between Sister Zhang and Song Yinyan that Li Ting has gravitated towards Sister Zhang. Often dining together in the cafeteria, at this moment, Sister Zhang is aware that Li Ting has ascended to the role of team leader, and Song Yinyan must be seething with discontent. Previously, due to the presence of their boss, Song Yinyan dared not express her resentment, but now her arrogance is palpable. Her nose wrinkled as if afflicted by rhinitis. Sister Zhang deliberately casts a glance at Song Yinyan and remarks, now that Li Ting has become the team leader, I imagine some individuals are quite disgruntled, are they not? I am indeed dissatisfied. Song Yinyan retorts bluntly, Li Ting knows nothing. Why should she be the team leader? Sister Zhang chuckles, then go tell the boss. What good does it do to vent your frustrations at us? Song Yinyan, realizing the futility of confronting Lu Jingde, wisely chooses to remain silent. Suddenly, Li Ting turns to Song Yinyan and states, Song Yinyan, the seat you are occupying is that of the team leader, is it not? Kindly vacate it. I shall give you 3 minutes. Song Yinyan is momentarily taken aback, astonished at Li Ting's newfound assertiveness. Is this truly the same timid little lamb from before? If you do not relinquish your seat in 3 minutes, one of us must leave, Li Ting declares with determination. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine possesses a measure of indignation, let alone someone of her stature. Song Yinyan, intent on asserting dominance, realizes this is no longer feasible. Having previously chosen to endure, she now opts for a bold approach. Yielding, Song Yinyan decides to vacate her position, for she understands that, based on the boss's previous demeanor, if only one of them can remain, it will undoubtedly be Li Ting who is favored. Oof. I thought you were more capable than this. Li Ting scoffs, offering no concession to Song Yinyan. Such a person does not deserve respect. Hearing Li Ting's scornful remarks, Song Yinyan's expression darkens, yet she dares not retaliate. Li Ting, disinterested in further engagement with Song Yinyan, begins to tidy her workspace, preparing to relocate to the team leader's position. The team leader's office is spacious and sunlit, the finest location in the entire office. Li Ting, allow me to assist you. Sister Zhang volunteers first, commencing to help Li Ting move her belongings. Others rushed to offer their assistance, including those previously aligned with Song Yinyan, who came to help Li Ting gather her belongings. They were not foolish, with Song Yinyan's decline and Li Ting's rise. It was only natural for them to support Li Ting. Witnessing the scene nearly drove Song Yinyan to the brink of fury. Her own people had chosen to aid Li Ting. Was this not akin to being a fair-weather friend? In stark contrast to Song Yinyan's exasperation, Li Ting felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, a small satisfaction that she could hardly contain. From this moment forth, she would assume the role of the design department's leader. All of this was thanks to Fang Ning. In Lu Jingde's office, he and Chen Yuan were smoking, the air thick with swirling smoke, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Chen Yuan took a deep drag and turned to Lu Jingde, saying, Brother-in-law, do you really think Li Ting is fit to be a leader? This has nothing to do with her capabilities, Lu Jingde replied. As long as Fang Ning is present, Li Ting is qualified for any position. Chen Yuan scoffed slightly, clearly unconvinced. Brother-in-law, Fang Ning can't be that formidable, can he? Even if he is a master at the antique appraisal studio, that doesn't dictate everything, does it? Silence. Lu Jingde admonished sharply. While Chen Yuan remained unaware of Fang Ning's true prowess, Lu Jingde was acutely aware. He had observed the interaction between Fang Ning and Su Wanqing at the auction. Their camaraderie suggested a connection far beyond the ordinary. Thus, Fang Ning's status at the antique appraisal studio was certainly not that of an average master. Brother-in-law, Chen Yuan attempted to interject, but a glare from Lu Jingde silenced him. Lu Jingde furrowed his brow and stated, Chen Yuan, how many times must I remind you? Maintain professionalism while working. Understood, boss. Chen Yuan acquiesced, thinking to himself that if his brother-in-law wished to put on airs, he would allow it. After all, he would still have to face his sister's reprimands at home. Lu Jingde continued, remember this, Chen Yuan, keep your distance from Li Ting. She is now aligned with Fang Ning. Chen Yuan felt discontent stir within him. He could compromise on many things, but not this. After pursuing Li Ting for so long with great effort, how could he relinquish her so easily? Only then would he feel at peace. With a swift motion, Lu Jingde delivered a sharp slap to Chen Yuan's face. "Brother-in-law, you hit me?" Chen Yuan exclaimed, incredulous, as he covered his cheek. Lu Jingde then kicked Chen Yuan in the rear, exclaiming, "I told you to maintain professionalism while working." "All right, Lu Jiwu." In that moment, Chen Yuan found himself covering both his face and his backside in sheer bewilderment. He never anticipated that his brother-in-law, Lu Jingde, would react so vehemently. Was it really necessary for him to lose his temper over his desire not to give up on Li Ting? With a grave expression, Lu Jingde warned Chen Yuan, "If I catch you harassing Li Ting again, do not expect me to be lenient. Even if your sister tries to protect you, I will not allow you to remain in my company." Upon witnessing Lu Jingde's serious demeanor, Chen Yuan also came to realize the gravity of the situation. "All right, boss. I assure you I will no longer disturb Li Ting." Ultimately, Chen Yuan chose to acquiesce. He certainly did not wish to endure another slap from Lu Jingde. The earlier strike had been quite unceremonious. Even now, he could still feel the sting. He thought to himself that he would strive to refrain from bothering Li Ting, or at the very least, avoid being seen by his brother-in-law. Hadn't his brother-in-law said, "Just don't let me see it"? So he resolved to ensure that he would not be seen. One could only commend Chen Yuan's exceptional reading comprehension skills. He retreated to his appraisal room and locked the door behind him, having decided to restore the antiques he had retrieved from the treasure vault a couple of days earlier. This could not be witnessed by others. Otherwise, his secret would be unveiled. 5 minutes later, after methodical restoration, the two antiques were restored to their former glory. Fang Ning, carrying the newly restored antiques, returned to the treasure vault. "Master Fang, you have arrived," greeted the registrar, Xiao Lin, with enthusiasm. It was not surprising to Xiao Lin that Fang Ning had returned so swiftly to the treasure vault. The previous unexpected visit had already been sufficient, and this time he felt merely a hint of astonishment. Has it only been a few days? Master Fang has brought yet another set of restored antiques. Fang Ning handed the two antiques to the registrar, smiling as he inquired, "Shall we invite Master Huang to have a look? If you have any reservations, it will be no trouble to have him verify them." Fang Ning held no aversion to having Huang he authenticate the antiques he had restored. After all, it was his responsibility, and he certainly did not wish to undermine someone else's livelihood. The registrar carefully examined the two antiques before shaking his head and replying with a smile, "No need, Master Fang. Your restorations are impeccable. There is no requirement to call upon Master Huang." He continued, "I must apologize for the previous offense. Please do not take it to heart. It's perfectly all right. There is no need for concern," Fang Ning reassured him. The registrar shook his head again, stating, "Manager's son has instructed that whenever you wish to enter the treasure vault, you may do so at any time, even alone. This rule must not be broken. Otherwise, should any issues arise, it would be a significant problem." Understood. Sank Ning noted. Proceeding into the treasure vault, after selecting 3 damaged antiques, he exited and approached the registrar again. "Master Fang, let me assist you with the registration," Xiao Lin offered warmly. "The 2 antiques you restored earlier have already been registered." "Thank you for your efforts," Fang Ning replied, and once the registrar completed the registration, he departed the vault with the 3 antiques. Once Fang Ning had left, the registrar promptly accessed the treasure vault's surveillance footage. This was not an indictment against Xiao Lin. Rather, it was part of his duties as a registrar. He had previously refrained from escorting Fang Ning out of respect. As Fang Ning arrived at the entrance of his appraisal room, he noticed 2 figures engaged in discussion. One was Wang Qingge, while the other was Chen Mimi. Upon spotting Fang Ning, both approached him. Wang Qingge broke the silence, inquiring, "Master Fang, do you know this Miss Chen?" Earlier, while wandering about, Wang Qingge had observed Chen Mimi lurking suspiciously. Chen Mimi stood at the entrance of Fang Ning's appraisal room, glancing around furtively, resembling a thief. Wang Qingge promptly called out to her, questioning her intentions. Chen Mimi claimed she was there to see Fang Ning, asserting that she was his girlfriend. Upon hearing Chen Mimi's words, Wang Qingge visibly expressed skepticism. Having seen Li Ting at the auction, she recognized that the present Chen Mimi was distinctly different from her. Although both women were undeniably beautiful, Wang Qingge possessed a remarkable memory and was not afflicted by face blindness. She immediately sensed the incongruity, prompting her to interrogate Chen Mimi, concerned that she might be up to no good. Realizing Wang Qingge's suspicions, Chen Mimi promptly turned to Fang Ning, saying, "Fang Ning, my medical report has arrived." She held up a file bag containing her health report, having kept her promise to undergo a medical examination early that day, even opting for expedited service to receive the report swiftly. It was crucial for her to demonstrate her good health to Fang Ning. Fang Ning nodded and addressed Wang Qingge, stating, "Sister Wang, I know her." Only then did Wang Qingge nod in understanding and apologize to Chun Mimi, saying, "I'm sorry, Miss Chun. I misunderstood you." "It's all right, Sister Wang. No worries," Chun Mimi replied sweetly, showcasing her understanding nature. Once Wang Qingge departed, Chun Mimi turned to Fang Ning, saying, "Fang Ning, I truly am healthy. If you don't believe me, just look at the report." Silence. Song Ning retortet sharply, glancing around to ensure they were alone before exhaling in relief. This woman, Chun Mimi, truly lacked common sense. What if someone overheard? Although nothing improper had transpired, it could easily be misconstrued. Adding fuel to the fire is human nature. Fang Ning opened the door to the appraisal room and ushered Chun Mimi inside. Once within, Chun Mimi felt a tinge of grievance. Because she had just been reprimanded by Fang Ning, she thought to herself that Fang Ning was no longer gentle, unlike before. The previous Fang Ning had been remarkably tender and considerate. Chun Mimi deeply missed the former Fang Ning. As men grow stronger, they inevitably reveal their sharpness, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach them. Chun Mimi, with your current demeanor, are you feeling wronged? Fang Ning found it somewhat amusing. She had merely made a joke the day before, not anticipating that Chun Mimi would actually go for a health check. "I'm not feeling wronged." Chun Mimi denied her own feelings of grievance. If it were the past, she would have confronted Fang Ning without hesitation. However, now she lacked the confidence to do so. "Huh." Fang Ning couldn't help but laugh, surprised to see this vulnerable side of Chun Mimi, who had completely lost her previous assertiveness. Once an exalted goddess, she now felt diminished to dust. Fang Ning inquired, "Chun Mimi, how did you get in?" Chun Mimi replied, "I simply informed the gatekeeper, and he let me in." When she arrived at the Jinbaojie, the gatekeeper Xiao Wang had seen her. Chun Mimi directly stated that she was there to see Fang Ning, even mentioning that Fang Ning was waiting for her. The gatekeeper, intimidated, allowed her entry without hesitation. Such was the power Fang Ning wielded now. No one dared to underestimate her, especially not someone like the gatekeeper, who knew that a mere word from Fang Ning could dictate his fate. This feeling was indeed exhilarating. The power of life and death lay within her grasp. No wonder it is said that possessing formidable abilities awakens a desire for dominance. Fang Ning nodded, aware that after yesterday's events, the gatekeeper would not dare to stop Chun Mimi. This was the influence she commanded. Now, even if Fang Ning spoke softly, countless ears would attentively listen. No longer would her loudest declarations go unheard as they had in the past. This was transformation. Hence, strengthening oneself is of utmost importance. "Fang Ning, here's my health report. Please take a look." Chun Mimi offered the report once more, insisting that she was indeed healthy and had no issues. Without even glancing at it, Fang Ning tossed the report onto the table. Since Chun Mimi claimed to be fine, there was likely nothing wrong to uncover. However, Fang Ning harbored doubts about whether Chun Mimi had tampered with the report. Given Chun Mimi's character, it was quite possible. Fang Ning directly asked Chun Mimi, "Are you certain you haven't altered the health report?" Seeing Fang Ning's disbelief, Chun Mimi felt tears welling up again. "Stop crying," Fang Ning said impatiently. "If you cry again, just leave my presence." Chun Mimi managed to suppress her tears and looked at Fang Ning, saying, "I swear, I haven't tampered with the health report." Fang Ning nodded in silence, implying, "Then go ahead and swear." He truly found it hard to trust Chun Mimi at all. This woman is truly cunning. Chun Mimi raised her finger and earnestly declared, "I swear, I have not tampered with a medical report. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning." Yet, that was insufficient. Fang Ning shook his head, asserting that if swearing was effective, there would be no need for Jing Cha. "Then what do you want me to do?" Chun Mimi inquired, "What must I do for you to believe me?" "Figure out yourself." Fang Ning lazily leaned back against the sofa and replied, "If you cannot devise a method, I shall not believe you." Flustered, Chun Mimi racked her brain for an answer. Ultimately, she stated, "Fang Ning, if I were to lie, I would be hit by a car the moment I step outside, and my parents would meet an untimely end." Chun Mimi, lacking any moral scruples, had no qualms about invoking her parents in her oath. However, for the average person, such a declaration would be considered sufficient. Fang Ning, however, was not persuaded. He understood the nature of Chun Mimi. To her, her parents were insignificant. In fact, she harbored some resentment towards them, having been raised by her grandparents since childhood. By the time she reached university, her grandparents had passed away. Suddenly, Fang Ning spoke, "Chun Mimi, why not swear on your brother?" Her brother was indeed Chun Mimi's Achilles heel. Chapter 91. Chun Mimi yielded. Upon hearing Fang Ning's words, Chun Mimi was momentarily stunned. Fang Ning, she had not anticipated that he would suggest such a thing. Her brother was the person she was closest to, having grown up relying on him. How could she possibly swear on him? She would never agree to that. Absolutely not. Fang Ning stood up from the sofa, looking down at Chen Mimi. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Chen Mimi, you truly have something to hide. Disappointed. Fang Ning shook his head. He knew he could not trust her. This woman was utterly untrustworthy. Chen Mimi lowered her head, then looked up again, addressing Fang Ning. Fang Ning, I did deceive you, but I am genuinely healthy. I only altered a minor detail in the medical report. I had one abortion when I was with Zhou Kun. He deceived me. I never wanted that. Fang Ning let out a cold laugh, wholly unconvinced that Chen Mimi had been misled. As the saying goes, a strong man cannot be forced to roll over unless through violence. Chen Mimi believed she had been sufficiently sincere, yet Fang Ning remained unconvinced. It was understandable, as she had deeply wounded his heart. Once more, Chen Mimi raised her finger and solemnly stated Fang Ning, I swear on my brother's life that I have only altered the issue of abortion. Not a single word otherwise. If I lie, may my brother. Chen Mimi choked up. May my brother meet a wretched fate. May he be struck by a car. May he be stabbed to death. Fang Ning nodded. This time, he chose to believe Chen Mimi. For her love for her brother was undeniable. It could be said that Chen Mimi would rather sacrifice herself than allow her brother to perish. For he was a fervent devotee. Whoa! After speaking, Chen Mimi began to weep, feeling that Fang Ning was exceedingly cruel. How could he demand such a solemn oath using her brother's life? It was utterly intolerable. Stop. He did not wish to witness a woman in tears, for it would signify weakness, and he might find himself softening. Though Chen Mimi felt aggrieved, she could only comply, lest Fang Ning truly become displeased. At that moment, Chen Mimi's sole desire was to remain by Fang Ning's side and relish in the splendor of life. She feared not hardship nor adversity. Therefore, she must win Fang Ning's favor, ensuring he remained content, for if he was unhappy, her own days would be bleak. Chen Mimi wiped her tears and gazed at Fang Ning, saying, Fang Ning, can you trust me now? I have sworn on my brother's life. Chen Mimi, you know I am a person of deep loyalty, and I do not wish for Li Ting to misunderstand, for she is my legitimate girlfriend. I will not let her know. Chen Mimi replied, I seek no title, I only wish to be by your side. Fang Ning, intrigued, smiled and said, then swear again on your brother. Chen Mimi gritted her teeth and complied once more. After all, she had already sworn once. So swearing again posed no issue. As long as she did not break her oath, her brother would remain unharmed. This notion comforted her. At that moment, Fang Ning felt an exhilarating sense of power. He had never felt so liberated before. He had discovered Chen Mimi's vulnerability. Her brother was her Achilles heel. Whenever a problem arose, he could compel Chen Mimi to swear by her brother's life. Even if she were to disregard her brother's life, it mattered little to him. Fang Ning believed himself to be formidable now, indifferent to anyone or anything else. For all else was merely ancillary. Only he held paramount importance. He was the singular essence. And as long as he remained powerful, he could command an abundance of support. Swear again on your brother's life that you shall not associate with other men. Swear again on your brother's life that you shall remain loyal to me alone. Swear again on your brother's life. Fang Ning presented Chen Mimi with several conditions. She was taken aback, thinking to herself that Fang Ning truly was ruthless. He was a man of hardened resolve. Fang Ning, I can swear on my brother's life regarding all of this, no problem at all. However, could you grant me one assurance? You must promise to treat me well in the future, all right? I apologize, Chen Mimi, but I cannot offer you any guarantees. I can only say that you are overthinking this, Fang Ning replied coldly. Of course, you may refuse me and simply pretend you never visited me. He had no intention of providing Chen Mimi with any assurances. This woman was not worthy of any of his commitments. She simply did not merit it. Chen Mimi bit her lip tightly, torn between the urge to cry and the fear of doing so. Fine, I swear. She complied with Fang Ning's conditions, swearing on her brother's name to fulfill all his demands. She was not without options. She could have easily rejected Fang Ning. Yet, she found it hard to part with him. During the auction, she had witnessed Fang Ning's lake brush fetch an astonishing 8 million. Is 8 million a great deal? While it might not seem excessive, for an ordinary person, their lifetime earnings may never reach such a sum. But is that 8 million what truly matters? No. What is significant is Fang Ning's current capabilities. With his present skills, he could effortlessly multiply that sum 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. This was the reason behind Chen Mimi's choice to compromise. Fang Ning was undeniably assertive, yet Chen Mimi had accepted this dominance, and that was sufficient for both of them. At this point, they had reached an agreement. Chen Mimi's aspirations were modest. She simply wished to remain by Fang Ning's side, even foregoing a formal title. A title? What value does that hold? It cannot be consumed, can it? Fang Ning could not exactly be said to have forgiven Chen Mimi. He merely found amusement in the situation. With Chen Mimi presenting her medical report and swearing on her younger brother, it was apparent that there were no issues. Even if she were to betray him in the future, Fang Ning felt no fear. They could address that when the time came. For he had grown sufficiently powerful to no longer fear anyone or anything. This was the confidence that strength bestowed. Suddenly, Chen Mimi noticed the antique box Fang Ning had placed on the table. Chapter 92. Repair costs of hundreds of thousands? She examined the antique box closely and discerned that it likely contained something valuable, as the box itself was exquisite and its contents must surely be extraordinary. Curiously, she pointed at the box and inquired, Fang Ning, what is inside this box? Do you also possess the skill to restore antiques? Fang Ning chuckled at her surprise. There are many things you are unaware of about me. Chen Mimi fell silent in the face of Fang Ning's assertiveness. She realized that she truly did not know him well, feeling as though he were a stranger. Only his face seemed familiar to her. Yet, even that face had transformed. It radiated newfound confidence, no longer appearing ordinary or lacking in distinction. Now, Fang Ning exuded an exceptional aura. Wherever he went, he effortlessly drew attention. Unmistakably a remarkable young man. Indeed, Fang Ning now radiated an extraordinary presence. Chen Mimi inquired once more, Fang Ning, how much do you charge for restoring antiques? She was genuinely concerned about this matter. Her intention in seeking a reconciliation with Fang Ning and remaining by his side was undoubtedly for the sake of wealth. Perhaps several hundred thousand, Fang Ning replied nonchalantly. It is advantageous to subtly reveal one's affluence to others. It serves as a deterrent against potential bullying. The adage, respect the garment before the person, has always held truth. Several hundred thousand? Chen Mimi was taken aback, astonished that the restoration of a damaged antique could yield such a lucrative fee. Isn't that somewhat exorbitant? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Fang Ning, how did you acquire the skill to restore antiques? I remember you had no prior experience with them. Mimi, if you wish to stay by my side, it would be prudent to refrain from such inquiries, Fang Ning replied coldly. Do you understand? I understand, she responded obediently, nodding. She perceived that Fang Ning was becoming increasingly intriguing. This was the kind of man she admired. A man may be assertive or even arrogant, but he must possess the capability to back it up. Otherwise, he is merely a buffoon, a source of ridicule. Presently, Fang Ning undeniably had the merit to be audacious, and Chen Mimi found this immensely appealing. Suddenly, Chen Mimi approached Fang Ning, her face beaming with a smile. Fang Ning, are you feeling particularly irritable today? What? Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard as Chen Mimi began to make her advances. Half an hour later, she stood before him, gazing at him with a mournful expression. Fang Ning, why won't you agree to my request? A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Fang Ning suspected her of being impure. Thus, she continued, Fang Ning, I assure you, I am completely clean. My health report confirms I am free of any ailments. I have even sworn an oath. Why won't you believe me? Mimi, your oaths are irrelevant, Fang Ning replied with a smile, for you are simply not worthy at this moment. What? Chen Mimi was stunned. Despite her earnest efforts, she found herself deemed unworthy. What logic was this? At that moment, she felt a profound sense of defeat. Wasn't it said that when a woman pursues a man, the barrier is merely a thin veil? Why did this adage fail in her case? She had approached Fang Ning for reconciliation, yet he displayed no interest whatsoever. Chapter 93. A call from Su Wanqing. All right, Chen Mimi, you may leave now, Fang Ning said, adjusting his trousers as he looked at her. From now on, if I do not reach out to you, do not come seeking me here, understood? Chen Mimi felt utterly wronged, on the verge of tears, yet she dared not defy Fang Ning's wishes. She had never anticipated that her desire for a difficult life would leave her with even fewer opportunities. Fang Ning was not granting her any at all. There was no chance even to suffer. I understand, she murmured. Chen Mimi nodded, then turned to Fang Ning and awkwardly said, Fang Ning, please take me off your blacklist. I don't want to lose contact with you again. I cannot bear to lose you. Would you please? I beg you. Fang Ning pondered for a moment before replying. Let's talk about it later. It depends on your actions. Even if the other party swore by her younger brother and kissed him, Fang Ning would show no kindness. Previously, the other person had kept him dangling. Now, it was his turn to do the same. Chen Mimi dared not disagree, thinking that as long as Fang Ning relented, she would still have a chance. Otherwise, she would have no opportunity whatsoever. Deep down, Chen Mimi mused. Although she had failed to win Fang Ning's heart back, she finally had the chance to serve him. As long as she continued to serve him diligently, with a good attitude, and tirelessly pleaded her case, Fang Ning would surely be moved. Yes, he must impress Fang Ning. Chen Mimi's resolve grew stronger. She certainly did not wish to remain in the shadows. Having made such significant sacrifices, she was determined to be the brightest flower in the garden. Unfortunately, she would never have such an opportunity. Fang Ning's attitude towards Chen Mimi was one of mockery. He could tolerate some teasing, but would never show her any favor. He was resolutely dominant. When it came to women, flattery was futile. One must strike with strength. Just as Chen Mimi was about to leave, Fang Ning called out to her from behind. Chen Mimi's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly turned around, ready to loosen her belt. Fang Ning, have you come to your senses? No, Fang Ning shook his head, pointing at the trash can. I meant for you to dispose of the garbage. Remember to throw it in the bin by the roadside, not in the one outside. Fang Ning did not want the people from the antique shop to discover that Chen Mimi had just kissed her brother. Such a revelation would tarnish his lofty demeanor. Although masters were often flamboyant, Fang Ning, being new to the scene, decided to maintain a low profile. Oh, Chen Mimi nodded, somewhat disappointed, and left with the garbage bag. Little did she expect that in helping Fang Ning clean up, she would also have to deal with the waste produced. Fang Ning opened the window to let in some fresh air. He certainly did not want the atmosphere in the room to become unpleasant. If Wang Qingge had any business with him and barged in, it would not bode well. Wang Qingge, at 27 or 28 years old, was strikingly beautiful, especially in a qipao. He wondered if she was familiar with such an ambience. Just as Fang Ning was lost in thought, his phone rang. Ding, 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 ding. He checked his crack screen and saw that it was a call from Su Wanqing. Fang Ning answered the phone. Hello, Miss Su, this is Fang Ning. Hello, Master Fang. Do you have time right now? We would like to invite you to dinner. Su Wanqing's melodious voice came through. Dinner? Sang Ning pauset. Puzzled as to why Su Wanqing would invite him for a meal. Was there something more to it? Fang Ning directly inquired. Miss Su, is there something you need to discuss? Well, Su Wanqing paused for a moment before speaking. Master Fang, the master of stone gambling invited by my brother has arrived. He wishes for you to meet him. I wonder if you would mind? If Master Fang finds it inconvenient, there is no need for you to come. I can handle this matter myself. Not at all. Let us meet, Fang Ning replied with a smile. Miss Su, please send the location to my phone. Thank you, Master Fang, Su Wanqing said with a hint of gratitude, thinking to herself that Fang Ning was indeed a person of great magnanimity. If it were someone else, they would likely be quite upset at the idea of meeting that master of stone gambling. After all, why invite another when you've already engaged my services? And why should I meet the other party? Before long, Fang Ning received the location information sent by Su Wanqing. Without further hesitation, he secured the doors and windows of the appraisal room, proceeded to the parking lot, and drove his BMW towards the destination. 10 minutes later, Fang Ning arrived at a 5-star hotel, a place he had never visited before, as he had never possessed the means to afford such opulence. Unbeknownst to him, this 5-star establishment was also a property under the Su Group. Upon seeing Fang Ning arrive in his BMW, the doorman promptly approached him, wearing a professional yet notably warmer smile. The doorman, possessing discernment, recognized the BMW X7 and understood that its occupant was not an ordinary individual. The doorman opened the car door for Fang Ning and inquired warmly, Sir, how many guests do you have? Which room is Miss Su in? Sang Ning responded. What is your surname? Fang, the doorman exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. Ah, it is Mr. Fang. I have long heard of your esteemed name. The young lady has instructed us to personally escort you upstairs upon your arrival. Thank you for your efforts. Fang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. The doorman, taken aback yet pleased, quickly adjusted his collar microphone and whispered urgently, Mr. Fang has arrived. Please come to greet him. Soon, a charming hostess emerged, smiling as she greeted Fang Ning. You must be Mr. Fang. Please follow me. The young lady and others are waiting for you in the Emperor's private box. Fang Ning nodded, tossed the car keys to the doorman, and followed the hostess. The doorman parked Fang Ning's vehicle and mused internally. This Mr. Fang is quite significant. The young lady holds him in high regard. Though his attire may not be extravagant, the aura of composure and confidence he exudes far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 94. The Master of Stone Gambling, Feng Chun. Fang Ning followed the hostess to the elevator, casting a brief glance at her. He surmised that her monthly salary was no less than several thousand, if not more. The hostess was an 8-point beauty, her demeanor and refinement top-notch, with an exceptional aura that set her apart from typical service personnel. This is not merely a simple endeavor. It requires an immense investment of effort and dedication to cultivate. If the remuneration offered is insufficient, one might as well resort to selling oneself. With her beauty and poise, earning thousands in a single encounter would be effortless. Such women can amass wealth swiftly, leading many to succumb to temptation, believing that even hardship should not be self-imposed. Of course, there are those who still choose to earn their livelihood honestly. Although the income may be slow and modest, it brings a sense of security devoid of guilt. Noticing Fang Ning's unwavering gaze, the hostess felt a tinge of shyness. However, being acknowledged by such a prominent figure was indeed a stroke of fortune. After all, her employment here was aimed at seizing such opportunities. "Mr. Fang, would you like my contact information?" The hostess inquired with a radiant smile. Fang Ning paused for a moment, initially believing she was engaged in an honest trade, only to realize she was, in fact, fishing for affluent patrons. What a disheartening reality. "No, thank you," Fang Ning replied, shaking his head and dismissing her overture. Who knows what sort of woman she truly is? At least Mimi had undergone a health examination, while not entirely pristine. There was a degree of reassurance. Oh, the hostess nodded in disappointment. Since she could not captivate Fang Ning, she would await the next opportunity. "By the way, why do you refer to Miss Su as young lady?" Fang Ning asked curiously. "Because our hotel is part of the young lady's family business," came the reply. "Ah, so that is the case," Fang Ning mused, realizing that Su Wanqing was indeed a little heiress, having been fortunate in her birth. The Su Group's enterprises spanned the entirety of Jiangnan City, with ventures even extending to nearby districts, though their influence was not as pronounced as in Jiangnan. "Misu, I can no longer strive. Miss Su, Mr. Fang has arrived." The hostess escorted Fang Ning to the entrance of the royal suite, gently knocking on the door and calling out to Su Wanqing. "Master Fang has arrived. Please come in." Su Wanqing's voice resonated as she opened the door and ushered Fang Ning inside. Upon entering the royal suite, Fang Ning observed that, in addition to Su Wanqing, there were two other individuals present. One was Su Tianhe, and the other was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of authority, presumably the esteemed Master of Jade. "Master Fang, please take a seat," Su Tian exclaimed, rising to greet Fang Ning with an effulgent smile that could scarcely be contained. He had recently received a call from Sun Hui, learning that Fang Ning had successfully restored 2 antiques that day. Moreover, Su Tianhe was aware that Fang Ning had retrieved 3 antiques from the treasure vault, which instilled a sense of confidence in him. Thus, Fang Ning was regarded as a veritable cash cow for the antique appraisal studio. For such a talent, Su Tianhe naturally offered the utmost respect, ensuring that no negligence would occur. Losing such a capable assistant would result in significant losses for the antique appraisal studio. Thus, securing this talent was imperative. One must certainly treat them well. Fang Ning settled beside Su Tianhe, with the Master of Stone gambling on the other side. This arrangement was deliberate. After all, Fang Ning and the Stone Gambling Master were unfamiliar with each other, and given their opposing statuses, it was only natural that they did not sit adjacent. Su Wanqing also took a seat beside Fang Ning, sensing an awkward atmosphere, yet unsure of what to say. The Stone Gambling Master was invited by her brother, while Fang Ning was her own guest, creating a somewhat uncomfortable situation. The Stone Gambling Master scrutinized Fang Ning, but refrained from speaking much. His gaze was tinged with disdain, and he idly toyed with the latest model of a fruit-themed smartphone, adorned with a Rolex watch on his wrist, exuding an air of superiority. Fang Ning paid the master's contempt no mind. He was there for Su Wanqing, not for the Stone Gambling Master. Su Tianhe stood up again and addressed both individuals. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Master Fang Ning, and this is Master Feng Chun." Neither Fang Ning nor Feng Chun responded verbally. Feng Chun looked down upon Fang Ning, feeling that he had usurped his position. The advisor's role was rightfully his, and he could not fathom why it had fallen to a mere youth. Moreover, a contract had already been signed, fueling Feng Chun's ire and intolerance towards Fang Ning's presence. Fang Ning, however, was unperturbed by Feng Chun, dismissing him as inconsequential. He was not reliant on Feng Chun's approval. No one could sway his resolve. At that moment, even Su Tianhe, accustomed to grand affairs, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He summoned a waiter, instructing them to expedite the serving of the dishes so that the two masters would not dine in hunger. Before an array of delectable dishes, none felt particularly inclined to eat. Su Tianhe poured a glass of wine for everyone and raised it, saying, Master Feng, our gathering is a fortuitous encounter. Shall we share a drink?" Both Fang Ning and Feng Chun acknowledged Su Tianhe's gesture. Once they finished their drink, the atmosphere felt less strained. Feng Chun turned to Fang Ning and remarked, Master Fang, I hear you were the appraiser at Su Boss's antique appraisal studio. Indeed, Fang Ning nodded, curious about what Feng Chun would say next. Feng Chun smiled and continued, then why not focus on your appraisal work instead of meddling in this? The world of stone gambling is fraught with complexities, and at your tender age, you surely cannot grasp it. Fang Ning let out a cold laugh, showing no regard for Feng Chun's words. Feng Chun, now slightly irritated, retorted, what are you laughing at? What is so amusing? I find your ignorance amusing. Sank Ning replied bluntly. If age alone were the key to success, nursing homes would not be so crowded. In my presence, you cannot rely on age to assert superiority. Do not attempt to morally bind me. Such tactics are futile, for I possess no morals. Su Wanqing nearly burst into laughter, surprised by Fang Ning's audacity. She had not realized he possessed such a bold demeanor before. Chapter 95, The Bet. Bang! Feng Chun slammed the table and glared at Fang Ning with a fierce expression. What do you mean by relying on age? This is the world of stone gambling. To make a name for oneself in this industry, one must immerse themselves for decades. Not necessarily. Fang Ning shook his head. I can achieve that. No matter what Feng Chun said, Fang Ning would never concur. It was a matter of perspective. Right or wrong was inconsequential. Feng Chun huffed and puffed. Then tell me, what have you accomplished? Who in the entire stone gambling industry knows your name? Master Feng. Did you come out of the womb running? Sank Ning retorted. If that's the case, I concede. However, you must be a Neza. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Chun could no longer contain his anger. By calling him Neza, Fang Ning was implying he had been in his mother's womb for 3 years. That would mean he was born a freak. At that moment, Su Tianhe interjected, Master Feng, please calm down. I invited both you and Master Feng here to resolve an issue. Feng Chun finally composed himself. He dared to act defiantly before Fang Ning, but not in front of Su Tianhe. Boss Su, your approach is rather unscrupulous, Feng Chun muttered. You clearly invited me. So why the need for someone else? Master Feng, we indeed made a mistake, Su Tianhe replied sincerely, but a few days ago, Master Feng auctioned a piece of jadeite rough that yielded the finest imperial green, which is why my younger sister invited him to be a consulting master. What? The finest imperial green? Feng Chun was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. As a professional in the industry, he knew how rare the finest imperial green was. It could not possibly appear in Jiangnan City, especially not in the hands of Fang Ning. This was more unbearable than eating dog feces. It is indeed true, Su Wanqing chimed in. Master Feng, if you do not believe it, you can visit our jewelry company to verify. Feng Chun fell silent, for he realized Su Wanqing was likely speaking the truth. She had no reason to fabricate such a lie to deceive him. After pondering for a moment, he finally retorted, even if it is true, it is merely a stroke of luck on his part. Feng Chun and Fang Ning were adversaries. Neither would agree with the other. It was simply a matter of competition. Humph. Fang Ning sneered and directly countered. Master Fo, you claim it as luck, right? Well, you are not entirely wrong. I do indeed have excellent fortune. But luck is also a component of skill. As a master in stone gambling, you wouldn't deny this, would you? Feng Chun was rendered speechless. To deny this would mean opposing all masters in stone gambling. Did those masters not select a good piece of jadeite rough and produce excellent jade, simply due to their good fortune? Regardless of whether it was skill or not. One could always argue it was merely luck if they insisted on being contrary. Feng Chun dared not pursue Fang Ning's line of reasoning, and instead muttered to himself, regardless, I am a person of skill. In stone gambling, luck rarely plays a significant role. That is not a sustainable approach. Humph. Fang Ning continued to smile coldly, questioning, do you possess strength, yet I do not? Who indulges whom? We are all equally burdened. The escalating tension was unsustainable, prompting Su Tianhe to intervene. Masters, as I mentioned earlier, your presence here is to resolve our issues. I have an idea, and I wonder if you would consent to it. Please speak, Su Boss. I trust your judgment. Both Fang Ning and Feng Chun nodded in agreement. Su Tianhe proceeded, in a few days the two of you, along with my sister, shall venture to the stone gambling market, each armed with 100 million in funds. You will select your stones, and the one whose chosen stone holds greater value shall become a consulting master for Su's jewelry company. What do you think? Sound good? Feng Chun readily agreed, casting a challenging glance at Fang Ning. I doubt this inexperienced youth can outmatch me in stone gambling. Feng Chun brimmed with confidence, believing Fang Ning could not possibly rival his expertise. What right does a mere novice have to compete with me? Has he even matured? Seeing Feng Chun's continued provocation, Fang Ning smiled and replied, Master Feng, since you are so confident, shall we raise the stakes? Let's each add 30 million as an investment in the stones. If we profit, Su Boss and Miss Su will surely reward us handsomely. What do you mean? Feng Chun was taken aback, sensing an underlying implication in Fang Ning's words. Fang Ning continued, whoever loses shall forfeit their 30 million, and naturally, their reward will vanish too. In essence, a loss means a wasted trip and a 30 million loss. Do you dare to gamble with me? Feng Chun hesitated, noting Fang Ning's unwavering confidence, as if he were assured of victory. If Fang Ning were not fully confident, he would not propose such a wager. What is wrong, Master Feng? Are you afraid? Fang Ning deliberately provoked him. The art of provocation was familiar to all. Regardless of Feng Chun's response, Fang Ning held the upper hand. Hearing Fang Ning's words, Feng Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. After some contemplation, he replied, 30 million is excessive. I can agree to 10 million. Very well, 10 million it is, Fang Ning replied immediately. A mere 10 million would suffice to make Feng Chun realize the weight of his underestimation. Do you know who I am? He thought. When I reveal my trump card, it will astonish you. Feng Chun's unease grew as he observed Fang Ning's swift agreement. He contemplated retracting his offer or reducing it to 5 million. But his pride would not permit such a retreat. That would be utterly disgraceful. Feng Chun was a man of pride. He could not allow himself to stoop so low. Noticing Feng Chun's predicament, Fang Ning seized the opportunity and turned to Su Wanqing, saying, Miss Su, could you assist me and Master Feng in drafting contract? I appreciate your help. At this juncture, Su Wanqing had no choice but to comply, setting off to arrange the contract. Su Tianhe raised his hand to halt Su Wanqing, then turned to Fang Ning and Feng Chun, saying, Masters Fang and Feng, this is no trifling matter. Are you both certain you have made your decision? 10 million is not a trivial sum. As the orchestrator of the gathering, Su Tianhe understood the importance of maintaining control over the situation to avoid future disputes that could tarnish his reputation. Upon hearing Su Tianhe's words, Fang Ning smiled and responded, Boss Su, I have indeed made my decision. I just wonder if Master Feng has done the same. He then looked toward Feng Chun, adding, surely a person of Master Feng's stature would not go back on his word. At that moment, Feng Chun found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. He steeled himself and declared, who do you think I am? I am Feng Chun, a well-known figure in the jade gambling industry. Of course, I will not regret this. With unwavering conviction, he believed he would not be outdone by Fang Ning, whom he regarded merely as a brash youth. How could he possibly lose to him? It was out of the question. This self-reassurance alleviated his trepidation, for to him, 10 million was precisely the amount that would sting without being excessive. Seeing both men nod in agreement, Su Tianhe stated, then allow me to serve as a witness. Once the contract is signed, neither party may renege. Should anyone wish to withdraw, not only would they find themselves at odds with the law, but they would also face my disapproval. Su Tianhe made his stance clear. This was no jest, and it was imperative to clarify the terms in advance. Should anyone harbor regrets afterward, it would be tantamount to crossing him. Before long, Su Wanqing tracked down the hotel manager and drafted a contract in triplicate. After reviewing the document, Fang Ning felt exceedingly satisfied, as Su Wanqing had fully grasped his intentions. The contract stipulated that regardless of who lost the jade gamble, the 10 million investment and respective fees would belong to the other party. I am quite pleased, Fang Ning exclaimed, signing his name on the contract. He then turned to Feng Chun, saying, Master Feng, do remember to show some mercy when the time comes. Upon hearing Fang Ning's words, Feng Chun became increasingly uneasy, suspecting that Fang Ning was trying to play mind games with him. After all, as the adage goes in military strategy, the greatest victory is achieved by winning hearts, not by laying siege. Feng Chun thought to himself, realizing this point. He snorted derisively and remarked to Fang Ning, you think you can intimidate me, boy? I have weathered far greater storms. I have consumed more salt than you have rice, and traversed more bridges than you have roads. How could you possibly frighten me? Fang Ning merely shrugged, indicating that he was indifferent to Feng Chun's thoughts. Feng Chun also inscribed his name on the contract, followed by Su Wanqing, who, as the representative of Su's jewelry company, was required to sign as well. With 3 copies of the contract, each party retained one, providing a formal record. Should anyone wish to rescind their agreement, the contract would govern the proceedings, leaving no room for deceit. Once their names were inscribed, there would be no turning back. After signing the contract, Fang Ning promptly executed a transfer of 10 million to the Su Jewelry Company through the super online banking system. Observing Fang Ning's decisive action, Feng Chun felt compelled to follow suit. Although a pang of regret tugged at his heart, he reassured himself that this was merely an investment. Thus, he resolved to outshine Fang Ning. Upon arriving at the stone gambling market, he was determined to showcase his exceptional skills and leave Fang Ning in a state of utter defeat. Not only did he aim to surpass Fang Ning, but he intended to do so by a considerable margin, ensuring that Fang Ning lagged far behind. Only in this manner could he validate his prowess as a master of stone gambling. Feng Chun firmly resolved in his heart that he would not hold back. He intended to demonstrate his strength to Fang Ning. I, the illustrious Master Feng, am not a mere novice for you to triflingly challenge. Such folly would only lead to your own demise. Su Tianhe raised his glass once more, proclaiming, since we have come to an agreement, let us toast once more. The outcome will ultimately depend on the stone gambling in a few days. After finishing their drinks, Su Tianhe and Feng Chun took their leave. Su Tianhe was exceedingly busy, with numerous matters demanding his attention. Meanwhile, Feng Chun, newly arrived in Jiangnan City, decided to rest and recharge for a few days, preparing to deal decisively with Fang Ning and illustrating to him what it truly means to be a master of stone gambling. Originally, Su Wanqing was also quite occupied with various tasks, yet upon noticing that Fang Ning showed no intention of departing, she chose to stay. This lobster is exquisite. I have never tasted one this large before. I have only seen such on Douyin, and this crab is quite delightful as well. Fang Ning began to indulge heartily, his hands working busily, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, hardly pausing for a moment. What a shame it would be to waste such a sumptuous feast. Beside him, Su Wanqing was taken aback. She initially presumed that Fang Ning lingered to converse with her, only to discover that he was there to relish the grand meal. Observing Fang Ning's enjoyment, Su Wanqing could not help but comment, Master Fang, you seem utterly unburdened by the prospect of your wager with Master Feng. Misu, gove. Do you not trust me? Fang Ning replied, lifting his gaze, momentarily interrupted by a morsel that had gone astray. Meeting his eyes, Su Wanqing solemnly nodded, Master Feng, I believe in you. She had no choice but to trust Fang Ning, for he was the advisor she had selected. Moreover, Fang Ning's exhibited prowess had already captivated her, leaving her speechless. Both the cutting lines he drew and the jade rough stones he bid on had profoundly impressed Su Wanqing. Then it is settled, Fang Ning declared, taking a hearty sip of water before continuing, Miss Su, rest assured, a mere Master Feng is hardly a concern for me. He may possess some skill, yet pales in comparison to my own. Su Wanqing nodded emphatically, convinced of Fang Ning's capabilities. A sense of foreboding filled her heart. Master Feng, you are in peril. Yet, Su Wanqing did not rush to depart. She engaged Fang Ning in further conversation, eager to learn more about him. Due to the necessity of frequent interactions with Fang Ning, particularly upon entering the stone gambling market, it is prudent to gain an early understanding of each other's personalities. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, Fang Ning relished his meal without a moment's pause. Strangely, the atmosphere between them was surprisingly harmonious, devoid of any awkwardness. Su Wanqing felt increasingly aligned with Fang Ning, sensing a profound connection in their energies. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups shared with a confidant is but a trifle. Yet, a single phrase with a stranger can feel excessive. Chapter 97. Fang Ning's little puppy, Su Wanqing found her interactions with Fang Ning remarkably comfortable, a testament to their compatible energies. When two individuals possess discordant energies, even being forced to sit together can evoke discomfort. Fang Ning smiled and inquired, Miss Su, aren't you hungry? I noticed you haven't eaten anything. Sunontai vanking diaklet, I am on not eat. In truth, she was not overweight. She merely wished to maintain her figure, especially as the head of Su Jewelry Company, where image management is essential. Finally, witnessing Fang Ning enjoy his meal with such enthusiasm, Su Wanqing could no longer resist. She tore off a crab leg and began to savor it delicately. Observing her relish the crab leg, Fang Ning felt a delightful shiver run through him. The sight was simply enchanting. Su Wanqing's soft, rosy lips gliding over the crab leg reminded him of the spirited Chun Mimi, both scenes strikingly similar. Fang Ning took great pleasure in this moment and hoped for the chance to experience it again in the future. With Su Wanqing's company, Fang Ning's appetite flourished, and he soon found himself quite full. How delightful! Fang Ning stretched languidly, relishing a happiness he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Being well-fed was indeed a source of joy. Su Wanqing echoed his satisfaction with a contented burp, realizing she had indulged a bit too much. Together, they had consumed a lobster and 2 king crabs. Although Fang Ning had feasted predominantly, Su Wanqing had partaken considerably as well. Outside the room, Upon hearing Fang Ning's exclamations and Su Wanqing's burp, two waitstaff quickly turned away, uncertain of what transpired within the private room, sensing something peculiar. Could it be that the young lady was enjoying the company of Mr. Fang? After all, they were a handsome pair. Did they not hear the young lady's contented sounds? Inside the room, upon observing her round belly, Su Wanqing felt a twinge of concern as her complexion faltered. Oh no, I might gain weight. It had taken great effort to reduce her weight to 100 pounds, and now it seemed she might exceed that threshold. How would she explain this to her best friend when they next met? She would undoubtedly be ridiculed. Don't worry, Fang Ning reassured with a smile, just exercise more. However, his comfort proved ineffective for Su Wanqing, who rolled her eyes at him, feeling that it was Fang Ning's influence that had led her to indulge so excessively. Ha! Fang Ning burst into laughter, finding Su Wanqing's eye roll to be exceptionally charming. Indeed, beauty is a remarkable asset. Every gesture appears graceful. Every attire is delightful. And the absence of clothing enhances allure even further. As she glanced at the remaining Australian lobster and king crab on the table, Fang Ning called out towards the entrance. Waitstaff. Two attendants entered, maintaining a composed demeanor, their eyes focused ahead, wary of witnessing anything inappropriate. With a smile, Fang Ning said, "Could you please assist me in packing all of this up? I appreciate your efforts. After all, individuals of Master Fang's stature would never leave food uneaten." The attendants had observed the jovial exchange between the young master and Mr. Fang, and they understood that the young lady had kept Mr. Fang company for an extended period. Clearly, Mr. Fang belonged to the affluent class. Curiously, Su Wanqing turned to Fang Ning and inquired, "Master Fang, what kind of pets do you have at home? If it's a cat, it shouldn't consume salty food. However, a dog might manage." Though kind-hearted, Su Wanqing did not fully grasp the realities of those less fortunate, believing leftover food ought to be discarded, even unfit for feeding pets. Fang Ning perceived the implication in her words, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a smile. "I have a little puppy, adorably affectionate and quite the charmer." Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. As long as it's a dog, that is acceptable. While she believed dogs should primarily eat dog food, she conceded that a small amount of leftovers wouldn't pose a problem, respecting Fang Ning's autonomy. "Master Fang, if the opportunity arises, we could take our dogs for a walk together. I own a husky and a border collie. They are quite the entertainers. The husky is a bit foolish, always causing mischief, while the border collie is clever, often directing the husky's antics, even nearly losing it once." "Ha! A husky is indeed a husky." Fang Ning laughed heartily in response. Su Wanqing then asked, "What breed is your dog?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ning replied, "A Pomeranian, I suppose. It's quite clingy." Though her words were casual, she mused that her little puppy was not meant for walks. However, the other one might suffice, as she had few reservations and could indeed walk the dog or even stroll alongside it. Fang Ning and Su Wanqing exited the regal private room and made their way downstairs, with Su Wanqing graciously carrying a takeout box for Fang Ning. The doorman, upon spotting them, immediately greeted young Miss Mr. Fang. His perception of Fang Ning shifted. The young master had departed long ago. To his surprise, Master Fang and the young lady had spent such an extended time together, indicating an extraordinary bond between them. Su Wanqing nodded, handing the takeout box to the doorman. "Yes, young Mississippi." The doorman responded respectfully, recognizing the honor of being summoned by the young lady. Waving goodbye to Fang Ning, Su Wanqing added, "Master Fang, farewell. I will notify you when I visit the stone gambling market in a few days." "All right, Miss Su, goodbye," Fang Ning replied with a nod. Following the doorman to the hotel parking lot, after arranging several lunchboxes, the doorman began to assume the role of Fang Ning's chauffeur. He respectfully inquired, "Mr. Fang, where is your residence?" Fang Ning smiled and replied. The doorman asked, "Mr. Fang, did you acquire your puppy from a pet shop?" "No, I had someone bring it to me," Fang Ning responded, shaking his head as he provided the location of Li Ting's company, kindly activating the navigation for the doorman. It was already afternoon, and Li Ting was nearing the end of her workday. Fang Ning decided to pick her up after work. Soon, the doorman had driven the car to the entrance of Li Ting's office. "Mr. Fang, we have arrived." Fang Ning nodded with a smile. The doorman asked, "Shall I assist you further?" "No, my puppy can drive," Fang Ning replied. The doorman was taken aback, but chose not to inquire further. It was best to remain silent when uncertain. Subsequently, the doorman exited the vehicle and hailed a ride to depart. Not long after the doorman left, Fang Ning's puppy appeared downstairs. Chapter 98. What I Desire is an OL. Upon seeing Li Ting descend, Fang Ning's lips curved into a smile. At last, he was reunited with his beloved puppy. This little pup was quite affectionate and had a sweet, whimpering voice. Li Ting, I'm over here. Fang Ning waved at her. Upon noticing him, Li Ting trotted over, beaming as she exclaimed, Fang Ning, you came to pick me up? Of course, Fang Ning nodded, smiling as he responded. I promised to come for you, and I always keep my promises. Hearing this, Li Ting felt a warm flutter in her heart. She wrapped her arms around Fang Ning's neck, ready to share an intimate moment, when suddenly she caught a whiff of alcohol on him. Li Ting wrinkled her nose and asked, Fang Ning, have you been drinking? Just a little, Fang Ning admitted, nodding. The owner of the appraisal studio treated me to a meal, complimenting my work and even mentioning a raise. He refrained from mentioning Su Wanqing, knowing it would only stir jealousy in Li Ting. Although she was understanding, she was still a woman with her own feelings. Your boss treating you to dinner and offering a raise is wonderful news, Li Ting said joyfully. Fang Ning, I have good news too. I've been promoted to team leader. Really? That's fantastic. Fang Ning exclaimed sincerely, Congratulations, Li Ting. He teased, You better work hard. If I ever lose my job, I might have to rely on you. Sure, no problem, Li Ting replied with a smile, fully aware that without Fang Ning, her ascent to team leader would have been improbable. Without connections or skill, what grounds did she have to become a leader? Let's get in the car, Fang Ning said. Li Ting nodded and started to head for the passenger seat when Fang Ning called out to her, Li Ting, you could drive, right? I remember you mentioned you got your license in college. Yes, I did obtain my license, she affirmed. Li Ting nodded, but after obtaining her driver's license, she had not driven a car again. It's all right, you can drive, Fang Ning said with a smile, reassuring her that nothing would go amiss with him by her side. At Fang Ning's insistence, Li Ting hesitantly took her place in the driver's seat. As she grasped the steering wheel, excitement coursed through her. After all, it was a BMW. She never imagined she would have the opportunity to drive one in her lifetime. It was worth it. Truly worth it. Li Ting drove the BMW slowly towards her rented apartment. Her nerves at an all-time high. Her speed was agonizingly slow, even slower than an elderly person pushing a cart. This was a BMW, after all. She certainly couldn't afford to bump or scrape it. Moreover, given her lack of experience, it was wise to proceed with caution. Fang Ning was in no hurry, thinking it would be beneficial for Li Ting to gain some practice. In the future, when he had been drinking, he could let her drive. Finally, after a half-hour of meandering, Li Ting parked the car downstairs. Just as she was about to exit, Fang Ning abruptly pulled her back. Fang Ning. Li Ting felt a surge of anxiety. She was uncertain of his intentions, but had her suspicions. During her exploration of new experiences, she had seen something akin to this inside the car. Fang Ning directly maneuvered her into the passenger seat. Isn't this inappropriate? Li Ting said nervously. Fang Ning. Perhaps we should just go upstairs? Being a naturally shy girl, she found it hard to accept such advances. After all, the moment felt too fleeting, the progression too swift. No, Fang Ning shook his head. Li Ting, I want you just as you are now. Li Ting, dressed in professional attire for work, a black jacket, a white blouse, and a short skirt paired with stockings, exuded a unique charm. Fang Ning embraced her tightly, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, his actions becoming increasingly daring. A ripping sound echoed, as if something had torn apart. Fang Ning grew bolder, lost in the moment. Li Ting, unable to resist Fang Ning's advances, reluctantly acquiesced. Half an hour later, the commotion in the car subsided, the vehicle no longer swaying. Although the movements had been subtle, they would have been imperceptible from a distance. Both were drenched in sweat. Fang Ning released Li Ting and adjusted her clothing, fastening her buttons. Li Ting, you can step out now. Okay. Li Ting smoothing her wrinkled skirt before exiting the passenger seat. After Li Ting vacated the car, Fang Ning adjusted his trousers, ensuring everything was in order before he too stepped out. Fang Ning, let us head upstairs, Li Ting suggested, eager to wash off the sweat that clung to her uncomfortably. Sure, Fang Ning nodded, ready to ascend when a thought struck him. He opened the trunk and retrieved several food containers. Upon seeing this, Li Ting inquired with curiosity, What do we have? 1 Australian lobster, 1 king crab, and other delectable treats, Fang Ning replied. Upon hearing this, Li Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nearly drooled. Although these were merely leftovers, to an ordinary person, they were undoubtedly treasures. If Fang Ning did not pack them, it would merely benefit the waitstaff. It would be far better to favor her own little pet instead. The two of them, carrying their takeout boxes, were about to ascend the stairs when an individual approached them and inquired, Li Ting, is this your boyfriend? This person was Li Ting's landlady, a rather mercenary woman who often looked down upon tenants from out of town. Li Ting had been chastised by her numerous times for trivial matters, such as forgetting to turn off the hallway lights or leaving the faucet running while washing vegetables. It seemed as though the few cents wasted could cost her life. Upon seeing her landlady, Li Ting felt a surge of anxiety. For instance, the boy next door had become a victim of her ire. She had done nothing wrong yet faced undeserved misfortune. The sensation of being able to hear, but not partake was utterly disheartening. Chapter 99. The landlady's thoughts. Noticing Li Ting's inexplicable tension, Fang Ning turned to the landlady and said, "Hello, Annie, I am Li Ting's boyfriend." Before Fang Ning could finish his sentence, the landlady interjected, "What a handsome young man." This compliment left Li Ting somewhat stunned. Was the landlady capable of praise? Wasn't she typically rather fierce? Fang Ning also perceived Li Ting's surprise, realizing that the landlady had caught her off guard. He too was curious about the landlady's sudden shift in demeanor. Why had her attitude changed so abruptly? The landlady continued with a smile. "Young man, that BMW is yours. Isn't it?" "Indeed." Fang Ning nodded in affirmation. "No wonder," the landlady remarked. "I noticed a BMW parked here, but had no idea whose it was, as I hadn't seen anyone alight from it." Fang Ning responded, "Annie, if it's blocking your space, I can move it at any time." "Oh, we are all from Jiangnan. Park as you please. It's no trouble at all," the landlady said in an exaggerated tone. She had detected Fang Ning's accent and recognized him as a local. However, her amiable demeanor was not solely due to his local status. Even among locals, there could be significant disparities. Fang Ning stated directly, "Andy, if you have something to say, please do. People our age appreciate straightforwardness." The landlady replied, "Well then, I'll be direct. My nephew is getting married tomorrow, and we are short one car for the procession. Your vehicle seems splendid, and I would like to invite you to assist us. I am willing to help." Fang Ning nodded, "But Andy, you must offer me some benefit in return." The landlady pondered for a moment and then said, "Young man, how about I waive a month's rent for you?" Fang Ning raised 2 fingers. "How about 2 months? Andy, it seems rather trivial to forego a month's rent after my arduous journey." "All right," the landlady conceded, for she was not particularly burdened by the loss of 2 months' rent. A discerning individual, she had just taken a glance at the vehicle, a BMW X7, perfectly suited as a wedding car for her nephew. Renting a car would not only entail expenses, but also the risk of incurring damage that would result in exorbitant charges from the rental agency. If Fang Ning were to encounter any mishaps, it would be his own responsibility, especially since he had purchased insurance. This was the landlady's clever calculation. "Thank you, Auntie," Li Ting said sweetly, her gaze directed at the landlady. For her, the prospect of saving 2 months' rent was nothing short of delightful. "Li Ting, there's no need for thanks. Your boyfriend is quite capable, and you've chosen well," the landlady remarked candidly. Li Ting felt a blush rise to her cheeks, fully aware of having found a commendable partner. After all, how else could he be so diligent and eager to learn new skills? "Young man, may I add you on WeChat?" the landlady inquired of Fang Ning. "I will send you the wedding address. You can simply wait at the hotel tomorrow." "Sure," Fang Ning replied as they exchanged WeChat information. He then asked Annie, "May I pose a question?" "Go ahead," the landlady responded, her demeanor even more amiable now that they were connected. "Annie, when did you first notice us?" Upon hearing this question, Li Ting felt a surge of anxiety. What if the landlady had discovered their activities in the car? Fang Ning shared her concern and pondered whether the landlady had indeed witnessed anything. Yet, the thought that it might add a thrill to the encounter was equally enticing. "I saw your car when I arrived, then went upstairs to check the electric meter, asking whose BMW it was," the landlady explained. "Your neighbor, Xiao Zhang, informed me it belonged to you. That is how I found you, hoping you could assist with my nephew's wedding car." Understanding dawned upon Fang Ning. So, the landlady did not witness anything after all? What a pity to miss such an excellent opportunity for observation. With a sigh of relief, Li Ting thought how fortunate they were not to have been seen by the landlady, for that would have led to social embarrassment. She resolved that such a situation should never arise again. Even if Fang Ning desired another rendezvous, they would need to find a more discreet location, certainly not by the roadside. It was far too perilous. "You young men must be carrying something delightful," the landlady inquired curiously. "Oh, I packed an Australian lobster and a king crab for Li Ting from the restaurant," Fang Ning replied. The landlady was taken aback. The combined cost of an Australian lobster and a king crab easily surpassed several thousand, approaching nearly 10,000. She was well aware that Fang Ning was a wealthy individual, which explained his ability to afford a BMW. However, one couldn't help but wonder why such a young and affluent man would choose Li Ting as his girlfriend. "No, I must find an opportunity to introduce my niece to this young man," thought the landlady to herself. After parting ways with the landlady, Fang Ning and Li Ting ascended the stairs to her room. Fang Ning turned to Li Ting and said, "Li Ting, Could you please heat the food in the takeout box? Sure. Li Ting nodded and took the box into the kitchen. Quickly, Li Ting warmed the food. Although reheating inevitably compromised the taste, she found it hard to resist the delicious crab meat that nearly melted in her mouth. So delicious, Li Ting thought, too enamored by the flavors to utter much. After savoring a bite of lobster, Fang Ning remarked, "This exquisite delicacy is truly exceptional. Its only drawback is its price. An Australian lobster costs thousands, a luxury far beyond the reach of the average person. If one wished to indulge, it would consume an entire month's salary." He continued, "If only we had some wine. Seafood and wine are a match made in heaven. Shall I go downstairs to buy a bottle of wine?" Li Ting suggested, feeling that a touch of wine would enhance the romance of the evening. Typically, she avoided taxis, preferring to walk to work, but for the sake of their ambience, she was willing to splurge on a bottle of wine. Cheers! Cheers! As they indulged in seafood and wine, they reached the pinnacle of enjoyment, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly warm. With the rising warmth came a natural need to cool down. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Fang Ning awoke to a body sore from the previous day's indulgences. Li Ting remained languidly asleep, exuding an aura of tenderness. Fang Ning chuckled softly as he dressed. After completing his morning routine, he received a voice message from the landlady. "Xiao Fang, have you arrived at the wedding venue?" Listening to her voice, Fang Ning noted that the landlady still possessed her charm. "Auntie, I shall be there shortly," he replied. At that moment, Li Ting lazily opened her eyes and asked, "Fang Ning, why are you up so early on a Saturday? Are you heading out?" "I'm supposed to be the designated driver for Annie's nephew," Fang Ning explained. Li Ting suddenly remembered, feeling a twinge of guilt for what had transpired the previous day. Had she known, she would have refrained from tiring him out. Concerned, she asked, "Fang Ning, are you okay to drive?" Fang Ning patted his chest and smiled. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine. I am as sturdy as they come." Li Ting inquired again, "Fang Ning, would you like me to prepare breakfast for you?" "No need," he shook his head. "I'll grab a light breakfast at the wedding venue." "All right then," she replied. "Today is Saturday, and there is no need to go to the office. Even if it were a weekday, she is currently the team leader of the design department, and no one would dare to reprimand her for arriving late." Yesterday, Lu Jingde specifically sought her out, expressing his desire to treat Fang Ning to a meal, hoping she might relay the message. After all, she was occupied with more pressing matters and had little time to concern herself with Lu Jingde's affairs. A gentle kiss was placed on Li Ting's forehead by Fang Ning, who softly replied, "All right." Li Ting, som what's east, acknowledged it here. Fang Ning then departed, driving to the wedding venue. Upon her late arrival, everyone else was prepared and waiting for her. The landlady could not help but voice her complaints. "Xiao Fang, why have you only just arrived? We are about to set off. This is quite unreasonable. Are you not delaying this joyous occasion for everyone?" Others nearby chimed in, all relatives of the landlady, expressing that Fang Ning ought to have arrived sooner rather than keeping them waiting. "Should I take my leave then?" Fang Ning retorted, refusing to indulge their complaints, turning to enter her vehicle, intending to leave. She had been invited as the lead vehicle, not as a servant, and had no intention of catering to their whims. Seeing Fang Ning's intent to depart, the landlady panicked, exclaiming, "Hey, Xiao Fang, what do you mean by this? We meant no offense. We were wrong to speak out of turn." After repeated entreaties from the landlady, Fang Ning reluctantly returned to her feet, casting a sidelong glance at the others, who shrank back in silence, afraid to utter another word. The young man certainly had a fiery temper. Where did such a youth come from? His temper was even more formidable than mine was at that age. No one dared to further provoke Fang Ning. Angering him could ruin the host's celebration, a grave misdeed that could lead to enmity with the family. It was wiser to remain silent. Seeing everyone wisely quiet, Fang Ning smiled with satisfaction. People can be so contemptible. If one refrains from anger, they will dare to overstep boundaries. But once one shows their fury, they transform into submissive lambs. Such is human nature. When one adopts a fierce demeanor, those around them become accommodating. Fang Ning strolled into the wedding hotel, leisurely enjoying breakfast, unhurried. After all, what does it matter if she is a few minutes late? She was simply going to fetch the bride, not racing against time for some urgent matter. At that moment, the landlady was leading a young woman towards Fang Ning, intending to introduce her niece. It was simply a matter of making introductions and seeing if anything might blossom. In the landlady's eyes, Li Ting was a Cinderella, unworthy of the affluent and youthful Fang Ning. According to conventional wisdom, given Fang Ning's temper, the landlady ought not to introduce her niece to him. Yet, the landlady thought otherwise, eager to present her niece to Fang Ning. For those bold enough to express their anger possess a certain confidence. The landlady was well aware that Fang Ning was not an ordinary individual. Her earlier outburst must have stemmed from some form of leverage. Such a golden son-in-law was certainly someone to hold onto tightly. Approaching Fang Ning, the landlady said, "Xiao Fang, allow me to introduce you to my niece." Before she could finish her sentence, the girl beside her exclaimed in surprise, "Fang Ning?" The girl was indeed the landlady's niece. And it was unexpected that she recognized Fang Ning. As Fang Ning raised his head to glance at the girl while sipping his porridge, he too felt a wave of astonishment. Shen Ningning? It was evident that Fang Ning knew her as well. Shen Ningning was a close friend of Chun Mimi, and she had been the one encouraging Chun Mimi to break up with Fang Ning. Why choose a penniless boy when a wealthy heir was available? Upon seeing Shen Ningning, Fang Ning felt a sudden wave of discomfort, leading him to spit out the porridge back into his bowl. Witnessing this, Shen Ningning's expression soured. "Sung Ning, what does this mean?" "Nothing much, just a little stomach discomfort," Fang Ning replied curtly, unwilling to engage with Shen Ningning. The past was behind him, and he had no desire to dwell on it. "Ningning, Xiao Fang, so you two are acquainted? That's wonderful." The landlady exclaimed joyfully. "You must be old classmates. You should catch up." She pressed Shen Ningning's shoulder, forcing her to sit beside Fang Ning, completely disregarding her willingness. Shen Ningning was reluctant. Fang Ning was even more so. However, the landlady acted too swiftly for either of them to respond, and Shen Ningning found herself seated next to Fang Ning. "Why don't you two young people have a nice chat? I'll one tea disturb you," the landlady said before hurriedly leaving the scene. Fang Ning immediately shifted away, not wishing to sit beside Shen Ningning. There was nothing of substance to discuss with this woman. She was a close friend of Chun Mimi, sharing the same faults and even worse traits. Shen Ningning pouted. "Fang Ning, what is your meaning? Do you think I wish to chat with you? Then let us not." Fang Ning replied nonchalantly. Having already spat out the porridge, he could no longer drink it and thus began to indulge in the buns. It must be said, the buns at this hotel were quite excellent. One could only wonder about the recipe. Observing Fang Ning devour the buns while completely ignoring her, Shen Ningning felt a flicker of irritation. After all, she considered herself a great beauty. Why wouldn't Fang Ning even glance her way? Shen Ningning took the initiative to speak. "Fang Ning, since your breakup with Chun Mimi, you haven't found a girlfriend, have you?" The landlady didn't mention anything. Fang Ning looked up at Shen Ningning. "My girlfriend is a tenant of the landlady. I just came from her place." Shen Ningning was taken aback. "Why, you have a girlfriend already?" "Indeed." Fang Ning nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Shen Ningning. "Impossible." Shen Ningning immediately shook her head. "If you had a girlfriend, how could my aunt possibly introduce you to me? I truly have no idea." Sang Ning Tuklet. "Perhaps it is simply because I am too exceptional." He understood the implication behind the landlady's words, and was taken aback that, even with a girlfriend, he was still being introduced to her niece. Is this the mindset of the affluent? Moreover, this niece happens to be Shen Ningning, the former close friend of Chun Mimi, though it seems they're no longer on such terms. If they were still best friends, Chun Mimi's attempts to rekindle her relationship with Fang Ning would surely have been disclosed to Shen Ningning. It appears they are merely fair-weather friends. "Fang Ning, you claim to be exceptional?" Shen Ningning was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. "If you were truly exceptional, you wouldn't have been cheated on by Chun Mimi." Silence. Fang Ning shot a glare at Shen Ningning. "If it weren't for your meddling, I would never have broken up with Chun Mimi." "Oh dear, are you feeling anxious?" Shen Ningning laughed. "What, do you wish to strike me? Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Fang Ning raised his hand, prepared to slap Shen Ningning as a means of avenging past grievances. Despite his reluctance to engage in petty squabbles, the other party had practically invited it. "Ning Ning, Xiao Fang, how is your conversation progressing?" Suddenly, the landlady entered the room. "The caravan is about to depart." "Xiao Fang, have you eaten well? Then let us set off." "I have already finished my meal." Fang Ning promptly walked outside. The landlady continued to inquire of Shen Ningning. "Ning Ning, you and Xiao Fang are old classmates, aren't you? What do you think of him?" "Not much. Not much at all," Shen Ningning replied, shaking her head. "Aunt, I truly cannot discern where you see his excellence." "How can he not be excellent?" the landlady countered. "He drives a BMW. I invited him to be the lead vehicle." "A BMW?" Shen Ningning paused. It couldn't possibly be a 1 Series, could it? Previously, when the landlady approached Shen Ningning, she merely mentioned introducing her to an exceptional young man. They had not delved into further details, so Shen Ningning remained unaware that it was Fang Ning, nor did she know he drove a BMW. However, in her mind, she believed Fang Ning could not afford a BMW. Even if he could, it would likely be just a 1 Series and quite possibly a second-hand one, if not a third, fourth, or fifth-hand vehicle. "What 1 Series?" The landlady rolled her eyes. "It's a BMW X7. I saw it quite clearly. Besides, would I invite him to be the lead vehicle if it were a 1 series? I refused to believe that. Shen Ningning shook her head. Aunt, you must be mistaken. The 1 and 7 do resemble each other. Impossible. The landlady laughed. That car is evidently grand and majestic. How could it possibly be a 1 series? If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Xiao Fang is quite impressive now. Do not judge him by his past, but rather by who he has become. After pondering for a moment, Shen Ningning finally replied, I truly cannot believe it at all. However, since you say so, Aunt, I shall go take a look. Chapter 102. Is the car rented? Upon stepping outside, Shen Ningning discovered Fang Ning's car parked there, now adorned with auspicious symbols. With a mere glance, she identified it as a BMW X7, without needing to inspect the rear. If she could not recognize such a vehicle, then her years of experience would have been in vain. Having navigated through life for so long, she possessed a discerning eye and had encountered a variety of circumstances. Shen Ningning mused, if this BMW X7 truly belongs to Fang Ning, I might be inclined to grant him an opportunity. However, this is contingent upon the car genuinely being his, rather than a mere rented facade. In this age of pretentiousness, I must subject him to a thorough examination. With that thought in mind, Shen Ningning approached Fang Ning. Yet, upon seeing him, a flicker of disbelief crossed her mind. How could the once impoverished boy afford a BMW X7? Fang Ning, is this truly your car? She inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. Her incredulity was palpable, as she found it hard to believe that this luxurious vehicle belonged to him. Fang Ning, sensing her tone, reacted unfavorably. Shen Ningning, whether or not this is my car is of no concern to you. Her expression darkened. She had intended to extend an olive branch. But Fang Ning's lack of appreciation for her gesture was disappointing. Very well, then don't blame me for being impolite. She retorted. Fang Ning, this car must be rented, right? Or perhaps it's a company vehicle. Are you now the chauffeur? Does your boss know you've taken it out? Get lost. Fang Ning snapped, dismissing her with disdain. He found her condescending attitude intolerable. Engaging in a futile argument with someone so narrow-minded was pointless. Huh. Shen Ningning continued with her sardonic tone. Fang Ning, I merely inquired whether your car is rented or belongs to the company. Why are you so defensive? Have you lost your masculinity? Isn't this a sensitive topic for men? You must have quite the following if you were to open an account on a social platform. At that moment, a young man nearby chimed in, bro. Even if it is a rented car or you're just a company driver, we wouldn't look down on you. He was in his 20s, sporting a crew cut and dressed in an unbuttoned suit, exuding a spirited demeanor. He turned to the others and remarked, isn't that right? It's perfectly normal for young people not to afford a BMW X7. There's no shame in it. Hazi is correct. For young people, not being able to purchase a BMW X7 is entirely reasonable. However, pretending otherwise is unacceptable. The others echoed in agreement, aligning themselves with the spirited young man, as they were all part of the wedding entourage and naturally supported him. Who the hell are you? Fang Ning furrowed his brow, perplexed. Most individuals would have hesitated to speak in the presence of such a crowd. However, Fang Ning remained utterly indifferent. To him, these individuals were nothing more than mere buffoons. They were prancing about without even grasping the situation. Fang Ning, you are indeed anxious, Shen Ningning remarked with a smile. Your anxiety is futile. None of us believe you and we all see through your facade, which is utterly unconvincing. Ning Ning, do not stoop to his level, the crew-cut man chimed in, eager to assert himself. If it weren't for your aunt insisting he take the lead, he wouldn't have such an opportunity. Observing the crew-cut man's eagerness to showcase himself, Fang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. This individual accused others of posturing, yet he was no different, desperate for attention. Fang Ning mused inwardly. It was evident that the crew-cut man was pursuing Shen Ningning. At that moment, the landlord's wife approached, inquiring, what are you all discussing? Why aren't you getting in the car? Shen Ningning replied, Aunt, perhaps we should switch to another lead vehicle? Fang Ning's car is likely rented. What if there is a mishap? We couldn't afford to compensate for damages. Exactly. Ning Ning makes a valid point. The crew-cut man quickly concurred. Aunt, why not use my car instead? Although it's merely a BMW 3 Series, it's my own. Rented? Surely not. The landlord's wife glanced at Fang Ning, noting that his car had been parked outside her residence for several days. How could it be a rental? Who rents a car for such an extended period? Her skepticism stemmed from a conversation with Xiao Zhang, a neighbor, who had informed her that Fang Ning's BMW X7 was consistently parked downstairs for many days. Xiao Zhang had also complained that Fang Ning persistently bullied Li Ting, disrupting others' routines. He hoped she could advise Fang Ning to ease off on Li Ting, as it was becoming quite unbearable. Thus, the landlord's wife found it implausible that Fang Ning's car was a rental. Renting for a day or two to show off was plausible, but for such a lengthy duration? Wasn't that financially imprudent? Upon hearing the landlord's wife's remarks, the group grew noticeably uneasy. Was it possible that the BMW X7 truly belonged to Fang Ning? Shen Ningning was uncertain as she glanced at him, noticing his striking features that were indeed quite pleasing. This allure was undoubtedly heightened by the fact that the BMW X7 was his. Yet, she felt the need for further investigation. Fang Ning, I was merely jesting with you earlier, Shen Ningning said with a smile. We're all old classmates. Surely you aren't upset with me? Fang Ning scoffed, uninterested in engaging with Shen Ningning. She felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, and the expressions of the others also turned somewhat unnatural. They had assumed the BMW X7 belonged to someone else, but after hearing the landlord's wife, they now recognized that it likely belonged to Fang Ning. Although reluctant to admit it, they had no choice but to accept the evident truth. At that moment, the groom and his father approached. The landlady pointed to Fang Ning, and the groom's father approached him. Young man, you've worked hard, he said, handing 2 red envelopes and 2 packs of Li-Kun cigarettes to Fang Ning. This is our small token of appreciation. We will trouble you this time. Chapter 103. I bought it in full. Fang Ning smiled as he accepted the envelopes and cigarettes. Uncle, it's no trouble at all. You can rest assured that everything will go smoothly. He was not there to cause trouble, since he was helping as the lead vehicle. He was determined to fulfill his duties with utmost commitment. Thank you, the groom's father replied sincerely, nodding, before distributing red envelopes and cigarettes to the other drivers. The other drivers received only 1 red envelope and 2 packs of Li-Kun, which naturally paled in comparison to what Fang Ning received, as he was the lead driver. Holding the red envelope, the buzzcut man wore a grim expression. He had initially intended to get closer to Shen Ningning, but unexpectedly, all the attention had been seized by Fang Ning. The buzzcut man approached Shen Ningning and said, Ningning, why don't you ride with me? I drive steadily, fast and smooth. No, thank you. Shen Ningning shook her head. I prefer to ride with Fang Ning. With that, she directly opened Fang Ning's car door and took her seat in the front passenger seat. Witnessing this scene, the buzzcut man was nearly petrified, standing frozen in place. As if struck dumb. Heisey, this is truly infuriating. As the groom, he naturally should be in the lead vehicle. The groom nodded to Fang Ning, saying, Brother, thank you for your hard work. Congratulations and best wishes for your new marriage. One by one, everyone boarded the vehicle. Shen Ningning was already seated in the front passenger seat, while the landlady, the groom, and a relative of the groom crowded into the back seat. The landlady informed Fang Ning of their destination, and after he set the navigation, the convoy set off. Inside the car, Shen Ningning kept observing Fang Ning, realizing that he had indeed changed. The former Fang Ning was a sunny young man, but he now exuded a calm confidence, as if indifferent to everything around him. He had transformed from a naive boy into a mature man. The previous brightness of Fang Ning had given way to a more refined demeanor. Noticing Fang Ning's adept handling of the vehicle, as if he were intimately familiar with its condition, Shen Ningning began to trust that the car indeed belonged to him. She recognized that her aunt's words were true. The current Fang Ning was indeed an exceptional individual. Time apart had altered perceptions profoundly. The previous Fang Ning had amounted to little, yet now he could afford a BMW X7. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Fang Ning, how much did you buy this car for? Shen Ningning decided to probe Fang Ning further. Although she was already convinced it was his car, she sought further confirmation to ease her mind. Fang Ning was no longer the foolish boy of the past. He would not allow himself to be put in a passive position. It was either to take initiative or to withdraw. As a man, one must take the initiative, unless circumstances dictate otherwise, allowing for the occasional enjoyment of passivity. Observing Fang Ning's silence, Shen Ningning felt a pang of frustration. She had numerous inquiries to pose to Fang Ning, yet he seemed utterly indifferent to her. This left Shen Ningning with a sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton, effortful yet yielding no impact. The landlady, seated in the back, witnessed this scene unfold and sought to interject. Xiao Fang, your car appears quite expensive. It must be worth over $1 million, correct? Approximately, Fang Ning replied. What does approximately entail? Shen Ningning pressed on. Seizing the opportunity as Fang Ning began to speak, she was determined to capitalize on this moment. 1. 18 million. Are you satisfied now, Shen Ningning? Upon hearing this figure, the other 4 occupants in the vehicle widened their eyes in astonishment. For them, 18 million equated to the price of a modest home. Not an excessive amount. However, not everyone is inclined to spend over $1 million on a vehicle. While investing in a home, for that some might be acceptable, purchasing a car at such a price seemed extravagant. It was simply too painful. Who would be foolish enough to spend over $1 million on a car? Even sensible individuals would shy away from such a decision. Having heard Fang Ning articulate a precise figure, Ning Ning found herself convinced, her skepticism waning. Fang Ning, I was merely inquiring. There's no need to be so flustered, she remarked with a smile. Her tone underwent a notable transformation, becoming significantly more amiable, her voice unconsciously rising in pitch. In a fleeting moment, Ning Ning's demeanor shifted dramatically, an astonishing 180. What catalyzed such a change? Was it Fang Ning's undeniable charm that ensnared Ning Ning's attention? Clearly not. Good looks alone cannot sustain one's livelihood, even in less reputable professions. Physical appeal must be complemented by capability. Ning Ning's altered attitude stemmed from her realization that Fang Ning had evolved. The once impoverished boy was no longer the same. He had transcended his former self. Had Fang Ning remained that destitute youth, Ning Ning would have been disinclined to acknowledge him. In such a scenario, even a fleeting glance at Fang Ning would have felt like a loss, let alone the prospect of engaging him in conversation. That would have been an exercise in futility. Ah, Xiaofeng truly possesses remarkable talent. The landlady chuckled, marveling at the youth's acquisition of a luxury vehicle at such a young age. Indeed, young people are quite impressive. A relative of the groom also nodded in approval, adding that if Fang Ning had achieved this without familial assistance, it would be even more commendable. In contemporary society, many individuals deplete their resources to purchase cars and homes, often drawing from multiple sources. While this is a common scenario and garners envy from others, possessing a reliable support system makes such feats possible. However, achieving such milestones through one's own merit is truly admirable. Facing the flattery of those around him, Fang Ning modestly replied, "It's just all right. I purchased this car outright. My parents did not contribute a single dime towards a down payment." Upon hearing this statement, their astonishment deepened, particularly at the mention of outright. In contemporary society, many individuals opt for purchasing vehicles through installment payments, with some even indulging in zero down payment schemes. Even those lacking sufficient funds feel compelled to acquire a car, driven by the desire to project a certain image and evade judgment from others regarding their status. Such considerations are commonplace, yet they reveal an excessive concern for public perception, a fixation that can lead to an exhausting existence. Chapter 104, The Appraisal Studio at Work. Paying in full for a BMW X7. This is undeniably a mark of true capability. Thus, upon hearing Fang Ning's words, the occupants of the car were taken aback. In comparison to those who purchase cars with no down payment, Fang Ning's achievement is magnitudes greater. The two situations are as disparate as heaven and earth and cannot be equated. Those individuals simply do not measure up. Ning Ning gasped in astonishment and inquired, "Fang Ning, did you truly pay $18 million in cash for this BMW X7? Indeed, Fang Ning replied confidently, nodding without a hint of deceit, exuding an air of authenticity. Typically, when individuals fabricate tales, there's a noticeable lack of conviction. However, Fang Ning's unwavering confidence indicated the truth of his words. Realizing that Fang Ning had genuinely purchased the BMW X7 outright, Ning Ning felt her heart flutter, her thoughts ignited with excitement. This was a man who had acquired a BMW X7 with cash. She shifted in her seat, leaning toward Fang Ning, yearning for even a whiff of his presence. Noticing Ning Ning's movement, Fang Ning furrowed his brow and asked, "Ning Ning, what are you doing?" "I'm driving." "Why are you leaning over here?" Caught in the act, Ning Ning felt a wave of embarrassment, thinking to herself that he was quite the oblivious man. In truth, Fang Ning understood her intentions, but chose not to engage in a charade. It was simply too tiresome. At that moment, the others in the car could no longer underestimate Fang Ning. They perceived him as radiating an aura of brilliance, exuding an air of sanctity. The landlord's wife remarked, "Xiaofeng, I knew I was right about you. You are indeed a capable young man." A relative of the groom added, "It is truly remarkable for a young person to afford a car on their own. Such an impressive feat." Both were filled with admiration, having recognized Fang Ning's merit, privately wishing their own children could achieve similar success. How wonderful it would be. Alas, Fang Ning could never be their child. He had finally become the embodiment of someone else's pride. The groom, too, expressed his admiration, saying, "Brother, you are something else. If only I could be as outstanding as you." Being only slightly older than Fang Ning and part of the same generation, he could not help but envy the allure of luxury cars. Every young man aspires to possess both opulence and beauty, yet many lack the means to realize such dreams, relegating them to mere fantasies. Keep striving. You can achieve it too. With perseverance, you can attain what I have. Fang Ning offered, though his words were somewhat hollow. If effort were truly effective, what need would there be for talent and opportunity? In the face of innate ability and fortune, hard work seems negligible, utterly inconsequential. The groom recognizes this truth, shaking his head in resignation. As long as I can live a safe and ordinary life, that would already be quite sufficient. Fang Ning chose to remain silent, for each individual's aspirations are distinct, and often, choices are limited. This is the norm for most people. Upon overhearing their conversation, Shen Ningming began to reflect. I refuse to lead a mundane existence. I am determined to live a life of brilliance. How can one merely exist in mediocrity during their lifetime? With newfound resolve, Shen Ningming pledged to cling to Fang Ning, for he represented her opportunity. If she could secure her place beside Fang Ning, a glorious life awaited her. Unbeknownst to Fang Ning, Shen Ningming's thoughts were rather unsettling. Had he been aware, he would have surely felt a wave of revulsion, a discomfort that churned in his stomach. It was simply grotesque. Stay away, you scheming woman. Although Shen Ningming was not foolish, she was exceedingly cunning, possessing a multitude of ulterior motives that rendered her far inferior to the more sophisticated women of society. While those refined individuals might not be virtuous, they at least exuded a sense of comfort, lacking the overt sleaziness. Engaging with such refined women might be permissible on occasion, a pleasant diversion that wouldn't cause any harm, provided there was no poison involved. Xiao Fang, what is your occupation? Inquired the landlady with curiosity. She surmised that Fang Ning, who could afford a BMW X7, must have a commendable job. After all, how could one purchase such a luxury vehicle without a substantial income? Surely, he must earn at least several $100,000 annually. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ning replied, Annie, to be candid, I work at the antique appraisal studio. This was hardly a secret. Many could easily inquire about it. The antique appraisal studio? The landlady shook her head, unfamiliar with the establishment. She turned to the others, asking, Do any of you know what the antique appraisal studio is? The groom's relatives similarly shook their heads, indicating they too were unaware. I have heard of the antique appraisal studio, the groom interjected. It appears to be a place where antiques are bought and sold. I've been told that the items there are incredibly valuable, each piece worth several million. Is it really that expensive? The landlady was taken aback, astonished that an antique could be valued at such a staggering sum, surpassing even gold. Indeed, the groom's relative chimed in. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques are valued. In chaotic times, gold reigns supreme. Given the current era of peace and stability, antiques are naturally worth more than gold. Upon hearing this, the landlady gasped. So, are you suggesting that one antique could purchase a car? Not just that. The groom's relative chuckled, while the landlady widened her eyes in astonishment. Worth over 100 million. How many years of rent would that take to accumulate? It would take until the next generation to reach such an amount. Hearing their conversation, Fang Ning found it somewhat amusing. How could there be so many antiques valued in the hundreds of millions? There are hardly a few in the entire world. The groom turned to Fang Ning and remarked, Brother, no wonder you can afford a BMW X7. It turns out you work at an antique appraisal studio. The landlady nodded in agreement, saying, Xiao Fang, you are truly remarkable. Selling just one antique could surely buy you a car, right? That is for certain. The groom's relative chimed in, if you sell a good antique, you could buy several cars. At that moment, everyone was astonished, gazing at Fang Ning, not realizing how impressive he was. The thought that one antique could purchase several cars was indeed extraordinary. How wonderful it would be if they could do the same. They all envied Fang Ning, considering him an exceptional talent. Listening to their dialogue, Fang Ning felt a mix of amusement and incredulity, thinking how exaggerated their claims were. Besides, the antiques were not his. He merely worked at the appraisal studio, primarily involved in their restoration and occasionally in authentication. As Fang Ning drove, he laughed and said, What you say isn't entirely accurate, but not far from it. As long as an antique is genuine and not a counterfeit, selling it for several $100,000 is certainly plausible. Fang Ning did not reveal the complete truth, maintaining an air of mystery, as that was the most captivating approach. After all, it is said that distance creates beauty and obscurity enhances allure. Everyone nodded, thinking how extraordinary Fang Ning was to possess such knowledge. In reality, Fang Ning's understanding was limited. Anyone in the antique industry knew the basic market trends. However, the barriers to entering this field were exceedingly high. preventing many from experiencing its vibrancy, leaving them to merely observe from the sidelines. Thus, those who understood did so, while those who did not remained oblivious. It wasn't as mysterious as it seemed. It was merely a thin veil, easily pierced with a gentle poke. Suddenly, Shen Ningning turned to Fang Ning and asked, Fang Ning, the appraisal studio you mentioned, is it the one affiliated with the Su family group? Shen Ningning, you are aware of this? Fang Ning smiled and confirmed, yes. It is indeed the Su family group's appraisal studio, located at 128 Qingzhou Road. Fang Ning was genuinely surprised, not expecting Shen Ningning to be informed about such details, especially the connection to the Su family group. 128 Qingzhou Road? Upon hearing Fang Ning provide such specific information, Shen Ningning felt all her doubts dissipate. If Fang Ning were lying, he could not possibly know such intricate details. Though she had heard of the appraisal studio, she had never entered, only knowing of its association with the Su family group. She had heard that the studio's owner was seemingly a scion of the Su family, which undoubtedly indicated a connection to the group. That was the extent of Shen Ningning's knowledge. Although she was doing quite well in the outside world, she had yet to qualify for entry into the Antiques Appraisal Pavilion. Among her acquaintances, none reached that level. Very few were admitted, and those who were did not extend an invitation to her. The threshold of the Antiques Appraisal Pavilion was not something an ordinary person could cross. Had it not been for Zhang Jinghao's guidance, Chen Mimi would not have been able to attend the auctions held there. This invisible barrier obstructed countless individuals. In contemporary society, one can purchase antiques with wealth. However, in ancient times, even money could not secure such treasures without the requisite connections. If one did not belong to that circle, sellers would hardly consider parting with their antiques. This is the nature of barriers. Most people cannot surmount them, nor can they be easily dismantled. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, and the world would descend into disorder. Only a minuscule number of individuals, after decades of relentless effort, manage to break through these barriers and ascend a social tier. To rise several tiers, it may take generations to achieve. Such feats cannot be accomplished in a mere few decades. Upon confirming Fang Ning's employment at the Antiques Appraisal Pavilion, the landlady, with a smile, inquired, Little Fang, what is your annual salary? It must be considerable, right? Everyone was keenly interested in this aspect, as the antique industry was shrouded in mystery. How much could one earn in a year? Shen Ningning also perked up her ears, eager to hear Fang Ning's response. Annual salary? Let me calculate. Sank Ning pauseteli perateli. Well, according to my contract, the guaranteed monthly salary is 500,000. Multiplying that by 12 gives an annual salary of 6 million. Upon hearing Fang Ning's words, a collective gasp filled the air. The sound of astonishment resonated throughout the vehicle, drowning out any other noise. Everyone turned in shock to stare at Fang Ning, rendered speechless. This individual was truly formidable. A guaranteed monthly salary of 500,000 translates to an annual income of 6 million. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix among mere mortals. Even when considering the entirety of Jiangnan City, excluding entrepreneurs, they are few and far between. Noticing the astonished reactions, Fang Ning nodded with satisfaction, a radiant smile gracing his face. His objective was achieved, to present an impressive facade. There exists an innate human desire to boast, in every aspect. This holds true. One feels uncomfortable without the act of boasting. A single day without such indulgence can be unbearable. Fang Ning, you are truly remarkable. Shen Ningning could not help but praise. She added playfully, if only you were my boyfriend, I would make you soup every day. My seafood soup is exquisite, and many adore it. No, thank you, Fang Ning shook his head. Shen Ningning, your seafood soup is better suited for others. Deep down, he thought, I have no desire to partake in your seafood concoction. Its flavor is far too pungent for my liking. Besides, what about the cleanliness of soup that others have consumed? That would be leftover seafood broth. I certainly would not drink it. Shen Ningning felt a flush of embarrassment as she comprehended Fang Ning's insinuation. I was merely speaking of a legitimate seafood soup. Yet Fang Ning insisted on interpreting it as something else. Could it be that Fang Ning harbors feelings for me? Shen Ningning mused inwardly, a smile gracing her face that she could not conceal. Indeed, one must be cautious with jest, lest they be misinterpreted by such a woman. Assuming there are deeper sentiments involved. How utterly vexing. Oh, foolish girl. The landlady, a woman in her 50s, failed to grasp the exchange between the two young individuals, oblivious to the underlying implications. From her seat in the back, she craned her neck, attempting to persuade Fang Ning. Xiao Fang, Ning Ning is truly quite wonderful. You are both old classmates, so you share a certain familiarity, don't you? Perhaps you could spend more time together and see if there is compatibility. If so, you might genuinely consider a relationship. Annie, it would be best if you refrain from playing matchmaker, Fang Ning replied with a shake of his head. In truth, I am not well acquainted with Shun Ning Ning. We cannot be said to have any deep understanding of one another. Nothing has transpired between us. So how could there be any familiarity? Moreover, Fang Ning genuinely held no interest in Shin Ning Ning. It was enough that he did not harbor any disdain for her. The notion of being together was far from his intentions.